Cosmic warships, mechas, armor, exoskeletons, systems, outer space, multiple female protagonists, anthropomorphized warships, shipgirls, interstellar civilizations. In the age of interstellar travel, humanity encounters not friendly civilizations, but rather an unending tide of malice and warfare. It is through the bonds forged with the shipgirls that civilization struggles desperately on the brink of extinction. Lin Feng, a time traveler, possesses exceptional talents and a remarkable capacity for learning, making him the most celebrated genius cadet at the Federal Academy. Everyone believes that during the awakening ceremony, he will summon a cataclysmic battleship girl. However, when the radiance dissipates, what appears before him is a timid and soft little repair ship girl. "Commander, please, trust me to handle it." Gazing at the little creature before him, who possesses neither weapons nor prowess beyond repairs, Lin Feng feels a sense of bewilderment. Lin Feng muses, "A little repair ship isn't entirely unfeasible. Very well, I shall first indulge in the comforts provided by this little repair ship and strive alongside her to mend some conventional starships in the space dock, accumulating funds to materialize her 4-kilometer long haul." Ah, a 4-kilometer repair ship? Is this truly a little repair ship? Never mind. At least she can move and provide sustenance. It marks the initial step toward interstellar adventure. Thus begins an epic tale that commences with a repair ship, encompassing the bonds of stars and love. Chapter 74. The warm current at my fingertips and the fragrance of violet. Nighttime. Room 2901 of Starshine Manor. After a day filled with tense classes and training, Lin Feng reclines in a spacious bathtub, the warm water soothing his weary body. The bedroom door seems to have opened, followed by a gentle knock on the bathroom door. "Commander, you've been soaking for quite some time. Do you need some water?" Lingji's soft voice comes through the door. "Come in, Lingji," Lin Feng replies. The bathroom door slides open, revealing Lingji, who enters with a cup of warm water. She is clad in an adorable light green nightgown, her petite face flushed from the bathroom steam, resembling a ripe peach. Upon seeing Lin Feng in the bathtub, with bubbles concealing his modesty, her ears turn slightly red, yet she strives to maintain her composure, placing the cup on the nearby shelf. "Commander, was the mecha training particularly arduous today?" Lingji inquires with concern. "I sense that your spirit appears somewhat fatigued." "It's all right. I just need to maintain intense focus, which is rather draining," Lin Feng replies, taking a sip from the cup while observing Lingji's delicate demeanor, a playful impulse stirring within him. "However, if someone could help me with a massage to relax, I might recover more swiftly." Lingji's face reddens further, her amber eyes glistening with moisture as she fidgets, murmuring, If the commander does not mind, Lingji can assist." Lin Feng, having spoken offhandedly, is taken aback by Lingji's earnest agreement. Seeing her shy yet determined expression warms his heart, and he chuckles. "Then I shall trouble my little Lingji." He turns around, presenting his back to Lingji. Taking a deep breath, she approaches him from behind, sitting on a small stool in the bathroom, extending her delicate hands to gently press against the nape of Lin Feng's neck. Her fingers are slender and soft, carrying a slight chill. Yet, soon a gentle and pure energy flows from her fingertips into Lin Feng's skin, permeating his slightly sore muscles and meridians like a warm current. Lin Feng can't help but emit a contented sigh. Lingji's soothing energy, imbued with her unique healing qualities, dissolves his fatigue as if caressed by a gentle spring breeze. Her technique is both skilled and focused, as she possesses knowledge of ship manufacturing, repair, and human medicine. With each press and knead, she seems to intuitively grasp the subtle state of his body. "Commander, is the pressure suitable?" Lingji softly inquires, her breath brushing against Lin Feng's ear, tinged with her fresh, sweet fragrance and a hint of milky scent. "Perfectly suitable, very comfortable, Lingji," Lin Feng replies, closing his eyes to savor this rare moment of relaxation. "It is truly wonderful to have you here." Receiving praise, Lingji's face lights up with a joyful smile, and she intensifies her efforts. The bathroom is filled only with the sound of flowing water and their gentle breaths, creating a warm and enchanting atmosphere. At that moment, a languid voice filled with mirth floats in from the bathroom door. "Oh dear, it seems I've arrived at an inopportune moment." Is the commander indulging in Lingji's exclusive massage service? Without needing to look back, Lin Feng knows who it is, almost exclaiming, "No, your timing is impeccable." There stands Mo Huang, leaning against the doorframe, draped in a flowing deep purple silk robe that accentuates her breathtaking curves. The robe's neckline is slightly open, revealing a delicate and fair collarbone. Her long black hair cascades down, and her violet eyes shimmer amidst the steamy atmosphere, a playful smile lingering at the corner of her lips. Lingji, startled like a frightened rabbit, retracts her hand, her face flushed to the point of embarrassment. M.O. Huang, elder sister. I was merely assisting the commander in alleviating fatigue. Alleviating fatigue, is it? M.O. Huang gracefully steps inside, her bare feet making no sound upon the polished floor. Approaching the edge of the bathtub, she leans down, her delicate violet fragrance overpowering the steam and Lingji's milky scent, enveloping Lin Feng's senses. She extends her long fingers, lightly grazing Lin Feng's damp shoulder, sending a tingling sensation coursing through him, causing his muscles to tense slightly. Commander, mere muscle relaxation through massage is insufficient. And Mo Huang's voice is laced with a magnetic allure, her crimson lips nearly brushing against Lin Feng's ear. Mental fatigue requires deeper, more thorough alleviation. Would you like me to assist you as well? My technique is quite different from Lingji's. Lin Feng's heart races uncontrollably at her boldness and initiative. The once meek Lin Feng, buoyed by Lingji's massage, stands proudly, but thankfully the bubbles provide ample coverage. Otherwise, his hand alone would not suffice. The proximity of her voluptuous figure, the lingering allure of her scent, and her unabashed suggestions hammered his resolve, urging him to take action and compel this audacious beauty before him to pay the price for her provocations. Ahem! Lin Feng clears his throat, forcibly suppressing the tumult within. Mo Huang, do not tease. Lingji is doing quite well. Is that so? Mo Huang straightens up, a glint of mischief in her violet eyes as she turns her gaze toward the blushing Lingji. Lingji, it seems the commander is quite satisfied with your service. However, as your elder sister, I must remind you that sometimes excessive gentleness may fail to capture a man's heart. Mo Huang, elder sister. Lingji stomps her foot in embarrassment, uncertain of how to retort. Lin Feng observes the two ship girls before him, each captivating in their own right. One gentle and healing like an angel, the other passionate and enchanting like a sorceress, feeling a mix of helplessness and inexplicable satisfaction. He understands that Mo Huang is not genuinely jealous or vying for attention. It is merely her unique way of bridging the gap between them. All right, you both should leave now. Lin Feng waves his hand, fearing he might lose control if Mo Huang lingers any longer. I need to get up. Mo Huang chuckles softly, extending her finger to gently tap Lin Feng's forehead. The cool touch sends his hormones surging, further clouding his already fatigued mind. Oh, by the way, my dear commander, with such a spacious room, when will I have the pleasure of sleeping here? She casts him a flirtatious glance before elegantly turning away, taking the still flustered Lingji with her as they exit the bathroom. Lin Feng gazes at their departing figures, managing a wry smile as he feels the lingering coolness on his forehead and the fading sensation of her fingertip, letting out a long sigh. Such blessings can indeed test one's willpower at times. Yet, Mo Huang must be made to pay for her teasing behavior. After all, he is not exactly a paragon of virtue. Chapter 152, The Wings of Eternal Night, the beginning woven from void. In the profound darkness of the TX 7-star domain, an expanse of emptiness, more expansive than the area previously designated for the Lingji arc, is delineated. This location lies far from the main asteroid belt, with a relatively stable spatial structure capable of withstanding the impending, more intense ripples of time and space. Lin Feng stands on the outer deck of the stellar crystal bridge, his gaze piercing as he fixates on the distant predetermined coordinates. Behind him are Xing Xian and Lingji, who have also joined him on the deck. A hint of dissatisfaction lingers on Xing Xian's petite face, yet it is overshadowed by curiosity and gravity toward the unknown creations. Lingji clasps her hands tightly against her chest, her amber eyes brimming with anticipation and a touch of concern as a senior. Mo Huang, report the final status. Lin Feng's voice resonates through the mental link, reaching Mo Huang's mind from afar. Commander, all preliminary preparations have been completed. The response from Mo Huang resonated, her voice no longer the languid and magnetic tone of her usual self, but transformed into a transcendent and composed timbre, as if she had become one with the endless streams of data and dimensional formulas. The synchronization rate of the core void energy circuit has reached 99.98. The foundational architecture of the 10,000 ships towards the Phoenix system has been uploaded, and the high-dimensional spatial anchor coordinates have been calibrated. The resource delivery conduits are clear, with the initial batch of 120,000 units of standard nanocomposite alloy and 300,000 units of high-purity superconducting crystals now in position. As her words echoed, the void around the initial carrier hull, which served as the seed and guiding core, began to surge with formless void energy. This time, the nature of the energy was starkly different from the gentle vitality experienced during the construction of the Lingji. It was deeper, colder, imbued with a secretive property that seemed capable of devouring light. Lin Feng took a deep breath, feeling the LV.26 void energy within him surging forth with unprecedented power, akin to a bursting river of stars, flowing into the mental link he shared with Mo Huang. This transfer of energy bore a sharp, penetrating sensation, as if it were forcibly prying open the deeper laws of the universe. Initiate the dimensional folding architecture. Phase 1. Weaving the ship's keel and core energy network. Mo Huang's voice resonated like a command in the void. In an instant, the space at the designated coordinates warped visibly. It was not the verdant life glow of the Lingji, but rather a profound, almost abyssal hue that appeared to absorb the surrounding starlight. Against this dark backdrop, specks of dark golden light flickered like stars, swiftly connecting and outlining a colossal energy skeleton in the shape of a phoenix in flight. This skeleton was not a physical entity, but was comprised of highly condensed void energy intertwined with a nascent stability of spatial folds, serving as the energy blueprint and structural support for the future vessel. The scale of this energy skeleton alone vastly surpassed that of the star sphere battleship, which stood as a reference nearby. Energy skeleton stable, spatial curvature aligns with expectations, Mo Huang reported coolly. Commence injection of physical materials to construct the foundational ship structure. The standard nanoalloy asteroids, already prepared nearby, flowed like a symphonic orchestra under unseen direction, accurately directed towards the shadowy outline of the phoenix. The moment the materials made contact with the energy skeleton, it was not a mere stacking of components, but rather, under the combined influence of the void energy and dimensional technology, they were deconstructed and reassembled by an invisible loom. Along the veins of the energy skeleton, the physical whole rapidly grew. The first to take shape was the elongated and sharp bow, with armor plates forming a phoenix head design coalescing in the void, its lines sleek and aggressively poised. At the top of the bow, two massive, yet-to-be-activated reality stabilization anchors began to take form, their inner violet energy cores flickering ominously. Next, the main hull emerged, as the dark black nanocomposite armor spread like a living entity, enveloping the energy skeleton. Dark golden phoenix patterns flowed and emerged on the surface of the armor, as if imbued with life. These patterns were not mere ornamentation. They represented the complex energy conduits and information transmission networks. The entire process was slightly faster than the construction of the Lingji, showcasing a chilling efficiency. Mo Huang's consciousness expertly harnessed this immense flow of energy and matter. Her understanding and application of multidimensional space, built upon the successful experiences of the Arc class, appeared even more refined and daring. Warning: microturbulence detected upon the connection to the third energy node on the ship's left wing. Mo Huang's voice remained steady, yet the content tightened Lin Feng's and the observing Lingji's hearts. Almost simultaneously with the warning, Lin Feng sensed a minuscule resistance during the energy output. While maintaining the infusion of void energy into Mo Huang, he diverted a thread of void energy as if he were a surgeon performing the most delicate of operations, cooperating with Mo Huang's guidance to precisely channel this energy into the anomalous node. At the same time, Mo Huang activated the reserved special spatial stabilization crystals. These crystals transformed into a glimmering light, merging into the turbulent area, using their unique physical properties to smooth the spatial folds and reinforce the dimensional connection. The anomaly was resolved within seconds, and construction continued. The star sphere watched in rapt attention and whispered to Lingji, "Hey Lingji, it seems like she's faster and fiercer than you were back then." Lingji nodded, replying softly, "Sister Mo Huang possesses a profound understanding of space, and the commander's control over energy is more precise now. However, her ship structure is more complex, especially those wings." As Lingji noted, when the construction progressed to the wings on either side of the hull, the difficulty escalated sharply. These were not simple wing structures, but rather colossal composite devices layered with intricate dimensional hangar gates and energy conduction systems. In the void, the outline of those wings could be seen slowly and steadily extending, as if countless tiny spaces were generating, folding, and connecting within. A dim glow flowed along the edges of the wing plates, and the sharp lines foretold the sheer magnitude that would be revealed upon full extension. Wing structure, dimensional expansion at 25. Energy load reaching critical point at 70. Resource consumption rate accelerating. Mo Huang's data stream continued. Lin Feng could sense that Mo Huang's consciousness was fueled by an almost burning focus, steering this creation-like project. Her will, deeply intertwined with the forming hull, which represented absolute dominion, exuded a grand momentum that seemed to gaze down upon the starry seas and command a fleet of millions. By the third day of construction, a colossal ship prototype exceeding 30 kilometers in length and nearly 80 kilometers in wingspan, had majestically suspended in the void. With a base of dark black and dark golden patterns, the violet energy flickered at critical points, and though it was not yet complete, its silent and imposing presence evoked a sense of awe and trepidation. Chapter 153. The Divine Kingdom descends, myriad ships heralding the Phoenix on the sixth day of the construction project. The void focal point of the TX-7 star domain was entirely captivated by the increasingly complete silhouette of the obsidian Black Phoenix. The tranquil core energy provided by Lin Feng acted as an inexhaustible fountain, nurturing the growth of this colossal vessel, destined to astonish the starry seas. Ata visibly rapid pace. The current focus lay upon the immense wings, capable of enveloping planetary orbits, and the most vital component within the ship's interior, the dimensional hangar system of the myriad ships heralding the Phoenix. As vast quantities of alloy and rare crystals continued to flow in, the wings on either side of the hull expanded at a breathtaking rate, becoming more robust. Layer upon layer of feather-like armor plates were meticulously constructed, their edges sharp and reflecting the distant starlight, glimmering coldly. Beneath each feathered layer lay gateways to folded spaces, with internal structures far exceeding the comprehension of conventional physics. The consciousness of the Black Phoenix was predominantly immersed in the exquisite refinement of the inner structures of these wings. She was crafting a dynamic, expandable subspace, no longer constrained by physical volume, but reliant on the profound integration of high-dimensional folding and quantum entanglement manifestation techniques. The primary dimensional anchoring point of the left wing stabilized, completing the connection to the surface hangar space's folds. Commencing the construction of the deep hangar stability matrix. Echoed the voice of the Black Phoenix in Lin Feng's mind, accompanied by a multitude of obscure dimensional equations and energy flow parameters. Lin Feng could distinctly sense that within the hull of the Black Phoenix, two vastly different yet similarly immense spaces were being developed, fortified, and interconnected. The surface hangar was designated to accommodate her original 7 types of aircraft, with a planned capacity of 1 million units. This space remained relatively stable, conforming more closely to a conventional hangar concept, yet utilized spatial compression technology, enabling it to house aircraft far exceeding physical volume. Conversely, the deep hangar represented the true embodiment of the terrifying capabilities of the myriad ships heralding the Phoenix system. It was not a fixed space, but rather a potential field based on quantum entanglement and dynamic dimensional expansion. This area would serve to house newly added strategic class vessels, including the Candle Dragon, Baifeng, Qingwan, and Zhengli, each several kilometers in length. Its theoretical carrying capacity remained nebulous, contingent upon the core computational power of the Black Phoenix. Lin Feng's tranquil core energy support and available resources. Initially, due to resource constraints, it would be configured to accommodate hundreds of strategic vessels. Its potential for expansion was unfathomable. The dimensional factory interface and hangar completed their preliminary connection as the blueprint for the Genesis weaving submodule was uploaded. This signified that in the future, not only could aircraft be deployed from this location, but also ammunition and maintenance parts required by certain aircraft could be directly woven and produced within the dimensional hangar, utilizing the interconnected system of the Lingji arc or drawing upon its own reserves, achieving near-infinite logistical sustainability. Simultaneously, the construction of other sections of the hull progressed in tandem. At the stern, 12 colossal thruster nozzles began to take shape, emitting a ghostly blue ion stream during ignition tests, resembling the resplendent tail feathers of a phoenix, steadily and powerfully adjusting the vessel's posture. The bridge, situated behind the phoenix-headed design, featured a more intricate structure. The dual command seat design was preserved and reinforced, with the panoramic observation window expanded several-fold, composed of composite armor infused with special crystals, boasting both high transparency and defensive capabilities surpassing those of a battleship's main armor. Inside, the tactical star maps and control consoles shimmered with a ghostly purple standby glow, awaiting the arrival of their master. As the 8th day concluded, the hull of the Eternal Night Starweave level had surpassed 70% completion. Its towering figure was fully realized, extending 120 kilometers in length with a wingspan of 300 kilometers, resembling a black continent suspended in the cosmos, casting a shadow sufficient to plunge a small planet into twilight. The obsidian-colored coating seemed to absorb all light, with only the dark golden phoenix patterns and ghostly purple energy nodes flickering in the darkness, hinting at the destructive power contained within. On the 10th day, the final push and system integration commenced. All construction energies began to converge inward, activating every system within the hull, completing the final touches. The immortal root biological crystal composite shield generator came online, an invisible force field enveloping the vessel like the plumage of a phoenix. The self-repair matrix of the MOU nanocomposite armor activated, and the optical camouflage adaptive system underwent its first test, allowing the hull to blend almost perfectly into the backdrop of the starry sky amidst a swirl of light and shadow. The primary energy core, the heart of the Dark Phoenix, ignited successfully, flooding every energy circuit with immense power, the dark golden patterns glowing brilliantly, while ghostly purple energy pulsed like a heartbeat. The core of the myriad ships heralding the Phoenix system came online, and the consciousness of the Black Phoenix, akin to a sovereign queen, fully encompassed this realm that belonged to her, housing 2 million subjects within her fleet. The Phoenix Ming Tian Network Command System, the MOU Realm Stealth Field, and the global strike protocols were activated one by one, undergoing self-checks. As the final energy circuit connected and the last armor plate fitted seamlessly, all luminescence abruptly receded. In the void, the colossal vessel adorned with obsidian phoenix patterns fell into complete silence. It no longer emitted energy, nor did it distort space, simply floating there, akin to an ancient deity that had existed in this starry sky since time immemorial, majestic, profound, and inscrutable, evoking an instinctive sense of awe. Success was achieved. The Black Phoenix-class Eternal Night Star Weave had officially descended. The figure of the Black Phoenix appeared on the broad, plane-like flight deck at the bow, donned in her deep purple command uniform, her long black hair gently swaying in the faint starry winds generated by the vessel's energy field. She opened her eyes, and within her deep purple gaze flowed the cycles of an entire galaxy's birth and demise. She lifted her head, gazing towards the direction of the star Xian, a breathtaking smile gracing her lips, the smile of a victor and a sovereign. "Commander," her voice resonated through the mental bond, regaining its languid yet magnetic tone. "Now infused with an undeniable authority and power, your Eternal Night Star Weave is prepared. From this moment forth, every domain your gaze encompasses shall be enveloped by my fleet. 1,000,000 valiant troops shall heed your command." Lin Feng beheld the fully realized, unimaginably colossal vessel, his heart swelling with pride. Through the mental link, he could feel the vast consciousness of the Black Phoenix, as profound as the universe itself, alongside the expansive space within the dimensional hangar capable of housing aircraft that could eclipse stars. He laughed heartily. "Excellent. Black Phoenix, welcome back." Star Xian gazed at the fully formed aircraft carrier, pausing for a moment before gently turning her head away, mumbling to herself in a tone only she could hear. "Just wait. Once my crimson lotus star radiance emerges, it will surely outshine you." Lingji clapped her hands joyously, her eyes brimming with anticipation. "Wonderful. Sister Black Phoenix has become so powerful. Our fleet will be even stronger." Chapter 154. The Blueprint of the Crimson Lotus Star Radiance and the Ripples of Upgrades in the Void of the TX Star Domain. The invisible pressure from the arrival of the Black Phoenix-class Eternal Night Star Weave lingered. The obsidian phoenix-patterned giant vessel floated serenely near the Lingji Arc, one symbolizing an inexorable force of destruction, the other representing an unending source of life, together forming the most solid foundation of Lin Feng's fleet at this moment. On the third day following the manifestation of the Black Phoenix, Lin Feng felt a surge of tranquil core energy within him, as though reaching a new critical threshold. The high-intensity energy output and precise control he had previously exerted while assisting the Black Phoenix in large-scale manifestation felt like a series of tempering processes. Coupled with the recent broadening of his mindset and the confidence stemming from the fleet's exponential growth, everything fell into place seamlessly. There were no earth-shattering phenomena. Only during a routine operation of the tranquil core energy circulation did he sense a subtle barrier quietly shattering. The ocean of energy within him expanded more profoundly. His mental acuity sharpened, and the psychic link with the 3 ship girls became increasingly clear and stable. Ding! Host level elevated to LV-27. Tranquil core energy output, 48. Mental capacity, 32. Energy recovery rate, 25. Stability and bandwidth of the psychic link enhanced. The system notification flashed succinctly. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, feeling the burgeoning power within him, a faint smile gracing his lips. The rise in level was anticipated, especially after undergoing such an intense Genesis-level project. This minor advancement seemed somewhat trivial in light of the fleet's overall surge in strength. It signified his enhanced capacity to support this ever-expanding armada. He shared the news with the 3 ship girls. "Congratulations, Commander." Lingji was the first to respond, her voice soft and sweet, her face radiating genuine joy, as if the upgrade were her own. LV-27 already. Mo Huang's voice came through the psychic link, laced with a hint of languid amusement. It seems the commander has been diligently working for us without a moment's rest. This newfound strength would be just right for better commanding us, wouldn't it? Her words retained their characteristic teasing tone, yet beneath the languor lay undeniable concern and affirmation. Xing Xian's reaction was more direct. At that moment, she was engrossed in the tactical simulation chamber of the Xing Xian ship, battling with holographic targets and hypothetical foes. Upon hearing of Lin Feng's upgrade, she paused, shattering a complex moving target with the simulated secondary cannon. Oof, just LV-27. Commander, you need to step up. Otherwise, how will you support our more powerful hulls in the future? Although her tone remained awkward, the slight pause and the faint blush on her ears betrayed her inner concern and anticipation. The elevation in level was merely a brief interlude. The fleet's current core mission revolved around the not-yet finalized Honglian Xinhuang-class design for Xing Xian, as well as the preparation of vast resources for it. Within the Lingji R-class ship, the Stardust Forge rumbled tirelessly day and night. The enhanced Ant-2 type mining drones traversed neighboring star domains with greater efficiency, devouring, disassembling, and transforming asteroid-rich in minerals into standard nanocomposite alloy ingots. At the Forge's exit, streams of molten alloy cascaded like a golden waterfall, swiftly cooled and shaped, then transported by the internal system to the expansive storage area for stacking. Mo Huang temporarily set aside her grand plan to materialize 2 million carrier aircraft for herself, understanding that it was a long-term project requiring years of sustained investment. The current priority was to concentrate all resources to ensure that the Honglian Xinhuang class would be birthed in the most flawless manner. She merely increased the deployment of specialized mining drones to further enhance the coverage and efficiency of resource collection. At this moment, within the R-class ship's central ecological garden, akin to a small city, a small informal meeting was underway. Lin Feng sat benet an alien vine radiatins a jin le juve, while Mo Huang lounged lazily on a cushion beside him, and Lingji brought forth freshly brewed fruit tea with a focus-enhancing effect. Xing Xian's holographic projection appeared nearby, her small face wearing an unusual seriousness. Resource reserve status, and Mo Huang's fingertips glided through the void, summoning the data panel. Current standard nanocomposite alloy stock, 690,000 units. According to the latest design draft submitted by Sister Xing Xian, which optimized the main cannon's energy circuit, the foundational construction of the Honglian Xinhuang class will require at least 120 to 150,000 units. This does not account for subsequent weapon systems, shields, armor enhancements, or any special blueprint components you might exchange from the system. Xing Xian's projection pouted. Isn't it all in pursuit of perfection? The caliber of the main cannon and the energy-focusing ring cannot be diminished. Otherwise, how could it live up to the name of my new class, the Chai Xing? Lin Feng nodded in understanding. He turned to Lingji. Can the Forge's production capacity be optimized further? Lingji nodded earnestly. I am adjusting part of the computational power of the omniversal weaving system to assist in optimizing the energy field distribution of the Forge. We expect to enhance daily efficiency by about 3%. Moreover, Sister Mo Huang's newly deployed mining drone cluster has covered 3 new high-density mining areas. So we anticipate a noticeable increase in resource intake starting next month. In other words, it will still take 1.5 to 2 months at the earliest to meet the minimum requirements for the construction of the Xing Xian hull, Lin Feng summarized. Theoretically, yes. Mo Huang interjected, casting a glance at Xing Xian's projection. Of course, this also depends on our little Xing Xian. Her final design blueprint might introduce new resource-intensive ideas. Oomph. As if you know, Xing Xian's projection huffed, shaking her small fist. My design will undoubtedly be the optimal solution. By the way, don't just focus on mining. Have you finished the simulation test results for the singularity-deflecting shield core unit that my new hull requires? Mo Huang elegantly lifted her teacup. Taking a sip, preliminary simulations indicate that the energy conduction efficiency has improved by 7.4% compared to your initial design. But stability still requires further tuning. Rest assured, before the resources are in place, I will resolve any theoretical issues. Watching the 2 ship girls engage in their habitual sparring, Lin Feng and Lingji exchanged smiles. This vibrant atmosphere of competition was one of the driving forces propelling the fleet forward. Lin Feng rose and approached the edge of the ecological garden, gazing through the enormous observation window at the 2 colossal ships in the void outside. 1.5 months should suffice. He turned, his gaze sweeping over the 3 ship girls, Xing Xian, Use this time to refine every detail and conduct simulation tests. I desire a flawless ultimate battleship. Mo Huang, Lingji, the preparation of resources and theoretical support will be entrusted to you. He paused. When the new hull of Xingxian is completed, it will mark the end of our dormancy here and our return to the Milky Way. Upon his declaration, silence enveloped the bridge, ecological garden, for a moment. Returning to the Milky Way meant facing both known and unknown adversaries, complex situations, and settling past grievances. Xingxian's projection ignited with fervent battle intent, and Mo Huang's lips curled into a dangerous arc, and Lingji instinctively clenched her small fists, her gaze remarkably resolute. Yes, Commander. The three voices resonated in unison, each with a distinct tone. As the brief meeting concluded, Xingxian's projection vanished, presumably retreating to her simulation chamber to tackle technical challenges. Mo Huang stretched languidly, her figure graceful. Well, I should go keep an eye on those mining drones and help our little sister optimize her shield model. She threw a flirtatious glance at Lin Feng before swaying away. The ecological garden now held only Lin Feng and Lingji. Soft, simulated sunlight poured through the dome, mingling with the fresh scent of plants. Commander, Lingji spoke gently, offering a new cup of fruit tea. You've been working too hard lately. She tilted her face up, her amber eyes filled with concern. Would you like me to give you a massage, just like before? Seeing the gentle and considerate maintenance ship girl before him, warmth surged within Lin Feng. He accepted the teacup, gently squeezing her small hand. Sure, I would appreciate that, Lingji. In the ecological garden, suffused with the faint aroma of fruit and the freshness of plants, Lin Feng momentarily relaxed, savoring this rare tranquility and warmth before the impending storm. Today, I spent the entire day sketching designs for the Stellar Jewel, a colossal enhancement class, which is why this update is so late. I apologize for the delay. Chapter 155. The warmth at my fingertips and the whispers of the Starry see the mycelium arc-level fruit ecological garden appear to exist in serene isolation, detached from the tense resource preparations and cutting-edge technological simulations of the outside world. The simulated sunlight system gradually transitioned to a twilight mode, casting a warm orange glow that gilded the exotic flowers and plants within the garden with a soft, golden hue. The air was imbued with a calming scent of flora and earthy soil. Lin Feng reclined on a chair woven from vines, his eyes closed in repose. Behind him, the Lingji duck sat on the soft grass, her small hands gently pressing against his temples. Her fingertips emanated a soothing, gentle energy, applying just the right amount of pressure, akin to the most precise instrument, alleviating the fatigue accumulated from prolonged high-intensity energy output and mental focus. A unique, faintly milky fragrance lingered in the air, more comforting than any invigorating elixir. Commander, it seems the meridians here are a bit tense, Lingji whispered softly, her fingers applying slightly more pressure as she carefully kneaded the muscles, recalling the previous occasion when she assisted sister Mo Huang in constructing the hull, where the energy output had been rather excessive. A little, Lin Feng replied, relaxing as he felt the delicate energy flow like a warm current, smoothing out his somewhat sluggish energy circulation. Lingji's aptitude for repairs extended beyond the hull. She possessed a remarkable intuition and effectiveness in nurturing living beings. At that moment, a breeze carrying a hint of sweet fruit fragrance swept through, and the figure of the Stellar Jewel appeared at the entrance of the ecological garden. She seemed to have just concluded a high-intensity simulation test. Her golden twin tails were slightly disheveled, beads of sweat glistened on her fair forehead. Yet her ice-blue eyes sparkled with excitement and contemplation. Commander, I've just thought of, she began, but upon witnessing Lingji massaging Lin Feng, her footsteps halted abruptly, her lips instinctively pouting. The thought of how to optimize the main cannon's recoil compensation system caught in her throat. It was akin to a little girl discovering a new pose while playing on her phone and wanting to practice it with her beloved hero, only to find him engaged in an intense battle with a doll she had gifted him. Lin Feng opened his eyes and saw the expression on Stellar Jewel's face. Caught between wanting to enter yet feeling shy, her visage painted with a mixture of desire and feigned indifference, prompting a chuckle from him. He beckoned her. Stellar Jewel? You've come at the perfect time. As the test concluded, Stellar Jewel hesitantly approached, her gaze evasively drifting away from Lin Feng, enjoying his massage, mumbling, it's temporarily concluded. The recoil compensation, let us discuss it later. Her eyes involuntarily flickered towards Lingji's deft hands, noticing Stellar Jewel's gaze. Lingji's cheeks flushed slightly, her movements slowing as she glanced at Lin Feng with a hint of uncertainty. Lin Feng understood her unspoken thoughts and smiled at Stellar Jewel. Tired from standing? Come sit here. He patted the empty space beside him on the vine chair, spacious enough to accommodate two. Stellar Jewel's cheeks flushed instantly, resembling a startled rabbit, and she waved her hands. No, it's fine. I can stand. I'm here to report my progress. She attempted to maintain the dignity of a mature battleship, but her flushed ears and sparkling eyes betrayed her. There's no rush for the report at this moment. Lin Feng chuckled, gently pulling her closer. Stellar Jewel offered a token resistance before half-heartedly settling beside him, her body rigid as if carved from wood. Her small hands nervously tugging at her golden hair tips. Lingji, observing Stellar Jewel's demeanor, couldn't he help but stifle a giggle, empathetically suggesting, Commander, Sister Stellar Jewel just finished her test and must be exhausted. Why don't I help massage her too? As she spoke, she made to rise. Who needs a massage? Stellar Jewel nearly leaped up as if her tail had been stepped on, her voice pitched high. I'm not tired. I'm as energetic as can be. She certainly did not wish to be seen as a child needing care, especially not by Lingji. Lin Feng found Stellar Jewel's flustered reaction amusing and teased her. Oh, really not tired? Then who came in all sweaty just now? Because the simulation chamber was too hot. Stellar Jewel retorted, her neck straining in defiance, though her gaze betrayed her guilt as it darted away. At that moment, a delicate scent of violet wafted through the air. Mo Huang's languid voice chimed in. It seems quite lively here. Unbeknownst to them, she had arrived at the ecological garden, leaning against the entrance column, observing the scene of Lin Feng and Stellar Jewel sitting side by side, along with the flustered Lingji standing nearby. Seems I've arrived at an opportune moment. Mo Huang's violet eyes danced between the three, ultimately resting on Stellar Jewel's flushed face, her tone laced with teasing. Upon seeing Mo Huang, Stellar Jewel felt as though she had found a target to redirect her ire and glared. You wicked woman. What are you doing here? Have you finished mining? Is my shield unit simulation ready? Mo Huang remained unperturbed, gracefully approaching and naturally seating herself beside Lin Feng, nearly pressing against him. She disregarded Stellar Jewel's inquiries and softly addressed Lin Feng. Commander, resource collection is proceeding smoothly. At the current pace, the estimated resources required by Sister Stellar Jewel will be available in 47 days. As for the shield unit, she cast a sidelong glance at Stellar Jewel. The theoretical validation has been completed, and we are currently generating the final manufacturing blueprint. Having concluded her report, she shifted her focus back to Lin Feng, leaning closer, almost resting half her weight against him, her voice dripping with magnetic allure. However, having gazed at those cold data streams all day, I'm quite fatigued too, Commander. Should you offer me some form of recompense? With that, she mimicked Lingji's actions, extending her delicate hand to gently press against Lin Feng's opposite shoulder. Her technique, unlike Lingji's gentle nurturing, carried a unique rhythm that seemed to stir the heartstrings, causing Lin Feng's body to tense involuntarily. In that moment, Lin Feng found himself flanked by two strikingly different presences. On his left, the anxious and stiff Stellar Jewel, discreetly stealing glances at the golden-haired girl, and on his right, the passionate and nearly enveloping Mo Huang, alongside a gentle and somewhat shy green-haired girl standing nearby. The air was thick with the mingling aromas of sweet fruit, enticing violet, and refreshing milk, wrapping around Lin Feng's senses. The warmth emanating from both sides seeped through his clothing, igniting a rush of blood to his cheeks. Stellar Jewel, witnessing Mo Huang's shameless behavior in front of so many, felt her cheeks swell with indignation, wanting to retort, but ultimately swallowing her words. She could only huff in annoyance, turning her head away, though her small hand gripping Lin Feng's clothing tightened subtly. Lingji, observing the silent rivalry between the two ship girls beside Lin Feng, seemingly recalled something, her cheeks flushing as she murmured, Commander, Sister Mo Huang, Sister Stellar Jewel, I'll go check the furnace operation data. With that, she dashed away like a startled rabbit, her face aglow. Lin Feng, feeling the unspoken tension between the two ship girls on either side and recalling Lingji's meaningful glance before her departure, couldn't he help but smile wryly. He gently patted Stellar Jewel's small hand to reassure her, while subtly adjusting his posture to alleviate the pressure. All right, you two. Lin Feng's voice carried a hint of exasperation, yet was infused with fondness. Stellar Jewel, I expect you to elaborate on your optimization proposal later. Montak Feng, when the blueprint for the shield unit is generated, please ensure I receive it at the earliest opportunity. He paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the two ship girls beside him, each strikingly beautiful in their own right, yet equally captivating. His tone softened, imbued with a gentle yet resolute determination. I understand that everyone is striving for our fleet for the future. The day we return to the galaxy is not far off. What we need is unity. Once the construction of Xingchuan is complete, we shall confront all that lies ahead with renewed vigor. His words brought a serene silence to both Xingchuan and Mo Huang. Slowly, Xingchuan released her grip on Lin Feng's coat, softly acknowledging with a quiet hum. Mo Huang, too, abandoned her languid demeanor, sitting upright, a flicker of seriousness shining in her violet eyes. Do not worry, Commander, Mo Huang spoke softly. I understand, Xingchuan murmured in response. The ecological garden fell back into tranquility, with only the simulated sunset stretching the shadows of the three as though they were intertwined. The distant starry sea silently observed through the observation window, as if whispering that a storm was gathering in the distance, and this ark, bearing hope and strength, was about to embark on an extraordinary journey toward its destined return. Chapter 156. The Void Forged Spear, Foundation of Starfall in the Void of the TX 7-star region. Having witnessed the vibrant life of the Lingji Arc class and the shadowy expanse of the Mo Huang Eternal Night class, the energy tides surged once more. This time, the nature of the energy was starkly different. It leaned towards absolute condensation, extreme compression, radiating a brilliance that seemed poised to pierce through all existence, silencing the stars. Lin Feng stood at the edge of the vast deck of the Lingji Arc, flanked by Mo Huang and Lingji. Their eyes were collectively fixed upon a designated area, deliberately cleared and reinforced through the collaboration of the Arc class and Mo Huang. Xingchuan's petite form hovered at the very center of that void. The contrast between her diminutive figure and the colossal entity soon to be constructed was nearly absurd, yet her luxurious golden twin tails, cascading down to her ankles, swayed as if caught in an invisible breeze, while her glacial blue eyes burned with an unprecedented focus and resolve. Commander, Xingchuan's voice resonated through their psychic link, unusually devoid of her usual teasing arrogance, replaced by sincere solemnity. The final blueprint for the Xingchuan class has been uploaded, with a simulation test success rate of 99.97. I request to initiate the materialization procedure. Lin Feng could sense the sharpness and anticipation within her consciousness, akin to a divine sword poised to be unsheathed. He took a deep breath, the LV-27 void core chi within him surging forth with unparalleled precision. Resources confirmed, Lin Feng stated firmly. Beside him, Lingji promptly brought up a holographic interface. 1,880,000 units of standard nanocomposite alloy are in position. 920,000 units of high-purity superconducting crystals are ready. 2 units of special spatial stabilizing metal star core forged steel are available, and the singularity deflection shield core unit has been delivered by Sister Mo Huang and is pre-activated. All resource lists have been verified in pursuit of the material needs for Xingchuan's hull. Lin Feng had not hesitated to expend a significant amount of points to procure 2 units of star core forged steel and 3 conversion systems for dark energy anti-gravity control, which were relatively affordable at under 600,000 points. Mo Huang added, the surrounding star sectors have been secured with a 3-tiered alert network, and the spatial stabilizing anchors are operating at full capacity, ensuring the construction process remains undisturbed. Commander, we are ready to begin. Lin Feng nodded, his gaze fixed on Xingchuan in the distance. Xingchuan, authorized materialization. Gumos. The moment the command was issued, Xingchuan's petite frame erupted with an unimaginable surge of energy. Her hands came together before her chest, and the immense void core, chi, surged from Lin Feng, transformed through her into countless dark, red energy threads that pierced into the void. The construction had begun. Unlike the gentle growth of Lingji or the profound weaving of Mo Huang, Xingchuan's construction process was imbued with a mechanical solemnity and an overwhelming sense of pressure. The first to take shape was the gigantic Axis cannon base, exceeding 1/3 the length of the hull. In the void, multi-layered hexagonal armor plates, intricately inscribed with the future's molten gold veins, congealed and combined as if manifesting from mechanical cult's altar. The cannon base was colossal, and merely its preliminary outline radiated a mass disturbance that caused the original hull of the Xingchuan, nearby as new material, to tremble slightly. Main cannon base, spatial structure anchoring complete, Xingchuan's voice remained calm as ice, commencing the construction of the Starfall Obliteration, Spear's energy, focusing, and launching matrix. Countless dark red energy streams traced intricate circuits within the cannon base, embodying the principles that could compress destructive energy to its utmost, refining it into a singularity. Lin Feng observed, supported by the theoretical foundation of the system's singularity control and graviton beam application. Multiple nested energy fields were forming within the cannon barrel, designed not for acceleration, but for separation and condensation, stripping away the fundamental structure of matter to condense energy into a ray nearly pure in concept of annihilation. Simultaneously, other parts of the hull were being constructed in tandem. The elongated, blade-like skeletal structure of the ship extended backward from the cannon base, its sharp angles exuding a sense of power. Most striking were the two enormous sky dance rings located in the midsection of the hull. These rings were not entirely solid. Their interiors were filled with dense vector nozzles and spatial disturbance generators, connecting to the main hull through a contactless force field, serving as the core for the entire vessel's anti-inertia maneuvers. The surface of the hull began to reveal feather secondary vector nozzles, resembling embedded jewels, scattered across the ship's spine and belly, most densely clustered around the main cannon base, pulsating with a rhythmic deep red glow. At the stern, 4 sets of X-shaped luminous thrusters had taken preliminary form, their nozzles aglow with a ghostly crimson light, heralding the torrents of dark red energy that would erupt when they operated at full power. Main structural completion at 35, Skydance ring posture control array online for testing. Xingxuan reported on progress. Suddenly, while constructing the main cannon's internal energy circuit, an exceedingly minute resonance deviation was detected by Mo Huang's monitoring system. Warning. Phase deviation 0001 detected in the void core chi flow at the main cannon's tertiary, focusing ring interface. Montak Fang promptly alerted. Almost as soon as she spoke, Xingxuan reacted. Her consciousness was akin to the most precise of files, guiding a highly condensed flow of void core chi to deftly traverse the deviation node, while simultaneously utilizing the reserved trace amounts of star core forged steel to reconstruct the energy conduction properties of the circuit interface at the microscopic level. The deviation was corrected in an instant, the entire process occurring with astonishing speed. Lin Feng silently praised her. Xingxuan's understanding and control over her own hull, particularly the weapon systems, had reached an exquisite level. The construction proceeded with tension, yet in an orderly fashion. The dark red hull spread gradually through the void, its deep crimson coating seemingly absorbing light, rendering the massive ship an unsettling silence beneath the starry veil. Only those yet to be fully illuminated molten gold vein energy circuits outlined its fearsome and majestic silhouette in the darkness. Nearly 10 days passed, and a dark red giant ship, measuring 288 kilometers in length, 72 kilometers in width, and 40 kilometers in height, had taken shape. It floated there silently, even unactivated, its shape, dominated by the massive cannon, exuded an overwhelming sense of penetration and annihilation. Xingxuan's petite and adorable figure now stood at the edge of that deep, void-like cannon mouth, her golden hair billowing in the gentle energy breeze emitted by the hull. She glanced back towards Lin Feng, her glacial blue eyes sparkling with uncontainable excitement and pride. Commander, the construction of the Xingxuan-class hull is complete. The core systems have initially integrated. I request to proceed with final activation and system online procedures. Lin Feng gazed at the ultimate battleship that embodied Xingxuan's dedication, the fleet's resources, and the hopes of the future. He took a deep breath and responded with unwavering resolve. Approved. Xingxuan, activate your new hull. Chapter 157. The Silence of Star Decimation. The Dance of the Divine Realm with Lin Feng's approval. The final surge of energy cascaded like rivers converging into the sea, flowing towards the dark crimson behemoth of the Judgment-class vessel. In an instant, the once indistinct outlines of molten gold veins on the body of the Star Gem-class ship illuminated brilliantly. It was as if a colossal energy circuit, delineated by molten gold, surged and coursed across the dusky crimson foundation of the vessel, akin to the destructive blood flowing through its core, or like countless golden lightning patterns, bestowing this dormant giant with an untamed vitality. The shield generator, the thruster nozzles, and especially the gargantuan central cannon occupying the ship's bow radiated an ominous, hellish red light, dark yet searing, as if emanating from the very gaze of the abyss. Activate the Red Lotus Judgment force field. The melodious voice of Star Gem resonated simultaneously in the void and within Lin Feng's mind. The entire vessel became enveloped in a slowly rotating, lotus bud-shaped force field composed of dark red energy, with molten gold patterns visibly flowing along the petals of the field. The moment the force field emerged, The surrounding space experienced a subtle sensation of inward collapse, as if its mass was immense enough to slightly affect the local spacetime. Absolute resistance confirmed. Energy conversion module online. Law deviation characteristics fully loaded. Stargem swiftly reported the shield data. The design philosophy of this shield was to remain impenetrable until the energy was depleted, capable of converting a portion of the absorbed attack energy into missiles and kinetic projectile production lines within the ship, achieving a degree of increasing strength with each strike. Immortal Stardust composite armor, self-healing matrix activated. The outer layer of the vessel, composed of the dark red special nanoceramics, responded simultaneously with the inner self-healing metallic matrix. As nanorobot swarms entered standby mode under the infusion of silent core energy, ensuring reconstruction and regeneration at a rate of 2 per second upon sustaining damage. Star Dance Dimensional Vector Propulsion System, all arrays online. The circles of air dance on both sides of the ship's midsection emitted a deep hum. As the vector nozzles and spatial disturbance generators within the rings lit up, the secondary nozzles, feathers of light, scattered throughout the vessel glowed with a deep red breathing light. As if the colossal ship had opened countless compound eyes. This system granted the nearly 300-kilometer-long giant vessel a terrifying agility that belied its size. Finally, the focal point of all gazes, the Spear of Star Decimation main cannon system, the final circuit completed, entering launch status. The cannon at the bow, boasting a staggering caliber of 188 kilometers, became even darker within, as if light itself could not escape. The light of the molten gold veins on the multi-layered hexagonal armor blocks of the cannon converged towards the mouth of the cannon, emanating a soul-chilling low-frequency spatial hum. Commander, all systems activated. The Stargem class is ready. Stargem's voice carried a palpable excitement and a hint of tremor. Lin Feng suppressed the shock within him and commanded. Select target coordinates, K-17, the abandoned asteroid, approximately 800 kilometers in diameter, and conduct a main cannon test fire, continuously locking onto the target, Spear of Star Decimation. Charging initiated. Stargem's voice turned solemn. As she spoke, the lights within the bridge dimmed slightly, and the primary energy readings began to soar. The colossal molten gold veins on the vessel's hull ignited in deep red, starting from the stern and racing toward the bow's main cannon. The space before the cannon began to distort violently, light collapsing inward, forming a brief visual black domain, as if even light could not escape. A low-frequency hum, akin to the very fabric of space being forcibly stretched and compressed, resonated in the void, and even through the shield, Lin Feng could vaguely sense the heart-stirring waves. There were no dazzling light bursts, no deafening roars. The charging process was silent and oppressive. Charging at 909-5100. Stargem reported. Fire. Lin Feng commanded in a deep voice. In an instant, an extremely condensed, nearly invisible dark red spiral energy beam erupted silently from the black domain of the cannon. It was so dim that against the backdrop of the starry sky, it appeared almost as a distorted dashed line, yet its speed surpassed conventional light, as if it directly penetrated space. Where the beam passed, there was no explosion. Instead, it left behind a fleeting path of pure black where space had been erased, with scattered dust and small fragments of celestial bodies disappearing in an instant. Almost simultaneously with the launch, the Stardance system activated fully. The feathers of light at the bow and the main thrusters at the stern erupted in reverse, working in conjunction with the circles of air dance for spatial anchoring, nearly completely countering the terrifying recoil that could have torn ordinary starships apart. The entire gigantic vessel merely shifted backward less than 100 meters before coming to a steady halt, achieving the true essence of firing one shot and changing position. Initially, the surface of the asteroid merely bore an absolutely smooth, circular molten hole approximately 18 kilometers in diameter, piercing straight through to its core, as if it had been punctured by the most precise of instruments. There were no fragments flying, no explosive flames, only a terrifying silence. Moments later. As if a delayed judgment had arrived, the interior of the pierced asteroid, with the edges of the hole retaining accumulated energy that could not be released, triggered a structural chain collapse. The entire asteroid collapsed silently, yet exceedingly rapidly from the inside, disintegrating into a spreading, scorching, and thin cloud of stardust, ultimately vanishing into the cosmic backdrop. Throughout the entire process, there was no sound whatsoever. Of course, in space, sound has no medium of transmission, only that fleeting black scar in space, and the ultimately obliterated stardust bore witness to the terrifying power contained within that strike. capable of extinguishing stars. Power confirmed. Penetration effect on the star meets design expectations. Star Gem's voice carried a trace of satisfaction, as if fulfilling a final mission. Breaking the silence in the communication channel, Lin Feng exhaled deeply, realizing that his back was soaked with cold sweat unbeknownst to him. This was the pinnacle of the Judgment class's lethal capability, a penetration that disregarded defenses, with destruction revealed only in delay. This was no mere weapon. It was an embodiment of near law. Remarkable, Lingji exclaimed, covering her mouth, her amber eyes filled with astonishment. Mo Huang's purple eyes sparkled with admiration as she softly praised, condensing destruction into a single line, silently delivering the end upon the small star. Your name, Judgment Star, is truly deserving. Star Gem proudly lifted her little head, unable to conceal her pride and blush, yet she habitually replied, "Humph. This is merely basic operation. Against such an asteroid, there was no need to exert full strength." Lin Feng, aboard Mo Huang's fighter, entered the expansive bridge of the Judgment-class vessel, spacious enough for racing horses and cars. Star Gem had already returned to the bridge, landing before him. "Well done, Star Gem," Lin Feng sincerely said, gently brushing his fingers through her soft, smooth golden hair. "You have exceeded all our expectations. This Judgment-class ship is one of the most powerful gifts you have bestowed upon our fleet." Feeling Lin Feng's recognition and affection, Star Gem could no longer maintain her composure. Her little face flushed crimson, lowering her head, nervously twisting the corner of her clothes, her voice barely above a whisper. I wasn't that great. Mainly, it was the resources and theoretical support provided by the commander." Seeing her rare display of shyness, which was seldom witnessed aside from sleeping together, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle, gently pulling her into his embrace. Star Gem relaxed, burying her small face in Lin Feng's chest, greedily inhaling the reassuring scent of him. After a moment, Star Gem finally raised her head, though the blush had not faded. Her gaze regained its former sharpness. "Commander, the main cannon test is complete. Next, shall we test the maneuverability of the Star Dance system and the practical exercises for the Red Lotus Guard secondary cannon array and the furnace closed defense system?" Lin Feng nodded, his eyes igniting with fighting spirit. "Of course. Let me witness firsthand how this Judgment Temple performs the dance of death." Star Gem confidently lifted her chin. "I will not disappoint you. The Eye of Judgment has activated its locking mode, and the Crimson Dance Tactical Maneuvering Library is loaded to demonstrate the inescapable fate and unstoppable end." The dark red Leviathan once again emits a deep, resonant hum as the ring of sky dance begins to rotate slowly, its feather nozzles flickering erratically. This colossal ship, which has just revealed the silence of annihilation, now resembles a colossal beast awakened from the starry void, poised to exhibit a despairing grace that belies its immense bulk. The final piece of the fleet's puzzle is now in place. The returning blade has been forged, sharp and gleaming. Chapter 158. The night before the return home. The convergence of steel and life, the Star Crystal-class ship, the Star of Judgment, has successfully passed its trial. Akin to a decisive stone cast upon the tranquil surface of a lake, sending ripples throughout the entire Trisolaran Alpha system. Lin Feng understands that the brief yet effective period of dormancy has concluded. The moment to return to the galactic battlefield has arrived. Orders emanate from the bridge of the Lingji Arc-class vessel, clear and resolute. All forces assemble and prepare supplies, with the objective of returning to the Milky Way, targeting Commander Carlos of the Black Star and the swarm of insectoids. In an instant, the previously tranquil TX 7-star region and the surrounding Calypdus system, the homeworld of the amphibious warriors, transform into a highly efficient war machine hub. The first to spring into action is the Mo Phoenix Eternal Night Star Veil-class ship. This vessel, adorned with dark black phoenix patterns, reigns like a sovereign in the night, with its vast Wanjian Chaowang system operating at full power. Hundreds of thousands of Ant-2-type mining transport craft, akin to returning worker bees, gather the last batch of high-purity ores and rare crystals from resource points scattered across the surrounding star regions, forming a continuous torrent of metal and energy directed into the insatiable stardust furnace of the Lingji Arc-class. The Mo Phoenix, stationed at the bridge, coordinates everything with elegance and precision, her deep violet eyes flashing with streams of data, ensuring that resource replenishment reaches its zenith at the last moment. "Commander, the remaining high-energy crystals from the GX-03 resource planet have been completely exhausted. The Stardust Furnace is operating at full speed and is expected to augment our reserves by an additional 50,000 standard alloy units before departure." Mo Phoenix's voice resonates through the mental link, imbued with a sense of lazy satisfaction at completing the task. Furthermore, the preliminary reconnaissance network of the Bai Feng-class electronic warfare mothership has been deployed to the outskirts of the system, ensuring the security of our assembly process. Well done. MO Phoenix, Lin Feng commends, sensing her calm mastery over the situation. Meanwhile, the Star of Judgment, this newly birthed dark red Leviathan, reaches the Calypdus planetary orbit with the swiftest cruising speed of 0. For see among the 3 vessels, the 3 colossal ships cast their shadows one after another, akin to the gaze of deities, enveloping the once boisterous, now utterly subdued oceanic realm of the amphibious warriors. All right, it is time to gather our belongings. Lin Feng declares from within the majestic yet refined bridge of the Star of Judgment, addressing Xingxian. Take everything of value with us. The land forces, laboratories, Titan amphibians, and those aristocrats of the Gilborn, not leaving a single one behind. Understood? Xingxian nods vigorously, her small face reflecting utmost seriousness. She contacts Lieutenant Vasilyevic, who has been on standby on the planetary surface. Lieutenant, the commander's orders. Ice Wolf, Iron Shield, and Broken Blade units. Proceed with the designated evacuation sequence and board the ship. All experimental equipment, data, and the core samples from the number 1 biological foundry must be transferred to the designated chambers of the MO Phoenix. The number 1 and subsequent Titan units are to enter the Titan confinement bay of the Fierce-class landing ship. Xingxian's voice, transmitted through the communicator, carries an air of authority that belies her petite stature. Received, Miss Xingxian. Vasily's rugged and resolute voice responds immediately. Stardust Warriors. We guarantee the completion of the mission. On the planetary surface, a massive evacuation operation unfolds in an orderly fashion. Soldiers clad in Iron Shield power armor form a perimeter, protecting the engineering teams as they dismantle and package precious experimental instruments and data cores. The imposing Broken Blade Titan mechs march heavily, escorting the transport convoy as they carry low-temperature containers encapsulating biological samples toward the awaiting landing craft. Most striking of all are the Titan amphibians, including the newly recovered 0 unit from the Gata Alpha planet. These biological weapons, named Titan amphibians with their immense physiques, slowly and obediently enter the maw-like doors of the Fierce-class planetary landing vessel, subsequently being directed into the specially designed Titan confinement bay. Energy fields and physical barriers securely seal them, ensuring these formidable war beasts remain under absolute control when not on mission. As for the former ruling class of Gilborn aristocrats, they are herded like cattle, driven into the designated isolation area within the deep hangar of the MO Phoenix. Their fates are already sealed, destined to become fodder for future biological experiments, with no one caring for their cries of anguish and fear. At the main assembly point on the planetary surface of the amphibious warriors' homeworld, the Stardust Warriors under Lieutenant Vasilyevic, including the Ice Wolf Power Armor Brigade, Iron Shield Main Battle Mech Regiment, and Broken Blade Titan Mech Squad, are executing the boarding orders in an organized manner. When they gaze up at the starry sky, or peer through the transport ship's windows at the 3 towering Leviathans in orbit, even these seasoned warriors, with wills forged like steel, cannot help but be struck by a profound sense of awe and an indescribable disorientation. Is this still the fleet they remember? Over 4 months ago, they vanished with Major Lin Feng aboard the conventional Lingji repair ship, the MO Phoenix carrier, and the Starry battleship. Although the ship girls under Major Lin Feng had already exhibited extraordinary potential at that time, their sizes remained within their comprehension. Yet now, in orbit, the Lingji has transformed into a colossal arc, spanning 60 kilometers long and 120 kilometers wide, a moving interstellar continent radiating an overwhelming life force and industrial might. The MO Phoenix has unfolded its 300-kilometer-long dark black phoenix wings, with deep purple energy nodes flickering between dark golden patterns, casting a shadow that seems to eclipse stars, emanating a suffocating majesty and enigma. Most chilling of all is the Star of Judgment, entirely dark red, with molten gold veins coursing through it, stretching 288 kilometers in length. It hovers silently, its enormous cannon muzzle radiating a darkness that seems to devour all. Merely gazing upon it invokes an instinctive shudder deep within the soul. My God, how much time has passed? A driver of the Iron Shield mech murmurs in disbelief over the communication channel. Shut up, Private. Vasily's rugged and stern voice immediately interrupts any potential discussions. Remember your identity. We are Stardust Warriors, the blades and shields in the commander's hand. The commander's strength is our strength. The ship girls have grown stronger, and our chances of returning alive to settle accounts with those insects and traitors have increased. Suppress your useless curiosity and execute the orders. Yes, Lieutenant. The channel instantly fills with unified responses. The duty and discipline of soldiers quell all inquiries. They may not comprehend how this miraculous transformation occurred within a mere 4 months. But they understand that this young Major Lin Feng is filled with the incredible, from breaking through the border to rising on an alien world. And now commanding a fleet that seems divine, they only need to know that following this commander, humanity holds hope. And they can continue to avenge the fallen ship girls and comrades. With this unwavering conviction and reverence for the formidable power, the soldiers redouble their efforts in the evacuation operation. They operate equipment, escort captives, and guide titans, meticulously transporting all war resources to the 3 colossal ships that resemble creations of myth. Chapter 159. A brief interlude of fresh ingredients. The massive evacuation operation was proceeding with remarkable efficiency. Amidst this tense, yet orderly atmosphere, Xingxuan seemed to recall something. She covertly accessed Vasily's private channel and lowered her voice, saying, "Hello, Captain, there's one more thing. Please dispatch a team to that, the sea area abundant in fish on the planet, and catch some, a variety of delicious fish to bring back. They must be alive." Vasily on the other end of the channel paused momentarily, but as an elite veteran, he quickly regained his composure, even managing a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, as if he wanted to laugh, but suppressed it. "Understood, Miss Xingxuan. I will instruct the lads to select the most succulent and tender varieties." Having grown accustomed to the occasional domestic whims of this petite girl wielding the ultimate weapon, he found her somewhat endearing. It reminded him of his former destroyer, who shared a similar vivacious charm with a hint of pride. Soon after, several transport vessels delivered specially designed ecological water tanks aboard the Xingxuan-class ship. Inside the tanks, a myriad of vividly colored and uniquely shaped marine fish acclimated to their new environment. Xingxuan personally arrived at the private chef garden ecological zone within the ship, directing the auxiliary robots to properly place these tanks in the aquaculture area. She watched the fish swimming gracefully, nodding in satisfaction and placing her hands on her hips. "Yes. Now the commander and I can enjoy the freshest sashimi anytime. That wicked woman's ship surely lacks such a complete array of ingredients." Lin Feng, observing this scene through the holographic monitor, could not help but chuckle and shake his head. He moved through the ship's high-speed transfer chamber to the entrance of the ecological garden, catching sight of Xingxuan's triumphant demeanor, and deliberately inquired, "Xingxuan, where are you up to?" "We're going to war, not having a picnic." Startled by Lin Feng's sudden appearance, Xingxuan blushed and immediately puffed out her small chest, defiantly retorting, I'm doing this to maintain the freshness of the ship's ingredients. Ensuring the commander's health is vital. This is important. It's not just to satisfy my cravings." Her voice dwindled as she added almost inaudibly, "And the fish do look quite delicious." Lin Feng stepped forward, unable to stifle a smile as he tousled her golden locks. "All right, I see you're earnest. But don't forget to set up their life support systems. We can't have them turning into dried fish before we even reach the galaxy." "Rest assured, I have everything calculated." Xingxuan, noticing Lin Feng's lack of real opposition, quickly regained her enthusiasm, declaring confidently, "My ecological garden is the most advanced." At that moment, Mo Huang's projection appeared, a teasing smile playing on her face. "Oh, it seems our little Xingxuan is not only a master of destruction, but also an adept little chef. Would you like me to lend you a few aphid-class maintenance vessels to help optimize your fish tank's filtration system?" "I don't need your help," Xingxuan retorted, her fur standing on end like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "My ecological garden is the best in the fleet. Keep your metal contraptions away from my fish." Lingji's projection quietly emerged as well. Gazing at the swimming fish in the tanks, she softly remarked, "Sister Xingxuan, these fish are so beautiful. If needed, I can use my life-weaving microregulation technology to adjust the water environment for them, ensuring they live more comfortably." Well, Xingxuan hesitated, looking into Lingji's sincere eyes, and softly replied, "If you have the time, it wouldn't be impossible." Lin Feng watched with warmth in his heart as the 3 ship girls engaged in both contentious and cooperative banter over a few tanks of fish. This was his fleet, possessing the power to obliterate stars, yet brimming with the warmth of everyday life. Days later, the assembly work was fully completed. The Lingji Ark-class ship floated at the center like a nurturing womb of life. The Mo Huang Eternal Night Starvile-class unfurled its immense dark wings, housing a vast ground army and Titan weaponry within. The Xingxuan Cutting Star class resembled a drawn sword, its dark red hull adorned with molten gold veins. exuding an ominous majesty that sent shivers down one's spine. These three colossal, enhanced starships, together with the immense power contained within them, formed the iron torrent capable of shaking the starry seas that Lin Feng now commanded. Standing on the bridge of the Xingchuan, he gazed out at the assembled fleet through the viewport, finally directing his eyes to the profound starry sky leading back to his homeland. All units, report status. Lingji R-Class. Ready. Mo Huang Eternal Night Starval Class. Ready. Xingchuan Cutting Star Class. Ready. My fish are all settled. Hearing Xingchuan's last playful report, Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Excellent. Fleet, set course coordinates for the Milky Way, Iron Amble Star System, G75 Sector. Initiate the Star Realm Voyager Protocol for jump engines. We are going home. Chapter 160. Steel Tide and Flesh Abyss in the year of the star calendar 2726. The darkness that had lain dormant for decades surged forth with a more ferocious intensity, engulfing the galaxy once again. The Human Federation, a civilization struggling for survival during the Silent Core era, faced its gravest trial since the darkest of times. The flames of war did not emerge from singular direction. Rather, they manifested as a malevolent force of the universe itself, attacking from multiple dimensions simultaneously, aiming to utterly shatter humanity's last bastion. The once frontline Iron Amble star system now bore little resemblance to its former self. Instead of sporadic incursions from the insectoid species, an overwhelming tide of biological fleets now surged forth. The scale of the Sarlaga's swarm mobilization surpassed all previous records. It seemed as if they had drained the essence of several star domains, transforming billions of tons of biomass into a deathly flood spanning the void between stars. Countless worker bug ships surged forth like a gray tide, fearlessly assaulting the outermost layers of the Federation's defenses, carving paths through automatic turrets and minefields with their hardened exoskeletons and flesh. Following closely were the Rippers, whose size rivaled that of destroyers, unleashing corrosive biological acid projectiles that coalesced in a vacuum, striking shields and triggering violent energy erosion reactions. Even more chilling were the motherships resembling mobile asteroids, their thick biological armor able to withstand multiple sustained direct hits from battleship main cannons, their undersides writhing as they continuously released medium and small insectoid units, seemingly without end. 7th Patrol, Fleet reporting. Defense line in Z9 Sector has been breached. Repeat, Z9 Sector has fallen. We have lost the steadfast and the courage. The communication channel crackled with static and a thunderous roar of explosions in the background, the young commander's voice trembling with despair. At the Galaxy Defense Command Center, Brigadier Ivanov's weathered face was etched with gravitas. On the giant holographic star map before him, the crimson areas representing the insectoid offensive were visibly devouring the blue zones, signifying Federation control. The rotating red lights of the alarm illuminated the pale faces of every staff member, their strained breaths mingling with the unceasing warning sounds, composing a dirge of impending doom. Send the 4th Battleship Squadron to fill the gap. At all costs, seal it off. Ivanov's voice was hoarse, yet resolute. All rear maintenance ships. Prioritize rescuing heavily damaged capital ships. The energy shield generators are overloading. We cannot retreat an inch. The orders were swiftly executed. Several towering battleships belched azure flames, moving like mountains of steel, resolutely heading toward the fallen area. Their massive main guns emitted silent beams of light, instantaneously vaporizing numerous insectoid units in their path, temporarily cleaving a gap in the crimson tide. The secondary gun arrays wove a dense barrage, reducing any small insectoid units attempting to approach into cosmic dust. Yet, the horror of the insect swarm lay in its infinite relentlessness. A battleship had just completed a synchronized barrage from its main cannons and was in a brief interlude of recharging when it was breached by dozens of raiders executing suicide ramming attacks that overwhelmed its close-in defense systems. The heavy armor twisted, tore apart, and exploded under the piercing edges of the bioships and the force of their self-detonations, illuminating the dark backdrop of the cosmos with a fleeting yet harrowing spectacle akin to festive fireworks. On the bridge, perhaps the commander, in that final moment, endeavored to transfer the remaining energy of the Void Core to his ship girl, hoping to mitigate the catastrophic damage inflicted upon his comrades by the impending annihilation. This cataclysmic release, known as the Void Core detonation, epitomizes the tragic yet heroic conclusion of every warrior infused with void energy during the era of silence. Be they Stardust warriors or commanders, this energy, derived from the very essence of life, serves as their source of strength, propelling their armor and manifesting their vessels, while maintaining a bond with their ship girls. In life, it is stable and controllable, circulating like gentle blood within a body. However, upon death, the will that constrains this energy dissipates, leading to an instantaneous collapse of its stable structure. The highly compressed and purified void energy becomes uncontrollable, rapidly collapsing inward and subsequently triggering an outward, cataclysmic release of energy in a chain reaction governed by the laws of the universe. Its potency is not fixed but directly correlated to the deceased's level, total volume, and purity of void energy during their lifetime. A novice, low-level commander might only annihilate a small landing craft upon detonation, whereas a seasoned general, possessing over 70 levels of experience, could unleash a cataclysmic force capable of vaporizing an entire star system in an instant, even briefly distorting the fabric of local space, its might rivaling that of a supernova. This is not an act of skill, but an inevitable physical phenomenon triggered by the cessation of life, inescapable and unceasing. Thus, in the face of certain doom, the final thoughts of those valiant warriors are often not of fear, but rather an earnest desire to transfer any controllable void energy to their ship girls or to adjust their position. Their actions are not driven by a pursuit of destructive ecstasy. On the contrary, they seek to exert control. They strive to minimize the devastation wrought by their uncontrollable bodies, distancing themselves as far as possible from their still fighting comrades, hoping to prevent their final, self-inflicted cataclysm from becoming the final straw that breaks their allies. This is the last vestige of rationality and sacrifice they can muster at the twilight of their existence, a minuscule yet radiant effort to protect others amidst the tide of annihilation, shining with the brilliance of humanity. Within the Federal Army, this is regarded as the highest honor and responsibility of soldier, a risk that all adversaries, even the emotionless harbingers of destruction, must calculate with caution when confronting human might. The void core detonation of a powerful commander stands as a strategic deterrent, a final threat that could spell mutual doom for the enemy. Not limited to the front lines, the swarm has revealed its evolved cunning. Specialized digger units circumvented the primary defensive lines, utilizing the asteroid belt or nebulae as cover to infiltrate vulnerable points and directly assault the rear space stations and resource planets. The Federal destroyers and cruiser fleets were compelled to rush about, extinguishing one crisis after another, often only to be met with distress signals from yet another location moments after repelling an incursion. The ferocity of the battle exceeded all imagination. The cosmos was littered with the wreckage of countless warships, some bearing the distinct metallic style of humanity, others the shattered, chitinous exoskeletons and congealed biological matter of the insectoids. Frozen blood, leaking coolant, and dissipating energy coalesced into a hellish tapestry. Repair ships darted across the battlefield, striving to stitch together the Federal defenses that bled profusely. Yet as soon as one wound was mended, another more grievous blow would follow. Brigadier Ivanov gazed upon the dwindling blue dots on the star map, his fists clenched tightly. He understood that this was merely the beginning. The swarm's all-out assault was driven by their struggle against an even more terrifying foe, the harbingers of destruction, and they desperately required the resources of the human star domain to replenish themselves. The Federation had become a fragile barrier caught between two cataclysmic forces, and the harbingers of destruction, those cold, logic-driven emissaries of annihilation, did not disappoint humanity, or rather, they did not allow hope to flourish. They had arrived. Chapter 161. The efficiency of the harbingers of destruction as the swarm unleashed its relentless biological tide against the Federation's iron defenses. Another, distinctly different yet equally lethal threat silently descended from distant star realms. A fleet of the harbingers of destruction, more aptly described as a moving, orderly metallic graveyard than a fleet, approached. Their vessels, characterized by extreme functionality and sharp angles, bore no aesthetic considerations, cloaked in dull, radar-absorbing materials that seemed to devour all surrounding light and signals. Unlike the swarm, which relied on sheer numbers, the scale of their fleet was not overwhelming. Yet every ship exuded a chilling aura of cold dominance. They declared no war, issued no warnings, nor did they communicate in any form. By the time the remote sensors of the Federation's border outpost detected the energy signature marking the end of their warp, death had already arrived. The first targets to be struck were the monitoring networks of the Eye of the Frontier. Countless invisible reconnaissance satellites, hidden deep within the Kuiper Belt, were simultaneously overloaded by a precise, invisible electronic pulse, disintegrating into space debris. Following this, the main vessels of the harbingers of destruction, ominously designated judicators by the Federation's intelligence, commenced their efficient and merciless slaughter. Unlike the Swarm-S inundation, the assaults of the Harbingers exhibited a despairing precision and synergy. Several, even dozens of Judicators would instantaneously lock onto a single target, typically an orbital defense platform or a principal Federation warship. The defensive fleet stationed there was stretched thin, dispatched to various fronts to combat the swarm, leaving only a handful of commanders, of levels ranging from 20 to 30, along with their ship girls to defend. Their vessels' azure energy patterns synchronously illuminated. In the next moment, a torrential barrage of dark red energy beams, far from fatal strikes, descended like rain, efficiently overloading the shields of their targets, guided as if by an unseen hand. The energy shields, upon which the survival of Federation warships depended, violently fluctuated under the assault of these specialized energy-neutralizing attacks, their hues shifting from stable azure to unstable brilliance, then flickering into blinding crimson, indicative of overload. The low-frequency hum of the shield generators straining under excess power reverberated through the ship's structure, reaching the ears of the crew. The shield's integrity plummeted. 60, 30, 10. It can't hold. The officer in charge of the shield system cried hoarsely, almost simultaneously with the collapse of the shield, which disintegrated into a haze of dissipating energy particles. Another, far more lethal assault followed, in rapid succession. A peculiar beam, glimmering with a faint gray sheen, silently emanated from another batch of Judicators, precisely targeting the recently exposed target. The area swept by this matter-deconstructing beam, be it thick composite armor, intricate electronic components, or the unfortunate crew members and Stardust warriors caught within its path, began to disassemble in an instant. The void core detonations of the affected commanders, due to their lower ranks and the distance from the Judicator fleet, failed to inflict significant damage. Metal flaked away like weathered sandcastles, dissipating, while biological matter was directly transmuted into the most basic particles, as if erased from existence by a force operating at the level of fundamental laws, leaving no remnants behind. Report. The shield fortress has vanished. Not destroyed, but erased. Their ISNT, even a sizable fragment left. The communications officer's voice trembled, filled with incredulity and terror. This utter annihilation evokes a sense of impotence and despair far more profound than any valiant explosion. Even more terrifying is the tactical synergy of the end mechanisms. Their fleet operates with a remarkable cohesion, as if a singular entity is contemplating and moving. The electronic interference is so potent that it renders the communications and fire control systems of the Federation's fleet incapacitated, leaving only the most primitive and steadfast psychic link between commanders and ship girls to sustain the most basic command structure. Faced with such an adversary, the Federation's customary agile tactics and the instinctive reactions of the ship girls are rendered significantly less effective. The end mechanisms, employing absolute logical computation, simplify the complexities of space warfare into an efficient process. Identify target, synchronize concentrated fire to breach shields, annihilate with disintegration beams. They act as the cosmic scavengers, coldly and methodically erasing all existence that contradicts their logic. Deep within this star sector, the end mechanisms reveal a more horrifying facet. After effortlessly dismantling the orbital defenses, a vessel of immense proportions, eclipsing even the judgment, emerges, an ebony ship reminiscent of a moving continent. Undoubtedly, this is a planet-destroying dreadnought, slowly adjusting its posture to align a colossal, intricately structured apparatus at its base towards the galaxy's sole habitable colony planet, Lithos 2. This world is home to nearly 100 million inhabitants, not warriors, but countless engineers, workers, and their families tasked with constructing and maintaining vast defensive fortifications along the frontier. They are the nameless bedrock of the Federation's defense line. At this moment, the city lights on the planet's surface, shrouded beneath the shadow of the massive ship, appear inconceivably small and helpless. The device at the dreadnought's base begins to charge, a dim light swirling through its complex geometric structure, coalescing into a terrifying energy wave that distorts the very fabric of space. There is no warning, no ultimatum, only the cold rationality of destruction. A thick, unfathomable energy beam, dark as an abyss, instantaneously traverses the distance to the moon, striking the surface of Lithos 2 with pinpoint accuracy. The ground where the beam impacts heaves violently, akin to ripples on a water surface disturbed by a stone, and then, under an unimaginable energy shock, vaporizes. From the point of impact, fissures spread across the entire planet at a speed defying physical comprehension, brutally igniting the energy accumulated deep within its core. Just a single shot. Lithos 2, along with its 100 million struggling lives, is transformed into a new asteroid belt encircling the star, enveloped in dust and debris in a brief, blinding flash akin to a supernova's eruption. Once vibrant, now a silent graveyard, it leaves behind a voiceless lament in the cosmos. This tragedy reverberates through the remaining monitoring probes, shaking the souls of every witness. It proclaims a chilling truth. The threat level of the end mechanisms far surpasses any adversary encountered before. They not only extinguish resistance, but systematically and thoroughly erase all traces of human existence. Simultaneously, psychic shrieks from the void whispers and precise crystalline strikes from the symbiotic crystals begin to manifest in other vulnerable sectors of the Federation's defense line. Civilizations that had once been driven away or exploited by the end mechanisms now seem to realize that this is their final opportunity. Or perhaps they are being coerced by the end mechanisms in some manner, compelled to devote their last strength to the siege against humanity. The psychic onslaught directly impacts the minds of soldiers and commanders, inducing hallucinations and even driving some to madness, leaving their nearby ship girls in a state of anxious helplessness, unable to organize effective defenses. The fleets of the symbiotic crystals act like frigid artists. Their crystal-focusing arrays can launch attacks from incredible distances. Their energy beams so intensely concentrated that a single strike can perforate multiple shields, leaving varying-sized holes in the hulls. In the sea of stars, steel twists, flesh is flung. Psychic energies wail, and crystals shatter. The Human Federation, a civilization that has managed to endure through the miracles of the Void Core and Starship Girls, now stands at the crossroads of fate. Almost all frontier defenses are collapsing, with only a handful of the most fortified bastions remaining, like rocks amidst tumultuous waves, still desperately holding on. Every second, brave commanders and their ship girls dissolve into the cosmic ether, executing their final, cataclysmic stand. Chapter 162. The crumbling frontline, the Iron Anvil star system, Sector G75, has been utterly transformed into a blazing inferno. Once a crucial node of the human defense line, the orbit of the Eternal Frost Planet now drifts with countless wrecks of warships. The shattered chitinous shells of the Zerg biological vessels intertwine with the twisted metallic skeletons of the Federation starships, forming an expansive and desolate graveyard. Occasional explosions triggered by energy leaks flicker like ghostly lights in this abyss of death. The battlecruiser Tiger's Teeth, once adorned in flamboyant crimson and gold, is now marred with charred scorch marks and pockmarked by corrosive biological acid, with some armor plates twisted outward, revealing the flickering wiring within. It resembles a battle-scarred warrior, still valiantly patrolling its designated defense line, though its movements are no longer as fluid or wild as before. Inside the bridge, Leo's always ruffled hair is clinging to his forehead with sweat, the vibrancy of his face replaced by weariness and tension. He fixes his gaze upon the tactical star map, where the crimson markers representing Zerg units proliferate like cancerous cells, squeezing the already dwindling blue zones of Federation control from all sides. Portside tooth array overheating. Turrets 3 and 7 silent. Shield generator overloaded. Recovery rate cannot keep up with consumption. New Zerg signals detected. It's a hive mother. At least 3. Azimuth 734. Elevation 12. Bad news cascades in. The communication channel filled with the desperate cries of other commanders and the static shrieks of interference. Leo's fist pounds against the armrest of the command seat, the metal components resounding with a dull thud. Damn it! Is it never ending? Tiger's Teeth, can you hold on? The tall, dark-haired ship girl, Tiger's Teeth, stands resolutely at his side, her amber eyes remaining calm, but beneath lies an unmistakable weariness and gravity. Energy reserves stand at 43, but armor integrity has dropped to 61. The main gun systems have repeatedly overloaded, and some energy circuits are nearing their melting point. Commander, our sustained combat capability is rapidly diminishing. Her voice remains steadfast, yet Leo can sense the immense pressure she bears through their psychic link. Each impact on the hull reverberates like a hammer upon his heart. What about flying electric? Leo hastily inquires, scanning the star map for the signal of the Silver Destroyer. Flying electric is still executing guerrilla harassment tasks, currently safe, but has been targeted by enemy raiders, limiting its maneuvering space. Tiger's Teeth quickly responds. At that moment, a communication marked with the highest priority forcibly interrupts the fleet's public channel. The voice of Brigadier Ivanov from the system command, resounding with a weight that seems to drain all energy, to all surviving operational units in Sector G75. This is the commanding officer of the Iron Anvil Star System defense line, Ivanov. He pauses, seemingly gathering strength, or perhaps suppressing some emotion. Based on the current battlefield assessment, the Federation High Command has issued a molten fire retreat order. Repeat, the molten fire directive has been confirmed. The Iron Anvil Star System has been abandoned. The news falls like ice water over Leo's head, plunging the already chaotic communication channel into a profound silence, leaving only the static background noise buzzing. What? Leo can scarcely believe his ears. Abandoned? What a blood we've shed here. Ivanov's voice continues, hastening in pace, carrying an undeniable authoritative tone. All operational vessels immediately converge on assembly coordinates Kappa 7. The Federation is set to initiate an emergency hyperspace route for your evacuation. This is your final opportunity. I repeat, evacuate immediately to Kappa 7. This order supersedes all others. On the star map, a distant coordinate situated behind the battlefield is highlighted. Reaching that point necessitates traversing layers of Zer blockades. Are we to be deemed cowards by command? Leo murmured, his visage marred by a mix of resentment and fury. No, Commander, came the rare and gentle voice of Tiger, resonating in his mind. This is a strategic withdrawal. Surviving is essential to continue the fight. Almost simultaneously, Leo received an encrypted communication from Rog. In the holographic projection, Rog's face, perpetually partially obscured by his dark hair, appeared even paler, yet his gaze remained as sharp as ever. Leo, have you received the orders? His voice remained succinct and direct. Yes. Damn it. Leo ground his teeth. Rog, what's your status? The Silent was severely damaged, the electronic warfare systems overwhelmed, and the Firefly's engine output has decreased by 30. Rog calmly reported the grim circumstances. We must act immediately. The Kappa 7 coordinates have been received. I suggest we break away separately to divert the Zerg's attention and regroup at the rendezvous point. Splitting up is a desperate measure to improve survival odds in dire straits, yet it also multiplies the risks. Leo gazed at the projection of his friend's face, which appeared almost numbed by calmness, and felt a pang in his heart. He understood that Rog, along with his equally silent and reliable ship girl, Quiet, and the lively Firefly, were likely in a predicament far more arduous than his own with Tiger. All right, we'll split up. Leo exhaled heavily, forcibly suppressing his inner turmoil. Rog, you better make it to the rendezvous point alive. I'll treat you to the finest wine. If you dare die on the way, I'll come to your grave and urinate on it. A faint flicker of smile seemed to tug at Rog's lips. It's a promise. The communication abruptly ended. Leo took a deep breath, his fighting spirit reignited, albeit tinged with a tragic hue. Tiger, Firefly, do you hear me? Prepare to break out. Target Kappa 7. Let these filthy bugs see that we, the students of Panga Defense, are not so easily devoured. Order confirmed, Tiger responded, the ship's body beginning to adjust its posture, the remaining thrusters emitting a ghostly blue glow. Got it. Captain Leo, watch me. Firefly's lively voice chimed in from the communication, brimming with youthful audacity. The Tiger and the nimble Firefly, like two battle-scarred solitary vessels, resolutely altered their course towards the perilous flanks of the Zer-controlled region, striving to carve a path through. The thunder of the main cannon resounded once more, while the secondary guns unleashed a dense barrage, shattering any Zerg units that dared approach. Little did they know, in the distance, Rog and his ship girls had chosen a far more arduous and perilous escape route. Chapter 163. The Silent Sacrifice in stark contrast to Leo's choice of a relatively vulnerable flank, Rog and Quiet opted for a route that appeared seemingly safer, utilizing a dense asteroid belt as cover to approach the rendezvous point. This asteroid belt, with its complex environment and severe signal interference, theoretically allowed them to effectively evade detection by the Zerg's main fleet. The electronic warfare ship, Silent, cloaked in dark gray radar-absorbent material, was maximizing its utility at this moment. Like a phantom, it glided into the shadows of the asteroid belt, striving to minimize all energy signals. The destroyer Firefly followed closely, its deep blue paint and yellow stripes barely visible in the dim light. Within the bridge, Rog lowered his gaze, fingers swiftly gliding over the holographic control panel, analyzing the scant data transmitted by the sensors. Quiet, meanwhile, closed her eyes in deep concentration, exerting all her effort to maintain the ship's stealth status while attempting to sift through the complex background noise for potential threats. Path clarity at 78. No large biological signals detected. Quiet's voice resonated directly in Rog's mind, cool and steady. Good. Maintain course. Accelerate through the third density zone. Rog replied softly. Understood. came Quiet's response. Beside them, Firefly's golden-haired ship girl projected an anxious demeanor, fidgeting slightly. Commander Rog, it's so quiet here. Is everything really all right, Sister Quiet? Exercise caution. Quiet succinctly advised. Rog did not lift his head, merely acknowledging with a hum. Most of his attention was devoted to sustaining the mental link with his two ship girls, ensuring a stable supply of the core energy that supported their damaged vessel's basic operations. He realized this was a gamble, wagering that the Zerg would not concentrate their primary efforts in this area, where they could not leverage their numerical superiority. However, they underestimated the scale of forces the Zerg had committed to this battle and the insidious malice lurking behind the scenes. Just as the fleet was about to pass through the densest area of the asteroid belt, on the verge of entering the relatively open evacuation corridor, a sudden change occurred. Alarm! Quiet's eyes shot open, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in her pale blue irises, high-energy reactions. Multiple directions. It's an ambush, almost as she issued her warning. Several elongated Zerg ambushers, resembling deep-sea monstrosities, burst forth from the shadows of the asteroid belt. They seemed to have been waiting here for quite some time, utilizing the asteroids to perfectly conceal their biological signatures until the prey was within optimal striking distance. These ambushers were not the type to engage in direct assaults. They excelled in instantaneous bursts and precise assassinations. Several sickly green biological torpedoes shot forth like venomous serpents, hurtling towards Silent and Firefly at breakneck speed. All ships, evasive maneuvers. Deploy countermeasures. Rog's response was instantaneous, his hoarse voice ringing out within the bridge. Silent executed a tactical maneuver, her hull erupting with clouds of interference. Firefly also deftly rolled, attempting to evade the lock-on, but it was too close. Firefly was ultimately a moment too late. One of the biological torpedoes struck violently against her aft propulsion array. Boom! The violent explosion jolted the entire destroyer, flames erupting from the thrusters, speed plummeting, her hull spinning out of control. Firefly. Rog's eyes widened in horror. Propulsion systems severely damaged. I can't move. Firefly's voice crackled through the communication channel. Laced with panic, Silent attempted to maneuver closer for cover, but more ambushers surged from the shadows, a barrage of biological acid projectiles and bone spikes ensnaring her completely. Commander. Firefly has lost mobility. My ship is locked down by multiple fire sources. Shields are about to overload. Quiet's voice remained calm but rapid, calculating their survival probability at less than 3. The chilling figure proclaimed their dire circumstances. Rog gazed at the star map, where Firefly's flickering, gradually dimming marker represented her position, and then at the projection of Silent, struggling amidst the hail of fire, his heart constricted as though gripped by an invisible hand. He suddenly lifted his gaze toward the distant energy fluctuations emanating from the direction of Leo's fleet's breakout. He could not involve Leo in this. The scale of the ambush exceeded expectations. If Leo came, it would only add more souls to the tally of the fallen. A resolute thought formed instantly in his mind. He activated the encrypted communication with Leo, the background filled with the screech of Silent shields overloading and the roar of explosions. Now, Rog's voice was eerily calm, even carrying a hint of relief. We've been ambushed. The Zerg were prepared. Leo on the other end was evidently taken aback. What? Location. I'm coming right now. Don't come. Rog sharply interrupted him, listening. Leo, Quiet, and I, Firefly, cannot get away. Nonsense. You must hold on. Leo. Rog interrupted again, his tone unequivocally firm. Remember, survive. Carry on for us, and live on together. He paused momentarily, his voice sinking to a somber whisper, as if uttering a final entreaty. Tell Lin Feng I am sorry. I cannot wait for his return. Just then, the shield of the Silent fell apart completely, and a ghastly green biological plasma cannon struck directly at the bridge. Boom! The violent explosion reverberated through the communication channel, accompanied by the jarring sound of metal being torn asunder. Silence. Rog let out a heart-wrenching scream. In that same bridge, Silence immediately enveloped Rog in an emergency shield. Yet, due to her proximity to the blast, she could not shield herself in time and lost half her body to the explosion. From the outside, the bridge of the Silent was left with a massive gaping hole, debris scattering everywhere. Almost simultaneously, the powerless Firefly was struck by several torpedoes, its frail hull being utterly ripped apart in a series of explosions, transforming it into a swelling fireball. The signal from the Firefly ship girl abruptly vanished from Rog's perception. The intense agony and the overwhelming surge of the void core chi spiraled out of control, causing Rog to spit out a mouthful of blood. He felt the two entities connected to his soul, swiftly fading away. Silence, Firefly, he murmured, his gaze starting to lose focus, but an indomitable will sustained him. He sensed the impending eruption of the void core chi within him, a tumultuous wave akin to a tsunami. The final conflagration was inevitable, summoning his last ounce of strength. He broadcasted a final, silent declaration over the communication channel, directed at the cold expanse of the starry sky. Ha 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 ha, let the bugs perish together. In the next moment, from the severely damaged wreckage of the Silent, a point of exquisite white light suddenly flared up. The light was not blinding, but possessed an absolute quality of devouring everything. It expanded swiftly, vaporizing everything in its path, be it the lurking bugs or the nearby asteroids. Even space itself, as if they were ice cubes thrown onto a scorching hot iron, silently evaporating and dissipating. There was no deafening explosion, only a violent distortion of space and a fleeting void of pure blackness that was subsequently filled by the cosmic background radiation. Rog, the level 19 commander, along with his loyal ship girls Silence and Firefly, paid the ultimate price to unleash the final conflagration, although its power could not rival that of higher-tier commanders. At such close proximity, it annihilated the main force of the ambushing bug fleet, along with a vast portion of the asteroid belt, reducing them to fundamental particles. This desperate final flash illuminated the dark starfield momentarily, providing a fleeting opportunity for Leo, who was fighting desperately to break free in the distance. The sound of the violent explosion transmitted over the communications, Rog's anguished scream of silence, and the subsequent disappearance of the signals from the Silent and Firefly from the holographic screen of the Huchu struck Leo's heart like a relentless barrage. He stood frozen at the command seat, his mind blank. Before he could recover from the immense shock and sorrow, an indescribable sensation, as if originating from the very essence of the universe, surged through him. It was not through sensors, but directly impacting his perception of the void core chi. He abruptly turned his head towards the direction for which Rog's fleet signal had last been received. In the depths of that starry expanse, a point of exquisite white light silently ignited. It was not dazzling, yet it emanated a tranquility and stillness that sent shivers through the soul. That white light expanded rapidly, and the stellar background it traversed seemed to momentarily erase a small patch, creating a bizarre dark region before slowly returning to normal. There was no sound, no shockwave, but Leo understood what it was. The final conflagration. Rog had ultimately chosen to perish alongside the enemy, fulfilling his final duty as a commander in the most brutal and helpless manner. Rog, Leo murmured, his voice trembling, his eyes instantly reddening. That ever-silent, reclusive techie who had always tinkered with equipment in the shadows, one of his few friends, was gone, along with his equally quiet and reliable Silence. And that eternally vibrant little Firefly. Commander. Huchu's calm, yet slightly urgent voice pulled him back to reality, detecting a brief disarray in the bug formation ahead. The energy signals were weakening. It was Rog and his command. Huchu did not elaborate further, but Leo understood her implication. Rog's final burst of life had indeed caused chaos and losses among the bugs in this area, opening a fleeting gap. Damn it! Leo fiercely wiped his eyes, forcefully suppressing the surging grief and tears, replaced by a nearly frenzied resolve. Rog, I will drink your share of the wine. He raised his head abruptly, his eyes bloodshot, yet his gaze burned like a blazing star. Huchu, fighting. Did you hear that? Rog has cleared a path for us. We cannot let his sacrifice be in vain. Full speed ahead. Target cap is 7. Charge out. Order confirmed. Huchu's voice was laced with an unprecedented sense of urgency, as the remaining thrust power surged to its maximum. The Huchu, like a wounded tiger, lunged towards the weak point created by Rog's self-detonation. For the commander. Charge. Fiden's voice, filled with tears yet unwaveringly resolute, echoed as well. The silver, compact hull unleashing its final potential, closely following Huchu's flank. The main cannon fired one last overloaded volley, riddling the final small nest ship in their path with countless holes. The secondary batteries shattered the approaching small bugs. They soared like two meteors, dragging their battered bodies in boundless fury, finally breaking free from the bug encirclement, racing towards the distant rendezvous coordinate. Behind them lay the still-burning, collapsing iron anvil star system. Countless minuscule entities, like Rog and his ship girls, dissipated like dust in this grand interstellar war. Their sacrifices, perhaps insignificant on a strategic level, unable to hinder the advance of the bugs, represented the downfall of their entire world to each other. Leo stood on the scarred bridge of the Huchu, casting one last glance at the starry sky that had consumed his dear friend. There, only eternal darkness and sporadic flashes of battle remained. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. Survive, live on, carrying their legacy. And then seek vengeance. The Huchu and Phaidon, these two fortunate starships, bore the pain and vows of the survivors, gradually vanishing into the vast starry sea en route to the rendezvous point, like two embers on the verge of extinguishing, struggling towards an uncertain future. Chapter 164. A homecoming gift. The echoes of the Star Realm Voyager's warp engine had yet to fully dissipate, and the familiar yet heavily stained with blood and ruined star map of the Milky Way had been recalibrated on the main tactical display of the Star Shard. Lin Feng stood resolutely on the bridge, his gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping across the once guarded, now irrevocably changed starfield of the Iron Anvil system, G75 sector. There were no welcoming salutes, no friendly identification signals. Instead, the sensors were filled with the hair-raising scarlet markers. The once azure backdrop of the star map had now been tainted by the ominous dark red of the bug biosignals. Countless points of light representing worker bugs, raiders, rippers, and even mother ships swarmed like maggots in a decaying swamp, densely covering every corner of the star system. In the distance, near the orbit of the planet Everfrost, which had once served as a federal outpost, a multitude of shipwrecks floated, resembling cold tombstones in a cosmic graveyard, silently narrating the fierce battles that had transpired here. The sensor's full-band scan was complete. The voice of Xingxuan resonated within the bridge, imbued with a chilling air of solemnity, confirming that there are no effective signals from the Federation military in the current airspace. The density of Zerg units is exceedingly high, reaching the standards for an occupied zone. Multiple large biological nests have been detected affixed to the remnants of the original space station and planetary debris. Mo Huang's communication projection materialized beside Lin Feng, her languid tone now tinged with gravity. Commander, it seems we have returned home at an opportune time. The inhabitants here are rather unfriendly. The image of Ling Ji also appeared, her petite face etched with concern. There are so many Zerg commanders. Should we engage them directly? A cold smirk crept across Lin Feng's lips, his eyes ablaze with a long-suppressed fervor for battle. Engage? Absolutely. Is this not one of the very purposes of our return? To celebrate our homecoming with the blood of these vile insects is most fitting. He inhaled deeply, his command slicing through the fleet like a howling gale. All ships. First-level battle configuration. Mo Huang. Activate the no-light domain of the Evernight Star Wing, concealing the fleet's presence. Release the Cicada-class reconnaissance squadrons, prioritizing scans of large energy sources and suspected command nodes within the star system. Lingji. Initiate the life-weaving net in preparation mode, with energy prioritized for shields and repair systems. The Stardust Forge shall transition into emergency production for combat supplies. Xingxuan. Deploy the Red Lotus Judgment Field at full power. The main cannon, the star-cutting Annihilation Spear, will commence pre-charging, targeting the nearest dozen motherships lined up for execution. The orders were executed instantaneously. In the void, the obsidian surface of the Mo Huang ship shimmered with dark golden patterns, a barely perceptible energy field swiftly expanding to envelop the three colossal vessels and their surrounding space, diminishing the fleet's presence to a mere whisper against the starry backdrop. Simultaneously, thousands of Cicada-class reconnaissance and electronic warfare aircraft surged forth like a swarm of bees from the Mo Huang's wings, transforming into ethereal shadows as they raced towards the depths of the star system. The Xingxuan ship, akin to a primordial behemoth awakening from slumber, revealed its dark red hull, its molten veins igniting with energy, resonating with a low, thunderous growl. The lotus bud-shaped dark red shield began to rotate slowly, safeguarding the massive ship. Deep within the cannon's colossal muzzle, a dark core of annihilative energy began to coalesce, the space before it warping slightly, radiating a disquieting wave of impending destruction. Their arrival was not without consequence. Despite the MO domain stealth, the initial pre-charging of the Xingxuan's main cannon elicited a faint spatial ripple, and the residual energy signatures from the fleet's transition stirred the nearby Zerg units. Like a serene lake disturbed by a sudden splash, the nearby Zerg fleet erupted into commotion. Dozens of raiders breaking away from their original cruising paths, propelled by instinct toward the source of the anomalous energy. Their sharp-boned spines began to charge, flickering with ominous green light. Further afield, a behemoth of a ripper, comparable in size to a heavy cruiser, adjusted its posture, its massive biological cannon beginning to coalesce high-energy acidic projectiles. Detecting hostile reactions, The Zerg units began converging on our initial position. Xingxuan reported calmly, estimating their numbers at around 300, predominantly small units, with a smattering of medium units. Lin Feng's expression remained unchanged. It seems our welcoming committee has arrived. Montak Feng. Let them sample a little dessert, and ensure they do not interrupt Xingxuan as she prepares the banquet. At your service, Commander, Mo Huang replied with a light chuckle, her deep purple eyes flashing with data streams. In the next instant, just as the raiders were about to breach visual range, their grotesque mandibles and glimmering compound eyes visible through the viewport, the void erupted without warning into a barrage of concentrated pulse lasers and high-velocity electromagnetic cannon fire. These had been previously deployed by the Mo Huang, equally cloaked, in the form of Moth-class defensive gunboats and Locust-class interceptors. Like invisible harbingers of death, these aerial craft, shielded by the Mo domain, launched a lethal surprise attack from extremely close range. The pulse lasers precisely detonated the raiders' compound, eye sensors, and energy cores, while the electromagnetic barrage ravaged their chitinous exoskeletons, shredding them into mere fragments of organic debris and frozen blood in a heartbeat. In the span of a single breath, this initial wave of Zerg units was transformed into drifting organic remnants. The first contact has been made, and the enemy's vanguard has been eradicated, Mo Huang reported. Her tone is relaxed as if she had merely tidied a room. However, this fleeting contact and the swift annihilation of the vanguard stirred the proverbial hornet's nest. In the distance, more Zerg units were roused, like an enraged swarm, beginning to converge from all directions towards this sector of space. The crimson markers on the sensors surged exponentially, akin to blood spreading through veins. Commander, a larger welcoming ceremony is approaching, Xingxuan cautioned. The progress bar for her main cannon had already reached 100%, adjusting its angle to ensure a perfect strike on the dozen motherships. Multiple motherships are altering their course, seemingly under the command of a high-tier brain bug. Lin Feng gazed at the star map, where the Zerg fleet surged like a crimson tide, his eyes devoid of fear, only ablaze with the fervor of battle. Perfect timing. He slowly raised his hand, pointing to the largest mothership in the central line, a colossal bastion continuously releasing small Zerg units. Xingxuan, lock onto the target. Let these creatures, who know nothing but consumption and reproduction, witness what it means to be cut down. The star-cutting annihilation spear's firing angle is now calibrated. Xingxuan's voice was imbued with a solemnity tinged with suppressed excitement. The cannon's muzzle had deepened into an abyss, seemingly connected to the very end of the universe. Fire. Chapter 165. The Silent Judgment and Steel Storm. There was no ear-splitting roar, no brilliant beam of light illuminating the cosmos. Only an extremely condensed, nearly invisible dark red spiral energy beam shot forth from the cannon of the Xingxuan, devouring light. It was so dim that against the backdrop of the stars, it appeared merely as a distorted line, on the verge of fading away. Yet its speed transcended conventional physical concepts, seemingly disregarding the distances of space. At the moment of its launch, it struck the enormous mothership at the rear of the Zerg fleet, akin to a mobile fortress. As the beam passed, it did not incite an explosion, but rather left behind a fleeting, pure black path, where space had been utterly erased. The unfortunate dozen worker bugs situated along this path, along with the dust surrounding them, vanished in an instant, as though they had never existed. The struck motherships initially bore only a circular hole approximately 18 kilometers in diameter, with edges impeccably smooth, exuding a molten glass-like texture. This hole pierced straight through their hulls, revealing the distant stars beyond. There were no fragments, no flames, no explosive eruptions of energy. The motherships maintained their forward momentum, even as their bellies continued to release small Zerg units, creating an eerily surreal scene. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Whether it was the Zerg fleet madly rushing from afar, or the Stardust warriors within Lin Feng's fleet observing the scene through their instruments, all were instinctively holding their breath. Moments later, the delayed destruction arrived as anticipated. Centered around the smooth hole, an indescribable collapse erupted from within the mothership. Not an explosion, but a structural annihilation. Commencing at the microscopic level, the lined-up motherships, along with the largest among them, whose colossal hull resembled a small asteroid, crumbled silently and with astonishing rapidity, as if an invisible giant hand had crushed a sandcastle. From within, they disintegrated, collapsing into an ever-expanding, searing, and rarefied cloud of organic cosmic dust. The smaller Tyranid units, yet to be released, along with the possible cerebral nodes, were likewise transformed into part of this resplendent yet lethal cosmic debris. Ultimately, the fleet of mother ships, formidable enough to cause considerable distress to a Federation's subfleet, vanished entirely into the void, leaving behind only a slightly murky and slowly expanding band of dust at the site of their demise. Silence enveloped the space, not merely an absence of sound, but a profound stillness at the informational level. The once surging tide of Tyranid ships found its ferocity momentarily stifled. Those Tyranid units reliant on collective consciousness and cerebral command were evidently caught in a brief state of disarray. The loss of a crucial command node resulted in a conspicuous delay and disorder in their movements. Target confirmation, annihilation. The voice of Xingxuan pierced the silence of the bridge, tinged with a sense of satisfaction akin to that of an artist admiring their masterpiece, as the effectiveness of the colossal biological vessel met expectations, even exceeding them slightly. Lin Feng exhaled softly, quelling the excitement within him, despite having long been aware of the power of the Star Disruptor class. Witnessing such an almost law-defying assault under his command still stirred his emotions profoundly. "Well done, Xingxuan," he praised generously. This is merely standard procedure," Xingxuan replied, her chin lifting slightly, a faint blush gracing her youthful face, yet pride brimmed in her glacier blue eyes. However, the Tyranid confusion did not persist for long. Perhaps a higher-order cerebral node had assumed command, or perhaps it was sheer biological instinct driving them. Following the brief hiatus, a more frenzied assault ensued. The remaining Tyranid fleet, akin to an enraged pack of beasts, abandoned tactical formations, relying solely on their overwhelming numerical superiority as they surged forth from all directions, like a deluge breaching its dam, charging recklessly toward Lin Feng's fleet. The Tyranid fleet entered an all-out assault mode. The numbers were impossible to ascertain precisely, yet estimates exceeded 500,000 units, including at least 30 large mother ships and an anticipated 15 Titan biological vessels. The report from Mo Huang echoed, her tone steady, albeit with an accelerated pace. It seemed a single shot was insufficient to deter them. Lin Feng's gaze turned frigid. He resolved to let them witness the true meaning of despair. Montauk Feng. Disengage the Mo domain cloaking. All ships spread out. Lingji maintained shield strength, prioritizing energy supply to the Xingxuan. Xingxuan, fire the secondary weapon arrays at will. Prepare the star dance system. Let us perform a dance of death. Understood. X3 with Lin Feng's commands. The Mo Huang, a Nightshade-class vessel, trembled slightly, and the cloaking field enveloping the fleet dissipated in an instant. The next moment, this expanse of starlight bore witness to a spectacle that would be etched in the memory of any observer for a lifetime. The Mo Huang's colossal wings, extending 300 kilometers, unfurled like a true phoenix taking flight, revealing the unfathomable dimensional gateway beneath its layered wing-like armor. In an instant, it opened a portal to the hive's otherworld. Countless aircraft, akin to a torrential flow of steel, surged forth from those gateways. The Ladybug-class heavy bombers, resembling mobile arsenals, bore fusion bombs gleaming ominously. The B-Blade-class snipers concentrated high-energy particle streams in their elongated barrels. The Locust-class interceptors transformed into streaks of silver lightning, their rapid-fire pulse lasers shrieking as they struck first into the ranks of the Tyranid vanguard. The Cicada-class electronic warfare craft unleashed powerful interference waves, disrupting the already simplistic biological communications of the swarm. The Moth-class defense gunboats circled around the three massive vessels, establishing a dense close-range anti-air net. Meanwhile, the Termite-class landing craft and Aphid-class repair motherships positioned themselves further back, ready to respond to any contingencies. This was merely the conventional force from the surface hangars. Deep within the Mo Huang's profound inner hangars, several Cheong-1-class fast battleships shimmered into view, their main cannons charged and poised to deliver a fatal blow to the Tyranids. Within mere seconds, centered around the Mo Huang, a steel swarm formed, consisting of over hundreds of thousands of aircraft, blocking out the very sun. Its scale was so immense that it seemed to rival the Tyranid fleet in sheer numbers. Simultaneously, the Xingxuan Star Disruptor class began its movement. The dance of the void ring in the midsection emitted a low hum, gradually rotating in harmony with the feather secondary vector nozzles scattered across its hull. This nearly 300-kilometer-long crimson behemoth executed movements that belied its immense size, commencing a graceful yet deadly maneuver. 108 dual-barreled heavy particle beam turrets of the Crimson Lotus Guard secondary weapon array unleashed beams of destruction. These secondary cannons, capable of effortlessly obliterating vast swathes of terrain, now wove a dense web of crossfire, akin to the scythe of death, harvesting waves of approaching Tyranid units in droves. Any small Tyranid attempting to approach would be instantaneously vaporized into ionized particles. The furnace-closed defense system meticulously purified any remaining threats. Pulse lasers and electromagnetic artillery formed an absolute field of annihilation. Driven by the star dance system, the Xingquan would occasionally glide gracefully like a ballet dancer, evading concentrated volleys of biological plasma fire. At other times, it would plunge forward like a sword, tearing through enemy formations with secondary firepower. And yet, it could also defy the laws of inertia, rapidly retreating while shedding pursuers, its main cannon recharging for yet another despair-inducing strike. It was no longer a stationary artillery platform, but rather a celestial reaper, waltzing through a barrage, executing a dance of death. Each elegant spin and precise drift was accompanied by the annihilation of numerous Tyranid units. The Tyranid charge crashed against the impenetrable barrier forged from absolute mass, firepower, and technological superiority. Their biological plasma fire merely stirred ripples upon the Crimson Lotus's defensive field, with energy instead absorbed and converted by the shield. Their bone spikes and ramming efforts appeared feeble and ineffective against the protective field. Their numerical advantage, upon the Mo Huang entering the battlefield, seemed utterly meaningless in the face of the seemingly endless ocean of aircraft and the Xingquan's efficient area-clearing capabilities. This was no longer a battle. It had become a one-sided slaughter, a steel judgment upon the invaders directed by Lin Feng's fleet. Standing on the bridge of the Xingquan, Lin Feng gazed at the fleeting luminescence of disintegrating Tyranid vessels outside the window, reminiscent of fireworks, while feeling the subtle vibrations beneath his feet caused by the secondary cannon fire. His heart surged with ambition. He had returned, armed with the power to alter the course of the battle, continue the assault. His voice remained calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority, clearing a path toward the orbit of the original Eternal Frost planet. I wish to see what it has become. Furthermore, stay alert for any anomalous signals. I refuse to believe that such a commotion would go unnoticed by those lurking in the shadows, the Black Star commanders. Chapter 166. Abnormal Tides and Command Center Suspicion. The Iron Anvil Star System, G75 Sector, had irrevocably devolved into a training ground for Lin Feng's fleet and a slaughterhouse for the Tyranids. The Xingquan Star Disruptor moved through the sea of corpses and rivers of blood like a dark red reaper, each maneuver driven by the Star Dance system, deftly avoiding sparse retaliatory fire, while the Crimson Lotus Guard secondary weapon array and Furnace close defense system continued to unleash devastating barges, reducing any daring Tyranid units to cosmic dust. The main cannon of the Celestial Executioner intermittently unleashed a silent roar, each brief charge and discharge inevitably resulting in the disintegration and annihilation of a Titan bioship or several motherships of Zerg, leaving a fleeting void on the star map. The Night Phoenix-class vessel, akin to a weaver in the shadows, bore beneath its dark wings an almost endless torrent of fightercraft. The heavy bombs of the Ladybug class detonated in brilliant stellar-like flashes amidst the dense swarms of Zerg. The sniper beams of the B-Blade class struck with the precision of a reaper, detonating the energy cores of numerous medium and small Zerg ships. The mobile defensive line constructed by the Grasshoppers and Moths rendered the Zerg's suicidal charges utterly meaningless. The entire battlefield's information flow was firmly controlled by the Cicada Spear class, disrupting the already simplistic biological communication network of the Zerg into a disordered chaos. The Lingji R class remained steadfast at the center, its colossal hull interwoven with emerald and jade, resembling an immovable mountain of life. Though the faint glow of the life-weaving net had yet to fully unfurl, it stood ever ready to respond to any potential damage. Within, the Stardust Furnace operated at full throttle, drawing in Zerg remnants from the battlefield through the Void Siphon Array, swiftly refining them into standard alloys, thus providing logistical support for sustained operations. Standing on the bridge of the Star Crystal, Lin Feng observed with a cold tranquility the crimson markers representing the Zerg on the tactical star map diminishing at a visible pace, feeling little joy, only a chilling calm. This was merely the beginning of the slaughter, the overture announcing a return. Commander, we have been engaged in combat for 5 hours and 37 minutes. A total of 9 Titan bioships and 42 motherships have been annihilated, alongside countless other units. Our energy reserves have decreased to 87, and the losses for the Night Phoenix's fightercraft stand at approximately 30 of pre-battle levels, all within acceptable limits. The report from Star Crystal was tinged with a hint of excitement from the battle. Efficiency is commendable, Lin Feng nodded. Night Phoenix, have we detected any signals from Commander Blackstar? Not at the moment, Commander, replied the projection of Night Phoenix, lazily leaning against the virtual chair, its violet eyes swirling with data. After we prioritize the elimination of the Zerg's command nodes, what remains are mere scattered troops acting on instinct. Commander Blackstar is either absent or well hidden. Continue scanning. Leave no anomalous signals unchecked, Lin Feng instructed, his gaze drifting towards the periphery of the star map. Lingji, maintain vigilance over the surrounding star regions. I can't shake the feeling that things have been a touch too smooth. Understood, Commander, Lingji obediently responded, promptly allocating additional sensor power to wide area scans. Meanwhile, as Lin Feng's fleet ground the Zerg forces of the Iron Anvil system to dust, the temporary command center of the indomitable Human Federation's Bastion-class starship, stationed several jump points away, was engulfed in a tense atmosphere of busy incredulity. A massive strategic star map dominated the main command cabin's walls, with vast areas of fallen territories and high-intensity firefight zones marked in glaring red. The communications channels buzzed with pleas for assistance, battle reports, and casualty statistics, the atmosphere thick enough to be cut with a knife. Suddenly, a young lieutenant responsible for monitoring the strategic situation abruptly raised his head, confusion etched across his face, his voice trembling with excitement. Report. Major General Karak. The signal density of the Zerg in the Iron Anvil system is plummeting. Major General Karak, his hair graying and face youthful yet haggard from days of command, rubbed his brow, attempting to alleviate the weariness, and upon hearing this, he shot his gaze sharply towards the lieutenant. Plummeting? Clarify. Not a malfunction, General, another senior analyst confirmed, his tone filled with disbelief. The remnants of our Periscope-class reconnaissance units deployed at the edges of the Iron Anvil system have returned intermittent data indicating that Zerg units are being efficiently eliminated. This is not a typical retreat. It is a catastrophic extermination. He quickly projected the process data streams onto the main star map, the region representing the Iron Anvil system, once saturated with an almost impenetrable crimson hue, was visibly lightening and contracting as if an unseen eraser was erasing it. Instantly, the command cabin fell silent, all officers halting their tasks, incredulously staring at the star map. This is impossible, one staff officer murmured. The Iron Anvil system was one of the first lines we abandoned. The Zerg established at least 3 large hive hubs there, with a formidable force. Even if we dispatched every fleet we could muster now, such an effect in such a short time frame is unthinkable. Is it the end mechanism? Have they come here? Someone speculated. Not likely. The end mechanism's attack patterns are characterized by total deconstruction and annihilation, with distinctly identifiable energy signatures. Yet, the energy readings captured by the reconnaissance units are extraordinarily complex, featuring high-energy particle beams, fusion explosions, kinetic impacts, and an inexplicable ultra-high-energy reaction that triggers brief spatial collapses. The analyst's voice quivered. Spatial collapse? Major General Karak furrowed his brow, stepping closer to the star map, his gaze fixed intently on the fading area. Can we ascertain what caused it? Unable to pinpoint accurately, General. The interference is too severe, and the reconnaissance units are too far away. However, it can be confirmed that the cause of all this is one or several unknown combat units possessing extreme firepower. Unknown units, Karak mulled over that phrase, his mind racing. Could it be a hidden rogue commander unleashing their potential? Or perhaps a new enemy from another race? Then he suddenly recalled the fledgling Eagle Squad, which had drawn too much attention in the Iron Anvil system months ago, and the enigmatic young major named Lin Feng. The reports of his disappearance were vague, merely mentioning that he had employed some unknown emergency rapid jump engine amidst the Zerg's encirclement. Retrieve all recent records concerning the Iron Anvil system, particularly regarding Eagle Squad 07 and Major Lin Feng. Karak commanded, a bold and somewhat absurd hypothesis beginning to take shape in his mind. General, the communications officer suddenly called out, we have received an urgent, encrypted message from Periscope Unit 7. It captured an extremely brief, high-definition optical image. Play it, Karak ordered immediately. On the main screen, a blurred and noisy image began to play. The backdrop was a pitch-black starry sky and shattered asteroids, while in the foreground, a colossal ship, so vast it defied comprehension. Entirely black with dark golden phoenix patterns and ethereal violet energy nodes, glided slowly across the frame. Beneath its wings, which seemed capable of obscuring the galaxy, surged a dense swarm of fightercraft. The image lasted only 2 seconds before it cut out due to overload. Inside the command cabin, an eerie silence ensued. Everyone was stunned by the fleeting glimpse of the giant ship. It was unlike any vessel known to the Human Federation. Its scale, and might surpassing even the largest Titan ships by several folds. What is that? After a long pause, someone finally managed to speak. Major General Karak took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within, his gaze sharpening with renewed resolve. No matter what it is, they are attacking the Zerg. Relay my orders. First, immediately report this anomaly to the highest command and request higher-level deep space reconnaissance support. Second, all frontline units, remain vigilant and closely monitor any changes in Zerg movements. The pressure from the Iron Anvil system has lessened. Perhaps we have an opportunity to adjust our defenses and catch our breath. Third, he paused, glancing at the area being purified, his expression complex. Attempt to broadcast recognition signals and greetings to the Iron Anvil system through all available channels. He added, use the highest level of encryption protocols. If they truly are our allies, we need to know who they are and what they seek. Chapter 167. The cleansing's conclusion. The battle in the Iron Anvil system was drawing to a close. Once bustling with swarms of Zerg fleets, the starry expanse now remained a desolate battlefield, littered with scattered remnants of organic debris and frozen blood ice. As if the aftermath of a cataclysmic battle lay unkempt and forlorn. The main cannon of the starry celestial had momentarily fallen silent, its massive barrel aimed into the void, seemingly yearning for further action. Only the secondary guns and closed defense systems flickered to life intermittently, deftly picking off those hapless survivors attempting to flee or hide. The aircraft of the MO Phoenix began their retrieval, resembling weary birds returning to their nest, vanishing into the layered confines of their hangar. The relentless intensity of combat had become a considerable burden for the MO Phoenix, necessitating a brief respite and resupply. Commander, the extermination rate of active Zerg units within the system stands at 98.3, reported the MO Phoenix. No sign of Commander Blackstar has been detected, nor have we identified stable jump corridors leading to other primary Zerg hives. It appears this is merely a forward gathering point. Lin Feng nodded slightly, not surprised by this outcome. If Commander Blackstar were so easily found, he would not have evaded both the Federation and the Zerg for so long. Excellent work. Everyone take a moment to rest, Lin Feng instructed, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield-scarred cosmos beyond the viewport. Lingji, commence large-scale recovery of battlefield debris, particularly the fragments of Titan-class bioships, and see if we can extract any useful data. Understood, Commander. Lingji replied promptly. The Stardust Forge is prepared. We will surely transform a significant quantity of high-quality alloys this time. Just as the fleet began its post-battle organization, the MO Phoenix emitted a soft sound of surprise. Commander, we have received a directional encrypted communication from beyond the system. It employs the highest level of military communication protocols from the Human Federation. Oh, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. What are the contents? It primarily consists of an identification signal and a brief text message to the unknown allied unit in the Iron Anvil system. This is the unyielding of the Human Federation Frontline Command. Please disclose your identity and intentions. A moment of silence fell over the command cabin. The starry celestial scoffed. What a slow reaction. We're nearly done with the battle, and they're just now inquiring. The MO Phoenix chuckled lightly. It seems the commotion we stirred has finally drawn the attention of our superiors. Should we respond? Lin Feng pondered briefly. His initial plan was to cleanse the Iron Anvil system before confronting the hidden Commander Blackstar and the Zerg main forces. Wishing to avoid entanglements with the Federation command that could expose too many of his cards and draw unnecessary scrutiny. However, upon further reflection, he considered that perhaps through the command, he could gain insight into the current overall situation of the Federation, as well as the whereabouts of Leo and Rock. It had been so long since his disappearance. Were his old friends safe? Respond to them, Lin Feng decided, using his identification code as Commander Lin Feng of the Eagle 07. He paused, a playful smile creeping onto his lips as he crafted the message. This is Lieutenant Commander Lin Feng of the Federation Navy, tasked with the behind enemy lines extermination mission in the Iron Anvil system, which is now preliminarily complete. The fleet has sustained minor losses and is currently resting. Inquiry, current enemy and friendly status, as well as recent updates on former Eagle 07 members Leo and Rog in the G75 sector. He deliberately employed vague terms like minor losses and tasks to convey his identity while leaving ample room for interpretation. Understood. The MO Phoenix's eyes gleamed with comprehension as it began to compile the message. Shortly after the message was dispatched, the Command's response seemed remarkably swift, even tinged with urgency. The Unyielding is replying. The MO Phoenix announced, its tone peculiar. They request real-time video communication. The initiator is Major General Karak, the highest commander in the current star region. Real-time video? Lin Feng was taken aback. It appeared the command was filled with curiosity and doubt regarding his survival and the sudden emergence of this formidable fleet. Connect us, Lin Feng instructed, adjusting his attire, which was merely a sleepwear, and said to the Starry Celestial, blur the background of the bridge. We don't want them to see too many details. Understood. With a flick of her hand, the Starry Celestial rendered the background of the bridge indistinct, leaving only the silhouette of Lin Feng and his command seat visible. The communication was established, and the main screen revealed a weathered general, his hair grizzled, yet his visage youthful, resolute but unable to conceal his fatigue. The stars on his epaulets signified his rank. Behind him appeared to be the command's backdrop, with several officers feigning busyness while discreetly casting glances at the screen. Upon seeing Lin Feng's youthful yet familiar face, Major General Karak's eyes widened with a flicker of astonishment. Despite prior preparation, the confirmation of Lin Feng's survival stirred a tumult of emotions within him. Lieutenant Commander Lin Feng, Karak's voice was steady but scrutinizing. Major General Karak. Lin Feng saluted with a standard Federation military gesture, maintaining a demeanor of respectful equality, pleased to have re-established contact with the command. We are equally relieved, Karak replied slowly, his gaze sharp as an eagle, attempting to glean more information from Lin Feng's expression and background. Your report is astonishing. As we understand it, the Zerg forces entrenched in the Iron Anvil system could easily obliterate several standard fleets. Could you elaborate on what you mean by minor losses and preliminary completion? Lin Feng had anticipated such inquiries and responded with composure. General, the specific tactical details are personal and confidential. I can only say that my ship girls and I have utilized certain unique opportunities and technologies to survive and advance. Our primary objective has always been to eliminate threats to humanity. He deftly diverted the topic. More importantly, General, I am concerned about my comrades, Leo and Rog. Have they safely evacuated the G-75 sector? Karak scrutinized Lin Feng, recognizing his reluctance to divulge more and deeming it inappropriate to press further, especially after Lin Feng had just achieved a monumental victory. He sighed, revealing a hint of gravity on his face. Lieutenant Leo and his ship girl, Tiger, have successfully retreated to the rear for resupply. However, Lieutenant Rog and his ship girl, Firefly, encountered an ambush during their escape and perished heroically. Though he had anticipated this news, the confirmation weighed heavily on Lin Feng's heart. His quiet, tech-savvy comrade, who often lingered in the shadows yet proved remarkably reliable, had ultimately not survived to see his return. A cold fury flickered in his eyes. The blood debt owed by Commander Blackstar and the Zerg must be repaid in kind. Suppressing the tumult of emotions within, he replied gravely, understood. Thank you for informing me, General. Karak sensed Lin Feng's fleeting emotional shift and mused inwardly, continuing. Lieutenant Commander Lin Feng, the strength you and your fleet have displayed has exceeded all expectations. The highest command has taken notice of you. The current frontline situation is exceedingly dire. The dual pressure from the Zerg and the mechanicals has us gasping for breath. On behalf of the Federation, I formally request your fleet's assistance in stabilizing the defenses of the surrounding star regions. A request, rather than an order. Karak's posture was notably humble, clearly recognizing Lin Feng's newfound autonomy and strategic value. Lin Feng remained silent for a moment. Assisting the Federation was a duty, yet he did not wish to be shackled. General, I can assist in eliminating the Zerg threats in the surrounding star regions, Lin Feng stated. But I require independent operational authority and high-level intelligence sharing. My fleet is better suited for targeted extermination and strategic strike missions. Karak appeared to have anticipated Lin Feng's conditions and readily agreed. Absolutely. I will grant you temporary authorization as a special tactical operations officer, empowering you to operate autonomously within the designated war zone. All relevant enemy situation reports from the surrounding star regions will be shared with you immediately. Very well. Lin Feng nodded. I will formulate the first strike target promptly. After concluding the communication with the command, Lin Feng leaned back in his command seat, closing his eyes as visions of Rog and his two ship girls filled his mind. Commander, are you all right? Ling Ji's concerned voice broke through. I am fine. Lin Feng opened his eyes, his gaze now restored to a state of calm, even sharper than before. Mo Huang, he commanded, based on the intelligence shared by the command center, filter the insectoid forces gathering in the star systems under the most pressure on our defenses, particularly in areas where the Black Star commander may be active. Xing Xian, assess the status of a ship and our ammunition reserves. Ling Ji, accelerate resource recovery. He rose to his feet, gazing into the profound starry expanse, his tone resolute. The time for respite has concluded. It's time to seek out old friends and reminisce. Chapter 168. A delayed communication within the bridge of the Xingxian. Lin Feng concluded a brief communication with the frontline command. The air still heavy with the mixed emotions of Major General Karak's voice, tinged with shock, doubt, and urgency. The vast star map displayed the now cleared insectoid signals from the Iron Anvil system, replaced by increasingly complex and dire annotations of the surrounding battle conditions. The news of Rog's sacrifice struck Lin Feng's heart like a cold needle, inflicting a sharp yet fleeting pain. He closed his eyes, momentarily envisioning the quiet, data-ensconced figure of the tech-savvy recluse, only to be overtaken by a deeper resolve. Grief was a luxury he could not afford. What was needed now was action, revenge. Commander? Ling Ji's gentle voice resonated through their mental link, laced with evident concern. She could feel the tumultuous waves of Lin Feng's inner turmoil, which ebb away almost as swiftly as they arose. I am fine. Lin Feng opened his eyes, now reflecting a serene, deep ocean. Montaquang. Utilizing the data shared by the command center, identify the star systems currently facing the gravest danger, particularly those suspected of harboring the Black Star Commander or high-ranking insectoid nodes. Priority level. Rescue allied forces, target high-ranking threats. Processing, Commander. Mo Huang's projection elegantly crossed her legs, her deep purple eyes swirling with streams of data as she initially outlined 3 priority zones. Additionally, we have received numerous encrypted communication requests relayed from the unyielding, mostly from retreating fleets and isolated defensive zones seeking assistance and identification inquiries. Temporarily block non-urgent communications. Xingxian. Has the final confirmation on the ship's status been completed? Completed long ago. Xingxian's voice brimmed with impatience, her petite form standing tall, every subsystem of the massive crimson ship humming in readiness within her perception. The star-cutting annihilation spear has completed its cool-down cycle and is ready for the next judgment. The secondary battery array is fully charged, and the star dance system has achieved a 100 self-check pass rate. Observing her eagerness to unleash firepower, Lin Feng's lips curled slightly upwards before settling back into seriousness. His gaze swept across the star map, ultimately resting upon a coordinate representing the temporary rear area of the Federation. Before that, there is one matter to address, he mused. Mo Huang. Attempt to access the foundational protocols of the Federation's military network, using my old permissions and the identification code of Commander Lin Feng, Eagle 07, to search for Lieutenant Liu and his ship girl, Tigress, along with their current status and location. Understood. A glimmer of comprehension flickered in Mo Huang's eyes, as she had come to understand her eccentric comrade. Moments later, her brows raised slightly, found them. Lieutenant Liu and his ship girl have been confirmed safe. Currently stationed at the Arc de Triomphe 7 logistics anchorage, one of the main gathering points for units retreating from the Iron Anvil system. Their status is marked as resting and awaiting orders, though the damage to Tigress is quite severe. A concise damage control report projected before Lin Feng, outlining Tigress's structural damage, offline weapon systems, and critically low energy reserves. Can we connect to his personal communication channel? Bypass the public network, using our own encrypted line. Attempting to establish a point-to-point quantum entanglement communication link. Please hold. Link established, signal stable. Lin Feng nodded, taking a deep breath, bring it through. Meanwhile, at the logistics anchorage of Arc de Triomphe 7, several jump points away, the crowded airspace was filled with various battle-worn vessels. From nearly disintegrated destroyers to battleships with most of their power incapacitated, resembling a colossal interstellar triage center. Repair barges flitted about like industrious bees, their beams of light attempting to stitch together the grievous wounds of these steel behemoths. Amidst this sea of wreckage, a flamboyantly painted, albeit now marred by scorch marks and dents, golden-red battlecruiser lay quietly docked in a relatively secluded berth. It was Tigress. Yet, the once mighty silhouette of the ship now appeared somewhat stooped. Of the 5 main gun turrets, only 3 retained a semblance of their original form, while the other 2 were reduced to twisted bases. The hull's armor bore gaping, horrific tears, as if clawed by some monstrous beast. Within the bridge, Leo slumped in the command seat, his once spirited tousled hair now hanging limply, his face betraying an unmistakable weariness and lingering sorrow. He had just completed yet another round of negotiations with the logistics department to secure some basic repair resources for Tigress. But restoring her to peak condition was as fanciful as dreaming. He did not wish to request materials from home, nor could he bring himself to do so. Commander, please supplement with nutrition agents. The tall, ebony-haired ship girl Tigress stood beside him, offering an energy bar, her amber eyes filled with concern and helplessness. Sigh, Tigress. We've truly suffered a considerable loss this time. Leo accepted the energy bar, chewing absently, his voice hoarse, that bastard Rog. He slammed his fist against the armrest, his eyes reddening. Tigress remained silent, refraining from her usual banter, instead gently placing her hand on his shoulder. She could feel the immense disappointment and anger swirling within her commander. Just then, a normally silent backup communication panel on the bridge suddenly emitted a low, rhythmic buzzing, and the screen lit up with an extremely unfamiliar and highly encrypted signal source identifier. Both Leo and Tigress were taken aback simultaneously. This channel was Leo's private line, known to few beyond his mother, and, at such a time, who would resort to such high-level encrypted communication to contact him? The identification signal could not be fully parsed, but the core protocol layer bore the markings of the Eagle team. Tigress swiftly analyzed, her brow furrowing. Should we bring it in, Commander? There may be risks. Leo stared at the blinking signal, a sudden impulse stirring within him. Bring it in. What we have to lose, given our current situation? The communication was established, the audio channel stabilizing first, as a familiar voice, laced with mirth and so recognizable it nearly made Leo leap out of his seat, echoed clearly throughout the bridge. Hey, Leo, are you still alive? Not missing any limbs, are you? Leo sprang up from the command chair, his eyes wide with disbelief, mouth agape. Struggling to find his voice, he pointed at the communication panel, then turned to Tigress, who mirrored his astonishment, stammering, Lin Feng, you finally returned to see your old man? From the other end, Lin Feng's light-hearted laughter emanated. What? Were you hoping for my demise? I'm quite resilient. Even the King of Hell dares not claim me. My God, it's really you. Leo erupted with excitement, fatigue evaporating in an instant as he nearly lunged at the communication panel. Where are you? What is your status? What about Ling Ji? And what of Mo Huang and little Xing Xian? Are you all right? His barrage of questions came forth like a rapid-fire cannon. We're all well. Better than you might think. Lin Feng's voice carried a peculiar serenity. The specifics we can discuss in person. Provide me with your exact docking coordinates. Well, a bit conspicuous, so let us keep it low-key. Conspicuous? Leo paused, glancing at his battered Tigress, then out the viewport at the overcrowded logistics anchorage, which resembled a ship graveyard, instinctively reporting his position. A 66 area, berth number 19. But Lin, what do you mean by conspicuous? Did you manage to haul back a Titan ship? The silence on the other end of the communication lingered for a moment, as if Lin Feng were carefully considering his words. Then, a voice tinged with a hint of mockery emerged. The Titan ship? Well, more or less. We'll be there shortly. No sooner had he finished speaking than the communication abruptly ceased. Leo and Huqing exchanged bewildered glances. Did he just say more or less? Leo rubbed his ears in disbelief. Huqing, am I so fatigued that I'm hallucinating? That rascal Lin Feng has returned with a Titan ship? Huqing, with a furrowed brow, calmly analyzed, Commander, considering the fleet size before Lin Feng's last disappearance, the likelihood of acquiring a Titan ship is less than 0.0001. A more plausible hypothesis is that he may have captured or repaired a sizable alien vessel, or perhaps the intelligence from command is erroneous. Forget it, Leo exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement as he paced the bridge. It's Lin Feng. That kid isn't dead. He is alive, and judging by his tone, he seems to be doing quite well. I knew it. That guy's as tough as cockroaches. However, they were unaware that Lin Feng's notion of arriving shortly did not imply a leisurely approach via the conventional routes to the anchorage. Just as Leo was reveling in the survival of his old friend and speculating about the treasures he had acquired, the deep space surveillance array surrounding the Arc de Triomphe 7 anchorage suddenly emitted the highest level of alarm. In the massive observation viewport of the anchorage control center, as well as on the screens of all ships equipped with external sensors, within a mere 0.01 light seconds of the anchorage, the very fabric of space began to twist and ripple violently, as if a stone had been cast into a still pond. There were no brilliant bursts of energy, nor deafening roars. Only 3 colossal shadows, so immense they could freeze one's thoughts, emerged quietly from another dimension, hovering there in silence. Their scale utterly obliterated the survivors' comprehension of what a battleship truly was. The shock they evoked was akin to a little girl incessantly shouting small fry, small fry, small fry, only to be rendered speechless when a muscular man revealed a weapon of such magnitude that it dwarfed her expectations, leaving her dumbfounded and instinctively uttering a small fry. Chapter 169. Nostalgia at the base in that moment. The public communication channel of the logistics anchorage at Arc de Triomphe 7 fell into a deathly silence. It was as if all sounds, the roar of engines, the hum of machinery, even the very act of human breathing, were consumed by the intangible oppressive aura emanating from the three titanic vessels that had appeared so abruptly. The alarms continued to wail mournfully in the control center, yet the operators remained frozen, mouths agape, staring blankly at the main screen, displaying those three gargantuan entities that seemed ready to burst beyond the confines of the display. What were they? Allies? Or harbingers of a new calamity? Unidentified vessels. This is the control center of the unyielding. Please, immediately state your identity and intentions. A communication officer, still unaware of the situation, broke the oppressive silence with a voice trembling uncontrollably. After a brief pause, a calm, clear, and somewhat languid young male voice responded through the highest priority encrypted channel, which was also intercepted and broadcasted for those with keen ears. This is Major Lin Feng of the Federal Navy, belonging to the former Eagle Team 07. Under the authorization of Major General Karak, I am executing a special tactical operation. The purpose of this mission, to visit allies and coordinate necessary resupply. Repeat, we are allied forces. All eyes were riveted on the three colossal vessels. On the left was a massive phoenix-shaped ship, interwoven with obsidian and dark gold patterns. Its wings spanning 300 kilometers. Its tranquil and dark presence seemed to absorb the surrounding light, akin to the night monarch. The MO Phoenix of the Eternal Night Star Curtain class. On the right was a sword-shaped ship, entirely crimson with molten gold veins flowing through it. Measuring 288 kilometers in length, its astonishingly large turret exuding a chilling aura of death, akin to the celestial star of the Star Cutting class. Centrally, flanked by these two giants, was an arc measuring 60 kilometers in length and 120 kilometers in width, intertwined with white jade and emerald hues. A powerful aura of life and industrial might emanated from it, resembling a moving interstellar continent of the Lingji Arc class. Each of these vessels surpassed the largest Titan ship currently in service within the Federation, and their design was utterly unprecedented. They hovered silently, without activating any weapons or making further movements, yet instilled a sense of almost suffocating reverence and fear throughout the entire anchorage. In Dock 19 of Zone A77, Leo and Huqing, too, beheld those three miraculous ships through the damaged observation system of the Huqing. Leo's jaw nearly unhinged. He rubbed his eyes vigorously and pinched his thigh hard, the sharp pain confirming that this was no dream. Titan ship, Leo's voice cracked, pointing at the screen. Speechless. He calls this more or less. What the hell is this? This is beyond my vocabulary. Huqing, tell me, when the world are those? Typically composed. Huqing's pupils dilated in astonishment. Her fingers gripping the datapad turned pale from exertion. She inhaled deeply, forcing herself to analyze. Based on the energy readings and structural skin feedback, their energy levels and structural integrity far exceed any known classification of vessels. Commander Lin Feng seems to have mastered a technology we cannot comprehend. At that moment, a small, streamlined silver transport craft, like a ghost, silently emerged from the belly of the Lingji Arc, creating no spatial ripples, almost instantly appearing outside the viewport of the Huqing, contrasting sharply with the massive and battered battlecruiser. The transport vessel's hatch slid open silently, revealing Lin Feng, clad in a fitted outfit that was not of standard Federal issue, yet exuded an air of understated elegance. He stood at the doorway, wearing a familiar, somewhat lazy yet mischievous smile, and waved at Leo. Hey, why are you just standing there? Aren't you going to invite me in? This place looks quite unique. Lin Feng's voice came through the external communication, laced with evident teasing. Finally, snapping out of his stupor, Leo scrambled to command the opening of the bridge isolation door. As Lin Feng strode into the bridge of the Huqing, now adorned with temporary repair marks and the scent of charred materials, Leo rushed forward, delivering a solid punch before enveloping him in a tight embrace. His voice choked with emotion. Damn it, you rascal. You didn't deceive me. You finally returned. Lin Feng chuckled, absorbing the punch and patting Leo's back. Easy now. My frame isn't as sturdy as your Huqing. Once released, Leo still held onto Lin Feng's shoulders, examining him with incredulity in his eyes. Quick, spill the beans. When the world is happening. Are those three out there yours? How did you acquire them? Where have you been these past few months? Lin Feng did not respond directly. Instead, he nodded at Huqing, who stood nearby, still maintaining her composure, but unable to hide her astonishment. Huqing, you've worked hard. You've sustained injuries. Commander Lin Feng, Welcome back. Hu Qing slightly bowed, her etiquette impeccable. Lin Feng then turned to the anxious Liu, smiled, and took a seat at a tactical table. It's a long story. To put it simply, we were ambushed by the Zerg and nearly perished in the Echo ruins. We had no choice but to warp to a distant, unfamiliar star region. A distant star region? How far? The Andromeda Galaxy. Both Leo and Hu Qing gasped in unison. Intergalactic warp? This is simply preposterous. We stayed there for a few months, dodging attention while engaging in some construction and resource accumulation. Lin Feng spoke nonchalantly, as if he had merely gone on a vacation and happened to stumble upon a gold mine. Lingji, Mo Phoenix, and Star Cutting, they also completed their upgrades and modifications over there. Upgrades and modifications? Leo gazed at the 3 divine vessels outside the viewport, his lips twitching. You call it an upgrade? This is like swapping a Bicycle S engine for a warp drive. Lin Feng shrugged nonchalantly. The form is inconsequential. What truly matters is the efficacy of the outcome. As for you all, I have only just learned of ROG. The mere mention of ROG cast an immediate pall over the atmosphere in the bridge. The excitement in Leo's eyes faded, replaced by anguish and fury as he heavily sank back into his chair, his hands covering his face. They were ambushed. ROG activated the final explosion. Hu Qing silently moved to Leo's side, offering him unspoken support. Lin Feng's gaze turned cold, and he patted Leo's shoulder. We will avenge this grievance. Those insects, along with the shadowy remnants of the Black Star, will not escape unscathed. Leo lifted his head, his eyes reddened, and replied with a heavy affirmation before urgently inquiring. Old Lin, now that you possess such prowess, can you save Hu Qing? She is gravely injured, and the logistical resources at the anchor point are utterly insufficient. Lin Feng turned to Hu Qing, gently asking, Hu Qing, let Lingji assist you. Without a moment's hesitation, Hu Qing looked at Lin Feng and nodded solemnly. I trust you. Commander Lin Feng, I beg of you. Lin Feng smiled faintly and, through their mental link, issued a command. Lingji, dispatch a squadron of Aphid-class repair vessels equipped with the finest nano-repair drones and high-purity void essence crystals for a comprehensive assessment and initial stabilization of the Hu Qing. Evaluate the resources and time required for complete restoration. Understood, Commander. Leave it to Lingji, came the vibrant response. Soon, several elegantly designed Aphid-class repair motherships, resembling magnified insects, emerged from the Lingji Arc-class vessel and adeptly attached themselves to Hu Qing's massive wound, releasing a verdant cloud of restorative nanomist imbued with life force. Leo watched this scene, overwhelmed with emotion, unsure of what to say. Lin Feng then stood and approached the window, gazing out at the chaotic yet majestic anchor point, his expression contemplative. Take a moment to rest, Leo. Then tell me in detail how dire the situation has become on the front lines during our absence. Chapter 170. Reunion in the derelict dock Anchor Point 7, Zone A77, berth number 19. The once ostentatious crimson-gold Hu Qing battlecruiser now resembled a beached leviathan, eerily suspended in the frigid void. The ghastly rips, charred scorch marks, and twisted, shattered main turrets on the hull silently narrated the harrowing trials it had endured during its escape from the hellish Iron Anvil star system. Inside the bridge, bright lights illuminated Leo's fatigued yet fervent visage as he animatedly recounted his experiences of the past months to Lin Feng. You wouldn't believe it. That guy ROG, usually so taciturn, turned out to be a real man at the end. Let us all perish together. Just that one line and then bam, a flash of white light, and the entire asteroid belt was obliterated. Leo's voice cracked with emotion as he slammed his hand on the console beside him. Those insects, and the damned Black Star remnants. I won't let them off easy. Lin Feng listened in silence, allowing his friend to vent his anguish without interruption. He could feel the deep-seated sorrow and fury emanating from Leo's animated gestures and reddened eyes. Within him burned a cold flame of his own, as the fleeting images of ROG, silence, and Firefly flashed through his mind. What happened next? How did you arrive here? Lin Feng's voice was calm, pulling Leo back from his fervent recollections. What else could we do? Leo wiped his face, inhaling deeply to steady himself. Taking advantage of the brief respite ROG bought us with his life, Hu Qing and I fled with all our might. The engines were on the verge of exploding. The shields flickered unpredictably, and we were pursued by a pack of relentless rippers. If it weren't for Hu Qing's resilience, we would have met our end countless times along the way. He glanced at the tall ship girl standing quietly beside him, his eyes filled with both dread and reliance. Hu Qing nodded slightly, her voice as calm as ever yet laced with an imperceptible softness. The commander's decisions were decisive. and the evasive maneuvers of Fadian bought us precious time. Ultimately, we miraculously reached the Kappa 7 rendezvous point and withdrew to this anchor point with the remnants of the fleet. She looked at Lin Feng, her amber eyes filled with curiosity and disbelief. Commander Lin Feng, your appearance has surpassed all known intelligence predictions. Those three immense ships outside, are they truly Lingji and Mo Huang and Xing Xian? Before Lin Feng could respond, Leo interjected, yes. Old Lin, you must come clean. When the world happened? 5 months. Just 5 months. How did you transform from standard hulls into whatever those are, in their presence? A Titan ship seems like a mere dinghy. Where on earth did you unearth an ancient civilization's grave? Or did you raid the home of the creators? Lin Feng chuckled at Leo's insistence on clarity, shaking his head in amusement. He moved to the window, gazing at the Lingji Ark-class vessel, contemplating how to weave a tale. After a brief pause, he began, the jump transported us to an exceedingly distant and undeveloped star region, which we later discovered to be the Andromeda Galaxy. The resources there are unimaginably abundant, yet fraught with peril. We contended with the disturbances of local primitive civilizations while utilizing the resources for recuperation and advancement. Lin Feng's narrative artfully downplayed the astonishing capabilities of the system, framing them instead as a blend of fortune and technological breakthroughs. We unearthed certain, let us call them ancient relics, which house technological blueprints surpassing our current understanding, particularly regarding material transformation and the construction of colossal structures. By combining Lingji's innate repair and construction skills with Mo Huang's data processing capabilities, we exerted considerable effort to initially grasp and utilize them. He gestured towards the colossal ships outside, his tone imbued with a humble acknowledgement of their collective efforts. The prototypes of the Stardust Furnace and the Universal Weaving System originated from there. These two systems amalgamated various materials harvested from mining and manufacturing, ultimately transforming my shipgirls' hulls. As for the main cannon of Xing Xian, Lin Feng paused, glancing at Leo with a knowing smile. Her stellar impact cannon had immense potential from the outset. However, it was previously constrained by material and energy limitations. There, we discovered suitable ultra-dense materials and more efficient energy transmission technologies, effectively unlocking a portion of her inherent potential. His half-truthful explanation concealed the existence of the system, attributing everything to serendipitous discoveries of relics, the shipgirls' exceptional talents, and their own diligent efforts in deciphering technology. Even so, Leo and Hu Che found their spirits stirred, discovering ancient relics, deciphering and applying lost technologies, establishing such formidable industrial capabilities and fleet scale within 5 months. Any one of these feats would be legendary, yet Lin Feng and his crew had accomplished them all in a mere 5 months, shattering their previous notions of luck and strength. I can't believe it, Leo exclaimed, his mouth agape, struggling to comprehend the enormity of it all. You didn't just lay low, you embarked on a cosmic-level side quest and conquered it. No wonder you mentioned slight losses. Hu Che swiftly seized upon the critical point, her tone imbued with unprecedented seriousness. Commander Lin Feng, the speed of resource accumulation and industrial capability you described is nearing that of any industrial star system currently held by the Federation. Moreover, that star-cutting class combat power suggests that you and your fleet now possess a strategic force capable of altering the course of a star system's battle, even challenging a mid-tier interstellar civilization. Lin Feng nodded, acknowledging Uche's astuteness. That is one way to interpret it. Thus, we have returned, not to flaunt our strength, but to settle old scores and to rectify humanity's disadvantage in this war. His gaze shifted to Leo, his tone growing grave. Leo, now is not the time for reminiscing. I need to know the current state of the Federation's overall front lines, particularly the major offensive directions of the Zerg and the Mechanicals, as well as the potential hiding places of the Black Star commanders. Upon hearing this, Leo ceased his jesting demeanor, striving to recall the final intelligence received prior to their evacuation and the sporadic reports encountered after arriving at the anchorage. The situation is dire, Old Lin. Leo's voice grew somber. The Iron Anvil system has been irrevocably lost, and the G75 sector is likely in a similar predicament. The Zerg have unleashed their forces with a frenzy, deploying troops numbering in the tens or even hundreds of times greater than before. Their dreadnoughts and Titan bio-ships swarm like a relentless tide, an unending battle. He gestured towards the myriad of battered vessels outside the viewport. Look here. Almost all of them are remnants from the front lines that have collapsed. It is rumored that not only our side suffers, but several star domains near the End Realm are faring even worse. The End Mechanicals have emerged in full force. A rare flicker of fear crossed Leo's face. They do not merely destroy, they obliterate. Have you heard of Lithic 2? A planet inhabited by nearly 100 million souls, wiped clean by a single strike from one of their dreadnoughts, leaving not a trace, merely a belt of asteroids. The command center is in disarray, with defensive lines contracting everywhere. It is said that several generals have been compelled to take up positions on the front lines themselves. As for the Black Star commander, Leo scratched his tousled hair and continued, I have gleaned information through my family's channels, combined with official reports, that the Black Star commander who ambushed us at Echo Ruins is likely a fellow known as Carlos, who is responsible for this star domain. That slippery fellow has eluded capture since that incident. However, rumors circulate of Zerg fleets suspected to be under his control operating in the lawless expanse of the Shattered Star Abyss, though no one can confirm it. Just then, a gentle green beam emanated from the distant Lingji Arc class, precisely enveloping the enormous wound on the hull of the Tiger Che. Countless nanorepair drones, nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye, began to adhere to the damaged armor and structure, initiating repairs and reconstruction at a visibly rapid pace. Commander, Lingji's soft yet clear voice came through the communication. I have scanned the damage sustained by the Tiger Che and the Flying Electric. Structural damage is severe. The energy core is overloaded and multiple weapon systems are offline. Repairs will require approximately 3,500 units of standard alloy and some rare crystals. I have directed the repair vessels to commence preliminary stabilization operations. Please instruct Commander Leo's ship girls to dock in the designated area on my outer deck. I will summon resources from the fabrication factory to expedite their repairs. 3,500 units of alloy, a staggering figure for Leo, who had been cut off from his home supply and was now destitute. Yet, Lingji's tone was as casual as if she were inviting them to a feast. Editing C. That is far too precious. Leo stammered. Lin Feng patted his shoulder and chuckled. Why are you being so polite with me? Let's not forget. Resources are the one thing I'm not short on right now. Let your Tiger Che and Flying Electric come over. Lingji's dock is ample enough. He paused, locking eyes with Leo, his tone turning earnest. Moreover, once repaired, we can embark on a grand venture together. What do you say, Leo? Are you interested in being my assault vanguard once more? Leo was initially taken aback, but then his eyes ignited with an unprecedented fervor, as if all weariness and sorrow had been dispelled by this surge of battle spirit. He grasped Lin Feng's shoulder tightly, laughing heartily. Damn it. I've been waiting for you to say that. I've been boiling with pin-up rage with nowhere to unleash it. Tiger Che, Flying Electric. Did you hear? We're off to seek retribution with Boss Lin. The Tiger Che observed her commander rejuvenated, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she rendered a formal salute to Lin Feng and Lingji on the communication. Thank you, Commander Lin Feng. Thank you, Miss Lingji. The Tiger Che is ready for duty. The silver-hued, petite destroyer, the Flying Electric, darted around the battered Tiger Che like a joyful fish, her lively voice resonating through the communication channel. This is fantastic. Finally, we want to be stuck in this wretched place. Boss Leo, Boss Lin Feng. Let us set off quickly. Chapter 171. The journey resumes. The surface deck of the Lingji Arc class, nearly 100 kilometers wide, resembled a meticulously arranged metallic plane more than a mere deck. As the battered Tiger Che and the nimble Flying Electric descended slowly into the designated area under the guiding beams, they appeared as small vehicles parked in a vast lot. Leo gazed in awe at the scene before him through the external sensors and bridge observation window of the Tiger Che. Gigantic retractable repair arms, akin to the limbs of a giant, rose from beneath the deck, gently securing the hull of the Tiger Che. Numerous smaller aphid-class repair motherships adhered to the wounds, spraying forth a green nanorepair mist suffused with potent life energy. The damaged armor visibly regenerated, healing, while twisted structures were gradually corrected by unseen forces. Even more astonishing was the entrance to the fabrication factory, which loomed in the distance like a mountain range. The occasionally opening gate revealed a profound space, seemingly linked to another dimension, where large ship modules were rapidly taking shape alongside a flow of materials. The air resonated with a deep, throbbing hum, embodying immense energy, the sound of the stardust furnace operating at full throttle, converting battlefield debris and stored resources into standard alloys. This is simply a mobile planetary factory, Leo murmured to himself. More accurately, it is a mobile logistical and strategic support platform endowed with planetary-level industrial capabilities. The voice of the Tiger Che interrupted his thoughts, equally astonished by the sight before them, yet with a more composed analysis. Commander Lin Feng wields power that transcends conventional fleets. With the Lingji R-class at our disposal, our fleet has essentially attained immortality and boundless operational endurance. Just then, Lin Feng's voice came through the encrypted channel. Leo, come to the bridge of the Lingji. We need to synchronize the detailed battle plans. As Leo boarded the transportation craft and stepped onto the bridge of the Lingji R-class, he was once again struck by its vastness and advanced technology. Beneath the dome interwoven with white jade and emerald green, the panoramic observation windows showcased the vastness of the cosmos and the rapidly repairing Tiger Che. Lingji was seated beside the main command seat in an auxiliary position, her gentle demeanor directing the repair operations amidst a flow of complex data. Upon noticing Leo's arrival, she turned with a sweet smile. Commander Leo, rest assured, Sister Tiger Che and Sister Flying Electric will soon be as good as new. Lin Feng stood with his hands clasped behind him before a central star map, where a colossal holographic projection outlined a portion of the galaxy, with the iron anvil system and its surrounding areas prominently marked. The Zerg's crimson markers remained glaring, yet several new arrows pointed from Lin Feng's fleet's position into the depths. The situation has become clear. Lin Feng pointed at the star map. Based on the intelligence Leo provided and the shared data from the command center, the Zerg's main forces were splitting into multiple paths, exerting immense pressure on the Rock Star domain and the Dawn Star domain. The threat of the end mechanicals primarily loomed over the returning ruins, seemingly aiming to destroy the ancient stargates and the Federation's largest void core refining center located there. His finger rested on a blurred region between the Iron Anvil system and the Rock Star domain, marked as the Shattered Star Abyss. This area, the Shattered Star Abyss, is fraught with complexity, chaotic signals, and littered with gravitational traps and remnants of ancient battlefields, making it a favored hiding spot for smugglers, pirates, and the Black Star Commander. Leo, you mentioned Carlos is active there. It is not without reason. Leo leaned closer to the star map, his gaze sharp. Are you proposing to directly assault Carlos's lair? And in the process, wreak havoc on the Zerg's logistical lines leading to the Rock Star domain? Precisely, Lin Feng nodded. Carlos is a critical threat that must be eliminated. The Shattered Abyss serves as one of the pivotal conduits through which the Zerg transport troops and resources to the Stone Star domain. By launching our offensive here, we not only seek vengeance, but also aim to alleviate the immense pressure on the Stone Star domain, thereby granting the command center precious time to reorganize its defensive line. He cast a glance at Leo, his eyes imbued with inquiry. This operation bears considerable risk. The harsh conditions of the Shattered Abyss, coupled with the uncertainty of enemy presence, could very well expose us to a dual assault from Carlos and the Zerg forces. Your vessel has only just been repaired. Should we first remain at anchor? Enough of that. Leo interjected, his neck craned defiantly. Am I the sort to retreat in the face of battle? Tiger Chow and Fadian have long been itching for revenge. Besides, with your three, god-tier warships, how could I possibly come to harm? Lin Feng chuckled, fully aware that Leo would respond in such a manner. Very well. We shall form a temporary mixed task force. The Lingji will serve as the core of logistics and support, while the Mo Huang will provide intelligence, electronic warfare, and long-range fire coverage. The Xingxian will be responsible for direct assaults and targeted eliminations. Your Tiger Chow and Fadian will handle flanking reconnaissance, rapid strikes, and the mop-up of any remaining enemies following the Xingxian's fire support. He paused, adding, Lingji will conduct a comprehensive inspection and optimization of your ships to ensure they are in peak condition. As for resources, rest assured, the Lingji storerooms are ample enough to sustain us through a prolonged, high-intensity campaign. Leo rubbed his hands together with excitement. No problem. You set the tactics, and I'll handle the fighting. Finally, I can vent my frustrations. At that moment, the languid yet alluring projection of Mo Huang appeared on the bridge, her violet eyes scanning the star chart. Commander, all reconnaissance drones have been retrieved and the surrounding star domains are temporarily secure. Preliminary scanning data regarding the Shattered Abyss has also been uploaded to the database. The electromagnetic environment there is quite fascinating. Would you like me to send some carrier-based aircraft ahead to greet those rodents hiding in the shadows? The projection of Xingxian soon followed, arms crossed and a smug expression gracing her face. Oof. At last a worthy target. Those bugs hiding in the crevices of rocks, along with those traitors, shall feel the sting of my annihilation spear. Commander, the main cannon is ready for action at a moment's notice. Observing the spirited ship girls and the eager Leo, Lin Feng felt a surge of ambition. He inhaled deeply and commanded, relay my orders. The fleet shall conclude its rest and enter a state of heightened combat readiness. The Lingji is to expedite repairs and resupply for the Tiger Chow and Fadian, with the utmost priority. The MO Huang will continue its in-depth analysis of the Shattered Abyss intelligence and devise infiltration and strike plans. The Xingxian will maintain combat vigilance, prepare to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. His gaze swept across every individual present, ultimately settling on the dark region of the star chart marked as the Shattered Abyss. Once repairs are complete, we shall depart immediately. Our objective is the Shattered Abyss. This time, we shall cleanse the darkness along with the traitors and pests that dwell within. Yes, understood. Chapter 172. The nest beneath the twin star shadows. The name Shattered Abyss is not without merit. As Lin Feng's fleet concluded its jump and exited the hyperspace route, the sensors revealed an utterly chaotic star domain. Two enormous stars, both in an unstable phase of maturity. One ominously dark red and the other a blinding blue-white, slowly revolved around a common barycenter, forming the core of this binary system. Their gravitational pull wrenched at everything nearby, creating an anomalous gravitational field and radiation storm that spanned several light years. The fragmented asteroid belt, twisted nebula dust, and countless ancient warship wrecks floated like debris in the void beneath the twin stars' chaotic illumination. The environment here is exceedingly harsh, yet it has become an ideal refuge for the unsavory. The intense gravity and radiation hindered the effective detection of most conventional sensors, providing a natural sanctuary for those who dwell in the shadows. Sensor efficiency had plummeted to a mere 35 of standard levels. Mo Huang's cold voice resonated on the bridge of the Xingxian, her projection hovering beside Lin Feng. Numerous gravitational traps and high-energy radiation zones have been detected. Scans indicate a large artificial structure at the edge of the third asteroid belt, with energy signatures matching descriptions of the notorious Black Falcon space station. Approximately 43 vessels have been detected in the vicinity, a mixed assortment primarily consisting of modified armed merchant ships and light frigates, fitting the profile of pirates. No large-scale biological signals or Zerg vessel signatures have been found. Lin Feng fixated on the prominently highlighted space station on the main star chart. It resembled a gray scorpion clinging to the cosmic rocks, lurking beneath the tumultuous light and shadows of the binary stars. Maintain distance and initiate full-spectrum silence, Lin Feng commanded. Mo Huang, deploy the Chanjiji-class reconnaissance drones for comprehensive, silent surveillance of the space station and its surrounding space. Focus on scanning for any hidden jump signals or energy cloaking fields. Understood. Mo Huang's projection nodded slightly. The Chanjiji have been dispatched. They will blend into this star domain like shadows. Leo, Lin Feng turned to the communication channel. Prepare yourself. We are boarding the station. Already ready. Leo's voice brimmed with barely contained excitement. The Tiger Chow and Fei Dian are in pristine condition, and Lingji's craftsmanship is impeccable. A moment later, a small formation separated from the colossal fleet concealed within the shadows of the asteroid belt. Assigned to direct escort duties were two Termite-class landing craft, robust in design, yet harboring formidable assault capabilities. They carried 4 Iron Shield main battle mechas, towering at 50 meters, wielding heavy annihilation cannons. With their hydraulic systems emitting a low, resonant hum, Lin Feng, Xingxian, Lingji, and Leo, aboard the Tiger Chow and Fei Dian, found themselves within one of the landing craft. Aside from the ship girls like Xingxian and Lingji, Lin Feng and Leo, along with Captain Vasily, a representative of the Stardust Warriors, and an elite power armor squad he had selected, donned standard Defender 6 power armor. The dark gray armor, with its sharp lines, glimmered ominously, while the helmet's visor emitted an ethereal glow, the federal insignia on the arm denoting their identity as an organized military force starkly contrasting with the lawless surroundings. The landing craft jetted forth with a ghostly blue ion stream, skillfully using debris and radiation belts as cover as they silently approached the Black Falcon space station. The station's defense systems seemed to take notice but did not react excessively. A few antiquated closed defense turrets merely rotated in a token gesture. Clearly, for these pirates, odd visitors had long become a commonplace occurrence. Provided they did not directly threaten the station, they preferred to observe and extract benefits. The docking process unfolded smoothly, with the station's guidance systems appearing somewhat lethargic. The airlock hissed open, revealing a brightly lit interior permeated with a mingling sense of machine oil, sweat, and low-quality synthetic alcohol. Lin Feng and his party stepped onto the metal deck of the space station. The heavy footfalls of their power armor resonated within the spacious, yet chaotic docking area, instantly drawing the curious gazes of various onlookers. Here, a multitude of alien races congregated, the towering Glatrons, their skin resembling rough stone, the sly-eyed Kael'Morans, their tentacles writhing. And many more obscure races from the far reaches of the galaxy, barely recognizable to the federal database. Most appeared ragged, some armed, their expressions a blend of vigilance, greed, and the numbness characteristic of desperate rogues. Captain Vasily signaled, and his power armor soldiers immediately fanned out into standard tactical formation, securing key positions within the docking area. Though their assault rifles were not raised, they maintained a posture poised for immediate action. The 4 iron shield mechs stood like formidable sentinels, guarding the exit of a landing craft. Their massive forms and overwhelming presence instinctively compelled a few pirates, initially eager to approach, to retreat a few steps. Where did these hulking soldiers come from? Are they here to flaunt their might in our dilapidated corner of the universe? A flippant voice rang out, laced with unmistakable derision. Lin Feng turned to see a Kael'Marani clad in a tattered leather jacket, bearing a menacing scar across his face. He toyed with an energy dagger, his tendrils lewdly pointing towards Lin Feng and his companions, particularly fixating on the petite Xingxuan and the gentle Lingji. And you brought along 2 such lovely ladies? Huh! Are you here to warm our hearts, Black Hawk Station? Another voice chimed in, belonging to a burly man exuding the scent of engine oil, clearly modified beyond recognition. Xingxuan's brows furrowed immediately, a glimmer of frost flashing in her glacier blue eyes as her small hand unconsciously clenched. Lingji instinctively moved closer to Lin Feng, her face revealing a hint of unease. Just as Leo was about to erupt in anger, Lin Feng raised a hand to halt him. Through the visor of his armor, Lin Feng's gaze coldly scanned the 2 insolent pirates, ignoring them entirely as he spoke sternly to Vasily. Lieutenant Vasily, maintain order. We are not here to cause trouble, but we are not afraid of it either. Understood, Commander, Vasily replied in a deep, resonant voice. Stepping forward, his power armor augmented his already imposing height of over 2 meters. He barked at the 2 pirates. Mind your manners. The Federal Navy is here on official business. Non-essential personnel, stand down. The Federal Navy? Huh, you nearly scare me to death. The Kael'Marani's bravado only grew, laughter escaping him as he continued, in this shattered star abyss. The Federation's banner holds little sway, right, brothers? A chorus of malicious chuckles and whistles erupted around them. Clearly, they regarded this small band of stardust warriors and the 2 delicate women with disdain. At that moment, the Kael'Marani, seemingly unsatisfied with mere verbal provocations, extended his slimy tendrils towards Xingxuan's cheek. Little sister, don't follow those stiff soldiers. Come with your brother and enjoy a good time. His words were abruptly silenced by a resounding thud. Bang! The dull sound was accompanied by the sharp crack of bone. Vasily had not drawn a weapon. Instead, he delivered a straightforward, metallic-fisted punch that landed squarely on the Kael'Marani's face. The sheer force of the blow crushed the grotesque visage, sending viscous, luminescent blood and shattered exoskeleton splattering in all directions. The Kael'Marani emitted no sound, flying through the air like a rag doll before crashing into a distant cargo crate, collapsing limply to the ground, his fate uncertain. Silence enveloped the port area in an instant. All laughter and jeering had choked in their throats. The pirates, who had initially entertained the idea of watching a spectacle, now stood frozen, expressions transforming into shock and a flicker of fear. They had not anticipated such swift and brutal action from these soldiers, nor could they fathom the terrifying strength displayed. This was a fully grown Kael'Marani, while not renowned for physical prowess. He was certainly not someone who could be dispatched with a single blow. Clearly, these pirates had little experience with formidable armor. They were accustomed to engaging in boarding actions and ground combat, primarily through brute force. The previously boisterous, mechanically enhanced giant turned pale, instinctively retreating a few steps, his dagger clattering to the ground. Vasily retracted his fist, the voice from beneath his helmet imbued with a hint of a throaty accent. Who else wishes to test the Federation's hospitality? The power-armored soldiers behind him stepped forward in unison, their rifles slightly raised, not yet aimed at anyone. But the palpable aura of menace was enough to instill dread in the motley crew. Lin Feng seized the moment to project his voice through the armor speaker, resonating with undeniable authority. We are here to pursue Commander Carlos of the Black Star. Those who provide credible information will receive the Federation's clemency or reward. Interfering with our mission. His gaze swept over the unconscious Kael'Marani on the ground and the now silent pirates surrounding them. This is your final warning. Chapter 173. Iron Fist and intelligence. The port was engulfed in a deathly silence, save for the low hum of the aging ventilation system and the heavy, anxious breaths of the pirates. Vasily's unembellished punch had not only shattered the Kelmarani's arrogance, but also dismantled the pirates' preconceived notions of the Federation's soldiers they had deemed weak and mockable. This was not the patrol squad they could easily deride. These were true harbingers of doom. Lin Feng's cold, commanding voice reverberated through the armor, utterly dominating the atmosphere. The name of Commander Carlos of the Black Star carried significant weight in this sector, and the realization that these soldiers had come specifically for him heightened the gravity of the situation far beyond a mere military search. Now, Lin Feng's gaze bore into each pirate's face. Can anyone tell me if Carlos has recently been here? Where'd he go? The pirates exchanged glances, many averting their eyes, weighing the risks. Providing information on the Black Star commander was fraught with danger, yet the immediate threat posed by the Federation soldiers loomed ever closer. After a moment of silence, a lizard-like humanoid, seemingly a minor leader with gray-green skin, mustered the courage to croak, "Commander, Lord Carlos." "No. The traitor Carlos. How could we lowly individuals possibly know his whereabouts?" Yes. We've never seen him. A figure of his stature would never deign to visit a place like ours." The other pirates hastily echoed, attempting to evade the situation. Leo scoffed over the communication channel. "Old Lin, it seems they won't cooperate unless we apply some pressure." Lin Feng nodded slightly, exchanging a knowing glance with Vasily. Comprehending the signal, Vasily stepped forward with a thundering stride, the weight of his power armor resonating like war drums in the hearts of the pirates. He seized the lizard-like leader by the collar, effortlessly lifting him off the ground. "Think carefully before you answer. My commander is asking who can tell us." "Not if you know. Say it again. Did Carlos come here?" The lizard leader flailed in panic, feeling the crushing strength gripping his throat, ultimately collapsing under the pressure. Yes. He was here a few days ago. He brought several ships to refuel and resupply." "Where'd he go?" Vasily pressed, tightening his grip slightly. "I don't know. He was just passing through. Someone like him would never disclose his whereabouts to the likes of us." The lizard man pleaded, tears of desperation forming. Lin Feng frowned. This scenario was anticipated. Carlos was known for his caution, unlikely to divulge core plans to peripheral pirates. Just then, Lingji gently tugged at Lin Feng's armored arm, whispering, "Commander, I feel that person over there might know something." Her slender finger discreetly pointed toward a relatively well-dressed human attempting to sneak away from the crowd, resembling a bartender or an information broker. "Stop him," Lin Feng commanded. Two power-armored soldiers sprang into action like leopards, intercepting the would-be escapee just as he was about to slip into a side corridor, firmly dragging him back. "Let me go. On what grounds do you arrest me? I am a legitimate merchant of Black Hawk Station." The man protested, struggling with a facade of bravado. "Legitimate merchant?" Lin Feng approached him, looking down from a superior height. "What are you hiding from?" "I am not hiding. I just wish to avoid trouble. Provide the exact whereabouts of Carlos, or accompany us to the Federal Military Tribunal to discuss your legitimate business." Lin Feng's voice bore no trace of emotion. The man's complexion fluctuated, and ultimately, the terror of the Federal Military Tribunal overwhelmed all else. He gritted his teeth and said, "What is in it for me?" Bang! Without hesitation, Vasily struck his abdomen with the butt of his gun, causing him to curl up like a shrimp, emitting painful retches. "The benefit is that you are still able to breathe," Vasily replied coldly. This action decisively shattered the last flicker of hope within the other pirates. These federal soldiers were impervious to their bargaining. Force was their only language. He seemed to have lingered near the eye of the storm before he left. One pirate blurted out, fearing he might suffer the same fate as his comrade. "The eye of the storm?" Lin Feng turned to Xing Xian. Xing Xian quickly brought up the star chart and conducted a rapid search. "Commander, that's the gas giant designated as GTY-77 nearby. Its moon, Gorgon SI, is named for the intense magnetic storms and rocky rings, making the environment exceedingly harsh, typically deemed an uninhabitable wasteland." "Which specific moon? What did he do?" Lin Feng pressed further. "I don't know which moon exactly. He just had his flagship linger there for about a day, while the other ships kept watch from the periphery. Our men didn't dare approach," the pirate hastily explained. "As for what he did, truly no one knows. He left without any unusual behavior." Lin Feng fell into contemplation. Carlos deliberately chose such an extreme environment to remain for a day, surely not for sightseeing. There must be some hidden secret, perhaps a temporary stronghold, a communication relay station, or some clandestine dealings. Who else knows more details? Lin Feng surveyed the surroundings. The pirates all lowered their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. Clearly, this was all the information they could provide. "Commander," Vasily inquired via internal communication, "how should we handle these scum?" "According to wartime regulations, They are suspected of harboring black star traders and can be dealt with on the spot. Before he could finish, a chilling, killing intent enveloped the entire port area, and the rifled barrels of the powered armor soldiers subtly rose once more. The pirates sensed this unmasked intent for retribution, causing them to stir restlessly. Some instinctively reached for their sidearms, despite knowing it might be futile. That one TB necessary. Lin Feng waved his hand, halting Vasily. He was not being soft-hearted. Rather, he had considered beforehand that, despite being a malignant tumor, these pirates could occasionally play an unexpectedly useful role in the current struggle against alien races. The Federal High Command had always turned a blind eye to their existence for strategic reasons. Excessive slaughter might disrupt certain plans. Let them live until the intelligence is verified, Lin Feng declared, his voice echoing throughout the port. However, if anyone is found to be lying, or if anyone tips off Carlos afterward, he did not finish his sentence. But the cold threat inherent in his words sent shivers through all the pirates. We're leaving. Lin Feng turned and led everyone toward the landing craft. As Xing Xian passed the unconscious Cal Moranian and the crumpled informant, she snorted disdainfully and whispered to Ling Ji, "Such feeble fish. If they had been a bit more resilient, I would have had a reason to open fire here." Ling Ji gently patted her chest and whispered, "Sister Xing Xian, it's impressive how you figured that out. So that's why you've been waiting for a reason all along?" Leo excitedly rubbed his hands together. Now we have a lead. Old Lin, should we head straight to Gorgon SI next? As Lin Feng boarded the landing craft, he commanded through the communication channel. Mo Huang, prioritize scanning the GTY-77 gas giant's moon, Gorgon SI, for any artificial structures, energy remnants, or hidden gravitational signals. Understood, my commander. The engines of the landing craft roared to life, departing the Black Hawk space station. Behind them were the pirates, who had narrowly escaped with their lives, unaware that the people on their space station had nearly been sentenced to death by Xing Xian. Chapter 174. The Shadow of Gorgon SI in the heart of the Shattered Star Abyss binary system. The gas giant GTY-77 resembled a colossal, slowly pulsating dark red eye, its surface roiling with unending ammonia ice storms and vividly colored cloud bands. Its moon, known as Gorgon SI, hung quietly in the gravitational embrace of its parent star, akin to a head frozen in eternal screams. The environment of this moon, true to its name, was synonymous with hell. The intense gravitational tides from the binary stars had torn its internal structure apart, creating deep chasms and steep mountains that spanned the globe. The global magnetic field interacted with the intense radiation flows from the binary stars, generating everlasting auroral storms that enveloped the entire planet. These energy vortices danced like the serpentine hair of Medusa. Any electronic device entering their range without adequate protection would be incinerated or severely disrupted within minutes. The rocky ring encircled this Death Star like a shattered necklace, further complicating the approach. Yet, within this realm, where even the most reckless pirates dared not tread, on the bridge of the Mo Huang, Lin Feng and his ship girls gazed intently at the anomalous signal highlighted on the main tactical star chart. Commander, the preliminary scan results from the Channer-class reconnaissance aircraft have returned, penetrating the radiation storms. Mo Huang elegantly leaned against her command seat, deep purple eyes flowing with cascading data streams. The holographic star map rapidly magnified, focusing on an especially profound chasm on the surface of Gorgon SI. Approximately 3 kilometers below the bottom of the chasm, large-scale artificial structural features have been detected. The energy signature is extremely weak and highly shielded, but the structural outline does not match known pirate strongholds or federal outposts. More critically, Mo Huang paused, her fingertip lightly tapping to enlarge a spectral analysis graph. We detected faint, modulated remnants of the void core energy, which, although disguised as background radiation, exhibit a resonance pattern that matches Carlos's energy signatures in federal records with a 378 degree of correlation. 378? Xing Xian crossed her arms, her ankle length. Resplendent golden twin tails shimmering with stardust in the soft light of the bridge, her face etched with skepticism. Isn't that a bit low? Could it be a naturally occurring void core energy accumulation point, or something else entirely? A simple natural accumulation point would not exhibit such regular geometric structures, Sister Xing Xian. Mo Huang patiently explained, her tone imbued with a sense of composure and control. Moreover, this modulation method incorporates fragments of technology labeled as forbidden or lost in the federal database. Carlos's allegiance to the insectoid race suggests he has accessed the ancient knowledge base of the brainworms, equipping him with technologies that we do not comprehend. Ling Ji, seated at the auxiliary command position, rested her chin on her hands, her warm amber eyes reflecting concern. Commander, the radiation and magnetic field environment there is too harsh. Our heavy equipment may struggle to deploy directly. Furthermore, if this is indeed Carlos's lair, could he have set a trap? Lin Feng stroked his chin, his keen gaze sweeping over the shadowy area marked as anomalous on the star map. His intuition told him that this was the target. Carlos chose this location not merely for concealment, but also because the extreme environment could obscure many fluctuations of energy experiments. A trap was inevitable, but this also marked our closest approach to him yet. Lin Feng's voice shattered the silence on the bridge. We must secure this location and uncover what lies within. He rose to his feet, issuing commands with crystal clarity. Ma Huang, maintain the highest intensity of the no-light domain in the Ink territory, ensuring the fleet's main body remains concealed. Deploy all Chanshiji-class vessels to implement comprehensive electronic suppression and signal deception in the rift and surrounding airspace, creating an illusion that we have yet to approach. Lingji, initiate the life-weaving network in preparatory mode and ready the Void Cradle Protocol. All Aphid-class repair motherships are on standby, prepared for battlefield rescue and debris recovery. Finally, his gaze returned to Ma Huang. Ma Huang, is the landing force prepared? Ma Huang smiled radiantly, her eyes sparkling with charm. Of course, my commander. A fully staffed Icefield Wolf Power Armor Brigade, totaling 10,000 Stardust Warriors, as well as 1,000 Iron Shield main battle mechs, personally selected by Captain Vasily, are all assembled in the Iron and Blood combined war zone of the hangar. They will embark on 200 Termite-class landing craft, escorted by 2 squadrons of Moth-class defensive gunboats and 3 squadrons of Locust-class interceptors. Excellent. Lin Feng nodded. What about Li Ao? Commander Li Ao and his Tiger Strike are on high alert, tasked with outer patrols and responding to any potential Zerg reinforcements, Ma Huang added. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng felt the almost imperceptible hum of energy emanating from the massive starship beneath his feet. Commence operations. Let us uncover what Carlos has hidden in this Eye of Gorgon. 200 sturdy Termite-class landing craft glided out from the winged hatch of the Ma Huang. Their formidable bow armor shimmered with a faint glow, warding off radiation, while the rear thrusters emitted a ghostly blue ion stream. Surrounded by Moth and Locust craft, they plunged resolutely toward the satellite cloaked in lethal auroras below. The fleet maintained a disciplined formation, slicing through the vast planetary rift with surgical precision. Inside the rift, darkness enveloped them, with only the eerie glimmer of crystalline rocks reflecting the beams from the vessel's lights. As they descended deeper, a low, mournful vibration reverberated through the hull, as if the planet itself were moaning, causing a sense of unease. Positioned on the bridge of the Ma Huang, Lin Feng and the others watched each phase of the operation unfold through real-time feeds from the landing craft. The landing craft squadron has reached the target area. Ma Huang reported calmly. Deploy reconnaissance drones. A multitude of small, reinforced reconnaissance drones detached from the underside of the landing craft, scattering like dandelion seeds to conduct a final precise scan of the rift's bottom. They confirmed that the artificial structure's entrance was disguised as a natural rock wall. Yet material analysis revealed it to be composed of high-strength alloys. Surrounding the entrance were dense energy sensors and automated defensive weapons, which were being silently neutralized by electronic warfare units. On screen, subtle energy pulses flickered, and several inconspicuous protrusions on the rock face went silent. The defense system had been incapacitated. Landing troops, prepare to breach. Chapter 175. Carlos's laboratory as the camouflage door was forcibly melted open by the heavy demolition device carried by the Termite-class landing craft. A wave of stale air mingled with the scent of machine oil and an indescribable aroma reminiscent of ozone, tinged with a sickly sweetness, surged forth. Even through the filtering systems of their power armor, they could feel a chilling breeze. The first to enter was a squad of Icefield Wolf Power Armor soldiers, equipped with heavy scanning equipment and void energy assault rifles. Their helmet-mounted floodlights pierced the profound darkness beyond the door, illuminating a downward-sloping metal corridor wide enough to accommodate Titan mechs. The corridor's walls were lined with thick energy conduits and cooling systems, their surfaces coated with a layer of rust and dust accumulated from years of neglect. The internal environment was stable, gravity simulated normally. The atmospheric composition was breathable, albeit containing unknown organic volatiles, prompting a recommendation to maintain a closed-loop system. Proceed with caution. Establish a forward base. Came the voice of the Vanguard squad leader through the encrypted channel, echoing with a unique resonance in the enclosed space. Mech units, follow suit. Captain Vasily's calm command, laced with a slight accent, resonated through the communication network. 10,000 power armor soldiers surged into the corridor like a tide of gray, swiftly occupying critical nodes and constructing defensive positions. Following closely were 50 Iron Shield main battle mechs, their heavy footfalls echoing in the corridor like the heartbeat of giants. More reconnaissance units were deployed, spreading through the intricate network of corridors. A real-time holographic structural map rapidly formed on the bridge of the Mahuang, revealing an extraordinarily vast and complex underground facility, its depth and breadth far exceeding that of a typical pirate stronghold. Energy readings are emanating from below, approximately 1.5 kilometers beneath your current position. Mahuang's voice guided the ground troops, cautioning them against traps and hidden sentry guns. Indeed, as the troops advanced, they encountered waves of attacks from automated defense systems, rotating laser turrets emerging from the ceiling, high explosive spikes shooting from walls, and even acidic gas traps capable of melting armor. Yet, before the overwhelming numerical and qualitative superiority of the Federation elite, these defenses crumbled like paper. The Stardust Warriors exhibited exceptional tactical prowess, providing overlapping cover, executing precise shots, and engineering units swiftly bypassing security measures, resulting in an efficient and lethal clearing process. However, as they ventured deeper, an eerie atmosphere began to envelop them. It was too quiet. Aside from the automated defense systems, they encountered no living guards, be they pirates, Zerg, or anything else. The occasional habitation pods and functional rooms along the corridor lay abandoned, thick with dust, as though long forsaken. "Commander, something is amiss," Xingxuan remarked. Her brow furrowed as she scrutinized the transmitted visuals. If this is Carlos's vital stronghold, how could there be so few automated defenses? Not even a lowly gatekeeper? Lingji echoed her concern anxiously. Indeed, it feels like an abandoned shell. Lin Feng remained silent, an increasing sense of unease gnawing at him. Carlos had painstakingly established such a massive facility here. It could not merely be to house a few automated turrets. "Vasily, report your status." Lin Feng connected directly with the ground troops commander. "Sir, we have reached the periphery of the core area." Vasily's voice remained steady, though tinged with gravity. "We have cleared all visible defensive units, encountering no living resistance. Ahead lies a massive isolation door, structurally robust, with energy readings indicating a strong void energy response behind it. We are preparing for a directed demolition. Authorize the demolition. Stay vigilant. I suspect something awaits within." "Understood." Following a brief preparation, a muffled explosion resonated through the communication channel. The isolation door was blown open, revealing a distorted opening, and the sight that emerged made even the battle-hardened Stardust Warriors gasp in astonishment. Beyond the door lay an immensity of underground space, nearly equivalent to a small city. At the center of this space, instead of the anticipated Zerg incubation pools or fleet hangars, stood a colossal, intricately designed array constructed from a dark silver metal. The array spanned the entirety of their field of vision, its patterns not sculpted, but seemingly energy conduits embedded within the ground, flowing with an ethereal, faintly glowing blue light that appeared on the verge of extinguishing. At the array's nodes, dozens of twisted, non-Euclidean geometric metal columns towered, their surfaces etched with incomprehensible symbols, which appeared to shift continuously, inducing a sense of dizziness upon prolonged observation. At the very core of the magical array lies a slightly elevated platform, devoid of any objects, save for a mass of constantly twisting and shifting void that seems to embody the deepest darkness. Even through the screen, one can perceive the ominous aura emanating from this void, which sends shivers through the soul. Within the entire expanse, apart from the enormous magical array, only the peripheral regions are scattered with rudimentary living facilities and several devices that resemble control consoles. Approximately several thousand mercenaries, clad in haphazard attire and displaying expressions of terror and numbness, huddled trembling in one corner of the space, swiftly encircled and disarmed by the invading federal troops. They appear utterly demoralized. Rather than guards, they resemble prisoners abandoned in this forsaken place. "Clearing is complete, Commander. No sign of Carlos, nor any other threats," reported Vasily. These mercenaries claim they were hired by Carlos to oversee the equipment, yet they themselves are oblivious to their specific tasks. Lin Feng's gaze remained fixated on the colossal magical array and the dark void at its center. Mo Huang was mobilizing all scanning devices for analysis, her deep violet eyes ablaze with torrents of data. "Commander, I have never encountered a structure like this magical array." Mo Huang's voice held a hint of uncertainty. "It employs the essence of silence, Yet its operational principles completely contravene the laws of energy conservation and the continuity of space-time. It appears to be attempting to extract or locate something from a certain place. The energy at the center defies analysis. Its very existence seems to erode the surrounding fabric of reality. Can we locate the experimental records? Lin Feng inquired solemnly. I am searching the console data and have found remnants of log files, albeit heavily encrypted, yet they can be deciphered. Soon after, fragmented texts and snippets of information were projected onto the main screen. Epic transition calculation failed again. The law of entropy is like an iron curtain. The master brain's knowledge base is vast as the sea of stars, yet her coordinates remain elusive. Death is not the end, but a dispersion. Conventional summoning rituals are futile. We must transcend the bounds of contracts and seek a more fundamental connection. Coordinate lock attempt 114514. Feedback signal weak, unexpected resonance, impurities detected. It responded, but what it responded with is not her. From where does this cold gaze emerge? Pain, too much pain. Origin, why do you refuse to respond? I must continue, no matter what, to hear her voice once more. Origin, I will bring you back to my side, even if it means embracing the abyss. The log abruptly ceased, the final records rife with chaos and an ineffable dread. Lin Feng scrutinized these enigmatic entries. His brow furrowed. Carlos was indeed attempting to resurrect his ship girl, utilizing the nearly boundless ancient knowledge from the Zerg's master brain to perform a summoning ritual that defied convention. Yet, from the logs, it was evident that he had failed. Instead, it appeared he had summoned something else entirely. Was the dark void at the center of the magical array the response he had elicited? From whence did this cold gaze originate? Commander, Mo Huang's voice pulled Lin Feng from his reverie, based on the residual energy analysis and the log records. It can be inferred that Carlos conducted an exceedingly perilous ritual here, attempting to summon his ship girl from death. However, the ritual seems to have deviated severely. He failed to locate the target soul, if it exists, and, instead, it is as if he has kicked open a door that should not have been opened, connecting to an unknown, malevolent entity. He likely departed with the core data during the final stages of the ritual, or rather, when that entity responded to him. She paused, adding, the energy at the center resembles an unstable anchor point or a miniature rift. It continuously consumes energy to sustain itself, but is highly unstable. I recommend immediate evacuation of all personnel and consideration for purification measures. Lin Feng gazed at the ever-twisting darkness on the screen, then glanced at the abandoned, bewildered mercenaries, and the enormous, eerie magical array. Although Carlos's figure remained shrouded in mystery, the mess he had left behind exuded a palpable air of danger. Vasily, collect all samples and data that can be salvaged. Lin Feng's gaze hardened with icy determination. Deploy heavy fusion explosives. Erase this place, along with that ominous entity, from his satellite completely. Understood, Commander. This large-scale landing operation ultimately culminated in the capture of an almost vacant laboratory and the apprehension of several thousand peripheral mercenaries. Carlos eluded capture, leaving behind only the remnants of his deranged experiments and a plethora of unsettling enigmas. His obsession and the technology gleaned from the Zerg's knowledge base had led to unpredictable consequences. The gaze that had been inadvertently summoned from a void was likely far more perilous than Carlos himself. Chapter 176. Whispers beneath the tree of life, the chilling stillness of the Gorgon's eye, coupled with the echoes of Carlos's twisted obsession, silently eroded the fleeting respite that accompanied their victorious return. Despite the Stardust smelter of the Lingji Art class operating at peak efficiency, continuously producing alloy units, and the fleet's unprecedented strength, an indescribable heaviness pervaded among the core members. Lin Feng sat at the command seat of the Starry Sky class bridge of the Starry Sky, while the Starry Sky had gone to the Lingji to pick some fruits for dessert. Alone aboard the colossal vessel, he gazed out at the battlefield debris being cleared, his mind replaying the frenzied and desperate phrases from Carlos's laboratory logs. Origin, why do you refuse to respond? To hear her voice once more, even if it means embracing the abyss. A chilling sensation crawled up his spine. Carlos was an enemy, a traitor, and his actions were unforgivable. Yet that obsession, which transcended life and death, that madness willing to betray humanity in order to resurrect a beloved, reflected a distorted mirror of the profound bond between a commander and his ship girl, as well as the potential devastation that could ensue if that bond were to fracture. Do not urge others to goodness unless you have suffered as they have. If you have suffered through me, it does not mean I am virtuous. He shook his head, attempting to dispel this discomfort. Just then, Lingji's gentle telepathy flowed in like a warm current. Commander, your mood seems heavy. Would you like Lingji to help you relax? The fruits in the ecological garden are ripe. Sister Starry Sky just picked some and made new desserts. A warmth spread through Lin Feng's heart. Lingji always had a keen sensitivity to his emotional fluctuations. All right, he replied. I'll come over right away. Lingji's voice instantly brightened. The ecological garden of the Lingji art class, aptly named the Orchard, was not a conventional park, but rather a highly simulated natural ecosystem occupying the vast dome structure atop the vessel. Lush green lawns, meandering streams, and flourishing orchards. Even a small patch of simulated sunlight provided by the intricate energy matrix above, regulating day and night as well as the climate. The air was infused with the fragrance of earth and the freshness of plants, starkly contrasting with the metallic and energetic scent of other areas aboard the ship. At the center of the ecological garden stood a colossal tree, connected to the vessel's energy conduits, emanating a soft, verdant glow, referred to as the Tree of Life by Lingji, symbolizing healing and rebirth. Upon his arrival, Lin Feng saw Starry Sky carefully placing a beautifully crafted plate of desserts, exuding an enticing fruity aroma, on the picnic cloth beneath the tree. Uncharacteristically, she was not in uniform today, but rather donned a charming light blue casual dress, her golden twin ponytails flowing radiantly in the simulated sunlight, appearing particularly dazzling. Mo Huang languidly reclined on a soft cushion nearby, having changed into a black qipao embroidered with dark golden phoenix patterns that accentuated her stunning silhouette, her deep violet eyes sparkling with mirth as she watched Starry Sky busily at work. Lingji walked over, cradling a cup of freshly brewed flower tea. Her short, pale green hair danced gently in the breeze, and her amber eyes sparkled with tenderness and satisfaction. Commander, upon spotting Lin Feng, Lingji immediately trotted over, presenting him with a warm cup of tea. Do take a sip. It's infused with a newly bloomed moonlight flower from the ecological garden. It has excellent calming effects. Xing Xuan also lifted her head, a subtle flush coloring her cheeks as she feigned nonchalance. I merely had an abundance of ingredients, so I thought I'd whip up a bit. It was not prepared specifically for you. Mo Huang chuckled softly, her voice imbued with an alluring resonance. Little Xing Xuan, your whipping up has indeed incorporated the rarest star-tier fruit from the ecological garden. Commander, this is a prime example of someone's insincere care. Montak Feng, Xing Xuan bristled, her face aflame as she waved her tiny fists. Why, you're talking nonsense. Lin Feng beheld this warm and lively scene before him. Feeling the shadows cast by Carlos begin to dissipate, he accepted the tea from Lingji and took a bite of a pastry crafted by Xing Xuan. The sweet taste and gentle energy burst forth on his palate, as if nourishing his very spirit. Delicious, he exclaimed sincerely, observing the immediate brightness in Xing Xuan's eyes as he added, Our Xing Xuan's culinary skills are truly becoming more refined. Xing Xuan promptly lifted her chin, striving to suppress the upward curve of her lips. This level of praise is becoming tedious. The four of them sat in a circle beneath the Tree of Life, savoring the rare tranquility, the gentle murmur of the stream, the distant chirping of the small birds Lingji nurtured in the orchard, mingled with the sweet aroma of pastries and the fragrant tea, creating a picturesque scene that starkly contrasted with the brutal cosmos outside. However, the warm atmosphere did not linger for long. Mo Huang elegantly sipped her tea, her violet eyes momentarily shifting as she casually remarked, speaking of which, while Carlos is undeniably a complete lunatic, his unwavering devotion to that ship girl named Arunji is rather poignant. The topic inevitably veered in that direction, causing a slight pause in the ambience. Lingji gently set down her teacup, her small hands nervously twisting together. He went to such terrifying lengths to reclaim his ship girl, even daring to touch dangerous things without a care. Xing Xuan's previously proud demeanor faltered, a complex emotion flickering in her glacial blue eyes. Would a commander, having lost their ship girl, truly become like that? To risk everything, including themselves, for a fleeting hope? Lin Feng fell silent, refraining from immediate reply. He gazed at the three young women before him, the deepest bonds he had forged in this unfamiliar universe, extensions of his strength and the very essence of his soul. Lingji's healing, and Mo Huang's wisdom, Xing Xuan's pride and purity. He could not fathom the thought of losing any one of them. Equally, he understood clearly that their fates were intertwined. Should he, as their commander, cease to exist, it would be a fate more cruel than mere sinking for them. Carlos had strayed down a misguided path. Lin Feng finally spoke, his voice resonating with solemnity and conviction. His obsession devolved into a destructive madness, tarnishing his affection for ship girls and exposing him to perilous unknowns. Yet, he lifted his gaze, scanning Lingji and Mo Huang, and Xingxuan with eyes as profound as the starry sea. He reminded us of something. Our connection is both precious and fragile. Instantly, moisture glistened in Lingji's eyes as she shook her head vigorously. No, the commander is so strong. We will continue to grow stronger. We will not be separated. And Mo Huang gently grasped Lingji's hand, offering comfort while her own expression revealed an uncommon gravity. Lingji speaks truthfully, yet we comprehend the commander's intent. This bond is both a source of strength and our singular vulnerability. Whether we lose you or you lose us, it is a burden too great to bear. Xingxuan lowered her head, gazing at her hands that had just crafted pastries, her voice soft yet clear. I do not wish to end up like Carlos. But if that day truly comes, I would rather face the end in a blaze with a commander than live alone in a world devoid of him. Her words struck like a hammer, resonating deeply within each heart. Xingxuan had articulated the harsh yet authentic possibility. The ecological garden fell into a brief silence, the only sound being the simulated wind rustling through the leaves. The shadow cast by Carlos stemmed not from his power, but from the ultimate fear he unveiled, a fear that all commanders and ship girls shared yet hesitated to confront. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, absorbing the vibrant vitality emitted by the Tree of Life, and made a resolution. Rising, he stepped between the three ship girls, extending his arms to gently embrace Lingji and Xingxuan, then turned to Mo Huang. Mo Huang smiled radiantly, gracefully rising to lean naturally against his other side. Listening, Lin Feng's voice, though low, carried an undeniable strength that resonated through the verdant space. Carlos erred in attempting to manipulate life and death through external means, to control what he could not grasp. Our paths, however, diverge. Our strength is not for resisting inevitable separations, but to create values that transcend the meaning of life and death within the boundless expanse of time. It is to ensure that our existence becomes an indelible light in each other's lives. He tightened his embrace, feeling the warmth, softness, and a hint of trembling from the three ship girls beside him, alongside the trust and reliance conveyed through their spiritual connection. I will not promise eternal unity, for that is an impractical lie, but I vow that as long as I exist, as long as my consciousness flickers among the stars, I shall use every ounce of my strength to protect you, to fight alongside you until the end of time. As he softened his tone, infused with an irresistible gentleness, he continued, and tonight we shall go nowhere. Right here, under this tree of life, I need to affirm your presence, to feel your tangible existence. Though unspoken, the meaning behind his words was unmistakable. Following the psychological upheaval brought on by Carlos's incident, he craved this most direct, unbarred closeness to dispel the fear of loss buried deep within him, to reaffirm the unbreakable bond shared among them. Lingji buried her flushed face into Lin Feng's chest, softly murmuring in response. Xingxuan's ears turned red, yet she made no attempt to escape, only muttering quietly, "Do as you wish." Montauk Feng laughed softly, her breath a fragrant whisper in his ear. "At your command, my commander. Tonight, we are all here." The gentle luminescence of the Tree of Life bathed the four in a tender glow, as if bestowing a gentle blessing upon this bond that transcended the seas of stars. The external wars and dangers were momentarily shielded away. In this instant, only the rhythm of their heartbeats and breaths echoed in the tranquil ecological garden, composing a soothing melody of solace. Chapter 177. Revelry. In new journeys, the soft glow of the Tree of Life gradually brightened in the simulated morning light, merging with the golden radiance cast by the simulated stars rising from the celestial dome. The ecological garden was suffused with the invigorating scent of plants and the rich aroma of damp earth, heralding the dawn of a new day. Lin Feng awoke enveloped in a sense of tranquility. It was not a natural awakening, but rather the result of a delicate, ticklish sensation. He opened his eyes slightly, discovering Lingji, akin to a cautious little kitten, gently tracing the contours of his eyebrows with her fingertips. Her amber eyes were softly closed, as if savoring his presence with all her heart. On his other side, his arm was tightly embraced by Xingxuan, who had unknowingly nestled entirely against his chest. Her long golden twin tails cascaded around his neck, a few strands brushing against him, stirring a ticklish sensation with each breath. She was in a deep slumber, her features serene, having shed her usual haughty facade, resembling a porcelain doll in need of protection. On the other side, Mo Huang's warm body remained closely pressed against him, her arm naturally draped around his waist, exuding an undeniable sense of possession even in slumber. The soothing solace that emerged from the shadows of Carlos last night ultimately transformed into a profound and tranquil repose, enveloped in silent energy exchange and mutual embrace. Lin Feng stirred slightly, attempting to adjust his arm, which had grown numb from resting on the Lingji pillow. This small movement, however, immediately startled the feigning Lingji and Mo Huang beside him. Lingji recoiled like a startled fawn, her face instantly flushed, stammering, "See, Commander. You're awake? I didn't mean to." Mo Huang, meanwhile, emitted a languorous sound, tightening her arm, rubbing her cheek against his back, her voice laced with morning raspiness and allure. Commander, do you wish to leave our sanctuary so soon?" As she spoke and moved, Xing Xian, nestled in her embrace, groggily awakened. She blinked her glacier blue eyes in confusion, and upon realizing she was nearly sprawled over Lin Feng, she sprang back like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her small face turning crimson at an observable pace, reaching her ears. I must have been too tired last night. Yes, that must be it." She scrambled to rise, hastily seeking and donning her dress, arranging her long hair, her gaze evasive, utterly unable to meet Lin Feng's eyes. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle at her flustered appearance, sitting up to stretch his somewhat stiff shoulders. Indeed, a certain little battleship slept quite soundly, drooling even. "Nonsense. I did not." Xing Xian immediately bristled, springing to her feet and pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Feng, her twin ponytails nearly standing on end in indignation. "Why you re-slandering me? I'll bombard you with my main cannon." Her words held no threat, and instead prompted Mo Huang to laugh heartily. She gracefully sat up as well, teasing, "Little Xing Xian, is your main cannon fully charged now? Would you like your sister's aircraft to help calibrate the target?" "Sister Mo Huang, you're teasing me too." Xing Xian stomped her foot in frustration, her face puffed up like a bun. Lingji observed the playful banter among them, a smile creeping onto her lips, the previous shyness dissipated by the warm atmosphere. She stood, donned her clothing, and trotted over to the dining table, declaring, "Everyone, stop the mischief. I'll prepare breakfast. The berries from the ecological garden are very fresh." In an instant, the ecological garden was filled with laughter and cheer. Xing Xian pursued Lin Feng for retribution, while he deftly dodged her attempts, occasionally ruffling her meticulously styled golden ponytails, eliciting her shrieks of protest. Mo Huang sat leisurely to the side, enjoying the morning chase between the commander and the feisty battleship, adding embellishments to the unfolding scene. Lingji busied herself preparing a simple breakfast, her face radiating happiness. However, tranquil moments are always fleeting. Just as Lin Feng managed to subdue the clawing Xing Xian and was about to enjoy the breakfast prepared by Lingji, a secure communication request silently entered his fleet's communication channel. Lin Feng's expression grew serious as he gently released Xing Xian, who was still blushing and panting in his embrace. Signaling for silence, he connected the communication. "Commander," Mo Huang's voice resonated, returning to its usual calm and efficiency. "Based on prior reconnaissance and data shared with the Unyielding's command, we have completed a preliminary threat assessment of the Claw Star zone adjacent to the Broken Star Abyss, Sector G75, encompassing approximately 17 star systems." A micro-holographic star map unfolded before them as Mo Huang continued her report. Designated as a priority target for elimination, the Zaglyra star system at the edge of the Claw Star zone. Data relayed from reconnaissance drones indicates a medium-sized gathering point for the Sarlaga swarm near the orbit of the third planet. This includes at least 5 operational living nests, with numerous worker drones collecting resources across various planetary surfaces and asteroid belts. The number of patrolling raider and rending biological ships in orbit ranges from 300 to 500, with no signs of Titan-class biological vessels detected. This gathering point is suspected to be responsible for supplying resources and transiting for the main swarm forces heading towards the Panchur star domain. The information was clear and concise. A typical Zerg forward base of moderate scale. The Federation hesitated to allow Lin Feng to undertake what others deemed an exceedingly dangerous mission, such as directly teleporting to the Zerg frontline, thus recommending he first strike the Zerg's logistical lines to alleviate the pressure on the Panchur star domain. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, the light-hearted atmosphere from earlier evaporating, replaced by the iron resolve and decisiveness of a commander. He glanced at the 3 ship girls beside him. Lingji had set down her plate, a hint of anxiety on her small face, yet her gaze was resolute. Xing Xian had composed herself, though her cheeks still bore a slight blush. Her glacier blue eyes ignited with fierce determination, as if the earlier flustered girl were merely a mirage. Mo Huang's posture remained elegant, but her deep purple eyes sparkled with calculation and control. You both heard that? Lin Feng asked softly. Yes, Commander. The two girls responded in unison, each displaying different expressions, yet sharing a unified resolve. Excellent. Lin Feng stood, donned his attire, and issued commands that were clear and firm. Mo Huang, Night Star Veil class. Maintain the stealth state of the Ink domain and advance to 1 light-year from the Zaglyra star system. Release the Chunji-class reconnaissance drone fleet for comprehensive high-precision scanning of the system, establishing a real-time tactical model, marking all high-value targets and potential threats. The B-Bao-class electronic warfare mothership is to remain on standby, prepared to execute information suppression. Understood. Mo Huang's projection nodded slightly, her gaze sharp. I will ensure those insects meet their end silently. Xingxian Starlight class. Enter level 1 combat readiness. The main cannon, Starlight Annihilation Spear, will initiate its periodic pre-charge cycle, maintaining minimal energy consumption in a ready state to strike. The secondary cannon array and Star Dance system will complete their final self-check. Your task is to eliminate the primary threat with overwhelming firepower the moment we reveal ourselves. I can hardly wait. Xingxian raised her chin, her small fist clenched. Let them witness the power of Starlight. Lingji, our class, activate the life-weaving net standby mode, prioritizing energy supply to shields and remote repair systems. The Stardust Forge will transition to emergency production of combat supplies. Your position is at the core of the fleet, providing comprehensive support. Yes, Commander. Lingji will protect everyone. Lingji nodded vigorously, her small hands clasped tightly in front of her, brimming with responsibility. Notify Leo, Lin Feng added. The Hu Che and Fei Dian will serve as rapid response units, tasked with flanking security and mopping up any remaining enemies. Inform them that the warm-up is over. The real hunt begins. The orders were instantly relayed and executed. Within a massive vessel, the previously tranquil atmosphere was replaced by a palpable tension and efficiency befitting a battle readiness. The deep rumble of the engines grew distinct. Energy surged through the conduits, and countless onboard units and combat personnel began to take their positions. Lin Feng cast one last glance at the simulated sunrise within the ecological garden, his gaze seemingly piercing through the thick hull of the ship, looking towards the distant Zaglyra star system. Set sail. Chapter 178. The Silent Hunt of Zaglyris. The star of the Zaglyra system was a red giant entering its twilight years, emitting a dim, yellowish glow that cast the entire system into a realm of desolate silence. Lin Feng's fleet glided into the outskirts of the star system like colossal beasts emerging from the deep sea, silently slipping into the void. The Ink domain perfectly concealed their presence, until the 3 massive ships deactivated their cloaking, hovering in the void like deities, prompting the Zerg biological ships patrolling the system to stir in alarm. The star map updated, all Zerg units marked. Mo Huang's cold voice resonated within the bridge of the Xingxian, the vast holographic star map displaying the crimson dots representing Zerg units, now resembling a disturbed hive, converging towards the fleet. Priority targets: the Raider and Rending biological ships in orbit, totaling 387 vessels. No mother ships or Titan-class units detected. Lin Feng sat steadily in the command seat beside Xingxian, his gaze calmly sweeping across the star map. Xingxian, it is entrusted to you. Utilize the secondary cannons and missiles to clear them away. There is no need to employ the main cannon for such trivial pests. Just as I desire. Xingxian's petite figure stood tall, her glacier blue eyes shimmering with excitement, and her ankle-length golden twin tails danced as if stirred by an invisible wind, sensing their master's battle fervor. Dealing with these insignificant insects with the annihilation spear would be an utter waste. Watch me. With a flick of her small hand, her thoughts synchronized perfectly with the ship's body. In an instant, the dark red hull of the Star-Cutting-class vessel erupted with a molten golden glow from its numerous red Lotus defensive artillery arrays and missile launch units. Ashen Storm. Fire at will. With Xingxian's command, 108 dual-barreled heavy particle beam turrets unleashed beams of destruction, akin to countless searing light spears, accurately piercing through the swarming Zerg fleet. Simultaneously, thousands of blazing feather interceptors streak forth, trailing brilliant tails, sweeping out like a metallic tempest, detonating in vibrant and lethal bursts of energy amid the swarm. The Zerg assailants attempted to charge forward, relying on their sheer numbers, But before the densely packed and despair-inducing barrage from the secondary cannons, their fragile biological armor was effortlessly torn apart, vaporizing into nothingness. The bone spurs and biological plasma barges launched by the Rippers were mostly intercepted mid-flight by the point defense barriers constructed by the Forge's close-in defense systems, resulting in explosions. It was a massacre devoid of suspense. Xing Xian did not even need to perform significant evasive maneuvers, relying solely on precise firepower projection and formidable shields. She stood firm like a rock, turning every Zerg biological vessel that dared to approach into cosmic dust. The explosions flickered in succession, briefly illuminating the majestic and resplendent hull of the Star-Cutting-class vessel against the dim starry sky. Commander, orbital target clearance progress stands at 87, reported Mo Huang in real time. Her tone laced with admiration. Sister Xing Xian's secondary cannon firepower is astonishingly efficient. Naturally, Xing Xian proudly lifted her chin, casting a glance at Lin Feng, only to realize something and quickly composed her expression, feigning nonchalance. It's merely basic operations. Lin Feng chuckled at her awkwardness, which was a mix of wanting praise but not wanting to appear too eager, and reached out to tousle her wonderfully soft golden hair. Well done, Xing Xian. Your firepower is always the fleet's most reliable assurance. Xing Xian's body stiffened slightly, a blush spreading across her face at a visible speed as she mumbled. Ivy already said that I'm tired of hearing such praise. Yet, the involuntary curve at the corners of her mouth betrayed her inner joy. At that moment, Mo Huang's projection furrowed her brow slightly. Commander, the orbital threat is about to be eliminated. However, scans indicate that the Zerg's main ground units are entrenched on the surfaces and underground of the 3rd, 4th, and 5th planets, including at least 5 living nests. A massive number of worker drones, lurkers, and several hundred-meter-sized land units. If orbital bombardment is employed, while it would quickly eliminate the threat, it would cause irreversible damage to the planetary geological structure and potential resources. Lin Feng nodded, casting his gaze upon the planets on the star map, and spoke solemnly. In that case, we shall proceed with ground clearance. For resources, and also for training. Lieutenant Vasily. Here, the steady voice of Vasily, tinged with a slight accent, came through the comms immediately. Order all ground combat units to enter a state of Level 1 combat readiness. The Icefield Wolf Power Armor Brigade, all personnel. Iron Shield Main Battle Mecha Regiment. The Broken Blade Titan Mecha Squadron, as well as our Zero Titan and its subsequent progenies, prepare for landing. Understood, Commander. Vasily's voice resonated with ironclad determination. Commander, Lingji interjected softly, her voice tinged with concern. Our total number of Stardust warriors seems somewhat inadequate against the potentially billions of Zerg swarming the planetary surface. Moreover, if they're dispersed across 3 planets, the pressure will be immense. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before decisively issuing the order. Lingji, utilize your ARC-class industrial capabilities. Manufacture 2,000 heavy artillery support cannons of various models for the ground forces. This includes heavy magnetic railguns, multiple rocket launchers, energy mortars, and accompanying smart munitions. Allow Vasily and his team to allocate and deploy them as per tactical needs. Yes, Commander. I will immediately mobilize the resources from the fabrication factory. Lingji responded promptly, her small face brimming with a sense of responsibility as streams of data flickered in her amber eyes, beginning to plan the production line. At that moment, Leo's boisterous voice burst into the communication channel. Old Lin, are we going to engage in ground combat? How boring would it be to rely solely on artillery support? I have an idea. Let Lingji create 2 Titans with stronger defenses. Then, the 2 of us can pilot them personally and charge into the Zerg swarm. Now that would be exhilarating. This suggestion stirred Lin Feng's interest. He glanced at the system interface, noting that after clearing the orbital Zerg, coupled with previous battle accumulations, his modification points had quietly surpassed 10 million. The main body of the fleet was already reinforced, and resources were assured by the ARC class. Thus, the modification points were indeed somewhat surplus. Mo Huang, block non-core communications. Lin Feng commanded before diving into the system marketplace. He quickly browsed and soon zeroed in on an item. Colossal Titan-class Super Heavy Mecha Blueprint. Biomass Mechanical Hybrid Technology. Description: a terrifying creation that merges Seraliger Zerg biological enhancement technology with cutting-edge human engineering. Standing at 188 meters tall, possessing immense melee destructive power, regenerative capabilities, and energy resistance. Equipped with star-cleaving fist blades, voracious biomass absorption mandibles, and a barren spore projector. Redemption price, 250,000 modification points valued at 250,000 points, it was perfectly within his acceptable range. Moreover, its biomass fusion characteristic could be externally explained as a further study on the Titan and Zur technologies, thus perfectly concealing the existence of the system. Redeem. Lin Feng silently recited. Redemption successful. Consumed modification points, 250,000. Remaining modification points, 10,850,008. Blueprint has been stored in system space and can be summoned at any time. Exiting the system, Lin Feng addressed Lingji. Lingji, Leo has indeed proposed a fine suggestion. Here is a new mecha design blueprint. See if he can manufacture 2 units. As he spoke, he transmitted the detailed blueprint of the colossal titan through their mental link. Upon receiving the data stream of the blueprint, Lingji's amber eyes instantly lit up. Wow, such a complex and impressive design. The perfect fusion of biology and machinery. No wonder the commander is so remarkable. Absolutely no problem. The fabrication factory can produce it. It will just take some time. Excited by the new prospect, Lingji nearly forgot that they were still in the fleet's communication channel. Prioritize the production of heavy firepower for the ground forces. The Titan mechas can come a bit later. Lin Feng instructed. Understood. Leo, your toys are being built. Please be patient. That's the spirit. I knew following you would mean a feast. Leo's exuberant voice nearly shattered the communicator. Taigirke, Fei Dian. I'm getting ready to touch down and stretch my muscles. Commander, please ensure your safety. Tiger Che's calm, yet concerned voice resonated. Don't worry, Sister Tiger Che. With Lin Feng around and so many big fellows, everything will be fine. Fei Jian echoed energetically. Mo Huang. How is the loading status of the landing troops and heavy firepower equipment? Lin Feng confirmed one last time. Mo Huang's projection gracefully nodded. 4 fearsome-class planetary landing ships are ready and are currently receiving heavy firepower units on the Lingji. The Icefield Wolf Brigade and mecha units are completing their final assembly in the Iron and Blood War Zone. Morale is high. Lin Feng gazed out the porthole at the 3rd planet, illuminated by the yellow star. This would be the first battlefield on the ground. Order. All units participating in ground combat to board the ship in the predetermined sequence. Chapter 179. The Iron Torrent races to the Inferno on the expansive surface deck of the Ark-class Lingji, which resembled a metallic continental plane. A bustling scene unfolded at that moment. The entrance to the all-encompassing fabricator, originally designated for hull repairs and module manufacturing, stands wide open, revealing colossal mechanical arms that resemble a living steel forest, hoisting newly assembled colossal cannons with an air of purpose. These heavy artillery pieces, hastily constructed by Lingji, deviate from the standard issue of the Federation, embodying a unique aesthetic that seamlessly fuses the gentle curves of biology with the robust lines of industrial design characteristic of the Ark class. Among them are heavy magnetic railguns with long, thick barrels that crackle with ethereal blue arcs of electricity, mounted on bases so massive that they require multiple engineering mechs to maneuver. There are also clusters of multi-barrel rocket launchers, their honeycomb launch tubes brimming with an aura of devastation, each capable of turning the surrounding area into scorched earth. Additionally, a compact yet formidable array of portable energy mortars designed for mechs offers flexible fire support in complex terrains, and heavy laser energy weapons that prove highly effective against large biological units and reinforced exoskeletons, charging at a breathtaking pace. A total of 2,000 heavy guns stand in orderly array on the deck, akin to a steel legion awaiting inspection. Mountains of intelligent ammunition boxes are stacked high, ensuring these war machines can continue their thunderous roar once unleashed upon the battlefield. Captain Vasily, clad in his iconic albeit slightly worn power armor, stands on the deck, personally overseeing the operations. His eagle-like gaze seizes the scene beneath his helmet, issuing concise and commanding orders through external loudspeakers. The Icefield Wolf soldiers and engineering mechs operate with the precision of finely tuned gears, efficiently classifying, inspecting, and hauling these heavy firepower units towards the nearby menacing-class planetary lander. 1st Battalion, receive the magnetic railgun group, numbered 1 to 500, and equip them onto Lander 1. Mech Company, 3rd Platoon, assist in transporting rocket ammunition, prioritize safety, move swiftly. The bugs won't wait for us to get into position. Despite the limited numbers facing the vast expanse of the planetary battlefield, the seasoned veterans exhibit no trace of fear, only unwavering focus and composure. They understand that this formidable firepower will be pivotal in establishing their foothold on the ground. Simultaneously, within the Iron and Blood War Zone of the MO Phoenix Eternal Night Star, comparable in size to a small city, The atmosphere is equally tense and fervent. 50,000 Icefield Wolf Power Armor soldiers form a meticulous square, their deep gray armor reflecting a cold, hard sheen under the battlefield's lighting. The sleek surfaces of their abyssal core assault rifles gleam with meticulous maintenance, and the determination in their gaze, visible through helmet visors, is sharp and resolute. These Stardust warriors are the bedrock of humanity, a synthesis of will and steel. Beside them stands an even more imposing steel jungle. 5,000 Iron Shield main battle mechs, reminiscent of heavy armored knights from a bygone era, tower around 54 meters tall, their robust mechanical arms equipped with heavy abyssal core assault cannons or rotating machine guns. Their thick armor resonating with a deep hum from hydraulic systems at the joints, exuding an undeniable sense of power. Most striking among this steel forest are 8 colossal blade Titan mechs, akin to mobile fortresses, rising to a staggering height of 145 meters. Truly the kings of land warfare, bristling with an array of heavy weaponry, exuding an oppressive aura merely by standing still. Furthermore, several modified Titan amphibious warriors lie coiled within specially designed confinement bars, exuding a dual essence of wildness and obedience. Leo and Torichi, along with Phidian, are also present in this assembly area. Leo excitedly slaps the leg armor of a nearby Iron Shield mech, exclaiming over the communications channel to Lin Feng, "Old Lin, did you see that? This is what real romance looks like." Once Ling Ji finishes constructing those 2 giant gods, we'll pilot them straight to kick down the door of the bug mother nest. Torichi facepalms in exasperation beside him, while Phidian hops around the mech like a lively rabbit, mimicking assault maneuvers. Lin Feng, observing the impending steel tide through MO Phoenix's surveillance system, feels a tranquil resolve within, driven only by the sense of responsibility as a commander and a flicker of cold malice towards the bugs. "Commander." The voice of MO Phoenix resonates in his ear with a hint of concern. All land combat units have completed their final preparations prior to boarding. The 4 menacing-class vessels are fully loaded with heavy firepower equipment and await personnel. The Star Sphere continues to monitor orbital safety, with no new threats detected. Lingji, connect me with the Arc class. What is the manufacturing progress of the Titan mechs? Reporting to the commander. The framework and primary drive systems of the giant gods have been completed, and we are currently engaged in biological tissue cultivation and armor plating. It will be finished shortly. Lingji's voice carries an excitement tinged with the anticipation of impending completion. Excellent. Lin Feng responds approvingly, envisioning Lingji's earnest and adorable expression as she clenches her small fists aboard the bridge. His gaze returns to the star map, locking onto the 3 planets tainted by the bug menace. Taking a deep breath, he broadcasts a succinct yet powerful command across the entire military channel. All units participating in ground operations, board the vessels. Target, 3rd planet of Zeglarus, designated landing zone. Let us deliver a reckoning to those bugs, a harbinger of their inevitable destruction. For humanity, for the Federation, for humanity. The communications channel erupts with a thunderous response, filled with the iron-willed determination of the troops. The massive hatches of the menacing-class landers slowly close, swallowing the torrent of steel within. Their engines begin to emit a deep rumble, adjusting their posture in preparation to detach from the mothership, akin to 4 lethal arrows shooting towards the dim and perilous planet below. The gates to the hellish surface are about to be struck by the steel and will of humanity. Chapter 180. The arrival of steel. The yellowed sky above the 3rd planet of Zeglarus is torn asunder by countless fiery meteors streaking through the atmosphere. These are not celestial bodies of nature, but rather menacing-class planetary landers, carrying the wrath of humanity. Accompanied by Moth-class defense gunboats, tasked with safeguarding the landers and providing ground defense, as well as Locust-class interceptors. Additionally, Ladybug-class heavy interstellar bombers are equipped with low-yield surface fusion bombs. These 4-kilometer-long steel behemoths loom like primordial beasts from myth, their heavy ram prow shimmering with the cold, ghostly light. Even before their massive hatches open, they cast a shadow of death across the land sullied by the bugs. The interior of the lander deviates from traditional crew compartment layouts, instead resembling a highly integrated, modular steel sanctuary. At the rear of the bridge, Captain Vasily stands resolute before a holographic tactical sand table, his imposing figure reminiscent of a mountain. He is not clad in ordinary power armor, but resides within a specialized command-type power armor that reaches nearly 5 meters in height. This suit is linked to the core of his standby Blade Titan mech, allowing him to synchronously perceive minute changes in the external environment and the real-time status of the entire force. All units, final combat check. Icefield Wolves, report status. Vasily's voice, tinged with the resonance of metallic friction, crisply reverberates throughout the entire landing fleet. 1st Brigade, 1st Battalion ready. 2nd Battalion, all set. 3rd Battalion. Responses echo in succession, calm and rapid. Within the vast cargo holds of each landing vessel, 50,000 Icefield Wolf power armor soldiers stand like a frozen gray steel forest. They are positioned in squads at their respective rapid deployment stations, the barrels of their abyssal core assault rifles slightly lowered, helmet visors glowing with a haunting blue standby light. The hydraulic systems at their armor joints emit nearly inaudible low hums, akin to bloodthirsty wolves poised to pounce. The spectacle within the mech bays of each landing vessel is even more grandiose. 5,000 Iron Shield, main battle mechs stand locked in place, their steel feet firmly secured to the deck by magnetic force, reminiscent of an impenetrable phalanx from the classical age. Their sturdy mechanical arms wield an array of formidable weaponry, ranging from rapid-fire pulse cannons and nuclear energy blades to chainsaw swords, heavy railguns, and high-energy laser cannons. The cold metallic surfaces reflect the ominous red lights within the cabin. Deeper within, 8-blade Titan mechs stand like slumbering ancient giants, exuding an oppressive aura merely by their presence. In a specially designated area, confined by multiple energy force fields, several Titan amphibians writhe restlessly. Their massive bodies are cloaked in slick, irregularly glowing bioluminescent skin, muscles bulging like twisted rock formations, while heavy breaths form white mists, their deep, primal roars muffled to a dull echo by soundproof barriers. Gurgle, orbital scans indicate a surge in the activity of the fungal blanket in the target area. Expected contact time, 30 seconds post-landing. The cold voice of Mo Huang resonates through Vasily's command channel, simultaneously transmitting the latest aerial battlefield overview. Below, on the seemingly endless, pulsating crimson fungal blanket, countless black dots converge, revealing a massive swarm of worker bugs and lurkers. Further afield, enormous bug units resembling mobile fortresses begin to reveal themselves. Acknowledged. Vasily responds tersely, then switches to the army channel. Listen up, lads and ladies. This land beneath our feet has been treated as a garden by those repugnant bugs for far too long. Today, we shall declare to them with steel and fire that humanity has returned. There are no rousing shouts, only the weightier breaths and the faint hum of weapon systems completing their final self-checks echoing through the communication channel. The Stardust warriors express their resolve in silence. Landing sequence initiated. Impact readiness. With Vasily's command, the colossal hatches of 4 menacing landing ships thunderously burst open, and a tempestuous airflow rushes into the cabin, bringing with it the acrid scent of decaying organic matter mixed with sulfur from the planetary surface. The dim yellow light seeps in, illuminating the federal insignias on the soldiers' armor. The landing ships do not fully descend, but hover 50 meters above the ground. Below the hatches, massive retractable landing ramps extend like the tongues of colossal dragons, crashing down onto the soft fungal blanket and splattering thick, viscous slime. For humanity, charge! With Vasily's command, a torrent of steel is unleashed. The Iron Shield Mech Legion is the first to spring into action. Magnetic locks disengage, and heavy steel feet thunder onto the ramp, producing a resounding roar. They advance in standard assault formation, propelled like cannonballs from the landing ships, their rear thrusters blazing with brilliant light as they soar toward the unknown purgatory shrouded in dim yellow light. Spotlights on their shoulders pierce through the gloom, casting clear beams of light through the spore-laden air. Following closely are the Icefield Wolf-powered armor soldiers. They move swiftly like a tide of gray, surging down the path cleared by the mechs, rapidly spreading out to establish a circular defensive position at the landing site. Their nuclear energy rifles are raised, alertly scanning for any potential threats. Meanwhile, vertical launch units atop the landing ships continuously activate, releasing hundreds of containers brimming with smart munitions, precisely delivered to designated positions behind the front lines. The waiting engineering mechs and logistical personnel immediately step forward, commencing the urgent assembly of 2,000 heavy artillery pieces hastily manufactured by the Lingji Arc class. Faster, faster. Establish firing positions. The bugs won't give us time for tea. The voice of the frontline engineering commander roars amidst the cacophony of the battlefield. Vasily strides purposefully toward his Titan mech, designated as Blade 01. The cockpit door of the mech slides open silently, and he deftly enters, connecting with the neural interface on the pilot's seat. Instantly, a surge of immense power courses through him. Through the array of sensors on the head of the Titan mech, Vasily's vision synchronizes completely with the towering war machine. Standing at 145 meters tall, he gently flexes his mechanical fingers, feeling the hydraulic feedback at the joints, real and forceful. He senses the faint tremors of the earth beneath him, the sound of thousands of steel warriors deploying. Blade Squadron, report status. Blade 02 online. Blade 03, ready to tear them apart. The 8 Titan mechs awaken like colossal giants, their footsteps causing the ground to tremble as they emerge from the shadow of the landing ships. Standing at the forefront of the line, their massive forms become the most prominent coordinates on the entire landing field, serving as a steadfast anchor in the hearts of all soldiers. Just as the last Iron Shield mech steps onto the fungal blanket, a roiling, nauseating wave of purple-black tide engulfs the distant horizon. The bug tide has arrived. All units, engage, Vasily commands, raising the enormous mechanical arm of the Titan mech. As the arm-mounted dual-heavy nuclear energy impact cannon begins to emit a low charging sound, let them witness what a tide of steel truly is. Chapter 181. Croaks and cannon roars. The vanguard of the bug tide consists of countless worker bugs, each the size of a hunting dog, surging forth like tsunami. Covered in chitinous shells, their compound eyes glint with a bloodthirsty red light, sharp appendages scuttling across the fungal blanket, producing a nauseating rustle as they converge into a wave of death, crashing forward. Fire at will. Crush them. Vasily's command ignites the fuse of destruction. In an instant, the Iron Shield main battle mech array, freshly deployed, unleashes a torrent of annihilating flames. Rapid-fire pulse cannons weave a dense barrage, tearing apart the leading worker bugs along with the fungal blanket beneath them, vaporizing them. Heavy railguns emit a deep rumble, specially designed armor-piercing projectiles becoming indistinct streaks, effortlessly piercing through multiple worker bugs, carving bloody furrows through the tide. The Icefield Wolf-powered armor soldiers, sheltered by the mechs and hastily constructed makeshift cover, execute precise, point firing. The high-energy particle beams from their nuclear energy assault rifles easily melt through the exoskeletons of smaller bugs. Occasionally, soldiers fire various high-explosive grenades, creating brilliant fireballs amidst the swarm, plasma bursts, and dismembered limbs splattering amidst the viscous slime. The battle escalates to a fever pitch from the outset. The bug horde's assault lacks any tactical finesse, relying solely on sheer numbers and reckless charges. They attempt to overwhelm human positions by piling up corpses. Pressure increasing in left flank sector 3. Need fire support. Right flank has detected lurkers burrowing. Watch your feet. Flying units need not worry. Miss M.O. Huang will handle those. The communications channel is filled with the calm, yet urgent reports of squad commanders. The Stardust Warriors exhibit remarkable military acumen, standing firm against the surging bug tide, shattering the waves like resilient rocks. Just then, from the rear of the position, the 2,000 hastily assembled heavy artillery pieces roar to life. First, the multiple rocket launcher batteries fire in unison, like hundreds of fire dragons howling toward the heavens, trailing blazing tails as they ascend. They trace deadly parabolas in the air before crashing down upon the depths of the advancing bug tide like a meteor shower. Continuous explosions reduce vast swathes of the fungal blanket and the bug units upon it to charred remains, illuminating the dim sky with flames. Following this, the heavy railguns emit even more penetrating roars. With each flash from the long barrels, a projectile containing terrifying kinetic energy is propelled at multiple times the speed of sound, targeting those 100-meter bug units, resembling living fortresses slowly moving behind the tide. One shot struck a crusher squarely in the head, obliterating its upper half into a swirling cloud of biological debris. The energy mortar traced arcs of cerulean plasma through the air, detonating on the ground in a dazzling display of electric brilliance. Its expansive coverage wrought devastation upon clusters of lighter units. The entire landing zone seemed enveloped in a tempest of steel and flame. The thunderous roar of artillery, the shrill cries of weaponry, the piercing shrieks of a Zerg, and the cacophony of explosions harmonized into a symphony of annihilation. Commander, the heavy artillery array is functioning effectively, successfully staving off the Zerg's reinforcements, reported Vasily, as he obliterated a nearby Ravager attempting to close in with the Titan mech's heavy cannon, while relaying the information to Lin Feng in orbit. Excellent. It is time to unleash our secret weapon. Lin Feng's voice carried a hint of cold anticipation. Vasily understood and issued a new command. Release Zero and its squad. Let them wreak havoc amongst the swarm. The hum of the confinement field being deactivated was drowned out by the chaos of the battlefield. But soon after, A chorus of roars reminiscent of ancient beasts, mingled with anguish and fury, surged over the din of combat, piercing the ears of every soldier. With thunderous strides, several colossal figures surged forth from the specially designed chambers at the flanks of the outpost. They were the Titan frogmen, survivors of biological modification. Towering between 80 and 100 meters, they may not have matched the blade breaker Titan mechs in stature, yet their bodies, composed solely of sinewy muscle and bone, exuded raw primal power. Their skin bore an unhealthy dark green hue, adorned with twisted luminescent patterns and a thick layer of biological keratin, as if clad in a natural, formidable armor. Each massive webbed footfall left deep impressions in the fungal carpet, shaking nearby soldiers to their core. Leading the charge was Zero, the Titan frogman. It wielded no weapon. Rather, its very form was the most fearsome weapon of all. Facing the oncoming tide of Zerg, it released an even more frenzied roar, propelling its massive body with surprising agility, akin to a cannonball, into the heart of the swarm. Boom! The ground quaked violently as hundreds of smaller Zerg were instantly reduced to a gruesome pulp, while many more were flung away by the shockwave of its impact. Zero brandished its exaggerated forelimbs, tipped with sharp bone claws, each sweeping motion capable of severing a dozen Zerg in two or reducing them to fragments. It opened its massive maw, lined with fangs, and voraciously devoured the smaller Zerg that continued to swarm nearby, swallowing them whole. As the acidic contents of its stomach easily corroded the various biological structures of the Zerg, other Titan frogmen charged into the fray, employing a straightforward, brutal, and exceedingly efficient combat style. Some relied on sheer brute force, while others utilized astonishing agility, crashing into the depths of the Zerg formation like boulders, creating widespread chaos and destruction. They appeared impervious to pain, or perhaps pain only served to incite their deeper fury. Even as Zerg acid or bone spikes carved deep wounds into their dark green flesh, the muscle visibly writhed and healed at a remarkable rate. The arrival of these biological weapons instantly tore several massive gaps in the Zerg tide. They were like tigers unleashed among a flock of sheep, scattering the Zerg's tightly knit assault into disarray. The soldiers observed these frenzied behemoths wreaking havoc among the enemy ranks, though it was not their first encounter with these war beasts. They were nonetheless struck with awe, followed by a complex blend of reverence and resolve. They understood these were controllable weapons, monsters fighting for humanity. Don't dawdle. Coordinate with the Titan units and fortify the line. Expand our gains. Vasily's roar snapped the soldiers back to focus. As he maneuvered the Titan mech, he retrieved a sword handle and inputted the energy of the Void Core, causing a nearly 100-meter-long energy blade to erupt forth, clashing violently with a massive slaughterer that had breached their firepower net. Steel, flesh, energy, and flame intertwined frantically upon this cursed plane. The Stardust Warriors, with unparalleled courage and discipline, wielded their powerful equipment alongside the rampaging biological weapons, driving a heavy steel nail into this inferno. Chapter 182. Ironclad Foundation. The Titan frogmen's ferocious assault was akin to plunging red-hot iron into a viscous tide of Zerg, igniting a chain reaction. The Zerg's seemingly endless onslaught displayed its first signs of notable stagnation and chaos. Zero stood out particularly, no longer content with ground combat. Its powerful hind legs erupted with astonishing force, propelling its immense form nearly 100 meters into the air, tracing a violent arc of aesthetic brutality before crashing down upon a spitter preparing to unleash a torrent of acid. Boom! The earth trembled violently. The fungal carpet dented by the impact, with viscous ichor and shattered Zerg carapaces splattering everywhere. The spitter barely had time to emit a mournful cry before Zero's massive body and the shockwave of its descent reduced it to a puddle of viscera. Within a radius of several dozen meters around Zero's landing spot, the engineer bugs were obliterated as if struck by an unseen hammer. Concentrate fire on the breach opened by the frogmen. Expand our gains. Mech units, push forward and clear the remnants. Vasily calmly seized the opportunity, issuing new orders. The Bladebreaker Zero, one Titan mech he piloted, took heavy, earth-shaking strides, following closely alongside the breach created by Zero, its mounted artillery roaring continuously. However, the Zerg's response was equally swift. Just as the human lines pressed forward, becoming more entwined with the Zerg tide, countless smaller, agile cutter bugs exploited the cover of their fallen comrades, surging through the gaps in a remote firepower net like a tide of darkness, pouncing upon the Iron Shield mechs and Ice Wolves. At such close quarters, remote firepower struggled to gain traction, igniting a brutal melee. Switch to close combat mode. For humanity, kill. A pilot of the Iron Shield mech bellowed over the comms. As his 50-meter-tall mech swiftly stowed its overheated heavy magnetic railgun back into its magnetic lock, and a sword handle sprang forth from the exterior armor of its right arm, inputting the Void Core Energy, a 25-meter-long energy blade. Composed of highly condensed Azure Void Core Energy, materialized instantaneously. Facing the surging cutterbugs, the mech pilot did not hesitate to swing the blade. The Azure arc sliced through the dim air, accompanied by a faint, resonant hum as if the very fabric of space was being torn. Where the energy blade passed, the cutter bug's proud, chitinous shells parted silently as if cut by a hot knife through butter. Their green ichor and dismembered tissues had yet to splatter before the blade's intense heat instantly carbonized and vaporized them. With a standard sweeping motion, dozens of cutter bugs within the frontal fan-shaped area were bisected, their remnants propelled forward by inertia before collapsing lifelessly. Meanwhile, another mech equipped with a heavy rotating cannon was swarmed by several cutter bugs, their sharp claws frantically scraping against the armor, producing a shrill, grating sound. Remaining calm under pressure, the pilot swiftly drew a molecular high-frequency, vibrating chainsaw sword from his back, activating it. The 22-meter blade emitted a spine-chilling shriek. The pilot deftly maneuvered the mechanical arm upward, easily cleaving a cutter bug clinging to the chest armor in half, the viscous bug fluid splattering across the mech's armor. Instantly reduced to a mist by the rapidly rotating, high-frequency, serrated teeth. Immediately, the chainsaw sword executed a swift backhand slash, severing two more cutting insects in half. Shattered carapaces, blood, and entrails were violently flung from the rapidly rotating teeth of the weapon, splattering like confetti. On the ground, the Ice Wolf power armor soldiers found themselves embroiled in fierce combat. Although they were more agile than the mechs, the threats they faced were far more immediate. One soldier's silent core energy rifle was knocked from his grasp by the scythe-like limb of a lurking creature that suddenly erupted from ground. Reacting with lightning speed, he sidestepped the fatal strike while simultaneously launching a 1.5-meter-long silent core energy blade from beneath his armor into his hand. The ethereal blue energy blade, resembling a spear, was thrust with precision into the joint of the creature's neck, penetrating deep until the hilt touched flesh. High-energy particles instantly obliterated its neural center, causing the creature to convulse violently before collapsing lifelessly. Another soldier brandished a molecular high-frequency vibrating battle axe, which, though considerably smaller than the model used by the mechs, proved to be a devastating armor-piercing weapon for the power armor. The axe thundered down with an unstoppable momentum, crashing into the head of a warrior insect attempting to breach their defenses. The high-frequency vibrating blade encountered virtually no resistance, cleaving through its tough exoskeleton and obliterating the brain within. The close-quarters combat was brutal and merciless. The acrid scent of scorched air from energy weapons, the jarring noise of chainsaws tearing through carapaces, the shrill screams of the insectoid foes, and the furious roars of human warriors mingled with the occasional dying wail, creating a primal symphony on the battlefield. Steel clashed with flesh in a frenzy, as insects were shredded with every passing second, while power armor units were also breached, and valiant Stardust warriors perished heroically under the relentless assault of the swarming creatures, culminating in localized cataclysmic explosions that erupted into brilliant fireballs, purging the surrounding area. The artillery positions in the rear unleashed their firepower to the fullest, holding back the subsequent tide of insects. The entire fungal blanket plane transformed into a colossal meat grinder. One Ice Wolf soldier had just dispatched a small cutting insect that lunged at him with a vibrating short knife, remnants of corrosive green blood still staining his visor. He gasped heavily, glancing at a Titan frogman nearby that was ripping a massive lurker in half, the raw and primal strength sending a shiver through him. Yet he quickly redirected his focus, assessing his dwindling energy magazine before casting his gaze back towards the oncoming swarm. They were the Stardust warriors, the bedrock of human civilization. Regardless of the cold steel surrounding them or the ferocious beasts they faced, their duty remained singular: to fight until victory or death. At the command center, this is Wolfpack 1. The left flank assault group has breached the first line of the insectoid defenses and is advancing towards the predetermined coordinates of the chasm entrance. Encountering fierce close-quarters resistance, losses are within expected parameters. A frontline commander's voice crackled over Vasily's channel, steady yet tinged with fatigue and a hoarse edge from the prolonged battle. Received. Continue the advance. Be mindful of rotating close combat units. Maintain formation, Vasily responded, simultaneously maneuvering the Titan mech, crushing a cutting insect, attempting to attack the mech's joints beneath its massive metal foot. He pulled up the global tactical map. The blue arrows representing human forces continued to extend steadily forward. However, just as humanity began to withstand the insectoids' melee counterattack and prepare to fortify their line, an unprecedented anomaly occurred. The hovering, monitoring MO Phoenix Eternal Night starship suddenly issued the highest priority alert to all ground units. Warning: intense subterranean energy reaction detected. Depth approximately 5 kilometers, rising rapidly. Reaction pattern matches that of the insectoid burrowers. In vast numbers. Expected to reach the surface in 3 minutes. Repeat, large-scale burrower assault. All units, prepare for an underground assault. These burrowers had remained in a state of feigned death, evading detection by the MO Phoenix. Vasily's pupils dilated in shock. He immediately glanced at the tactical map, observing a dense cluster of red signals indicating extreme energy readings suddenly emerging behind the area already advanced by human forces. Even beneath some heavy artillery positions. The insectoids were not merely mindless in their frontal assaults. They had concealed this trump card, waiting for human forces to push deeper, only to strike with lethal precision from the most unexpected angles. All units, halt the advance. Shift to circular defense. Engineering units, immediately deploy vibration sensors and landmines. Heavy artillery arrays, prioritize strikes on marked energy surge points. Close combat units, contract to protect ranged fire points. Move quickly. Vasily's voice surged through the battlefield. The previous calm replaced by an unmistakable urgency. The iron tide, which had just stabilized after withstanding the melee counterattack, tightened to a breaking point once more. The warriors rapidly abandoned their pursuit, contracting their lines, while mech and power armor soldiers gripped their radiant energy blades and roaring chainsaw weapons, vigilantly watching the ground beneath them. 3 minutes. A span that could very well determine the ultimate outcome of this landing operation. The vibrations beneath their feet grew increasingly pronounced, as if countless drill bits were burrowing from the depths of hell. Vasily activated the Titan mech's colossal silent core energy fist blades, extending the eerie blue energy blades to a terrifying 50 meters, capable of rending the armor of light warships asunder in brutal close combat. His gaze, cold as iron beneath the visor, fixed intently on a spot on the surface that was violently heaving, about to erupt. Come on, insects! His deep voice resonated within the mech cockpit. Let us see whether it's your fangs that are sharp, or the iron fist of humanity. Chapter 183. The earth shatters, and the heavens collapse. The gloom cast by the Eye of Gorgon had yet to fully dissipate. And on the fungal blanket plains of planet Zeglarus III, the clash of steel and flesh had reached a fever pitch. The Stardust warriors had just withstood the insectoids' nearly frenzied ground assault, while the Titan frogmen's brutal charges had carved shocking breaches within the tide of insects. The balance of victory seemingly tilting slowly towards humanity. Yet, the MO Phoenix's cold and urgent warning, like a bucket of ice water, instantly froze this fleeting optimism. Warning: large-scale burrower assault, expected to reach the surface in 3 minutes. Captain Vasily's directives were as solid as rock, yet infused with an uncompromising iron will. All units, halt the advance. Shift to circular defense. The once advancing iron tide, akin to a sword unsheathed, abruptly transitioned from offense to defense. The massive iron shield mech retreated with heavy steps, forming dense defensive lines alongside the power armor soldiers. Engineering units frantically deployed vibration sensors and smart landmines in the front lines, while artillery positions rapidly adjusted their coordinates, aiming at the swiftly rising red signals representing extreme energy reactions on the star map. The atmosphere on the battlefield grew unbearably tense. The vibrations underfoot became increasingly clear, no longer mere echoes of distant cannon fire, but the sound of something massive and relentless, burrowing from the depths below, as if countless greedy beasts were eager to break through the earth and consume everything above. All Ice Wolves, Iron Shield units, activate back-mounted thrusters for low-altitude, evasive maneuvers. Repeat, prioritize evading the initial impact. Vasily's command reverberated through the communication channels once more. He understood that the moment these burrowers breached the surface, the kinetic energy and tearing effect they carried would be enough to shatter even the thickest armor. To withstand the initial impact would be folly. Survival was the paramount concern. In an instant, a chorus of ion jets filled the battlefield. 50,000 Ice Wolf power armor soldiers activated their small thrusters. emitting eerie blue light as they ascended hundreds of meters into the air, resembling countless hovering specters. 5,000 Iron Shield main battle mechs utilized their more powerful propulsion systems to rise to 300 or 400 meters. Their heavy forms temporarily disconnecting from the fungal blanket below. The 8 Titan mechs rose like mountains, casting a colossal shadow over the trembling ground below. Even the frenzied Titan frogmen, under the compulsory commands of the control signals, let out anxious growls, leaping into the air with astonishing power in their hind limbs. At that very moment of ascent, a thunderous roar erupted. The earth groaned in agony. Thousands of gigantic figures burst forth from beneath the fungal blanket. What a terrifying sight it was. Their lengths ranged from hundreds to over 1,000 meters, their bodies resembling enormous, magnified annelids with gaping maws, capable of devouring small ships, lined with layers of rotating, chitinous teeth. The force with which they broke through the earth was so immense that it hurled an unsuspecting Titan frogman and a dozen soldiers, along with the thick fungal blanket and rocks, into the sky, or directly into the maw of that horrifying creature, crushing them. Despite the life-weave maintenance nanobots from the Lingji ship forming a faint green energy mist in the battlefield, continually repairing damaged armor. The sheer, overwhelming force rendered those directly hit with no opportunity for repair, transforming them into exploding fireballs or consigning them to the belly of the creature. After the first wave of impact, the ground was left with countless bottomless pits and chaos. The airborne troops had evaded the most lethal strike. Fire! Free fire! Drive them back into the ground! Vasily's roar thundered like a storm. The hovering Steel Legion unleashed their fury in an instant. Rapid-fire pulse cannons, heavy magnetic railguns, and nuclear energy beams poured down upon the massive forms of the burrowing worms that had just emerged. The artillery positions behind them also roared, as heavy shells accurately struck the pits, exploding into vast sprays of blood and shattered carapace upon the relatively fragile bodies of the burrowing worms. However, the sheer number of these creatures was overwhelming, and their vitality remarkably resilient. Many burrowing worms, braving the intense fire, fully emerged from the ground, their massive bodies twisting like distorted mountains, beginning to bite with their enormous mouths or sweep through the airborne units with their bulk. The entire battlefield transformed from a flat melee into a three-dimensional, chaotic maze of death. Meanwhile, on the expansive deck of the Lingji Ark, as vast as a continent, 2 colossal figures, reminiscent of ancient demigods, were slowly activated from standby mode. Titan-class Super Heavy Mech activation, towering at a height of 188 meters. The massive body was enveloped in a dark gray biological mechanical composite armor, its surface etched with patterns resembling that of Zerg exoskeleton, yet gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. The head featured a menacing design combining compound eyes and optical sensors, while enormous bow energy conduits and thruster arrays extended from shoulders and back. Its arms were equipped with colossal gauntlets named Starbreaker, their edges shimmering with high-frequency energy waves, while its abdomen housed a chilling, constantly opening and closing maw for absorption. Lin Feng and Leo had already established a preliminary connection with their respective Titans via the Lingxi chips, settling into the perfectly fitted cockpit. Feeling the immense power of this behemoth merging with their own, both men could hardly contain their excitement. Old Lin, this thing is exhilarating. Leo's voice crackled through the mech's internal communication, brimming with eagerness. I feel like I could punch a fighter jet into oblivion. Don't celebrate too soon. First, adapt to the operational feedback, Lin Feng replied coolly, maneuvering the Titan's massive arm. Sensing the subtle feedback from the systems and the flow of nuclear energy through the circuits, the mech system indicated that this machine's strength and speed were approximately double that of the broken blade. But its energy consumption was staggering. Pay attention to energy distribution. Don't charge in recklessly. Although the Titan had long been completed in the fabrication factory, familiarizing themselves with this new mech, a blend of biological intuition and mechanical precision, had indeed consumed some of their precious time. At that moment, the violent vibrations and explosions emanating from the planet's surface were undoubtedly the best motivators. Lingji, what's the situation on the battlefield? Lin Feng connected with the Arkansas commander. The ground forces are under immense pressure. The number of burrowing worms exceeds expectations, and Lieutenant Vasily's defense is straining under considerable duress. Although the Life Weave's repair speed is rapid, some of our units that were instantly killed cannot be salvaged. Lingji's anxious voice came through, the backdrop of densely blinking red dots on the holographic star map. Understood. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened as he said to Leo, warm-up is over. It's our turn to take the stage. I've been itching for this. Leo exclaimed excitedly. Huchai Fadian. Cover us. Understood, Commander. Came the calm response from Huchai, and the lively reply from Fadian. The massive thrusters behind the two titans erupted with a surge of azure plasma. The enormous bodies slowly ascending, detaching from the Lingji's deck. They plunged into the atmosphere like two falling meteors, resolutely racing toward the now hellish fungal plain below. A feast of slaughter awaited the arrival of two heavyweight guests. Chapter 184. The descent of the Titans. The dusky sky of the third planet of Zegris was illuminated by the colossal figures tearing through the atmosphere, trailing fiery tails. The Titan mechs, reminiscent of Titans from myth, sent to vanquish great beasts, descended upon the battlefield's core with unparalleled intimidation. Boom! Boom! Two earth-shattering roars echoed, accompanied by visible shockwaves that instantly cleared the fungal blanket and small Zerg units from the impact zone. Lin Feng and Leo, controlling the Titans, half knelt to absorb the landing impact before gradually rising, their glacier blue and molten gold optical sensors scanning the chaotic battlefield. The scene before them was even more breathtaking than viewing it from orbit. Countless massive burrowing worms writhed and rolled across the battlefield, like tentacles emerging from the abyss of hell, continually attempting to drag airborne units down. The Stardust Warriors, under Vasily's command, engaged in a desperate struggle against these behemoths. With explosions, energy beams, corrosive Zerg acid, and shattered carapaces intertwining to create a tapestry of destruction. Leo, I leave the left flank to you. Clear out those attacking the artillery positions. Lin Feng swiftly issued commands, his tone steady. I'll handle the right flank and help Vasily stabilize the line. Received. Watch me. Leo responded eagerly, maneuvering his Titan, aptly named Solaris by himself, to charge toward the left flank. With each thunderous step of the Titan, swarms of small Zergs were crushed underfoot. A burrowing worm nearly 1,000 meters long raised its tooth-lined head, attempting to consume a low-flying iron shield mech. Upon witnessing this, Leo activated the blinding energy of the Starbreaker gauntlet on his right arm. Taste my punch, worm filth. The Titan's massive form erupted with a speed incongruous to its size, delivering a fierce uppercut that struck the burrowing worm's jaw with precision. The high-frequency, oscillating energy of the Starbreaker unleashed in an instant, accompanied by the sickening sounds of shattering bones and tearing carapace. The burrowing worm's colossal head was violently propelled upward, with chitinous fragments and viscous green blood raining down like a torrential downpour. The iron shield mech, narrowly escaping being devoured, took the opportunity to disengage, the pilot exclaiming a coarse, shocked expletive over the channel. Huh, that's satisfying. Leo laughed heartily, controlling the Titan to press the advantage, landing a powerful left fist directly into the burrowing worm's gaping mouth, the energy erupting violently within its throat, wreaking havoc on its internal organs. The massive burrowing worm emitted a silent wail, convulsing and collapsing, stirring up clouds of dust. On another front, Lin Feng also demonstrated remarkable efficiency. The colossal weapon, the Titan of Abyss, operated by Lin Feng, executed its movements with unparalleled precision and efficiency. Rather than engaging the burrowing worm's head-on, he deftly maneuvered through the midst of these titanic beasts, akin to a wraith. One of the burrowing worms attempted to ensnare a Titan with its massive form, but Lin Feng's Abyss surged forward to its flank, its grotesque maw opening wide to generate a formidable suction, firmly clamping onto the worm's body. In an instant, the biological material on the worm's surface was stripped away at a visible rate, consumed and transformed into biological energy and repair materials for the Titan. Simultaneously, the Starbreaker blades on his right arm penetrated the creature's nerve nodes with surgical precision, swiftly incapacitating much of its motor capacity. Commander, at 3 o'clock. 2 burrowing worms are coordinating an assault on the Icefang Wolf's defensive perimeter. Vasily's voice rang out, tinged with a barely perceptible sigh of relief. Leave it to me. Lin Feng responded succinctly. With the thrusters of the Abyss fully engaged, its massive form glided smoothly to the side, the Starbreaker blades crossing over his chest as energy surged violently. Double cross / Lin Feng's inner thoughts expressed reluctance to shout, yet he felt compelled to enhance the dramatic flair. A vast cross-shaped blade, forged from pure abyssal energy, shot forth with a piercing shriek, slicing through the bodies of the 2 burrowing worms. Where the blade passed, the thick exoskeletons, capable of withstanding artillery fire, were cleaved apart as effortlessly as butter. The colossal forms collapsing into several segments, green ichor cascading down like a waterfall, staining the fungal blanket below in a bizarre hue. The arrival of the Titan swiftly shifted the tide of battle in their favor. Its formidable melee destruction capabilities, astonishing defensive strength, and unique biomass recovery abilities proved invaluable against the burrowing worms. Particularly, the seamless synchronization between Lin Feng and Li Ao in piloting their Titans rendered their movements akin to an amplified martial artist, epitomizing the aesthetics of violence. The Stardust Warriors gazed upon these Titans, akin to divine beings descending from the heavens, and their morale surged. They began to coordinate their efforts with the Titans more effectively, drawing fire from the burrowing worms to create opportunities for decisive strikes. Li Ao, caught up in the fervor, even commanded the Sinflar to execute a flying kick, forcefully ejecting a worm attempting to retreat underground, then pouncing atop it, unleashing a flurry of blows with his blades, creating a scene of brutal carnage. Meanwhile, Lin Feng maintained a cool demeanor, efficiently eliminating the most threatening targets while monitoring battlefield data through the system interface. The combat effectiveness of the Titans was indeed, as he had anticipated, their power and speed approximately double that of the Titan's previous form, manifesting a clear advantage against these massive biological units. Concurrently, the points gained from exterminating the insectoid units steadily increased. Mo Huang, report on the overall situation. Lin Feng inquired during a brief respite in the battle. Commander, due to your and Commander Li Ao's involvement, the pressure on the ground has significantly alleviated. The number of burrowing worms is decreasing. However, I have detected unusual energy accumulation at the living hive of the insectoids on the 5th planet, which may indicate they are preparing for a new offensive or evacuating critical units. Mo Huang's voice conveyed a seriousness born from analysis. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Planning to flee? Or concocting something else? Li Ao, don't get too carried away, Lin Feng cautioned, sensing a larger threat loomed ahead. Understood. Li Ao's voice remained exuberant, yet bore a hint of seriousness. Let me dismantle these giant worms first. The two Titans continued to wreak havoc among the swarm, unstoppable in their onslaught. The Zegras fungal plains ultimately became the burial ground for the insectoids. Chapter 185. The aftermath of the feast and new shadows. The Titans carved bloody pathways through the swarm with their iron bodies. Lin Feng's precise slaughter, combined with Li Ao's ferocious advances, greatly alleviated the pressure on the Stardust Warriors. Under their combined assault, the threat of the burrowing worms rapidly disintegrated. Stripped of their subterranean ambush capabilities, the remaining surface insectoids became lambs to the slaughter in the face of the warriors' elevated morale and overwhelming firepower. The battle gradually transitioned from a fevered climax to a concluding phase. Artillery positions began extending their firepower, covering distant insectoid gathering points. Iron Shield mechs and Ice Fang Wolf soldiers collaborated to eliminate scattered resistance. Titan amphibians, under control, delivered final blows and consumed the remnants of the dying burrowing worms, absorbing some biological energy to bolster themselves. Lin Feng maneuvered the abyss to drag out the last burrowing worm attempting to escape underground with its grotesque maw, then pierced its core with the Starbreaker blades. The massive worm convulsed violently a few times before falling still. He surveyed the surroundings. The once undulating fungal plains, reminiscent of a purple ocean, were now ravaged, pockmarked with massive craters, charred earth, shattered insectoid exoskeletons, and smoldering remnants. The air was thick with the acrid scent of ozone, smoke, and the distinctive stench of insectoid blood. Commander, the primary threats on the surface have been neutralized. The Ice Fang Wolf Brigade and mech units are conducting final sweeps and resource recovery operations. Vasily's steady voice conveyed a hint of exhaustion from the fierce battle, though it was overshadowed by a sense of accomplishment. Well done, Vasily. Assess the casualties, prioritize the treatment of the wounded, and recover all usable equipment and debris. Lin Feng commanded. He glanced at the system interface. This ground battle, particularly the bounty from the burrowing worms, had yielded him nearly 800,000 modification points. While this was not significant compared to his current reserves exceeding 10 million, it was still a considerable amount. Old Lin, that was exhilarating. Liangolas Agzuaran showed interrupted femstules. His Sunflower Titan strode over, its massive form splattered with viscous green ichor and debris from the fungal blanket, its chest plate bearing marks of acid corrosion. Yet the Titan's formidable self-repair capabilities were already at work. This is far more thrilling than piloting a battleship. Every strike lands. Indeed, Lin Feng allowed himself a rare smile of satisfaction. The sensation of commanding top-tier mechs, overwhelming foes with absolute strength, was undeniably invigorating, providing a momentary escape from the complexities of strategy and intrigue. I suppose I'll need to find you more of these down-to-earth tasks in the future. Couldn't he ask for more? Liao chuckled. Next time, I'll take on 10. At that moment, Hu Che's slightly exasperated voice interjected. Young Master Liao, please be mindful of your abyssal energy reserves. You've drained it all into the Sunflower. What will I and Fei Dian have to work with? My apologies. I got carried away. Liao stammered, quickly checking the cockpit data. All right, I'll heed your advice. The two Titans, now under the escort of several Stardust warriors, began their retreat towards the makeshift landing zone, poised to be transported back to the Arklingji in orbit. Along the way, soldiers cast off-field glances at the two commanders who had personally descended to assist them. Upon returning to the expansive hangar of the Lingji Ark-class vessel, Lin Feng and Liao detached from their cockpits. The prolonged, high-intensity mental connection and the output of abyssal energy left Liao feeling as fatigued as if he had engaged in an all-night brawl with Hu Che and Fei Dian. Though his spirits remained high, Lingji had been waiting nearby. Upon seeing Lin Feng, she rushed over, her small hands nervously checking on him, her amber eyes filled with concern. Commander, are you all right? Is the mech damaged? I'm fine. Lin Feng reassured her with a gentle pat on her head. Some components of the mech have sustained minor damage. I'll need your assistance for maintenance. Leave it to me. Lingji nodded vigorously, promptly directing the engineering robots to commence a thorough inspection and maintenance of the two colossal war machines. The projection of Mo Huang quietly manifested within the hangar, elegantly leaning against a nearby piece of equipment, her deep purple eyes sparkling with mirth as she regarded the exuberant duo. Commander, Liao, it seems you have been enjoying yourselves on the surface. Indeed, Liao interjected eagerly, gesticulating animatedly. Montak Huang, you should have seen it. I knocked that giant bug's head off with a single punch. Her gentle smile interrupted him. I have already reviewed the battle records. They were quite lively. She then turned to Lin Feng, her tone shifting to one of formality. Commander, according to the latest intelligence relayed by the Chanji-class reconnaissance aircraft, energy readings from the Zerg hive on the fifth planet are surging dramatically, and large-scale biological leap signals have been detected. It appears they are either preparing to evacuate or converge on a specific coordinate. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Can we ascertain the target? The signals point deep into the Crackloss sector to an unmarked void region. The interference is intense, making precise location impossible, Mo Huang replied. Additionally, while clearing the battlefield, Lieutenant Vasily's unit discovered something unusual. What is it? Amidst the wreckage of some tunnel bugs and large Zerg units, we detected faint residual energy signals that do not conform to the Sarlacc swarm standards. Their resonance pattern bears a weak resemblance, less than 5, to the fluctuations observed in the unknown entity discovered at the Carlos laboratory, but we cannot ascertain whether it is contamination, coincidence, or some form of connection. A slight heaviness settled in Lin Feng's heart. The twisted, dark void from the Carlos laboratory, along with its chilling gaze, remained a hidden thorn in his mind. Could the Zerg's activities be indirectly or directly related to that which was inadvertently summoned by Carlos? Continue the in-depth analysis and report any findings to me immediately, Lin Feng commanded gravely. At the same time, instruct the fleet to prepare for the next course of action. The Zerg stronghold in the Zegras system must be eradicated, whether it be the hive on the fifth planet or their potential next target. Yes, Commander, Mo Huang gracefully acknowledged. Liao, somewhat bewildered by the exchange, managed to catch the critical information. So, old Lin, does that mean there is more fighting ahead? Unfortunately, yes, Lin Feng replied, gazing out at the dim yellow star through the viewport, his expression sharp. And it may be more complex than we anticipated. This banquet might have only served the appetizers. The joy of victory from the surface campaign was overshadowed by new enigmas and looming threats. Lin Feng understood that, in this universe rife with malevolence towards humanity, any anomaly warranted the utmost vigilance. He needed to swiftly eliminate the Zerg in the Crackloss sector, amassing sufficient resources and strength to confront the challenges that might arise from the deeper darkness ahead. Chapter 186. The blueprint of steel floods the smoke of battle had yet to fully dissipate from the third planet of the Zegras system, where engineering vehicles and maintenance robots tirelessly navigated the makeshift steel stronghold, clearing battlefield debris and recovering valuable alloy fragments. Lin Feng stood at the expansive command seat of the Lingji-class Ark, overlooking the ravaged fungal plains below through the panoramic observation window. Though the scales of victory had decidedly tilted, Lin Feng's brow remained furrowed. The effort to cleanse a planetary surface had consumed nearly the entirety of the 50,000 Stardust warriors and significant heavy equipment, a taxing endeavor not to be overlooked. With 2 more planets occupied by the Zerg within the Crackloss sector still needing to be cleared, along with the potential for even larger ground swarms in the future. He recognized the inadequacy of their current ground forces. Commander, are you concerned about the efficiency of subsequent operations? Lingji's soft voice inquired beside him. She held a cup of freshly brewed moonlight blossom tea, its calming fragrance wafting through the air, her amber eyes filled with concern. She could keenly sense the weight of Lin Feng's thoughts. Lin Feng accepted the teacup, the warmth against his fingertips easing his taut nerves. Yes, he nodded, his gaze lingering on the two planets marked as Xur-controlled zones on the star map. Relying solely on our current ground combat strength, it will be inefficient to completely cleanse Xigris. If we encounter larger-scale, galaxy-level battles in the future, this force will be utterly insufficient. He turned to face Xingxuan, who today donned her meticulously tailored red and white commander uniform. Her long golden twin tails flowed like a river of stars. Her glacial blue eyes intensely focused on the tactical star map, a hint of eager battle spirit gracing her small face. That adorable demeanor suggested she was ready to bombard any target within reach. Lin Feng instinctively reached out to tousle her wonderfully soft golden hair, causing her ears to redden as she protested quietly. And no, that's rude. Don't mess up my hair. Approaching the tactical star platform, he tapped lightly to bring up data on the Lingji class's industrial capacity and the parameters of the Federation's active main battle mechs and power armors. We must establish a true torrent of steel capable of conducting large-scale planetary suppression, Lin Feng mused, stroking his chin. Lingji, I require you to prioritize the production of 3 items. Yes, Commander, please instruct. Lingji straightened her petite frame, her expression earnest. First, using the colossal war machines as a blueprint, simplify them appropriately while retaining their core combat capabilities and biomass recovery functions. But lower the requirements for pilots' spiritual energy levels to enable mass production. Produce 50,000 units initially to be assigned to the experienced Stardust warriors who have accompanied us. 50,000 units? Lingji gasped, covering her mouth in surprise, but her gaze swiftly turned resolute. Yes. Lingji will adjust the production lines and optimize material ratios to ensure the task is completed. Second, design and manufacture 500,000 units of the latest models, surpassing all existing Federation battle mechs in performance. They must possess enhanced environmental adaptability, sustained firepower, and anti-subterranean capabilities. These will be prepared for the new recruits. 500,000 units? Mo Huang's eyes flickered with admiration. Commander, that would arm 5 standard mech divisions in one go. However, fortunately, the R-Class has remarkable production capacity, so such a vast quantity will not require excessively long. Lin Feng nodded and continued. Third, produce 50,000 units of the Federation's latest power armors, emphasizing defensive and rapid response capabilities. These will serve as my personal guard when landing on planetary surfaces or space stations. He explained why only 50,000 power armors were necessary. In ground combat, the main force will consist of mech clusters. The power armor units will primarily be utilized for critical defense, urban warfare, and as a protective detail for the commander. 50,000 elite units will suffice to form an impenetrable steel barrier at critical moments. At that moment, his gaze fell upon Xingxuan, who was nearly sprawled over the central strategic star map operation table. Her glacial blue eyes were fixated on the 2 planets marked as Xur territories. Her petite nose slightly wrinkled, and her ankle-length golden twin tails cascading along the edge of the table, flowing like a river of stars with her unconscious movements. Thus, merely having equipment is not enough, Lin Feng stated, naturally stepping behind Xingxuan and lightly patting her rounded and firm posterior, producing a soft sound. We need more soldiers to pilot them. Stop lounging around. Prepare yourself to accompany me to the frontline temporary command ship, the Indomitable. Xingxuan jolted upright as if her tail had been stepped on, instinctively covering the spot he had tapped with her hands. Her face instantly flushed crimson, spreading to her ears. She turned to glare at Lin Feng, her glacial blue eyes shimmering with moisture. See, Commander, how can you do this here? This is the bridge. She furiously waved her little fists, yet deep within her gaze, there was no genuine anger. Rather, a hint of shyness and excitement arose from the commander's sudden and somewhat affectionate reprimand. Lin Feng could not help but chuckle at her flustered and embarrassed demeanor. Dismissing her utterly ineffective protests, we need to have a serious discussion regarding troop allocations with Major General Karak. As the master of this star-class vessel, don't you wish to personally showcase your capabilities and compel those bureaucrats to expedite their approvals? Upon hearing the mention of showcasing power and expediting approvals, Xing Xian's attention was immediately captured. She feigned calmness as she tidied her somewhat disheveled skirt and long hair, raising her still flushed face and striving to adopt a dignified expression. Umph. It should have been done long ago. Those bureaucrats are so sluggish in their work. It's infuriating to behold. Rest assured, Commander, with my presence, they will certainly understand what a wise decision it is to support our plans. She brushed off non-existent dust, as if the person who had just been riled up was not her at all, though her occasional furtive glances towards Lin Feng still betrayed a lingering shyness. Ling Ji, during my and Xing Xian's absence, focus entirely on production. Initiate the manufacturing of the first batch of Titan mechs and main battle mechs. Understood, Commander. Ling Ji will not disappoint you. Ling Ji nodded vigorously, her small hands swiftly manipulating the console to commence planning the massive production sequence. Lin Feng's decisions rapidly transformed into action. The Xing Xian star class adjusted its course. The enormous dark red hull carving an elegant yet lethal arc through the starry expanse as it surged towards the domain of the unyielding. Chapter 187. Chips and Decisions. The unyielding fortress starship, measuring approximately 50 kilometers in length, width, and height, resembled a colossal steel sphere suspended in the void. Its vast body bristling with turrets, missile silos, and entrances for fighter craft. It serves as the Federal Union's most formidable mobile bastion and command center in the Claw Zone. When the elongated and imposing dark red hull of the Xing Xian star class, accompanied by a ghostly blue transition trail, appeared at the flank of the unyielding, the stark contrast with the surrounding Federal warships was evident. Even the massive unyielding appeared diminutive in comparison, provoking a subtle commotion within the command center. It exuded an oppressive aura that transcended time and surpassed existing technological paradigms. Accompanied by Xing Xian, Lin Feng boarded a transport vessel directly to the Admiral's docking bay of the unyielding. Major General Karak, a battle-hardened veteran with graying hair and a youthful yet resolute countenance, awaited them at the hatch alongside several aides. His gaze first landed on Lin Feng, imbued with scrutiny and a barely perceptible astonishment, before shifting to the petite yet formidable Xing Xian beside him, causing the corners of his eyes to twitch slightly. Major Lin Feng, welcome aboard the unyielding. Karak's voice boomed, characterized by the straightforwardness typical of military personnel. I have reviewed your combat report from Zgress 3. It was exemplary. For the Federation, General Karak, Lin Feng replied, executing a standard federal military salute, neither obsequious nor arrogant. They proceeded to the command center's secure conference room. On the vast circular holographic table, a tactical display of the Claw Zone's enemy and ally positions was prominently featured, with the Zgress star system highlighted. Without indulging in excessive pleasantries, Lin Feng immediately addressed the matter at hand. He gestured for Xing Xian to place a data storage device on the table. General, the battle at Zgress has revealed our shortcomings in ground troop deployment and sustained operational capabilities. The Zerg, relying on their numbers and subterranean networks, can overwhelm any elite force that is insufficient in size. Lin Feng stated directly, to rectify this issue, I have devised the Iron Flood plan. He briefly outlined his concept, leveraging its unique industrial capabilities to mass-produce advanced mechs and powered armor, swiftly assembling an unprecedented planetary assault legion. 50,000 Titan mechs? 500,000 battle mechs surpassing current operational standards? One aide gasped, his face a canvas of disbelief. Major Lin Feng, do you comprehend the immense industrial foundation and resources that would require? Even the military-industrial complex in the core star regions would need over 6 months to fulfill such an order. Upon hearing this, Xing Xian huffed in dissatisfaction. Hands on her hips. That's merely a reflection of your outdated industrial capabilities. Since the commander has stated it can be done, it will undoubtedly be accomplished. We managed to produce the star-class vessel. So what are a mere few 100,000 mechs? Her words, filled with childlike pride and unwavering faith in Lin Feng, momentarily left the federal officers speechless. Yet, considering that terrifying battleship capable of shattering stars, such audacious claims did not seem entirely impossible. Lin Feng raised a hand, signaling Xing Xian to remain composed. He proceeded to unveil his bargaining chips. Of course, I will not arbitrarily demand 550,000 Stardust warriors from the Federation. He pointed to the data storage device. This contains 2 segments of information. He first emphasized, the first part includes the partial results of our biological weapon research conducted in the Andromeda Galaxy, specifically the genetic modification data of the Titan frogmen, alongside live sample information of the aristocratic gills, which were utilized as experimental subjects and preliminary efficacy reports of the experimental products. Naturally, I have also brought several live samples of the gills for you to receive at your convenience. A suppressed gasp echoed in the conference room. Biological weapons, particularly formidable units utilizing alien genetic modifications, had long been a field the federal military yearned for, but approached with extreme caution. Without pausing, Lin Feng continued to drop his second heavy bombshell. The second part consists of the design blueprints for the Starfall-class super-heavy single-barrel main cannon aboard my flagship, including critical energy circuit data and manufacturing process summaries. This time, even Major General Karak could not help but lean forward, his gaze fixated on the small storage device. The room was so silent one could hear a pin drop. The Starfall cannon. It had been classified within the Federation as possessing Titan-class strategic weapon potential, a terrifying entity. Its demonstrated capability to utterly obliterate a terrestrial planet's core, triggering global geological cataclysms, was unparalleled. When Lin Feng first engaged the Zerg Titan-class ship, it was recorded by the Federation, becoming the dream technology of countless engineers and commanders. If the Federation can assimilate or even replicate this technology, it would significantly enhance the firepower projection capabilities of our main battleships, conferring unprecedented advantages in combat against Zerg motherships or crystalline fortresses. Lin Feng surveyed the assembly, his tone steady as he elucidated. General, esteemed aides, we are all acutely aware that the firepower configuration of our current main battleship girls comprises numerous 100-meter caliber rotating turrets, dispersed throughout the hull to achieve all-around fire coverage. While this design is balanced, it comes at the cost of limiting the energy supply and power of each main gun. When faced with the formidable biological armor of certain Zerg motherships or the deflective shields of crystalline fortresses, our firepower often proves scattered and incapable of delivering a decisive blow. He paused momentarily to allow his audience to digest his words before presenting the crux of his argument. The design philosophy of the Starfall cannon is clear to all. It abandons the traditional multi-turret layout, concentrating nearly half of the battleship's energy output and structural integrity into a single colossal axial cannon situated along the ship's central line, boasting a caliber exceeding 1 kilometer. This signifies that by sacrificing approximately half of the conventional main gun turrets and restructuring the battleship's hull, any existing federal main battleship could acquire a superweapon with single-shot power and penetration capabilities reaching 80% of a Titan-class vessel's main gun. An aide responsible for battleship design suddenly raised his head, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he murmured, concentrating firepower in the axial cannon. The Starfall cannon addresses the firepower deficiencies of the axial cannons currently under design within the Federation. This essentially allows us to swiftly equip every main battleship girl with near Titan-class strategic strike capabilities. The overall firepower projection of a simultaneous volley may not drastically change, yet the capabilities for targeted kills and breach defense will be fundamentally different. Indeed, Lin Feng affirmed the foundational design concepts, energy-focusing technology, and structural reinforcement plans presented in this data are comprehensive and reproducible. They possess the potential to facilitate a qualitative leap in firepower for the Federation's next-generation battleship maidens, as well as to enhance the existing main battleship maidens. He turned to General Karak and a group of breathless advisors. I shall voluntarily submit this data, including the biological weaponry and aspects of the Starfall main cannon technology. The sole condition is that I hope the Federation will approve my request to allocate 550,000 Stardust Warriors, for which my fleet will be responsible for all equipment and logistical support. Major General Karak took a deep breath, striving to steady his astonishment. To exchange 550,000 Stardust Warriors, who require substantial logistical backing, each equipped with top-tier gear, for biological technologies that could alter the ground battle landscape, and superweapon technologies capable of overturning fleet firepower dynamics, transcends mere trade. It is a strategic contribution that could significantly influence the balance of war between humanity and alien races. In the name of the Unyielding's frontline command, I wholeheartedly support your request. Karak's voice was resolute, imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. I will personally report to the command headquarters with the highest priority and include my strongest recommendation. Major Lin Feng, the Federation appreciates your selfless dedication. The negotiations achieved overwhelming success. The dual heavy leverage Lin Feng presented far exceeded the necessity for 550,000 personnel. As he handed over the lethargic and terrified amphibious experimental subjects, he and Xing Xian were in the private kitchen garden ecosystem, preparing a heartfelt lunch while awaiting the approval news. Soon, An urgent approval order arrived from the Federation's Supreme Command, not only granting Lin Feng's entire request, but also including additional directives to fully accommodate all of Major Lin Feng's reasonable logistical and administrative needs, while elevating his operational authority. Upon receiving the news back on the Xingxian, she proudly lifted her chin, which was speckled with remnants of rice. "See, Commander, I told you they would agree. They're so thrilled by a main cannon technology we are about to phase out. What would happen if we showed them the data for the Oblivion Spear? They might just faint." Lin Feng smiled gently, ruffling her golden locks. The value of technological exchange must be assessed alongside the recipient's capacity to assimilate it. The Starfall technology is just the right fruit for them to reach. Let us go, Xingxian. It's time to welcome our new recruits. The remaining insects from Zegris are likely already eager to experience the taste of a steel tide. Chapter 188. Both under the starlight and the steel tide, the Xingxian once again activated its jump engine, its massive hull blending seamlessly into the void, and in the next moment appeared in the star region designated for the Federation's new troop assembly. This was a relatively safe rear anchorage, where dozens of colossal Federation transport vessels floated like docile whale pods, their belly doors wide open. Between these transport ships unfolded a more awe-inspiring sight. Countless small personnel transport crafts, akin to migrating birds, orderly flew out from each transport vessel, coalescing into streams of metal flowing toward the yawning, abyss-like entrance of the Xingxian's hangar. Each transport craft was filled with 50 resolute Stardust warriors, their expressions imbued with curiosity and anticipation. Clad in basic combat uniforms and devoid of heavy armor, they were instructed that all their equipment would be uniformly distributed upon arrival under their new commander. Despite having heard numerous legends of Major Lin Feng and his enigmatic fleet, the sight of the Xingxian's 288-kilometer-long dark red hull and the oppressive silence emanating from its light-absorbing crimson, paint, and molten gold veins still stirred intense astonishment in every heart. This resembled not a battleship, but rather a mobile fortress exuding an aura of annihilation. Attention all, board the ship in the designated sequence. Maintain discipline. Officers aboard the transport crafts commanded through the loudspeakers, their voices barely concealing their excitement. Xingxian stood on the observation platform at the ship's bridge, gazing through the enormous observation window at the transport vessels pouring into the hangar like rivers converging into the sea. Her glacier blue eyes reflected the twinkling starlight and the bustling silhouettes of the crafts. "Humph, quite a crowd," she murmured softly, though a slight smile graced her lips. As a battleship maiden renowned for firepower, she certainly comprehended the importance of a formidable ground force for a fleet. After all, she could annihilate planets with ease. Yet when the value of a planet was substantial, she found herself at a loss against enemy units stationed there. It was akin to a little girl being able to tease her beloved strongman into kneeling on a washboard for a night, yet unable to impose upon his rebellious sister. Lin Feng stood beside her, hands clasped behind his back. His gaze was tranquil, yet his heart stirred with unease. 550,000 vibrant lives, 550,000 weighty trusts were now converging under his command. This was not merely an army. It was the cornerstone of his strategic vision and his response to future crises. Xingxian, is the internal space properly allocated? Lin Feng inquired. Although the Xingxian was primarily designed as a firepower platform, its interior still possessed vast space for accommodating ground troops and essential logistical support units. Already arranged. Xingxian promptly replied, a hint of pride in her voice, signifying her reliability. Following your previous instructions, I utilized some redundant idle space to temporarily transform it into standardized living quarters for 550,000 personnel, basic training areas, and extensive equipment maintenance zones. Though it may not match the comfort of the Lingji and Mo Huang, it will adequately meet basic needs for short-term deployment. She paused briefly, adding, furthermore, I've set up guidance protocols to ensure they can swiftly and accurately reach their designated areas without getting lost on board. Well done. Lin Feng nodded in approval. Despite Xingxian's proud demeanor, she exhibited extraordinary reliability and meticulousness when executing orders and fulfilling responsibilities. The boarding process continued for several hours. When the final transport craft successfully entered the hangar, the heavy multi-layered alloy gates slowly closed, isolating the external void from the internal world of the ship. The Xingxian had now transformed into a mobile military city housing 550,000 inhabitants. Lin Feng established a broadcast communication with all the newly boarded Stardust warriors. Soldiers. His voice resonated clearly and steadily through every speaker within the ship. I am Lin Feng, your new supreme commander. You hail from different fleets and various planets. Yet at this moment, you share a common identity as stardust warriors of human civilization, the steadfast shield protecting millions of our kin, and the sharp blade piercing through all foes of humanity. His voice was not loud. It carried a profound power that seemed to ignite the iron and fire within their veins. I understand that many of you harbor doubts about being dispatched here and feel apprehensive regarding the unknown enemies and battlegrounds. Yet, I can unequivocally assure you that here, you will confront the most ferocious and stubborn enemy on the path of human survival, the Sarlacc swarm. They consume planets, obliterate civilizations, and are humanity's relentless adversary. However, simultaneously, here you shall also receive the Federation's most powerful and advanced weaponry. With a flourish of his arm, Lin Feng directed the transmission from the Lingji to play on a large screen within the hangar where the Stardust warriors were assembled. The screen showcased the interior of the Lingji R-Class factory, where a plethora of newly produced equipment in a dark gray finish was rolling off the assembly line. The sleek designs exuded a sense of power, epitomized by the formidable Nautilus main battle mech. Its streamlined contours and robust additional armor featured an abundance of weapon interfaces, alongside the Dragon Tooth power armor, which boasted more formidable lines and enhanced protection. In this magnificent scene, countless engineering robotic arms were engaged in the 3D printing, assembly, and inspection of these iron creations, presenting a spectacle that was both awe-inspiring and invigorating. Do you see this? Lin Feng's voice suddenly rose in pitch. This is not merely blueprints on paper, but actual equipment that is already or will soon be delivered to you. The firepower and mobility of the Nautilus mech will far surpass any model you have piloted in the past. The Dragon Tooth power armor will provide you with the utmost assurance for survival and combat on the hellish battlefield. The recruits gaze at the sci-fi-inspired formidable equipment on the screen, their breaths quickening, their eyes igniting with fervent desire. The veterans, while relatively composed, could not hide their excitement as their tightly clenched fists betrayed their inner emotions. I promise to provide you with the strongest weapons, not to lead you to your demise, but to ensure you can achieve the greatest victories at the least cost. It is so that more of our brothers can return home alive to reunite with their loved ones. Lin Feng's gaze swept across the faces on the screen, some youthful and others weathered, his tone deepening with reverence. Behind us lie countless human colonies, the peace and hope of millions of families. Each victory we secure expands the space for humanity's future. Our sacrifices and dedication will forge a monument to the continuity of civilization. He paused, allowing the weight of his words to permeate the hearts of every warrior. Discipline, courage, sacrifice, and dedication. These are not mere slogans. They are the tenets that have become ingrained in the very marrow of our Stardust warriors. From this day forth, you are no longer merely a garrison unit of some star domain. You shall become the vanguard of humanity's counteroffensive against the swarm. The Stardust Iron Fist Legion under my command, which strikes fear into the hearts of our enemies. Tell me, do you have the confidence to crush all foes of humanity with the steel creations I have bestowed upon you and your own indomitable will? A resounding yes echoed back from the 55,000 recruits. What are we fighting for? For humanity. Their united roar reverberated like a cosmic tide, a thunderous clap that echoed throughout the vast cargo hold, causing the walls to shudder ever so slightly. The overwhelming battle fervor and unwavering conviction coalesced into an invisible force potent enough to shake the stars. In the private ecological garden beneath the bridge, Xing Xian carefully placed a freshly baked, enticingly aromatic star tear fruit muffin onto an exquisite porcelain plate, emanating faint energy waves. She caught a glimpse of the thunderous oath reverberating through the bridge communications, and a subtle smile crept onto her lips. Humph, sounds quite impressive, she murmured to herself, gently prodding the soft, golden muffin with a small fork. But compared to a rallying speech, my snacks are far more energizing. She picked up the plate and made her way briskly towards the bridge. After Lin Feng concluded his speech and resumed his seat in the command chair, Xing Xian promptly presented the treats, her face displaying a hint of barely concealed anticipation. Here, freshly baked, enjoy while it's hot. You need some energy. There is still much to do ahead. Lin Feng accepted the plate, observing Xing Xian's endearing yet awkward demeanor, which was tinged with a desire for praise. He couldn't help but chuckle as he took a bite of the muffin. The sweet, soft texture and perfectly balanced flavor melted in his mouth, seemingly dispelling his mental fatigue. Delicious, Xing Xian. Your culinary skills are becoming increasingly impressive, he complimented sincerely. Xing Xian's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of pink as she turned her head. Feigning interest in the starlit view outside the window, mumbling softly, "I've heard enough of such praise, but since you like it, I can make it more often." As Lin Feng savored the muffin, he commanded, "Set course for the Zeglerus star system." "Understood. Initiating jump engine. Destination, Zeglerus. Let the bugs tremble in the shadow of our iron tide." Xing Xian replied brightly, waving her small hand as she activated the jump engine. The colossal Stardust R-class ship was once again enveloped in a cerulean jump field, carrying 55,000 warriors eager to rend the insect tide with their new equipment. Alongside Lin Feng's blueprint capable of transforming planetary warfare, heading towards the fiery front lines. Chapter 189. The Iron Foundation and the ripples of leisure. The return of the Stardust R-class was akin to a silent monarch surveying its realm. As its massive, dark red silhouette cut through the preordained gathering point of the Zeglerus star system, it seemed to absorb the distant, dim glow of the stars, rendering the surroundings even more somber. Within the bridge, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes after the jump, a glimmer of brilliance flashing from their depths. Continuous accumulation, high-intensity combat, strategic decision-making, and the resonance of his inner silent core energy with the infinite energy pool had already brought him to the precipice of a new level. The brief moment of tranquility during the return journey was merely the final straw that would break the camel's back. Silent Core Ascension System V10. User. Lin Feng level. LV26, LV27 Silent Core Energy Output Peak. 48. A more profound and boundless power surged within him. His mental perception sharpened as if cleansed, becoming clearer and more acute. He could even faintly sense the jubilant and proud, emotional fluctuations emanating from Xing Xian deep within the ship, as well as the radiant bonds from the distant Mo Phoenix and Lingji ships, twinkling like stars. "Congratulations, Commander, on your level up." Xing Xian's voice rang out on the bridge, tinged with a hint of pride. Her petite figure appeared beside the command seat, her glacier blue eyes crescent-shaped with delight. "It seems my bridge possesses excellent feng shui." Lin Feng chuckled, reveling in the newfound power coursing through him. His mood lifted. "Indeed, it is your credit, Xing Xian." Habitually, he reached out to ruffle her silky golden hair. This time, Xing Xian merely blushed slightly, letting out a soft giggle, her eyes narrowing in contentment like a cat being petted. After a brief moment of warmth, Lin Feng rose and approached the panoramic observation window, gazing at the two massive ships, the Lingji R-class, resembling a small continent of jade and white, while the Mo Phoenix Evernight Star Curtain class appeared as a dark phoenix, wings unfurled. Lurking in the shadows, order all newly boarded Stardust warriors to commence immediate transfer to the Iron and Blood Comprehensive Warfare Zone aboard the Mo Phoenix. According to the prearranged allocation plan, the completed Nautilus main battle mechs and Dragon Tooth power armor from the Lingji are to be dispatched as well. Understood. Xing Xian's small hands tapped the air, and the orders were swiftly disseminated. The extensive transfer operation commenced. Countless small transport vessels surged forth from the Lingji's hatch like industrious worker bees, forming streams of metal flowing towards the Mo Phoenix, whose wings spanned 300 kilometers. Meanwhile, the factory gates on the Lingji side swung open, and the freshly painted mechs and power armor were precisely loaded onto large transport platforms by engineering robotic arms. Following closely behind, "Commander, communication from Lingji has been received." Her holographic projection appeared on the bridge, her small face displaying fatigue, yet brimming with excitement. "As per your request, 50,000 units of the simplified Goliath model, code-named Goliath 2, along with the remaining 200,000 Nautilus main battle mechs and 10,000 sets of Dragon Tooth power armor, are all in full production. However, to fulfill the entire manufacturing order, including the specialized heavy firepower platforms you later requested to adapt these new units, even with the Omni Fabrication Factory and Stardust Smelter operating at full capacity, we will still require at least 48 standard hours." 48 hours is acceptable. Lin Feng nodded. "Thank you for your hard work, Lingji. Are the resource supplies keeping up?" "Absolutely no issues on that front." Lingji nodded vigorously, her amber eyes glimmering with a spark of confidence. "The Stardust Forge has been diligently processing the debris we salvaged from the Zerglus star system. With Sister Mo Huang's recent manifestation of a new batch of carrier aircraft, our remaining resource reserves, alloys, and crystals are quite abundant, though it does require some mental exertion." She rubbed her temples sheepishly. Lin Feng smiled. "Once we complete this task, I'll grant you some time off. We can visit the ecological park and relax properly." "Really? That's wonderful." Lingji immediately brightened, the weariness on her face vanishing in an instant. After finalizing the personnel and equipment allocations, Lin Feng sank into the command chair, his fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest. 48 hours, he mused, calculating that the time frame wasn't overly prolonged. Furthermore, the initiation of large-scale ground combat was entirely under his discretion. "I'll take a stroll on the Mo Huang to see our new city," Lin Feng announced, rising and addressing Xingxuan. "Do you require my accompaniment, Commander?" Xingxuan inquired eagerly. "No need. Remain on the bridge to assist with personnel deployment on the Mo Huang," Lin Feng reassured her, stroking her golden hair. A flicker of disappointment crossed Xingxuan's face, quickly masked by a feigned composure. Understood." Lin Feng waved her off and boarded the transport shuttle, heading towards the magnificent vessel resembling a dark phoenix. Upon entering the Iron and Blood integrated combat zone, Lin Feng truly grasped the essence of a mobile military city. It was less a collection of ship compartments and more an expansive, artificially constructed world beneath a metallic dome. The air circulation system infused the atmosphere with a subtle metallic tang, while the simulated gravity mirrored that of the outside world. Above, a holographic projection created an illusion of blue skies and white clouds, even dynamically adjusting the starry backdrop according to the Mo Huang's location to alleviate the psychological impact of prolonged confinement on the soldiers. His first destination was the training area, divided into countless modular units capable of conducting everything from individual combat drills to tactical coordination exercises at the squad, company, and battalion levels. The colossal holographic environment simulator could instantaneously generate extreme battlefield scenarios, including urban warfare, alien jungles, and icy wastelands. Lin Feng observed groups of new recruits clad in basic combat uniforms, engaged in intense close-quarters combat training under the instructor's stern commands, the whirring of energy guns and simulated explosions echoing throughout the space. Next was the maintenance area, reminiscent of a colossal mech service center, where numerous mechanical arms moved like a living forest of steel. A multitude of newly arrived Fury main battle mechs and Dragon Tooth power armor were secured on maintenance racks, undergoing final system adjustments, weapon fittings, and paint jobs. The warriors assigned to the mechs and armor were fine-tuning their configurations, the sounds of keyboard taps, hydraulic tools, and energy circuit diagnostics filling the air. In the distance, even larger Goliath 2 heavy mechs loomed like slumbering titans, awaiting their pilots. The equipment zone, adjacent to the maintenance area, resembled a colossal armory and logistics hub. Endless rows of heavy laser cannons, heavy railguns, multiple rocket launchers, and energy mortar arrays stood silently, poised for deployment to the front lines. Intelligent ammunition boxes piled high were meticulously managed by an automated logistics system. Some newly produced Dragon Tooth power armor and Goliath 2 Titan mechs were temporarily stationed here, emanating a cold, austere glow. The living quarters, while relatively quiet, were equally impressive in scale. Standardized dormitory buildings stood in neat rows. Though not luxurious, they were adequately equipped with independent sanitation units and basic entertainment terminals. This space could easily accommodate 1 million soldiers, serving as one of the resting places for these Stardust warriors amidst their battles. The entertainment area and cafeteria were vital havens for alleviating the stresses of war. The entertainment zone featured virtual reality gaming pods, an ecological relaxation garden simulating natural scenery, and even a bar and reading room. The cafeteria resembled a vast food court, capable of serving hundreds of thousands of diners simultaneously, operated by automated kitchens and cooks, offering everything from efficiently synthesized nutritional meals to a variety of natural foods, ensuring soldiers received ample energy and emotional solace. As Lin Feng strolled through this city of steel, he felt the immense power and orderly structure within. Every soldier, every mech, every cannon represented an extension of his will, a steel fist clenched against the dark expanse of the cosmos. Just as he reached a central square connecting several areas, a familiar voice interrupted his reverie. "Old Lin." Turning, Lin Feng saw Leo, somewhat disheveled in his combat uniform, with a few stubborn strands of hair sticking up, rushing towards him with his radiant smile. Behind him trailed a tall girl with black hair, arms crossed, and an expression of exasperation. Hooching, and the silver-haired destroyer ship girl, Fubuki, bouncing along like a little rabbit. "What brings you here?" Lin Feng greeted with a smile. "Ugh, don't even get me started," Hooching exclaimed. "If I kept messing around in the hangar, I'd end up tied to a missile as fireworks." Leo scratched his head, leaning closer to Lin Feng and lowering his voice with a mischievous grin. "I heard you assigned all the new recruits to Sister Mo Huang. Goodness, this place is massive. It's even more exaggerated than all of our Li family military bases combined." He gazed around at the grand cityscape, eyes filled with wonder, but soon reverted to his carefree demeanor. "Perfect. I came to enjoy the spectacle, and check if the hangar you reserved for Hooching is spacious enough. I need somewhere to store the new toys you'll be sending me." Lin Feng regarded Leo, suddenly recalling something, and asked, by the way, Leo, you're already at LV-21, right? What about your third ship girl? Why hasn't there been any news? According to Federation norms, commanders received a contract slot every 10 levels. Leo had successfully summoned the destroyer Fubuki at LV-10 and now at LV-21. He was due for a third contract slot to summon another ship girl. Upon hearing this, Leo's smile abruptly faltered, replaced by a mix of confusion and embarrassment. He blinked, as if just remembering the matter, and slapped his forehead. Oh crap, the third ship girl. I completely forgot about that. Hooching, unable to contain herself, face-bombed and let out a long, exasperated sigh. I knew it. Your brain must be filled with nothing but charge, explosions, and fun. Fubuki chimed in innocently, her azure eyes wide. Yeah. Didn't you say you wanted to summon an even more powerful big sister next time when you broke through? Leo's face turned a rare shade of red as he awkwardly explained. Well, you can't blame me entirely. Old Lin, you wouldn't believe it. When I just broke through to LV-20, the Zerg were launching a full-scale assault on the Iron Anvil star system. The front lines were tight, and alarms were blaring like death knells. I had to rush in with Hooching and Fubuki, who had time to think about summoning. He shrugged, wearing an expression of understandable exasperation. After that, it was all about fighting and retreating. I watched as Rog fell, and we were left with depleted ammo and a severely damaged ship, hiding in that wrecked anchor point, licking our wounds. My mind was consumed with survival and vengeance. Who had the luxury to remember summoning a new ship girl? His tone grew somber, the mention of Rog's sacrifice casting a shadow over the mood. But Leo quickly rallied, giving Lin Feng's shoulder a hearty pat. And then, you showed up with 3 monstrous divine ships. Amidst the ship repairs and the unveiling of new equipment, plans were also afoot to breach the shattered star abyss. My heart raced with excitement, so much so that I momentarily cast aside all thoughts of these affairs. Observing his demeanor, Lin Feng couldn't help but be both amused and exasperated by his antics. While it is not uncommon for federal commanders to have vacant slots for summoning ship girls, it is indeed rare to find someone like Leo, who had completely forgotten about it. This aligns with his impulsive, hot-blooded nature, often acting before contemplating the consequences. Lin Feng shook his head. A contract slot signifies a powerful ally and another companion to fight alongside you. How could you forget that? In a cold tone, Uke interjected, Commander Lin Feng. I believe he has not only forgotten about summoning, but is also close to forgetting the techniques for guiding the void core chi. Hey, Huche, show me some respect. Leo protested, then turned to Lin Feng with hopeful eyes. Oh Lin, no, father, what do you say we do it now? Since we have a bit of time, could you help a brother out? Didn't you boast about the summoning array on the Lingji being both effective and stable? Seeing the anticipation in Leo's eyes and glancing at Huche and Fei Dian, despite their disdainful expressions, harbor concern, Lin Feng smiled. All right, he nodded. It's a good opportunity for me to check on the production progress of the Lingji and see what ship girl you can summon. Let us go to the Lingji. Fantastic. I knew you'd be the best, old Lin. Leo cheered, the earlier awkwardness forgotten, as if he were about to unwrap a long-anticipated gift rather than partake in a solemn summoning ritual. The group boarded a transport craft, departing the grand and bustling iron and blood war zone, returning to the Lingji, a vessel intertwined in hues of white jade and emerald, resembling a lifeboat of existence. Guided by Lingji, they arrived at the core area within the ship designated for profound void, core chi resonance, and summoning ceremonies. The ground here was inscribed with intricate and arcane energy circuits. The surrounding walls radiated a gentle glow, and the air was infused with the pure essence of void core chi, instilling a sense of tranquility. Leo took a deep breath and stepped into the center of the summoning array, his previously playful demeanor now replaced by solemnity. Huche and Fei Dian stood at the edges of the array, watching anxiously. Lin Feng and Lingji maintained a respectful distance, ensuring not to disrupt Leo's summoning process. Begin, Leo, Lin Feng urged. Nodding, Leo closed his eyes, allowing the void core chi within him, now at level 21, to flow steadily, following a specific technique as it infused into the summoning array beneath him. Instantly, the patterns on the array illuminated one by one, a soft glow enveloping Leo as invisible waves began to ripple into the depths of the void. Uke unconsciously clenched her fists, while Fei Jian held her breath in anticipation. Lin Feng remained calm, awaiting the outcome of the resonance. In this sanctum protected by the forces of life and healing, Leo's long-forgotten third contract slot was on the verge of welcoming its master. The light intensified, energy ripples coursing through the space. A new starship soul was responding to the call, crossing the void, poised to descend. Chapter 191. Fortress Ship Jinyuan and the Father S command within the core, summoning hall of the Lingji. Energy surged like a gentle tide. The arcane runes etched into the ground and walls ignited one by one, emanating a soft and pure light, fully enveloping Leo, who stood at the center of the array. With eyes tightly shut and brow slightly furrowed, Leo devoted himself to guiding the level 21 void core chi within him, transforming it into invisible tendrils that reached into the cosmic void, searching for the starship soul that resonated with his wavelength. Hu Che and Fei Dian stood at the array's edge, their expressions tense. Hu Che crossed her arms, her fingertips unconsciously digging in, revealing her inner concern, while Fei Dian clasped her hands before her chest, her azure eyes wide and unblinking, murmuring softly, "Let it be gentle, let it be gentle. Please don't let it be another boisterous one like the captain." Lin Feng and Lingji observed from a distance, both harboring a hint of curiosity. Time seemed to stretch as the hall resonated only with a low hum of energy. Suddenly, the light at the center of the array solidified, no longer evenly distributed but swirling inward like a vortex, condensing. A heavy, profound energy wave, as if capable of bearing the weight of all existence, rippled through the air like a stone cast into a still lake. The light narrowed, and a tall, voluptuous figure slowly materialized at the center of the array. She had waist-length black curls, simply tied with a dark hairpin, with a few tendrils gently framing her face, adding a touch of grace. Her warm brown eyes exuded a calm and gentle demeanor, seemingly capable of encompassing everything. Her stature was imposing, nearly 185 meters tall, exuding an elegance that was striking. Her curves were voluptuous, her waist slender, and her long, straight legs showcased the beauty unique to mature women. She donned a specially crafted fortress ship uniform in a deep ochre and dark gold palette, the fabric reminiscent of satin yet robust like armor, affording both grace and protection, with a skirt that reached her ankles, allowing her movements to flow with poise. As she slightly opened her eyes, the warm brown orbs immediately locked onto Leo at the center of the array, who had just finished guiding and appeared somewhat breathless and awestruck. In her gaze, there was an overwhelming sense of acceptance and affection. She elegantly bent her knee, offering a respectful salute to Leo, her voice soft as water and measured. "Fortress Ship Jinyuan, responding to your summons. Young commander, from this moment forth, your will shall be my direction, and your safety shall be my utmost mission." Hu Che's lips twitched slightly as she beheld this new ship girl, whose stature overshadowed all the women present, and whose demeanor was as gentle and refined as a goddess emerging from an ancient painting. Hearing her address Leo as young commander, she felt an unsettling sensation in her heart and a rise in her blood pressure. Fei Dian's mouth fell agape, staring blankly at Jinyuan before glancing at Leo, her head seemingly filled with question marks. Did this truly come pass? Did it come true for me? Leo himself was utterly bewildered. He gazed at the older sister figure before him, exuding a maternal sense of security, and his mind struggled to process the situation. The ship girl he had envisioned was supposed to be more spirited or perhaps smaller and cuter. Instead, he was met with the ultimate embodiment of a safe harbor. It was Lin Feng who first regained his composure. Clearing his throat, he broke the silence. "Congratulations, Leo, on successfully forming a contract with your third ship girl. And a rare fortress ship at that." Only then did Leo come to his senses, scratching his messy hair and stammering. "Ah, thank you. Jinyuan, right? Hello. I'm Leo, your commander." He attempted to infuse authority into his tone, but under Jinyuan's affectionate gaze, he felt somewhat lacking in confidence. Jinyuan smiled gently, her expression reminiscent of spring breezes warming the earth. "Yes, young master. I'm already aware." She naturally stepped closer, extending her delicate, fair hands to gently adjust Leo's slightly disheveled collar from the summoning, her movements tender and practiced. "Why, young master?" Leo's face flushed instantly. Being addressed with such intimacy and absolute obedience by this older sister figure made him feel quite uneasy, especially under Hu Che's kind gaze, which felt as if it could pierce through him. "Is there something amiss, young master?" Jinyuan tilted her head slightly, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Yet her affection remained unwavering. "You are my commander, the very essence of my existence. Addressing you as young master better expresses my respect and affection." Fei Dian finally burst into laughter, quickly covering her mouth. Taking a deep breath, Hu Che suppressed the urge to pull Leo aside for a stern talking to and stepped forward, offering a standard military salute to Jinyuan. Battle cruiser, okay. Welcome aboard, Sister Jinyuan. Her final address came with a hint of difficulty. Destroyer Fubuki. Welcome, Jinyuan's sister. Fubuki merrily hopped over to greet her. Jinyun, with a warm smile, returned the gesture to the two ship girls. Sister Huaja, Sister Fubuki, I'm sincerely grateful for your care of the young master. Her tone was imbued with genuine warmth and appreciation. Leo observed this peculiar yet harmonious scene, scratching his nose as a sudden thought struck him, causing his countenance to fall. Jinyuan, how many materials are required for your ship body to materialize? He distinctly recalled the vast resources consumed by Lin Feng when he manifested the ship bodies for Mo Huang and Xingxian. Although the young master of the Li family had wealth, ever since he left home, resources had become scarce. Upon hearing this, Jinyuan gently closed her eyes for a moment to sense, then softly replied, Young master, a preliminary estimate indicates that to materialize my standard fortress-class ship body, approximately 150,000 units of standard alloy, along with a corresponding ratio of rare crystals and other specialized materials, will be required. 150,000. Leo's vision darkened, nearly causing him to collapse. Even if he were to sell himself, he could not gather such a sum. He abruptly turned, his gaze piercing as he looked at Lin Feng, his face contorting into an exaggeratedly ingratiating and radiant smile, almost grotesque in its brightness. He rushed forward, seizing Lin Feng's arm. Adoptive father. Daddy. Biological father. Did you see? Your most loyal, most adorable, and most troublemaking son has finally summoned a powerful ship girl. This is a rare fortress class, the indomitable shield of the fleet. However, your son is now utterly impoverished. Consider the cost of the material for this manifestation. Lin Feng found himself both amused and exasperated by Leo's shameless display of calling him father. He observed Leo's ostentatious performance, tears and snot flowing freely, and glanced at Jinyuan, who exuded an aura of grace, her eyes reflecting a mix of helplessness and infinite tolerance for the new commander's antics. Considering Jinyuan's status as a fortress-class ship, while not on par with his 3 colossal modified ships, her strategic value was still significant compared to an ordinary Titan-class vessel. Moreover, as a ship girl belonging to his own brother, she ultimately represented the strength of his fleet, leaving Lin Feng with no substantial reason to refuse Leo's request. Feigning a stern demeanor, he pondered for a moment until Leo was nearly on his knees, desperately clutching at his leg, before finally relenting. All right, stop the wailing. Given your good fortune in summoning such a reliable ship girl as Jinyuan, he waved his hand grandly, exuding a wealthy air. I shall cover the costs of the required materials. Subsequently, under Huaja's supervision, Leo submitted the registration details of the third ship girl, Jinyuan, to the military command in accordance with federal regulations, including her type, preliminary assessed potential, and name. This information was transmitted back to the rear star domain via encrypted channels without delay. Chapter 192. The clamor behind the star domain in the core star domain of the Human Federation, at the headquarters of the Tianshu Star, Li family's private estate. In a study that blended antiquity with cutting-edge technology, Leo's father, Li Qingyun, chairman of the Xinhuan Group, was listening to his eldest son, Li Ruwei, the actual operating head of the group, report on recent developments in arms manufacturing and the transportation of supplies to the front lines. Suddenly, Li Ruwei's personal terminal flickered with a highest priority family encrypted communication alert. Frowning slightly, he excused himself to his father and quickly scanned the message. In the next moment, the calm and shrewd demeanor typical of a business elite was replaced by a look of bewilderment and incredulity. Father, Li Ruwei raised his head, his tone peculiar. It's news from my younger brother. He has sent back the registration details for the third ship girl. Li Qingyun paused with the teacup in his hand, lifting his gaze, his sharp, hawk-like eyes fixed on his eldest son. Oh, what has this rascal done now? It wouldn't be another clumsy destroyer like himself, would it? There was an almost imperceptible hint of concern and resignation in his voice. No, Li Ruwei projected the terminal's information into the air. It is a fortress-class ship, named Jinyuan. Puffed. Li Qingyun nearly spat out his tea, abruptly setting down the cup and leaning forward. His focus locked onto the concise yet profoundly significant text projected before him. A fortress-class ship? Are you certain? The registration information isn't erroneous? The information originates from the Federal Military Database and has undergone dual verification, confirming its accuracy, Li Ruwei affirmed, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. My brother has indeed presented us with a monumental surprise. Good, good, good. Li Qingyun sprang to his feet, exclaiming the word good 3 times in succession. his expression shifting from cloudy to clear, suffused with an uncontrollable pride and exhilaration. I knew it. How could my son, Li Qingyun, remain a mere fool forever? This little rascal seems frivolous, but can indeed pull off a significant move at a critical moment. A fortress-class ship. Ha! This is a strategic-grade vessel. He excitedly paced the study, the previous calm and authority evaporating, resembling an overjoyed child eager to flaunt a new toy to his peers. Quick, let the news slip out. Let those old geezers know. I shall see who dares to say my son is worthless and can only pilot mechas into the swarm. Li Qingyun commanded with a grand gesture. Li Rui, observing his father's rare loss of composure, found it amusing yet understood his father's joy. Leo's choice to diverge from the family's expectations had long been a source of conflict for his father. Yet now, with Leo manifesting an exceedingly rare and powerful fortress-class ship, it undoubtedly served as the most compelling rebuttal to prove his worth and potential. Father, I understand. I will tread carefully. Li Rui nodded in agreement. Soon, the news of the young master Leo successfully contracting a strategic-grade fortress ship girl soared through the upper echelons of the core star domain of the Federation, as if it had sprouted wings. In the days that followed, Li Qingyun found himself in high spirits. Whether at elite business soirees or discussions with high-ranking government officials, he effortlessly brought up the topic. In the city of Li Family Manor on the oasis continent of Tianchu Star, the night was ablaze with lights. A charity gala, led by Xinhuan Group, aimed at donating vast amounts of military supplies to the frontline troops, was being held in the group's most luxurious venue, the Xinhuan Cloud Hotel Banquet Hall. The air was thick with the fragrance of fine attire and the clinking of glasses. Representatives from the federal military, high-ranking officials, and leaders or representatives from various commercial conglomerates gathered, making it an excellent occasion for expressing support for the front lines while expanding connections and exchanging information. Leo's sister, Li, donned an elegant yet sharp evening gown, mingling among several other heiresses of equally distinguished backgrounds. She was now an essential figure in the public relations department of Xinhuan Group, responsible for maintaining the family's relationships with various factions. However, at this moment, her meticulously crafted visage bore a hint of barely concealed embarrassment and helplessness. The reason was simple. The center of their attention, or rather the focal point of their conversation, was her younger brother, Leo, who was valiantly fighting far away on the border. Li, I heard your brother has been performing exceptionally well at the Panga defense? Inquired a curious heiress clad in a light purple gown, belonging to a group focused on the development of nuclear energy, her eyes betraying her unabashed interest. Indeed. My father mentioned just a few days ago that the young master of the Li family is remarkably spirited, and his contracted battlecruiser, Huazhe, is among the best of his peers. Another fashionable heiress from a family specializing in interstellar shipping chimed in. Li maintained a gracious smile, while inwardly cursing her showy father countless times, knowing the information had leaked from him. At that moment, a rather exaggerated burst of laughter erupted from the center of the banquet hall, drawing the attention of many. There stood Li Qingyun, chairman of Xinhuan Group, beaming with delight as he conversed with several high-ranking officials from the military logistics department and old friends from the business world. Minister Wing, you flatter me. My son is merely fulfilling his duty as a federal soldier. Li Qingyun spoke with feigned modesty. Yet the resounding timbre of his voice and the exuberant expression on his face made it evident to all that he was basking in a moment of pride. This child used to be quite the handful, always recklessly charging ahead in his mech, leaving his mother and me in constant worry. Who would have thought that after his time on the front lines, he has become considerably more composed? He paused as if casually, picked up a wine glass from the tray of service automaton, gently swirling it, and raised his voice a notch. Just the other day, news arrived from the front lines, stating that during a lull in combat, he quietly succeeded in contracting a new ship girl. The previously bustling conversations around them hushed instantly, and many pairs of eyes turned in their direction. Anyone who mingled in such circles understood the significance of successfully summoning a new ship girl on the battlefield. It was not merely a testament to one's prowess, but also a demonstration of potential and fortune. Li Qingyun savored the effect of his revelation. Clearing his throat, he dropped his long-anticipated bombshell. I initially thought he would summon a ship type suited for direct assault. However, to my surprise, he seems to have matured, recognizing the needs of a team, and has summoned a fortress ship. Its name is Jinyuan. A fortress ship? Exclaimed a voice from the crowd. Mr. Li, do you mean that strategic-class ship akin to a mobile bastion? My heavens, your son possesses extraordinary luck and talent. After a brief silence, a chorus of astonished exclamations and compliments erupted from the audience. The expressions of several military representatives grew more solemn, while the eyes of business associates sparkled with eagerness. The strategic value of a fortress ship girl lay not only in her individual combat capability, but also in the tremendous enhancement she provided to the fleet's defensive system and sustained operational capacity, potentially influencing the strategic landscape of localized battlefields. Li Qingyun reveled in the envious, astonished, and even slightly jealous gazes that surrounded him, his smile growing ever more radiant, as if he had been rejuvenated by a decade. As he accepted the congratulations of those around him, he shook his head with a hint of exasperation. Alas, the resources required for this corporeal ship are rather daunting. Over 100,000 units of standard alloys as a foundation, along with various rare materials. However, for the sake of my child's future, we parents must support him, don't you think? While this statement appeared to be a lament, it was in truth an unabashed display of pride. Not only did he boast about his son summoning a rare ship type, but he also flaunted the fact that the Xinhuan group had the financial clout to shoulder such an exorbitant expense. Not far away, Lily facepalmed, hardly able to bear the sight of her father's shameless boasting. However, the gazes from several young ladies around her burned even more fervently, and the questions began to pour in. Lily, did your brother really summon a fortress ship? Jinyuan? That name sounds impressive. Can you share what type of girls your brother likes? Lily internally sighed, maintaining a stiff smile as she responded vaguely. She could almost envision the headlines that would dominate social media tomorrow. Young master of Xinhuan displays extraordinary talent, contract strategic fortress ship. And Li Qingyun boasts about young son at gala, military tycoons show favor. Meanwhile, those familiar with Li Qingyun among the military, political, and business realms bore far more complex emotions. They gathered together, outwardly toasting and congratulating, but privately, their expressions were far from pleasant. That old Li must have stumbled upon a stroke of luck, muttered an elderly general in crisp military attire, his hair a shade of gray. He was a behind-the-scenes supporter of another military-industrial complex. My good-for-nothing grandson managed to summon a cruiser last year and has been boasting ever since. But in comparison to this fortress ship, indeed, interjected a corpulent tycoon of the Jahwoki energy sector, his tone dripping with envy. Old Li's luck with his fortress ship is enviable. It serves as a stabilizing force on the battlefield. The relationship between Xinhuan Group and the military is likely to solidify even further. Sigh, my own children, let alone a fortress ship, haven't even managed to summon a decent cruiser. What is there to show off? Isn't it just that he has a good son? Grumbled a political magnate, taking a sip of his drink. I'll make sure my boy trains harder. Next summoning ceremony, he must produce something even more formidable. Despite his words, he understood well that a fortress ship was an elusive entity, attainable not merely through effort. Envy, jealousy, and a hint of helplessness intermingled in the hearts of these powerful figures who usually commanded respect. They lamented, frustrated that their own offspring could not summon a ship girl capable of enhancing their family's status and power. Li Qingyun, seemingly unsatisfied, continued to circulate among the crowd with his wine glass, engaging in seemingly casual conversations, yet skillfully steering the topic back to his son and the newly summoned fortress ship. How did you know my son summoned a fortress ship? Had become his catchphrase for the evening, his triumphant demeanor prompting familiar acquaintances to chuckle to themselves. It was akin to a muscular man who caught a massive shark, driving it around in his pickup truck, lost between a seaside villa and a nearby marketplace, circling back and forth from dawn until dusk. It was until a little girl wielding a wolf-toothed club came looking for him that he finally stepped out, claiming he had run out of fuel and began to push the truck home. Chapter 193, Meteor Shower. Iron Fist Descends, Part 1. On the expansive surface of a Lingji R-class ship, a designated area had been cleared to serve as a temporary manifestation site. Li Ao stood at the core of the space, his face a canvas of excitement and tension. Beside him stood the newly contracted ship girl, Jinyuan, standing an imposing height of 185 meters. Jinyuan resembled a gentle yet commanding goddess, her warm brown eyes filled with unreserved affection for her young commander. Young master, there is no need to be anxious. Jinyuan's voice flowed like a gentle stream, imbued with a soothing power. Just follow the resonance guidance, and leave the rest to me. I'm not nervous. Li Ao retorted defiantly, though the way he adjusted his breathing betrayed him. He glanced at Lin Feng, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back, and the curious figures of Ling Ji, Ma Feng, and Xing Xuan peering from behind him. Lin Feng clapped his hands, and several engineering robots approached, carrying a sealed metal box. As the box was opened, a pure and colossal surge of Jahwoki energy poured forth, distorting the air around them. Inside lay perfectly cut crystals of high-purity Jahwoki energy, exuding an ethereal blue glow. These high-purity energy crystals had been a side project Lin Feng had tinkered with previously, and now they proved to be invaluable. Take these, Liao, Lin Feng instructed, gesturing toward the boxes of crystals. These high-purity energy crystals will significantly accelerate the manifestation process of the ship and stabilize the energy framework. With these, I estimate we can have your Jinyuan standing tall in the starry sky within 10 days. No problem at all. Liao gazed at the treasure-laden boxes, his eyes widening in disbelief. He nearly lunged forward to express his gratitude to his adoptive father, but was thwarted by a stern look from Huche. He scratched his head, nodding earnestly. Old Lin, thank you. I'll remember this favor. Enough with the pleasantries. Let us get started. Lin Feng chuckled. We're all eager to witness the grandeur of the fortress ship. Jinyuan cast a grateful glance at Lin Feng before softly addressing Liao. Young master, shall we begin? Taking a deep breath, Liao closed his eyes and placed his hands in a hovering position. Level 21 Jahwoki surged forth, flowing into Jinyuan. Simultaneously, Liao absorbed the energy from the boxes of crystals, the pure energy weaving like ribbons into his being. Jinyuan stood before Liao, her arms slightly outstretched, her core energy field as a ship girl harmoniously merging with Liao's Jahwoki. A vast ethereal silhouette began to emanate from her, gradually enveloping the entire manifestation site. A plethora of specialized alloys, rare crystals, and other materials, under the influence of the enigmatic core energy, were manipulated as if by invisible hands, disassembled, reconfigured, and merged into the ever-solidifying obsidian luminescence. A colossal, sharply defined silhouette began to manifest, resembling the nascent form of a standard hexagonal prism structure, akin to a dark seal being sculpted within the cosmos, exuding an unwavering and majestic aura. Huche crossed his arms, calmly analyzing the energy readings. The manifestation process remained stable. The energy utilization was remarkably high, proceeding even more smoothly than anticipated. Fei Yin, bouncing with enthusiasm at his side, exclaimed, "Wow, Sister Jinyuan's hull is enormous. It looks incredibly sturdy." Xingxuan gazed at the gradually forming behemoth, then glanced at her petite hand, softly murmuring her admiration. Not bad. Mo Huang elegantly chuckled. Commander Liao has truly struck gold this time. Lin Feng observed the steady advancement of the manifestation process with satisfaction. With ample energy, Liao could significantly shorten the manifestation time. He turned to Ling Ji and inquired, "It seems everything is in order here. How is our iron tide preparing?" Ling Ji promptly puffed out her chest, brimming with confidence. "Commander, all production tasks have been completed. We are merely awaiting your command." "Excellent." Lin Feng's gaze drifted toward the distant void, where the other 2 Zerg planets of the Zeglerus system lay, instructing Vasily to notify the Stardust Iron Fist Legion to commence full reception of their new equipment. Within the Mo Huang Evernight Star Canopy's iron and blood integrated war zone, it had transformed into a sea of steel and a bustling military camp. 600,000 Stardust warriors, arranged according to various organizational sequences, stood in orderly formation on the expansive assembly square. Clad in standardized basic combat attire, their eyes gleamed with sharpness, their discipline unwavering, resembling a silent forest of steel, awaiting their commander's inspection, anticipating their new blades and shields. Lin Feng stood upon a towering review platform, with Lieutenant Vasily as steadfast as an iron tower beside him. Below stretched an endless array of soldiers. Without excessive motivational speeches, action itself served as the most eloquent language. "Soldiers." Lin Feng's voice resonated clearly throughout the war zone via the broadcasting system. "The moment you have awaited has arrived." As his words echoed, the massive gates surrounding the war zone, resembling a beehive, slowly ascended. The first to emerge were 50,000 models of the Goliath 2 heavy mechs, adorned in subdued hues and characterized by robust lines. These were simplified mass-production variants of the Goliath, having forfeited some of the cutting-edge biomass assimilation capabilities and peak output, yet retaining the core, star-splitting fist blade and formidable defenses, with mobility modules simplified to be manageable by ordinary Stardust warriors. Following them were 500,000 Typhoon main battle mechs. Their streamlined dark gray armor, designed with multiple weapon mounting points and reinforced joints and thrusters, endowed them with firepower, protection, and maneuverability that far surpassed any active main battle mechs in the Federation. They formed an iron tide, silently pushed into the designated area, their glacier blue optical sensors igniting like a constellation of stars. Finally, there were 50,000 sets of dragon tooth power armor, specifically crafted for Lin Feng's guard corps. These armors were more compact, with added thickness and numerous weapon interfaces, and the small thruster arrays on their backs provided enhanced burst mobility and hovering combat capabilities. They were the phantoms and assassins of the battlefield, forming a super defensive line to protect their commander. Commence equipment reception and system synchronization according to the designated numbers. Vasily's deep voice rang out. In an instant, the once silent square became orderly and bustling. Soldiers closer to the steel behemoths or power armors dashed toward their respective machines, while those further away made their way to the ground high-speed transport belts, leading them to the allocated armed forces. The soldiers adeptly opened the power armor, immersing themselves within the steel confines, affixing the Lingxi patch to their foreheads, allowing the core energy to flow smoothly and establish a preliminary connection. The cockpits of the mechs sequentially sealed shut, the system self-check prompts sounding like a tide. One by one, the sensors of the Typhoon and Goliath II illuminated, their massive forms slightly adjusting their stances, adapting to the new pilots. Lin Feng gazed at the rapidly armed legion below, a surge of pride swelling within him. This fully equipped Stardust Iron Fist's combat capability would far exceed that of any similarly sized forces within the Federation. Commander, Mo Huang's figure appeared silently beside Lin Feng, her gaze fixed on the soldiers familiarizing themselves with their new equipment. The Slaughter-class landing ships are ready, a total of 300, all docked in the deep hangar, awaiting orders. The escorting Locust-class and Moth-class carrier groups are also prepared. Lin Feng nodded. The landing plan remains unchanged. Before the soldiers depart, I need you to clear the surface of those 2 planets. Understood. A glint of cold amusement flashed in Mo Huang's eyes. I will regulate the yield to ensure the majority of surface threats are eliminated while preserving as many natural resources of the planets as possible. After all, these planets may very well become the new frontier of the Federation or our resource extraction sites in the future. Chapter 194, Meteoric Fire Rain. Iron Fist Descends, Part 2. As the entire war zone made final preparations for the landing, Xing Xuan, visibly miffed, approached Lin Feng, who was inspecting the dragon tooth power armor. Commander, she raised her small face, her golden twin ponytails swaying with her hurried movements. Why is Mo Huang in charge of the orbital bombardment again? My Stardust secondary cannon can also execute precision cleansing tasks, and with greater efficiency. Lin Feng, finding amusement in the disgruntled demeanor of the proud little girl before him, knelt to meet her gaze, her glacier blue eyes shining brightly. Xing Xuan, your main and secondary cannons possess too much power, even at the lowest settings. They can cause irreversible damage to the planetary geological structure. Mo Huang's aircraft can conduct more refined, surgical strikes. This is a tactical necessity, not a reflection of distrust in your abilities. Xing Xuan pouted even more, but Lin Feng's words held undeniable truth. She muttered, "The next time there's a need for violent destruction, you must leave it to me." Of course. Lin Feng chuckled, ruffling her hair. "You are the sharpest spear in our fleet, irreplaceable by anyone." With the promise secured, Xing Xuan's expression brightened, and she gave a soft huff, as if accepting the arrangement. In the Zeglara system, the other 2 planets, cloaked in a purple fungal carpet and designated Zeg 4 and Zeg 5, continued to operate instinctively as part of the swarm. Their information sensors, blocked by Mo Huang, remained oblivious to the calamity that had befallen the 3rd planet, only faintly sensing the impending destruction descending from the skies. Mo Huang's Evernight star canopy, like a reaper hidden in shadows, silently adjusted its posture. On the command bridge, Mo Huang sat gracefully, her deep violet eyes reflecting the holographic star map depicting the 2 points marked as high-value targets. Lin Feng sat beside her in the command chair, his gaze tranquil. Huang E-Carrier Group, first wave, release. Mo Huang spoke softly, issuing the command. In an instant, the layered wing-like armor plates on either side of the Evernight star canopy slid open, revealing the depth of the dimensional hangar's entrance below. There was no deafening roar, only a subdued hum, akin to a swarm of bees taking flight. Countless carrier aircraft surged forth from the hangar, resembling a disturbed black locust swarm, primarily consisting of Ladybug-class heavy bombers and Blade-class snipers, interspersed with numerous Cicada-class aircraft for reconnaissance and electronic interference. These carrier aircraft constituted the first wave of strike forces, tasked with eliminating large Zerg gathering points on the planet's surface, spore cannons, and potential entrances to burrowing tunnels. The massive fleet formed up in space, like 2 torrents of black steel, each surging towards Zeg 4 and Zeg 5. They effortlessly breached the tenuous atmospheres of the two planets, casting shadows akin to the harbinger of death that loomed over the Zerg below. Precision-guided Gehenna fusion bombs and Star Eater energy explosives descended like raindrops, blooming into colossal flowers of annihilation on the surface, mingling purple flesh with earth. The B-Blade-class sniper ships prowled at high altitudes, delivering pinpoint strikes that obliterated any large Zerg units or vital biological structures attempting to mount a counteroffensive. The bombardment was meticulously confined within certain bounds, deliberately steering clear of detected, rare mineral zones and areas that might harbor primitive ecosystems. The precise command of Mo Huang resembled that of a skilled surgeon, excising malignant tissues with minimal trauma. Lin Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back by the panoramic observation window, watching as the surface of the two planets intermittently flared with blinding flashes, followed by the rise of massive clouds of dust, the once wriggling purple mycelial carpet being torn apart and carbonized in vast swathes. The orbital bombardment persisted for several hours. By the time the carrier aircraft began their return, the surface of the two planets had been reduced to a chaotic wasteland, with visible signs of large Zerg activity all but eradicated. The surface threat had been eliminated by over 85%, achieving the predetermined operational goal. Mo Huang reported to Lin Feng, her tone composed, indicating that the landing could commence. Lin Feng nodded and connected with Vasily. Captain Vasily, Stardust Iron Fist Legion deploy. In the Iron and Blood War Zone, the 300 Harbinger-class planetary landing ships, already poised for action, ascended slowly like slumbering behemoths. Within their vast hulls lay 550,000 armed Stardust warriors, along with a plethora of heavy firepower. Outside the landing ship's hatches, swarms of Locust-class combat interceptors and Moth-class defense gunboats hovered, ready to form a protective escort to ensure the safety of the landing fleet as they traversed the atmosphere, clearing any potential remaining anti-air defenses. For humanity, for victory, echoed the soldiers' brief but powerful battle cries through the communication channels. 300 Harbinger-class landing ships, under the aegis of countless carrier aircraft, surged forth like 300 meteors ablaze with vengeful flames, departing from the hangar of Mo Huang and plunging resolutely towards the two planets below. They split into two massive assault waves, each aimed at Zerg 4 and Zerg 5. The thick armor of the landing ships generated a scorching halo as it scraped against the atmosphere. From the perspective of the Zerg, this new meteor shower meant that each colossal meteor heralded a fresh wave of destruction. Lin Feng stood at the bridge of the Mo Huang, gazing through the panoramic observation window at the steel tide that he had orchestrated descending upon the planets. He was acutely aware that this landing operation was virtually a foregone conclusion. In the face of overwhelming firepower and a technological edge, the remnants of the Zerg ground forces would be mercilessly crushed by the newly equipped Stardust warriors. Xing Xian approached him, watching as the landing fleet successfully penetrated the atmosphere. Muttering softly, "Those poor Zerg, if only I could unleash a volley of Stardust missiles, it would be a far cleaner affair." Montauk Huang chuckled lightly, covering her mouth. "Sister Xing Xian, while destruction is easy, sustainable conquest is what yields enduring benefits." Ling Ji clasped her hands in prayer, quietly wishing for the safety of the warriors. Meanwhile, on the deck of the Ling Ji, Leo's manifestation work was also underway. The fortress ship, Jinyuan, with a diameter of 35 kilometers, had begun to take shape, its towering hull shimmering with a muted sheen under the light of the stars, resembling a celestial behemoth on the verge of awakening. Though fatigue painted Leo's features, excitement and anticipation radiated from him. He felt an increasingly intimate mental connection with Jinyuan, as if he could already envision this fortress ship of his asserting a realm of absolute protection on future battlefields. The final purge of the Zegras star system, accompanied by the remnants of orbital bombardment and a meteor-like landing, was officially underway. Chapter 195. Steel over the mycelial carpet. The surface clearing operations on the 4th and 5th planets of Zegras were less a war and more a one-sided, efficient, and cold industrial assembly line. The 550,000 Stardust warriors delivered by the 300 Harbinger-class landing ships cascaded down like a torrential waterfall of steel, instantly drowning the remaining Zerg strongholds on the two planets. The orbital bombardment had already reduced large biological structures and cluster targets to scorched earth, leaving the ground forces with the task of eliminating stubborn remnants and ensuring no Zerg units could regroup underground. In the vast corrupted canyon of Zerg 4, over 200,000 Fury main battle mechs formed a tight assault formation, resembling a moving metal wall, steadily advancing forward. Pulsed lasers and magnetic railgun barges swept across every inch of land like the scythe of death. Any burrowing worker Zerg, stingers, or even slightly larger destroyers that emerged from the blackened soil or rock crevices were obliterated the moment they encountered this steel wall. Occasionally, tunneling Zerg attempted to breach from the rear of the line, but the already airborne Colossus 2 heavy mechs would dive down like falcons, their heavy, starbreaker fists, charged with high-frequency, oscillating energy, rapidly smashing these beasts attempting to sow chaos at the entrance. While these mass-produced Colossus units lacked the biomass consumption capabilities and extreme output of the prototype mech piloted by Lin Feng and Leo, their formidable firepower and protection were more than sufficient to deal with these remaining Zerg units. Captain Vasily commanded from the frontline command node, his voice calmly transmitting orders through encrypted channels, adjusting the pace of advance and firepower allocation for the various units. He observed the holographic tactical map, where the blue areas representing his forces rapidly engulfed the red areas indicating enemy occupation, his heart remaining unperturbed. This was an absolute crushing of equipment, tactics, and will. Victory was the only and inevitable conclusion. On the vast plains of Zerg 5, blanketed by mycelium, the combat mode varied slightly. The terrain here was more open, better suited for large-scale firepower assaults. Fury mechs and various heavy fire platforms, in conjunction with the circling Locust-class interceptors, unleashed devastating strikes on any detected biological signals. Explosive fireballs continuously erupted in the ocean of purple mycelium, launching viscous organic matter high into the air, only to rain down like filthy droplets. Lin Feng surveyed the entire clearing process through the battlefield monitoring system linked to the Mo Huang. In the footage, the Stardust warriors acted with efficiency and synchronicity, the advantages of their new equipment displayed to the fullest. The Fury and Colossus 2 operated like a hammer, crushing any resistance of substantial scale. The combat efficiency is in line with expectations, Commander. Mo Huang's voice resonated beside him, her elegant projection standing beside the command seat as her deep purple eyes scanned the continuously refreshing battlefield data. It is projected that within 5 days, the surface clearing operations on both planets will be essentially complete. Resource recovery units have already commenced operations alongside the advancing forces, with preliminary estimates indicating a considerable amount of recoverable alloys. Indeed, Lin Feng nodded, though his gaze did not linger on the imminent victory before him. He summoned the star map, directing his attention to the depths of the Claw Star region. Has there been any preliminary analysis of the anomalous energy signal from the living nest on the 5th planet? Yes, but the results are somewhat surprising. Mo Huang gently waved her hand, bringing up a report. In-depth scans and debris analysis reveal that it is neither a hidden trump card nor an unknown threat. It was merely a high-tier brain worm from that nest attempting to forcibly activate an unstable biological jump organ upon sensing the annihilation of the 3rd planet and the orbital bombardment, hoping to escape alone. The energy accumulation was a result of its overload, ultimately self-destructing half a second before the jump activation. It was nothing more. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, a cold smirk curling his lips. It seems we have overestimated them. A desperate struggle at the end of their rope. He had initially harbored suspicions regarding a connection to the bizarre unknown entity in Carlos's laboratory, but it now appeared to be a mere false alarm. This revelation only intensified the smoldering fury within him, ignited by Rog's demise, as he yearned for a genuine target upon which to unleash his wrath. Inform Lingji that further inquiries are unnecessary. Accelerate the resource recovery process, Lin Feng commanded, his fingers tracing the star map, illuminating several neighboring star systems adjacent to the Riftclaw sector, where the signals of Zerg activity were notably abundant, indicating a fleet of considerable size. We cannot afford to linger here with these scattered forces any longer. His gaze sharpened and turned frigid. Once we have dealt with Zagralas, prepare for immediate action. Our next objective is the neighboring Bloodclaw system, along with the Corrupt Claw system and the Zerg capital fleet in the Rift Spine Nebula. We must breach this defensive line with utmost speed and locate Carlos's wretched stronghold. He intended to honor Rog with the blood of the Zerg and the lamentation of Carlos. Mo Huang sensed the unabashed murderous intent in Lin Feng's words, a flicker of admiration crossing her eyes as she slightly bowed. As you wish, Commander. You shall guide the fleet. Chapter 196. The Shadow of the Phoenix, the surface clearing operations on the 4th and 5th planets of the Zagrala system, under the resolute and efficient command of Lieutenant Vasily, advanced like a precisely engineered machine of slaughter. The iron torrent crushed the fungal carpet. Energy beams tore through the remnants of fleshy nests. and reports of victory flowed into the central processor of the M.O. Huang's Eternal Night-class vessel like a ceaseless stream of data. Inside the bridge's command room, an unusual tranquility enveloped the atmosphere. On the holographic tactical star map, the red zones representing enemy-held territories were rapidly being devoured by blue, everything well within their grasp. Lin Feng reclined in the command chair, intending to catch some rest. However, an elegant scent of violet wafted toward him. "Commander." M.O. Huang's voice was as gentle as a feather brushing against his eardrum as she gracefully approached him. Clad in a deep blue and golden modified uniform that accentuated her stunning curves, she had, unbeknownst to him, loosened the top 2 buttons, revealing her delicate collarbone and a hint of smooth, pale skin. In her hand, she held a steaming cup of soothing tea, her deep purple eyes glimmering with a softness that could melt iron, starkly contrasting the battlefield's cruelty. "You've worked hard monitoring the battlefield. Would you like to relax a bit?" She placed the teacup gently on the console, her slender fingers lingering, brushing against the back of Lin Feng's hand with a barely perceptible touch. The sensation was cool yet tinged with an odd current. Lin Feng looked up, meeting her bashful yet boldly inviting gaze, causing a subtle tremor in the string of reason within him. How could he be oblivious to the thoughts of this aircraft carrier maiden? Her concern extended far beyond mere words. "The battle is not yet fully concluded, M.O. Huang." Lin Feng attempted to maintain the gravitas of a commander, but his tone inadvertently softened. "It is precisely in the interludes of victory that one must maintain optimal condition." "My commander," M.O. Huang replied with a light laugh, leaning slightly forward, her ample bosom nearly brushing against Lin Feng's arm, her warm breath caressing the side of his neck. "I am perfectly capable of overseeing the operations of the air group, and Lieutenant Vasily is entirely trustworthy. At this moment, what you need most is to relieve your stress, ensuring absolute clarity for the upcoming decisions." Her words, though resplendent with grandeur, were imbued with an irresistible allure. As she spoke, her restless hand glided to Lin Feng's shoulder, skillfully kneading the taut muscles with just the right amount of pressure. "Look here, and here all tense. How about allowing M.O. Huang to assist you with a little maintenance?" Lin Feng could feel the gentle energy suffused with her own essence flowing from her fingertips, akin to a trickling stream, dissipating his fatigue while igniting a deeper restlessness within him. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to quell the flames rising within him. Yet M.O. Huang's advances grew ever bolder. She leaned in close, whispering in a voice only they could hear, sending shivers down his spine. "Does the commander not wish to personally verify whether your aircraft carrier maiden is in peak combat readiness?" This statement proved to be the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. Lin Feng abruptly seized her supple waist, drawing her into his embrace. M.O. Huang let out a brief, satisfied gasp, not struggling, but instead clinging to him like a vine that had found its haven, tilting her head to offer her luscious, crimson lips. The lights in the command room dimmed unbeknownst to them, leaving only the ethereal blue glow of the holographic star map to illuminate the entwined figures, adding a touch of romance to the interior of this war machine. The ensuing system deep maintenance process resembled a meticulously orchestrated collaborative operation. The material of the command seat seemed specially designed to withstand pressures far exceeding the ordinary. In the dim space, only the suppressed gasps and involuntary moans intertwined to form a background noise akin to a full-spectrum jamming interference, obscuring all tactical communications. Montakvang, like the air group she commanded, alternated between graceful arcs and swift dives, adeptly seeking out every vulnerability and energy node in Lin Feng's defenses. Her deep purple eyes flickered in the darkness, radiating a mesmerizing and fervent light, akin to the core of a distant nebula, intent on consuming Lin Feng's will entirely. Lin Feng, akin to a battleship navigating a tempest, surged forward through the tumultuous waves, responding directly to the loyalty report of the shipmaiden. He could distinctly feel the spiritual connection between them becoming incredibly vivid and fervent at this moment, transcending ordinary battlefield cooperation. It was a fusion and resonance at the soul level, a whirlpool stirred by their shared essence. Time seemed to elapse unnoticed until this smoke-free internal system pressure test finally reached its conclusion. The command room was once again aglow, though the air still lingered with an unyielding tension and a faint scent of violet. M.O. Huang languidly reclined in Lin Feng's embrace, her uniform slightly disheveled, strands of hair clinging to her glistening forehead, her cheeks flushed with a satisfied allure, reminiscent of a recently satiated obsidian phoenix. "Does the commander feel better now?" she inquired, her fingertips lightly tracing Lin Feng's chest, her tone laced with mischief and pride. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, his mind clearer than before. He gazed down at this maiden, both a harbinger of death on the battlefield and an enchanting temptress, smiling with a mixture of helplessness and indulgence as he tucked a few loose strands of hair behind her ear. Would you consider this an abuse of your ship maiden privileges, interfering with the commander's judgment? He feigned sternness. This is merely the necessary, all-encompassing care and support that a ship maiden provides to her commander, Mo Huang retorted with conviction, snuggling closer to him. After all, ensuring the commander's physical and mental well-being is a crucial element in maintaining the fleet's utmost combat efficacy. At that moment, the last major red that representing the fifth planet of Zagralas extinguished completely on the tactical star map, entirely enveloped by blue. Lieutenant Vasily's comm report resonated through the re-established communication. Report to Commander. The surface clearing operations in the Zagralas system have achieved all primary objectives and have transitioned into the cleanup and resource recovery phase. Lin Feng and Mo Huang exchanged a glance, each recognizing the renewed sharpness in the other's eyes. The brief respite and solace had come to an end. Notify all units. Lin Feng's voice carried a hint of languor. Proceed with the post-battle preparations and resource recovery as planned. Mo Huang elegantly rose, tidying her appearance, seamlessly transforming back into the strategic aircraft carrier maiden, though the depth of tenderness and possessiveness in her gaze toward Lin Feng intensified. Understood, Commander, she nodded slightly. Chapter 197. Prelude to continuation. 11 days swiftly passed amidst the intense preparations and resource recovery on 3 planets. On the expansive deck of the Lingji Ark-class vessel, the temporary assembly site finally approached its climactic moment. Leo stood at the periphery, his visage betraying a hint of fatigue, yet his eyes sparkled with an astonishing brilliance. Beside him, the towering figure of Jinyun, standing an impressive height of 185 meters, regarded her commander with tender warmth in her chestnut eyes, infused with a flicker of anticipation as they both gazed upon the colossal entity that was on the brink of full manifestation. The final surge of the silent core energy flowed into the obsidian-hued hull like rivers returning to the sea. In an instant, the once ethereal outline solidified completely, emanating a weighty and profound aura, as if it could cradle the very stars of eternity. The fortress ship, Jinyuan, had materialized. Jinyuan's gentle voice resonated, tinged with a barely concealed joy and solemnity. Before the assembled onlookers lay a magnificent creation with a diameter of 35 kilometers. Its standard hexagonal structure resembled a meticulously crafted black seal from the cosmos, enveloped in a matte, dark gray armor, etched with intricate patterns of earthy gold, exuding an ancient and substantial presence. The vessel's surface was adorned with numerous cannons, laser defense turrets, and missile silos, densely packed like the spines of a hedgehog, indicating that it possessed far more than mere defensive capabilities, though its size paled in comparison to the 3 monstrous ships under Lin Feng's command. Its towering stature and steadfast demeanor transcended the ordinary Titan-class vessels, delivering an unparalleled visual impact to those who beheld it. "Wow, it's magnificent!" Leo exclaimed, his mouth agape in genuine astonishment, nearly bouncing with excitement. He circled Jinyun twice before turning his gaze towards his newly acquired fortress ship, eagerly rubbing his hands together. "From now on, who dares challenge me? Jinyun, please open hatch. I must see inside." "Young master, please remain calm," Jinyun replied with a smile, gently restraining the exuberant Leo with a natural and irresistible tenderness. "The internal systems are still undergoing final self-checks. Moreover, Commander Lin Feng seems to have new orders." At that moment, Lin Feng approached, accompanied by Lingji, Mo Huang, and Xing Xian. Xing Xian glanced at the enormous fortress ship, then at Leo, who was lost in his delight. Habitually, she let out a small hum, yet her eyes lacked the usual mockery. After all, this impressive behemoth did indeed appear quite remarkable. "Congratulations, Leo," Lin Feng beamed, patting his friend's shoulder. "With the Jinyuan, your fleet has finally secured its anchor." "Absolutely. From now on, I shall bear the burden, and you, Old Lin, and your companions can focus on offense," Leo declared with fervor, wrapping an arm around Lin Feng's neck. "Of course, if we encounter a solitary Zerg Titan ship, you must grant me and Jinyuan a chance to test our new warship." Watching from the side, Hu Che maintained his customary disdainful expression, yet concealed a trace of satisfaction. Fei Dian, brimming with excitement, grasped Jinyuan's hand, enthusiastically discussing main cannons, armor, and whether there was a hangar to accommodate the ship. "We can save the celebratory remarks for later," Lin Feng interjected, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. The Zerg fleet has been cleared. All units, commence final preparations immediately. Lingji, accelerate resource recovery and equipment maintenance. Mo Huang, recall all aircraft, replenish munitions, and conduct in-depth reconnaissance of the next target star system. Xing Xian, complete the final calibration of the main, cannon, and propulsion system. His gaze swept over each ship girl, ultimately resting on Leo and the newly manifested Jinyuan. Lao, you and the Jinyuan must also expedite system integration. In 24 standard hours, the entire fleet will jump to the edge of the Blood Claw star system. His voice was resolute and unequivocal. We shall strike with the fury of thunder, crushing every Zerg fleet in our path. Racing towards the star system where Carlos may be hiding. This journey of vengeance must accelerate. Understood. The ship girls responded in unison. Even Xing Xian puffing out her small chest, her eyes ablaze with combat spirit. Rest assured, old Lin, 24 hours will be ample time for Jinyuan and me to acclimate. Leo assured, his chest swelling with determination, eyes brimming with anticipation for the impending battle. The entire Lin Feng fleet began to operate with the precision of a mighty war machine. The stardust furnace of the Lingji Arc class roared to life, melting down battlefield debris into precious alloys. The fabrication factory conducted final maintenance and resupply for all combat units. The dimensional hangar entrance of the Mo Huang Eternal Night Star Veil class opened and closed rhythmically as a swarm of aircraft returned like black bees, preparing for ammunition loading and energy replenishment. More Chanji-class reconnaissance aircraft were deployed, extending their invisible tendrils toward the Blood Claw, Corrupt Claw, and Rift Spine nebulae. On the dark red hull of the Xing Xian Cutting Star class, molten gold veins flowed slowly as the main cannon, the Oblivion Spear, underwent its final simulation tests. The elongated body executing agile lateral maneuvers under the adjustments of the Void Dance Ring. Meanwhile, the newly joined Jinyuan swiftly acclimated to various system operations under Jinyuan's guidance and Leo's exuberant exclamations. The gargantuan rotating annihilation cannon, with a caliber of 1.5 kilometers, located atop the ship, gradually rotated to calibrate its firing arc, emanating an intimidating aura. The countdown of 24 hours had commenced. Lin Feng stood on the bridge of the Lingji, gazing at the fleet that had gathered outside the viewport. Lingji stood quietly by his side, gently offering him a cup of hot tea. And Mo Huang, nearby, pulled up the latest reconnaissance data, softly reporting the preliminary distribution of Zerg fleets in the target star system. Xing Xian sat in the adjacent command chair, nibbling on a small cake she had baked, her icy blue eyes occasionally glancing at Lin Feng. Chapter 198. Blitz at Blood Claw, Part 1. As the countdown clock reached 0, the void surrounding Lin Feng's fleet darkened, as if even the starlight had dimmed under the weight of their murderous intent. 4 colossal ships arranged themselves in a T formation. The Lingji Arc-class positioned centrally at the forefront, embodying the essence of life and industrial power. The Mo Huang Eternal Night Star Veil and Xing Xian Cutting Star flanked the left and right wings, one a lurking shadow, the other a bloodied blade. And the newly added Jinyuan, situated at the rear of the formation, appeared diminutive and endearing beneath the towering presence of the other 3 giants. It was akin to a little girl standing amongst kindergartners, appearing quite tall, yet dwarfed by a group of muscular men. Liu's Huche and Fei Dian navigated agilely in front of the Jinyuan, serving as supplementary firepower and reconnaissance. All units, final status confirmed. Lin Feng's voice resonated through the encrypted communications network, clear and commanding. He sat at the primary command seat on the bridge of the Lingji, his gaze calmly surveying the formidable force capable of instilling dread across the galaxy. Lingji, system operational, fabrication factory, and Stardust furnace on standby. Lingji's soft yet resolute voice chimed in. Mo Huang, the air wing is fully manned. Reconnaissance network has covered 40% of the target star system. The MO domain force field is ready for activation. And Mo Huang's voice carried a lazy confidence. Xing Xian, the main cannon is primed for charging and firing. The secondary cannon array is online. The Star Dance system is preheated. Xing Xian's crisp voice contained an undercurrent of excitement. Jinyuan, shield systems maximized. The Beichin cannon group is prepared. Jinyuan responded with a soothing steadiness, exuding a reassuring strength. Huche and Fei Dian, in position. Excellent. Lin Feng nodded. Target, Blood Claw star system. Execute the Thunder cleansing protocol. Fleet jump. Without a blinding flash of light, the 4 colossal ships, along with their escort vessels, activated their jump engines in unison, warping space as though stones had been cast into a tranquil pond. In the next moment, the immense fleet vanished from sight, leaving only a fleeting ripple of energy on the sensors. The Blood Claw star system, a medium-sized stellar system deeply infested by the Zerg. 3 planets and an asteroid belt lay shrouded beneath a thick blanket of purple fungus, while thousands of biological ships meandered through the void, akin to flies swarming around decaying fruit. At the core of the galaxy, there exists a biomass nest of colossal proportions, reminiscent of a miniature planet, pulsating like a beating heart as it incessantly pumps out new Zerg units. Unbeknownst to them, death looms near, until the void at the galaxy's edge is forcefully torn asunder. The Lin Feng fleet descends like vengeful deities emerging from the abyss. High-energy reactions detected. Quantity 4. No 6, wait. Energy levels and numbers are incalculable. The Zerg's pheromone network, driven by biological instinct, instantaneously transmits signals of chaos and terror. Execute the plan. Lin Feng's command is concise and resolute. Jinyuan, advance. Activate the immovable domain. Leo shouted excitedly from the bridge of Jinyuan, though the actual command lay more with Jinyuan herself. Understood, young master, Jinyuan responded gently. In the next moment, the massive hull of Jinyuan erupted with a dark golden network of Earth-like veins, a thick composite shield expanding rapidly from its center. Acidic spore clusters and bone spikes, fired by the swiftest Zerg bioships, struck the shield, creating only faint ripples before vanishing without a trace. Xingxuan, commence cleanup, Lin Feng ordered. I can hardly wait, Xingxuan exclaimed, as the elongated, dark red hull of the Xingxuan surged with molten gold veins. The 108 red Lotus Guard turrets rotating in unison. Obliteration storm, fire at will. In an instant, countless searing, deep red particle beams cascaded down upon the nearest Zerg fleet like a furious meteor shower. Wherever the beams passed, Zerg ships, composed of chitinous exoskeletons and biological muscle, vaporized and disintegrated as though thrown into a steel furnace. Occasionally, larger matriarch ships attempted to withstand the assault, but under the continuous bombardment of the secondary cannons, which possessed 40% of the main cannon's power, they could only endure for a few more seconds before transforming into expanding plasma fireballs. Mo Huang, suppress the information. Mark key targets. Lin Feng continued to deploy. Understood. Mo Huang replied with a soft laugh, her fingertips tapping in the void. The Mo Huang, a Starry Night-class vessel, trembled slightly as an invisible interference field expanded at light speed, plunging the Zerg communications throughout the Bloodclaw system into a cacophony of noise. Their primitive collective consciousness links becoming sluggish and chaotic. Simultaneously, hundreds of thousands of Chanjua-class electronic warfare aircraft infiltrated the battlefield like phantoms. They did not directly attack, but instead unleashed powerful signal interference and illusionary deceptions, causing the Zerg fleet to fire wildly like headless flies. The true killing blow lay hidden in the shadows. B Blade-class snipers locked onto large targets. Ladybug-class bombers prepare to strike key nests on the planet's surface. Mo Huang calmly assigned tasks. In the deep hangar, newly commissioned Zhu Long-class strategic bombers, measuring 5 kilometers in length, were deployed for their first combat operation. Their enormous silhouettes gliding towards the planet marked as a high-value target under the protection of escort fighters. Lingji, synchronize battlefield recovery. Maximize resource conversion efficiency. Leave it to me, Commander. Lingji focused intently, maneuvering the resource collection arms and void siphon arrays of the Lingji, greedily yet efficiently consuming the remains of the destroyed Zerg, channeling them into the Stardust Furnace. Massive amounts of biomatter and shattered carapace were swiftly melted down and converted into standard alloys and rare crystals, accumulating wealth for the fleet. The battle unfolded as a one-sided massacre. The auxiliary cannons of Xingxuan plowed through any Zerg ships daring to approach. Mo Huang, as aircraft acted like a net of death, meticulously eliminating key targets while conducting surgical strikes on the planet's surface. Jinyuan maintained a relatively safe airspace compared to ordinary vessels, and Lingji silently converted the enemy corpses into resources for their own supply. Hu Che and Fadian were not idle either. They formed assault teams specifically to hunt down Zerg cruisers and assault ships attempting to flank the main battlefield. Under the protection of Jinyuan, they unleashed their firepower without hesitation. On the bridge of the Xingxuan observed the rapidly diminishing red dots on the holographic tactical map, pouting in dissatisfaction. These Zerg are far too fragile. They didn't even give my main cannon a chance to warm up. Lin Feng sensed her emotions through their mental link and chuckled. Patience. This is merely the first galaxy. Chapter 199. Blitz of Bloodclaw, Part 2. At that moment, Mo Huang transmitted new intelligence. Commander, anomalous energy accumulation detected at the Bloodclaw's main nest. A large-scale hatching of some massive unit is suspected. Oh, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. Xingxuan, it seems your chance to warm up has arrived. Really? Xingxuan perked up immediately, her glacier blue eyes sparkling. Target, the main nest of the galaxy. Authorization to utilize the star-cutting annihilation spear in low-power mode granted. Ensure the core is destroyed. Understood. Xingxuan replied excitedly, her small hand waving as she locked onto the target with the star-cutting annihilation spear. Fire. The Xingxuan steered away from the fleet, its colossal 8-kilometer long, supermassive axial cannon slowly adjusting its angle. The deep darkness of its muzzle seemed capable of swallowing light itself. The energy of the molten gold veins converged towards the cannon's mouth like rivers flowing into the sea, emitting a low-frequency hum that made the very fabric of space quiver. There was no deafening roar, only an extremely condensed, nearly invisible dark red spiral energy beam, akin to the silent fingertip of death, traversing the void and pointing towards the pulsating Zerg main nest. The Zerg's main nest was not a traditional planetary surface nest, nor one located on a rocky asteroid. It was a living colossal structure forcibly amalgamated and proliferated from countless Zerg units, biological tissues, secretions, and consumed interstellar materials. With a diameter approaching 200 kilometers, its scale rivaled that of a small planet, yet its form was far more grotesque and twisted than any natural celestial body. From a distance, it resembled a gargantuan, slowly pulsating dark purple heart. The surface was not rocky or icy, but rather covered with a thick, living biomass mycelium, several dozen kilometers deep, undulating like a living organism. This outer layer was riddled with thick, raised structures resembling blood vessels or nerve bundles, through which a ghostly green bioenergy liquid flowed, emitting a rhythmic, unsettling pulsing glow. Countless holes and chambers of varying sizes dotted its surface, resembling a beehive, with worker bugs, transport vesicles, and small bioships constantly entering and exiting, maintaining the life activities of this monstrous entity. As one drew closer, the specific horror became more palpable. The nest's surface was not smooth, but rather bristling with biological turrets, sensing tendrils and energy absorption organs. Gigantic, insect-like bone spines protruded from the mycelium, forming a natural defensive array. Some areas sprouted spore-launching chambers resembling massive flowers, ready to unleash lethal corrosive clouds or intercept spores at approaching enemies, while others formed vast biological docks, within which outlines of Zerg ships could be seen being assembled or hatched, akin to a palace birthing nightmares. However, the most striking feature was a massive depression located slightly above the equator of the nest. Their thick mycelium did not cover, revealing a gaping, bottomless dark cavity nearly 100 kilometers in diameter. The edges of the cavity were layered and interlocking, resembling chitinous gears that continuously opened and closed, reminiscent of a giant beast's breath. Inside the cavity was not darkness, but rather an ominous dark red glow, akin to decaying organs. Here lay the true energy core and command center of the nest. Intense waves of life energy radiated outward like a storm, disrupting the surrounding space. Through high-precision sensors, one could observe a vast, cavernous void deep within the cavity. In the heart of the hollow chamber, there suspended a living stellar core, composed of pure biological energy and highly condensed neural tissue. It resembled a pulsating, dark crimson brain, several kilometers in diameter, its surface intricately etched with grooves and circuits, the complexity of which far surpassed any known biological structure. Thick conduits of energy extended from the surrounding walls like umbilical cords connecting to this brain, delivering sustenance and energy plundered from the entire star system, while simultaneously transmitting its will to every corner of the nest. Countless smaller, variably shaped brainworm units orbited this central brain like satellites, serving as extensions of its consciousness and supplementary computational units. The entire chamber was suffused with high-intensity, visible energy turbulence, emitting a deep, resonant hum akin to the simultaneous screeching of billions of insects, capable of driving any unprotected psychic entity into madness. This was the manifestation of the swarms within the star system, a living, ever-evolving war fortress and hatching factory that pushed biological technology to its zenith. It was not merely the base of the insectoid race. It was a formidable biological weapon, capable of mobilizing the entire swarm across the star system and, at critical moments, unleashing devastating energy through self-sacrifice that could severely damage fleets. It hovered silently in the cosmos, exuding an aura of cold, insatiable malevolence, embodying an endless cycle of consumption and evolution, as if it were a colossal malignant tumor birth from the universe's dark side, perpetually eroding the surrounding space. Energy beams silently shattered its energy shields, penetrating the nest, the core itself cloaked in obliterating energy beams. Initially, the surface of the nest bore only a single, perfectly smooth, molten aperture, as if nothing had transpired. Moments later, indescribable energy erupted from within, causing the massive biological structure to expand outward like an inflated balloon, only to rapidly collapse inward under the combined forces of its own gravity and the internal destructive energy, ultimately disintegrating into a fleeting mass of stardust, continuously releasing biological debris. All the grotesquerie, all the writhing, all the buzzing met their structural collapse and termination in that silent strike, beginning at the most microscopic level. One strike, the main nest of the star system, was annihilated. The remaining insectoid units seemed to lose their foundation, their movements becoming increasingly chaotic and disordered. The Lin Feng fleet, akin to an efficient harvester, continued to scour every corner of the star system. Hours later, the Bloodclaw system lay utterly silent. The once boisterous swarm fleet had transformed into drifting wreckage, the microbial carpets on the surfaces of 3 planets stripped away, revealing charred or original landscapes beneath. Report to the commander. The primary threat in the Bloodclaw system has been eliminated, with an expected resource recovery rate of 70%. Lingji reported the results, a hint of relief evident in her voice. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. The fleet will rest for 4 hours on site for necessary maintenance. Monta Kwang, send the battle report back to the command center, stating the facts as they are. As you command, Commander. Mo Huang's lips curled slightly. She understood the ripples this straightforward report would stir in the rear. Chapter 200. Shockwaves in the rear and the future of Starshine Human Federation. Pangu Star System. Unzao Mountain Star Ring Defense Zone. Federation Star Navy Command Headquarters. In the vast, circular main conference room, the atmosphere was grave and solemn. A massive holographic star map displayed the situation across various frontline battle zones, with the Iron Anvil Crack Claw sector still marked by unsettling swathes of crimson, indicating the insectoid's high-intensity control areas. A high-level meeting regarding frontline troop deployments and logistical support was underway, presided over by Major General Karak and several officers from the Federation Parliament and General Staff. In summary, while the defeat in the G75 sector has severe consequences, the return of Major Lin Feng and his exceptionally formidable combat capabilities demonstrated in the Iron Anvil sector have stabilized our position and even opened the possibility for localized counterattacks. Major General Karak reported, his tone cautious. A young man bearing the rank of Lieutenant General. Though he appeared only in his 20s due to the high level of his silent core energy, he was actually over 200 years old. The Deputy Chief of the General Staff furrowed his brow. Karak, we have all examined your assessment report on Major Lin Feng and his fleet. The suggestion of acquiring ancient civilization relics, with ship sizes and combat capabilities far exceeding conventional understanding, is too vague. We require more concrete data to evaluate its strategic value and potential risks. Another representative from the Parliamentary Security Committee adjusted his glasses, his tone serious. Indeed, General Karak, 3 ships exceeding 100 kilometers in length, with some reaching 288 kilometers, whose weapon systems and construction technologies surpass the Federation's existing naval capabilities. Although they currently stand with us, their uncontrolled power itself constitutes an instability factor. The Parliament expects a clearer explanation. Karak could only manage a wry smile inwardly. How he wished to know more clearly. Yet Lin Feng had remained tight-lipped, merely deflecting with the combination of relic technology and the uniqueness of his silent core energy. He could hardly drag this newly proven, unfathomably powerful commander in for questioning, just as the meeting fell into a stalemate. With attendees feeling both anticipation and anxiety regarding Lin Feng's fleet, a communications officer hurriedly entered, presenting a classified message marked Lightning Report from Lin Feng's fleet to General Karak. General, we have received urgent frontline reports from Major Lin Feng's fleet. Instantly, all eyes in the conference room converged upon him. Karak took a deep breath, verified his clearance, and opened the report. In an instant, his pupils constricted sharply, and his hand holding the message board trembled slightly. Karak, what is happening? The deputy chief sensed his abnormality and inquired in a low voice. Instead of answering immediately, Karak swiftly projected the content of the report onto the central holographic screen. Sender, Major Lin Feng, commander of Chi-ing-07. Send time, standard calendar 272-6623, location, former insectoid control zone. Blood Claw system, report content. Our unit completed the raid operation on the Blood Claw system at 22:33 standard time. The operation lasted approximately 11 standard hours. With the following results. Destruction of the insectoid star system's main nest, approximately 1,200 kilometers in diameter, X1. Confirmation of the destruction of various insectoid biological ships, including but not limited to motherships, Titan class, X-130, cruiser class and above X-2080, destroyer class and below X-300,000. Cleared surface units and microbial carpets of insectoids from 3 major planets and the asteroid belt within the system. Clearance rate 95. Our losses: no ships sunk, no personnel casualties. Tactical summary: employed high-speed jump entry, information suppression, and precise orbital strikes to successfully achieve a lightning cleanup. The fleet is currently undergoing brief rest and resource recovery in the Blood Claw system, with the next phase target being to continue advancing into the Cracked Claw sector. Attachment: selected operational footage records silence. The entire conference room descended into an absolute stillness lasting half a minute. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone fixated on the few lines of text on the holographic screen, as if to imprint them into their minds. Destroying a star system with a Titan-class mothership and thousands of capital ships, along with hundreds of thousands of escort vessels, took merely 11 hours, with 0 casualties, and still having the capacity for resource recovery. This transcended mere battle. It was an industrial-level demolition. This is impossible, a logistics officer exclaimed. Even mobilizing 3 fully staffed federal task forces to assault such a scale of insectoid stronghold would require at least weeks, with expected casualty rates exceeding 20%. What weapon was used to destroy that main nest? It was not mentioned in the report. Another official from the technical department appeared pallid. Even the formidable main cannons of our active Titan-class ship girls, capable of obliterating Earth-like planets, would require multiple coordinated volleys to achieve such destruction. The Vice Chief of Staff slowly rose to his feet, approaching the holographic screen, his fingers trembling as they glided over the cold text and the attachments containing blurred yet still perceivable images of catastrophic explosions, predominantly showcasing the coordinated fire of the star crystals, secondary cannons, and the distant view of the annihilation of nests. Carrick, his voice came out somewhat hoarse. Are you certain this battle report is not exaggerated? Major General Carrick inhaled deeply, striving to maintain an even tone. Sir, the information channel is encrypted at the highest level, and the source has been verified without doubt. Moreover, given the current demeanor displayed by Major Lin Feng, he likely perceives no need for embellishment whatsoever. Indeed, in the face of such absolute power, humility appears disingenuous. Silence enveloped the conference room once more, leaving only the sound of heavy breathing. The previously skeptical parliamentary representative regarding the stability of Lin Feng's fleet opened his mouth, only to find himself a loss for words. In the face of such monumental achievements, any discourse concerning control and risk seemed pale and ludicrous. Ultimately, it was the Vice Chief of Staff who shattered the silence, his gaze filled with an indescribable complexity, shock, elation, and a hint of profound trepidation. Immediately classify this battle report as a top-secret document of the Federation. Access restricted solely to this conference room, he commanded in a low voice, his eyes sweeping over the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we must reassess the strategic positioning of Major Lin Feng. No, Commander Lin Feng and his fleet. He paused, his tone growing exceedingly grave. Notify the Public Relations Department to commence preparations for promotional materials on Commander Lin Feng and his heroic ship girls, based on Team Hyoko 07's interception of the Zerg in the Anvil system, turning the tide of battle, and to ensure the specifications exceed those of the Federation's hero standards. Furthermore, the Vice Chief of Staff turned his gaze sharply towards Carrick. In my capacity as the Chief of Staff and on my personal authority, I propose to the Supreme Command that once the conflict in the Claw Rift eases, Commander Lin Feng be summoned back to the core star systems. We need to hear his report in person and understand this miraculous fleet. Perhaps it is time to consider bestowing upon him a rank that truly reflects his achievements and prowess. A promotion cérémonie, a higher military rank. Everyone comprehended the Vice Chief of Staff's implication. Given the power and accomplishments Lin Feng had displayed, a mere rank of major was evidently inadequate. Summoning him back from the tumultuous front lines to conduct a grand promotion and awards ceremony in the Federation's most solemn hall, under the eyes of the public, transcended the simple act of rewarding merit. It was a public tribute an ultimate acknowledgement from human civilization for his monumental contributions, as well as a politically astute gesture, binding this near-mythical power and its very existence deeply to the legitimacy and authenticity of the Federation. The upper echelons of the Federation and sociologists understood human nature. Beyond the baseline of survival, what drives individuals are wealth, power, emotions, and a yearning for honor and legacy. For Lin Feng, who already commanded the Shattered Star fleet with resources nearly boundless, worldly wealth and power had lost their significance. Thus, what would resonate with him, soothe him, and ultimately compel him to willingly serve the Federation was the unparalleled glory witnessed by millions, etched into the annals of history. Additionally, it fostered a profound sense of belonging and responsibility towards the grand narrative of safeguarding humanity. This was not mere calculation, but the most exquisite art of synthesis. Carrick immediately stood at attention and saluted. "Yes, sir. I will attend to it at once." The meeting concluded in an atmosphere imbued with a strange blend of shock and anticipation. As the attendees departed, they could not help but glance back at the battle report, as if they could envision the fleet concealed within the depths of the starry expanse, relentlessly crushing all enemies of humanity. Meanwhile, in the distant Bloodclaw system, Lin Feng had just finished receiving a report from Lingji regarding resource recovery progress. Mo Huang gracefully approached him, whispering, "Commander, the battle report has been sent. I imagine the rear command is quite lively now." Lin Feng smiled, neither confirming nor denying. He had anticipated this. Star Crystal leaned closer, wrapping her arms around Lin Feng's, and playfully said, "Commander, where's the next target? I'm still not satisfied." Lingji looked at him gently, her eyes filled with reliance and support. Lin Feng gazed out the viewport at the Zerg remnants being transformed by the Stardust Forge, his eyes drifting towards the depths of the star map. "Once the rest period concludes, the fleet shall set sail, targeting the Claw system." His voice was calm, yet imbued with the power to determine the fate of the stars. Let us see how long Carlos can evade us. Chapter 201. Steel Torrent. Again to the Claw, the void dust of the Bloodclaw system had yet to settle. But Lin Feng's fleet, akin to a celestial behemoth that had briefly licked its wounds, cast its cold gaze upon the next prey. In the core of the fleet, within the bridge of the Lingji Arc, Lin Feng stood before the panoramic observation window, where in the distance lay the poised Mo Huang of the Eternal Night Star Veil and the Ready Star Crystal of the Starcutter class. The Li Ao S. Zhenyuan was like a newly born obsidian mountain, firmly anchored at the rear of the formation, exuding a reassuring weightiness. "Commander, resource recovery in the Bloodclaw system is complete. Usable alloys have been stored. All operational units have been maintained. Energy reserves are at 100%, and ammunition replenishment is finished." Lingji's soft yet clear voice resonated within the bridge, standing slightly behind Lin Feng, her amber eyes sparkling with the relief of completed tasks and anticipation for the next phase. "Old Lin, my Zhenyuan and I are also ready." Li Ao's voice crackled with uncontainable excitement over the communications channel. "Who are we going to strike next?" My Zhenyuan's cannon has been itching for action. A holographic star map unfurled before Lin Feng, highlighting the area representing the Claw system. Similar to the Bloodclaw, it was also infested with numerous Zerg signals, with several energy responses particularly intense, evidently indicating large nests or main fleets. "Target, Claw system." Lin Feng's voice remained calm, issuing the command, "Eliminate all resistance and recover all usable resources." Mo Huang, prioritize reconnaissance of the internal structure of the system, especially the sources of large biological signals. "Understood, Commander." Mo Huang elegantly drew close to Lin Feng, her deep purple eyes scanning the star map, her fingertip lightly tapping, issuing an imperceptible command. The Chai G-class reconnaissance drones had already jumped ahead, with the first wave of data expected to return in 3 minutes. The MO domain force field could be activated at any moment to provide the fleet with cover for a surprise attack. Star Crystal, unwilling to be outdone, hopped to Lin Feng's other side, clutching his arm and shaking it, her long golden pigtails swaying with her movements. "Commander, the bugs need to assign more for me to kill. I haven't had my fill yet." She tilted her small face upwards, her glacier blue eyes brimming with battle fervor. Lin Feng chuckled, reaching out instinctively to ruffle Star Crystal's hair. "Humph," she giggled softly, her eyes narrowing slightly like a cat being stroked. "Fear not, Star Crystal. The Zerg in the Claw system appear even more plump than those in the Bloodclaw. There will be ample warm-up material for you." Lin Feng reassured her. Then his expression turned serious. "All hands, attention. The fleet will maintain a T formation and sequentially activate the jump engines. Destination: preset coordinates at the edge of the Claw system. Understood. The jump engines roared to life. The colossal fleet was once again enveloped by a cerulean jump field. Space distorting as the four massive vessels along with their escort ships seemed to meld into the void, and in the next moment, they vanished from the Bloodclaw system. Almost simultaneously with Lin Feng's fleet's departure from the Bloodclaw system, a storm regarding him was brewing and escalating within the front command of the Anvil system. Major General Carrick held the preliminary promotional plan jointly drafted by the Public Relations Department and the General Staff, a slight sheen of sweat forming in his palm. The proposal is boldly titled Miracles Under the Starry Sky, analyzing the lightning counterattack of Commander Lin Feng, Major of the Eagle 07. This plan aims to utilize several of the Federation's largest official media platforms, centering on Lin Feng's heroic interception of the Zerg in the Iron Anvil Galaxy and the recently received lightning-fast victories from the Bloodclaw Galaxy. Accompanied by meticulously edited and obscured for confidentiality combat footage, it seeks to portray him as a symbol of heroic command emerging during the Federation's darkest hour. The promotional tone must emphasize his loyalty, courage, and profound bond with the ship girls. The young Vice Admiral, bearing the rank of General, though only a little over 200 years old, emphatically struck the table, insisting, diminish the specifics of fleet combat capabilities, focusing instead on his victories in spirit and strategy. We must instill hope in the populace and inspire our soldiers. He then shifted his gaze sharply across the gathered assembly, announcing that the Supreme Command has agreed to summon Commander Lin Feng back to the home planet, Blue Star, for a grand promotion and decoration ceremony as soon as the conflict in the Cracked Claw sector subsides. The preparations will adhere to the standards of the Federation's highest heroes. A collective gasp echoed in the conference room. The highest hero standards. This means that in the Federation's Parliament Hall on the home planet, the Speaker and the Supreme Commander will personally bestow the honors, broadcast live across the Federation. This is not only an unparalleled honor, but also a definitive stance that the Federation intends to firmly bind this formidable power to itself. I immediately urged the relevant departments to follow up. Carrack responded promptly, feeling both elated for Lin Feng and a tinge of concern. The taller the tree, the harder the wind will blow. Such high-profile promotion and honor will undoubtedly unite the hearts of the people, but will also thrust Lin Feng into the limelight, attracting more attention, jealousy, and even covert scheming. At the headquarters of the Tian Shu Star Group, Li Family Manor, Li Qingyun gazed at the brief report presented by his eldest son, Li Rue, regarding the achievements of Lin Feng's fleet in the Bloodclaw Galaxy, obscured by the military, along with an informal evaluation of Leo and his new ship girl, Zhen Yuan, who had performed excellently in battle. A broad smile could no longer be contained on his face. Good. Excellent. His booming laughter echoed in the study. I told you, my son Li Qingyun could never be inferior. Did you see that? Following Lin Feng, this battle was fought splendidly. He is worthy of my Li family's lineage. Li Rue watched his father's exuberance with a wry smile, saying, Father, the military holds Commander Lin Feng in high regard and is preparing for extensive promotion, planning to summon him back to the home planet for a higher rank after the war. My younger brother's experience in this fleet will indeed be highly beneficial for his future development. Naturally, Li Qingyun waved his hand. Instruct our contacts within the military and the parliament to support all proposals concerning Lin Feng wholeheartedly. Also, find an opportunity to subtly let my old friends know that my Leo is a core member of Lin Feng's fleet, and his fortress ship played a crucial role in the Bloodclaw campaign. He seemed to envision that at the upcoming grand ceremony, he would not only witness the legendary Commander Lin Feng in person, but also have the opportunity to showcase his seemingly inept yet extraordinarily fortunate younger son and the rare fortress ship, Zhen Yuan. With this thought, Li Qingyun's smile grew even brighter, illuminating the entire study. Chapter 202. The Corrupted Claw Inferno and the tumult of the rear. The scene in the Corrupted Claw Galaxy is even more grotesque than that of the Bloodclaw. Here, the stars seem to carry a hint of dying yellow, and the nebula dust presents an ominous purplish-brown hue. The three primary planets are entirely covered by thick, writhing purple fungal mats, resembling three massive, decaying fruits. In the void, the density of the Zerg biological ships is even higher. They no longer drift aimlessly, but instead exhibit a defensive encirclement, protecting the gigantic pulsating hive at the galaxy's center, comparable in size to a small planet. The Lin Feng fleet emerged from its jump state like a specter, appearing at the periphery of the galaxy's gravitational well, detecting high-intensity biological radar scans. The enemy has become aware of our presence. And Mo Huang's calm voice immediately resonated. The Zerg fleet within the galaxy is retracting towards the central hive, seemingly attempting to construct a defensive perimeter. Quick on the uptake, Lin Feng remarked as he arrived on the bridge of the star Xian, his gaze sternly surveying the holographic star map. It seems the annihilation of the Bloodclaw has taught them a lesson, but it is of no consequence. He swiftly issued commands. Mo Huang, deploy the Mirage C interference field to incapacitate their communications and coordination. The aircraft group will focus on targeting the Zerg fleet units attempting to regroup, particularly those capable of long-range delivery. Understood, Montag Huang replied, a slight smile gracing her lips as her fingertips tapped lightly. The Mirage C field silently expanded, plunging the entire Zerg network in the corrupted Claw galaxy into a chaotic din simultaneously. The winged armor plates of the Eternal Night Star class on both sides slid open, and an even larger swarm of aircraft surged forth than during the Bloodclaw encounter. This time, in addition to the conventional Ladybug and Beat Blade classes, dozens of elongated and sleek Qing Yuan class fast battleships, 48 kilometers in length, emerged from the deep hangars like loyal guards surrounding the carrier itself. Their 4 twin-mounted flame of the Abyss particle main gun turrets shimmering with dangerous light. Star Xian, Lin Feng turned to the eager, golden-haired girl beside him. Yes. Star Xian immediately puffed out her small chest. Your task is to break through head-on. Utilize the Star Dance system to cut through, while the Red Lotus Guard's secondary guns clear any obstacles along the way. Use the star-cutting annihilation spear to obliterate the core of that main hive. Lin Feng pointed to the pulsating giant target on the star map. Ensure the mission is accomplished. Star Xian excitedly responded, waving her small hand. Star Xian, advance. Star Dance system activated, all thrusters at full. The Crimson Giant ship surged forward with sudden acceleration, its elongated hull executing agile maneuvers that belied its massive size. Like an assassin performing a deadly dance in the starry void, effortlessly evading sparse interception fire and piercing directly towards the heart of the Zerg defenses. Now, Zhen Yuan will provide flank cover, constructing a defensive barrier to intercept any Zerg units attempting to approach Lingji. Received. Zhen Yuan, deploy the unyielding domain. Let those filthy bugs witness what a solid wall looks like. Liu shouted excitedly on the bridge of Zhen Yuan. As you command, young master, Zhen Yuan responded gently. The dark fortress ship's surface illuminated with dark golden patterns, and a shield as solid as a mountain expanded from its center, securely protecting the flanks and rear of Lingji. Countless Northern Star-class Guardian particle turrets adjusted their angles, locking onto the distant Zerg fleet that was stirring restlessly. Lingji, prepare the battlefield recovery array for activation, came the order. Understood. Lingji nodded vigorously, adjusting the resource collection arms and void siphon array. Poised like a ready scavenger, the battle erupted instantly. Mo Huang's aircraft swarm descended upon the contracting Zerg fleet like a whirlwind of death. The particle main guns of the Qing Yuan class fast battleships fired in unison, their power comparable to the main guns of the Tiger Che, instantly vaporizing several Zerg motherships that attempted to obstruct. The B-Blade class snipers precision-targeted various enemies from a distance. Star Xian surged through the swarm like a red lightning bolt. The incinerating storm formed by the Red Lotus Guard's secondary guns purified swathes of smaller Zerg ships that ventured too close. Her petite figure stood on the bridge, her gaze sharp, firmly locking onto the enormous hive in the distance. The Zerg hive seemed to sense the imminent threat, and its massive orifice opened wide, spewing forth a rain of biological projectiles and intercept spores, while thousands of suicidal Zerg locusts surged towards Star Xian like a tidal wave. Trivial insect tricks, Star Xian scoffed. Activate the Forge's closed defense systems to full power. Incendiary intercept missiles launch. In an instant, the hull of the Starry Radiance erupted with a multitude of pulse lasers and electromagnetic artillery, complemented by vertically launched intelligent interceptors, weaving an impenetrable net of death around the vessel, obliterating the oncoming tide of insects. It's about time. I'm done playing. The crisp voice of Starry Radiance carried a hint of suppressed excitement. At the bow of the ship, the 8-kilometer-long celestial annihilation spear began to coalesce a heart-stopping crimson glow as molten golden energy surged towards the muzzle like rivers converging into the sea. The space before the cannon twisted and collapsed violently, forming a fleeting void. There was no deafening roar, only a soul-chilling, low-frequency hum. A highly concentrated, nearly invisible dark red spiral beam of energy, akin to the silent fingertip of death, swiftly traversed the void and struck the core of the insect hive. As the structure of the insect hive in the corruption-clogged galaxy crumbled under the power of the celestial annihilation spear, the energy accumulated within triggered a chain annihilation. transforming into an ever-expanding cloud of stardust debris. Meanwhile, in the core star region of the Human Federation, the campaign promoting Lin Feng was in full swing. The Federation's largest official media outlet, the Voice of the Stars, aired a special report during prime time titled Light of the Frontier. Major Lin Feng and his indomitable fleet, simultaneously releasing it across major websites. Although the battle footage had undergone extensive blurring and editing, the grand silhouettes of the warships, the devastating flashes of artillery, primarily the simultaneous fire from Starry Radiance's secondary cannons and the distant annihilation of the hive, and the passionate voice of the commentator still generated a tremendous stir among the populace. Heroic Commander Lin Feng, the hope of the Federation. Such slogans began to circulate on the internet and among the masses. Lin Feng's school ID photo, taken during his freshman year of high school, showcasing a slightly naive and relaxed smile, was reprinted countless times, magnified, and became the idol of numerous young admirers. The forum of Panga Defense University was in a state of fervor. Former classmates eagerly posted reminiscing about their experiences of studying and training alongside Lin Feng, including tales of him once violating discipline by cleaning the toilets and engaging in water fights, as if having crossed paths with Lin Feng had become a badge of honor. That very restroom had once become an internal check-in spot for the students of Panga Defense University, with tens of thousands competing daily for the limited number of urinals and stalls. At that moment, Leo's sister, Lili, was busy fending off persistent inquiries from socialites and media, probing for news about both Lin Feng and Leo. She was unsure how they had learned that Leo was a member of Lin Feng's fleet. Maintaining a poised smile, she mentally chastised her father for the predicament. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Starry Horizon Group, Li Qingyun gazed at the reports about Lin Feng on the screen, and the mention of the valiant deeds of the Allied fortress ship brought an almost overflowing smile to his face. He had already begun to secretly strategize how to secure a prominent seat at the ceremony when Lin Feng returned to receive his commendation. Reveling in the glory as a family member of a close comrade, he had even envisioned which bespoke suit to wear and how to casually introduce his seemingly unremarkable son, Leo, to some influential officials and generals. Across the starry expanse, where the fires of war raged, in the rear star regions, a clamor erupted. Lin Feng's name was swiftly becoming a symbol of hope for humanity's resistance against the encroaching darkness. Yet, he remained blissfully unaware, commanding his ever-expanding monstrous fleet as it barreled toward the next insect stronghold, continuing his ruthless and efficient path of slaughter and vengeance. Chapter 203, The Culinary Atmosphere of Starry Radiance, Part 1. The dust of the Riven Spine nebula slowly swirled outside the panoramic windows of the Starry Radiance, resembling a frozen purple river of stars. Following a series of high-intensity strikes on the Blood Claw and Corruption Claw galaxies, Lin Feng ordered the fleet to take a brief respite. On the main screen of the bridge, the marker indicating the next target galaxy remained vivid red. Yet at this moment, the fleet relished a rare moment of tranquility amidst the chaos of battle. This tranquility, however, took on a tangible form and a hint of chaos in the private kitchen garden of the Starry Radiance's ecological kitchen area. Rather than a mere kitchen, the ecological kitchen was a culinary sanctuary where cutting-edge technology harmoniously merged with natural ecology. The spacious and brightly lit area was covered by a transparent energy dome, allowing one to gaze at a simulated azure sky and gentle sunlight. On one side, AI-controlled hydroponic farms were neatly arranged, flourishing with dewy green vegetables and vibrantly colored fruits. On the other side, a large ecological breeding garden housed a few pure white rabbits, leisurely munching on specially formulated hay. The air circulation system infused the space with the fragrance of plants and the earthy aroma of soil, creating a refreshing ambience. Yet, the atmosphere in the kitchen's core area contrasted starkly with the surrounding serenity. Standing at just 138 meters tall, the golden-haired girl, Starry Radiance, was perched on a specially designed floating platform, intently preparing a piece of alien beast meat that bore a marbled texture reminiscent of marble. Her delicate hands, usually adept at controlling the celestial annihilation spear to lock onto stars, now wielded a high-frequency molecular knife, slicing the meat into nearly translucent, wafer-thin pieces with astonishing speed. Her long golden twin tails, gathered into a single ponytail to avoid hindrance, still shimmered like flowing gold, gently swaying with her movements. 3 drops of Lingji, the blue crystal fruit extract from culture media number 3, into this sauce, quickly. Starry Radiance commanded without looking back, her tone crisp and decisive, reminiscent of the battlefield. Okay. Lingji, standing nearby, responded eagerly. dressed adorably in a green cross-stitched apron. Her light green hair made her appear like a tender sprout. She hurriedly maneuvered around a cooking station cluttered with various reagent bottles and precision instruments, carefully adding a few drops of liquid that emitted a ghostly blue glow into a bowl of sauce that was stirring automatically. As a maintenance ship girl, she possessed an innate affinity for operating precision instruments, but she still seemed a bit flustered in the kitchen. Temperature control unit set to 98. 7 of the standard boiling point to maintain a gentle simmer. Starry radiance continued to issue orders as a hemispherical energy cooker before her radiated enticing warmth, with a rich broth bubbling inside, releasing an appetizing aroma that tantalized the senses. Lingji quickly tapped on the control panel. Although her movements were somewhat clumsy, they were precise. Done, Sister Starry Radiance. Starry Radiance responded with a satisfied hum, her ice blue eyes scanning the floating holographic screens nearby, which displayed real-time data on the precise temperatures, ingredient ratios, and remaining cooking times of various dishes. Her private kitchen garden was not just an ecological garden. It was a highly automated and data-driven culinary laboratory. Just then, an incongruous note intruded upon the scene. The commander will surely love this nebula vortex egg tart. Look at this perfect spiral. The languidly enchanting voice of the diminutive figure, clad in a deep blue and gold modified uniform with a cartoon cat-patterned apron thrown over it, chimed in. She had somehow squeezed into the kitchen's core area, proudly holding an abstractly artistic pastry that she had just completed, her deep purple eyes shimmering with confidence and anticipation. However, before she could finish her sentence, perhaps too preoccupied with the artistic form to heed the laws of physics, her sky-high stiletto boots stumbled over a large celery that had fallen onto the floor. Oh no! A gentle exclamation escaped, causing M.O. Huang to stumble slightly. The starry vortex tart she held slipping from her grasp and tracing a perfect parabolic arc through the air before landing squarely atop the plate of crystal jelly that Xing Xian had just meticulously prepared, ready for its final seasoning. The exquisite, translucent jelly, reminiscent of a fine work of art, was utterly overwhelmed and crushed by the colorful, albeit now a messy amalgamation of the starry vortex. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Xing Xian slowly turned her head, gazing at the ruin of her painstaking half-hour's labor, then glanced at the culprit, M.O. Huang, whose face still bore a hint of innocence and charm. A tiny twitch appeared at her temple. Montak Feng. Xing Xian's voice was like the frigid wind sweeping across the Arctic tundra, laced with suppressed fury. You, immediately, leave. She extended her little hand, trembling with indignation, pointing toward the passage that connected the kitchen to the adjacent open-air dining area, her small face puffed up in anger. Sister Xing Xian, it was merely a minor mishap. M.O. Huang attempted to defend herself, an awkward smile plastered across her face. Get out. Xing Xian paid no heed, jumping down from the hovering platform and marching over to M.O. Huang, pushing against her waist with all her might, tried to expel the towering nuisance. The kitchen is a sacred place. Entry forbidden for those who cannot even distinguish between a molecular gastronomy machine and a plasma cannon. M.O. Huang was pushed back repeatedly, caught between laughter and tears. She truly knew nothing about cooking. Her battlefield lay among the vast cosmos and the command seat, not within this confined kitchen. All right. I'm going, M.O. Huang relented, raising her hands in surrender, allowing Xing Xian to push her to the threshold between the kitchen and the outdoor dining area. But dear Sister Xing Xian, your angry demeanor is so adorably charming that it makes me want to take a bite out of you, she added cheekily before departing, successfully reddening Xing Xian's cheeks. Go over there and watch videos on your terminal. Xing Xian huffed, pointing angrily at the dining table crafted from a single piece of warm white jade. Montak Fang Shulget. Elegantly, if one overlooked the cartoon apron she wore, making her way to the table, where she picked up Lin Feng's personal terminal. With her fingers gliding across the screen, she began browsing through the internal news of the Federation and certain special channels that piqued her interest. A faint smile playing upon her lips as if the earlier chaos had nothing to do with her. Order was finally restored in the kitchen. Xing Xian took a deep breath, patted her cheeks, and resumed her culinary battle. Ling Ji, meanwhile, let out a quiet sigh of relief, continuing to serve as a reliable assistant. However, this order did not last long. A voice, laced with mockery, echoed from the kitchen entrance. Oh, has there just been a galaxy-level kitchen disaster? Lin Feng leaned against the doorframe, sporting his signature lazy yet mischievous grin. He evidently had just returned from the large aquatic and swimming complex within the ecological garden, his hair slightly damp. Clad in a loose, short-sleeve shirt on top and beach shorts on the bottom, His gaze first landed on the fuming Xing Xian, then swept over the timid Ling Ji, who was doing her best to fade into the background, finally settling on the outdoor dining area where Mo Huang sat elegantly, crossing her legs and engrossed in her terminal. "Commander." Ling Ji was the first to notice him, calling out softly, her cheeks instantly flushing. Xing Xian looked up upon hearing the voice, and her previously taut expression softened slightly upon seeing Lin Feng, though her words remained sharp. "Humph. It, that foolish aircraft carrier who almost blew up my kitchen." Lin Feng chuckled as he entered the kitchen, naturally moving behind Xing Xian and wrapping his arms around her petite frame, resting his chin gently atop her golden hair that exuded a faint fruity scent. "You've worked hard, our little chef." His voice carried warmth, brushing against Xing Xian's sensitive ears. Xing Xian stiffened momentarily before melting into his embrace, though she maintained her stubborn demeanor. I know. Just don't disturb me while I'm cooking." Lin Feng chuckled softly, tightening his embrace, savoring the softness and warmth of the little girl in his arms. His hand wandered downwards, gently pressing against Xing Xian's flat tummy, feeling the delicate warmth of her skin through the thin fabric of her apron and uniform. "What delightful dishes is my star-class main gun operator preparing for her husband?" he whispered in her ear, his tone laden with intimacy. Xing Xian's ears flushed a visible shade of red, her neck tinged with pink. She symbolically struggled against him, but her efforts were so feeble they resembled a playful pout. "You're so annoying. Keep talking nonsense, and I'll blast you away with the secondary cannon." Though she spoke defiantly, she made no move to push him away. Instead, she instinctively leaned back, pressing closer into his embrace. Lin Feng chuckled softly, sensing the right moment to relent, allowing the proud little girl her space. He released her and turned his attention to Ling Ji, who was diligently preparing the blue crystal fruit. Upon seeing him approach, Ling Ji grew even more anxious, her small hands nervously clutching her clothing, her amber eyes wide and shimmering like a frightened fawn. Lin Feng reached out, gently pinching her chubby cheeks, the sensation delightful. "Our little doctor is helping out too. What a capable girl." His tone was filled with affection. "Commander." Ling Ji's voice was barely a whisper, her cheeks blushing crimson as she felt the warmth of his fingertips, her heart racing as though it might leap from her chest. She was utterly defenseless against such familiar gestures, each time feeling shy enough to want to shrink away, yet deep down longing for more. Leaning closer, Lin Feng whispered in her ear, "Come to my room tonight and help me with a full-body checkup. I feel like my core energy has been a bit off lately." The implications in his words were unmistakable. Steam seemed to rise from the top of Ling Ji's head, her ears turning completely red as she lowered her gaze, managing a barely audible After teasing the blushing repair ship girl, Lin Feng's gaze shifted back to Mo Huang in the outdoor dining area. She had already set her terminal aside, propping her chin on one hand, her deep purple eyes fixed intently on the interactions within the kitchen, a glimmer of amusement dancing in her gaze, as if she were watching an intriguing play unfold. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, signaling for her to come over. Mo Huang's lips curled into a subtle smile as she elegantly stood and sauntered over, her earlier embarrassment for being expelled completely forgotten, now exuding the poise of a queen surveying her domain. "Commander, what are your orders?" she inquired, nearly pressing herself against him, her tall frame complemented by her high heels, allowing her to meet Lin Feng's gaze directly. That cartoon apron seemed to enhance her unique charm rather than detract from it. Lin Feng reached out, wrapping his arm around her supple waist, drawing her closer. Mo Huang not only showed no resistance, but also draped her arm over his shoulder, her ample bosom brushing against his chest with a tantalizing hint of intimacy. "I heard you nearly blew up the kitchen." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, his other hand gently brushing a stray lock of hair from her forehead. "Just a minor strategic miscalculation." Mo Huang chuckled lightly, her breath fragrant as orchids. "Isn't it more lively to create a bit of chaos in the kitchen than to obliterate planets in the vastness of space?" Her fingertips subtly traced circles on Lin Feng's back, gliding across the fabric of his clothing. "It seems some aircraft carriers require a bit of basic life skills training," Lin Feng remarked, his grip firm yet gentle, feeling the remarkable elasticity and warmth beneath his fingers. Mo Huang let out a soft, seductive hum, her gaze growing more enchanting. "Would the commander be willing to personally take on the role of my training instructor? I promise to study very, very hard." The distance between them closed to the point where they could feel each other's breaths, the air thick with an intoxicating blend of violet perfume and the aromas of culinary delights, creating an atmosphere that was both tantalizing and irresistible. Cough. Xingxuan's intolerable cough shattered the enchanting atmosphere. She brandished a high-frequency molecular kitchen knife, its blade glinting ominously, although it was evident she would never truly strike. The murderous intent in her gaze was unmistakable. You too, if you wish to flirt, take it outside. Don't cause a disturbance in my kitchen. And you, Commander, if you continue to interrupt, you shall find no dinner awaiting you tonight. Lin Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter at the sight of Xingxuan's face, flushed with indignation, contrasted by Mo Huang, who was grinning like a mischievous cat in her arms, and Lingji, whose cheeks were reddening to the point of ripeness. This was his ship girl, his adjutant, his warmest and most genuine haven amidst the cold and cruel expanse of the stars. All right, our chef reigns supreme. Lin Feng released Mo Huang, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. I'll remain outside, eagerly anticipating Chef Xingxuan's masterpiece. He took Mo Huang, whose eyes still sparkled with mischief, and withdrew from the core of the kitchen, returning to the outdoor dining area. Mo Huang lazily settled back down, continuing to scroll through her terminal, though her gaze frequently drifted toward Lin Feng, brimming with unabashed desire. Lin Feng sat across from her, observing the bustling figures of Xingxuan and Lingji in the kitchen, listening to the comforting sizzle of ingredients on the energy stove, inhaling the increasingly rich aroma in the air, and savoring this rare warmth and clamor amidst the backdrop of war. This was one of the treasures he fought for, one of the things he yearned to protect. Chapter 205. The Culinary Charm of Xingxuan. Part 2. The ecological kitchen area of Xingxuan star level had transformed into a vibrant, independent microcosm. In the outdoor dining area, Lin Feng reclined leisurely on a comfortable sofa beside the dining table, observing the data reported by Vasily regarding the Stardust Iron Fist Legion's training with new equipment. While the reassuring sounds of kitchen bustle filled his ears, Mo Huang sat opposite him, the ethereal blue glow from her terminal illuminating her flawless profile. She appeared engrossed in a recent popular interstellar romantic drama, yet Lin Feng astutely noticed that her focus was not entirely on the plot. Instead, her gaze occasionally flitted toward Xingxuan's petite yet intensely focused figure in the kitchen, as well as Lingji, who followed closely like a little tail, a trace of gentleness flickering in her deep violet eyes. This commander, who commanded millions of carrier-based aircraft and could extinguish planets with a mere gesture, had momentarily sheathed her formidable aura and ferocity, resembling any ordinary partner awaiting a meal, relishing this rare moment of leisure. However, her occasional subtle gestures of licking her full, crimson lips and the unabashed glances she cast at Lin Feng still hinted at her smoldering passion. In the kitchen, Xingxuan's cooking had entered its final stages. Lingji, the number 7 sauce, drizzle it evenly over the grilled dragon ribs. Yes, perfectly covered. Xingxuan's voice remained crisp and commanding. She stood on a floating platform, making the final adjustments to a pot of thick soup that sparkled like a galaxy with flecks of silver. Her movements were precise and graceful, resembling not a cook, but a master conducting a delicate weapon calibration. Understood. Lingji carefully carried an energy container filled with an oddly fragrant sauce, following Xingxuan's instructions to drizzle it uniformly over the perfectly grilled ribs that exuded an enticing aroma. The sauce met the hot meat with a delightful sizzle, releasing a fragrant white mist infused with rich spices. Having completed the sauce, Lingji hurried to another prep station where several crystal jellies had cooled and set. These were swiftly recreated by Xingxuan after Mo Huang's earlier mischief. The translucent jelly encased tiny, luminescent edible spores resembling fragments of stars, refracting a dreamlike brilliance under the sunlight. Sister Xingxuan, can we plate the crystal jelly? Lingji inquired softly. Yes, use that white ceramic plate, and adorn each with a drop of moonlight dew. Xingxuan instructed without turning her head, simultaneously turning off the stove for the soup. The Starry healing soup is complete. As the final dish was finished, the myriad aromas in the kitchen reached a crescendo. The charred scent of meat, the rich essence of the soup, the refreshing aroma of stir-fried vegetables, and the complex fragrances of special sauces and exotic spices intertwined, crafting a symphony that was utterly mouth-watering. Xingxuan leaped off the floating platform, clapping her hands, surveying the array of dishes with a glimmer of satisfaction in her glacier blue eyes. She glanced at the control panel, then with a mere thought, the transparent energy barrier that had been erected to prevent the two seated on the sofa from causing further disturbances dissipated soundlessly. A large jade dining table, ample enough to accommodate a dozen diners, slowly ascended from the ground, its surface expanding into a microgravity plane suitable for arranging tableware. Dinner is served, Xingxuan declared brightly. her tone laced with undeniable pride. Lin Feng immediately cast aside his terminal, while Mo Huang elegantly shut down her drama. They both rose and made their way to the table. What followed was the exquisite process of serving from the three stunning ship girls. Lingji, like the most industrious little bee, darted back and forth with relatively light cold dishes and appetizers, her face radiating joy from completing her tasks and a hint of shyness at the prospect of praise. Xingxuan took charge of the main courses and the crucial plating, directing several floating platters to precisely position the grilled dragon ribs and stardust pan-seared cod at the center of the table. The angle and arrangement of each dish were flawlessly executed, akin to setting up a tactical formation. Mo Huang, in her languid grace, picked up a chilled bottle of sparkling nebula wine, emanating soft ripples of energy, and a few crystal glasses, strolling over to Lin Feng to pour him a glass. Her movements were exquisitely elegant, and as she leaned in, the revelation of her creamy, smooth skin and deep valleys became almost perilously close to Lin Feng's arm. "Commander, you've worked hard. Allow me to treat you to an aperitif," she purred, presenting the glass to Lin Feng's lips, her voice sweet as honey. Lin Feng sipped from the glass, the icy, effervescent liquid sliding down his throat, accompanied by an unusual fruity aroma and a mild energy stimulation that indeed invigorated his senses. He instinctively wrapped an arm around Mo Huang's waist, planting a gentle kiss on her smooth cheek. "You've worked hard too, even if you were a bit of a hindrance." And Mo Huang not only took no offense, but let out a delightful giggle, returning a kiss to the corner of his mouth, leaving a faint violet imprint and fragrance. "Hey, you two, it's time to eat." Xingxuan's dissatisfied voice rang out. She and Lingji had already taken their seats beside the head of the table, her small hands rhythmically tapping on the table, watching Lin Feng and Mo Huang's interaction, her lips pouting in discontent. Lin Feng chuckled, releasing Mo Huang as he moved to take his seat at the head of the table. Montauk Feng gracefully settled beside Lingzi. The dining table soon overflowed with an array of exquisite dishes. The enticingly colored meat ribs, the crystalline jellies, the rich soup that seemed to encapsulate the cosmos, and the verdant stir-fried vegetables. All the dishes were not merely a feast for the palate, but also a visual delight, fully embodying Xingxuan's relentless pursuit of culinary perfection and her understanding of Lin Feng's tastes. Lin Feng picked up his chopsticks and was the first to sample a piece of the grilled dragon ribs. The meat melted in his mouth, the outer layer crispy and fragrant, the interior succulent and juicy, the complex flavors of the special sauce bursting on his palate, accompanied by a gentle infusion of serene energy that brought him profound satisfaction. "Delicious," Lin Feng exclaimed, his eyes narrowing in bliss as he gave Xingxuan a thumbs up. "Xingxuan, your culinary skills are absolutely superior to your proficiency with the secondary cannons." Initially, Xingxuan had maintained a serious expression, but upon hearing Lin Feng's praise, her mood brightened significantly. However, what was that comparison in the latter half? Surely, one should not compare oneself to oneself. Was it a compliment or a slight? Yet, a rosy hue still bloomed upon her cheeks as she huffed and turned her head away, exclaiming, "Nonsense. This is the result of my meticulous calculations. Hurry, eat your meal." However, Lin Feng clearly discerned the fleeting glimmer of joy and pride in her eyes, accompanied by a hint of confusion. He nodded in satisfaction and took another sip of Xing Xian's so-called Starry healing soup. The broth was smooth and rich in flavors, with delicate silvery flecks that melted upon contact, offering a sense of mental solace and nourishment. "Lingji, you handled the spores in this soup, didn't you? The energy fusion is exceptionally gentle. Splendid work." "Really?" Lingji lifted her head, her large eyes sparkling with delight at the commander's affirmation, her small face radiating happiness. And Mo Huang, on the other hand, delicately picked up a piece of crystal jelly with her slender fingers, savoring it before casting an appreciative glance at Xing Xian. "Xing Xian, it seems you have channeled your precision in dealing with enemies into pleasing the commander's palate." Though her words sounded like a compliment, they carried an undercurrent reminiscent of the commander's earlier remarks. Xing Xian immediately bristled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "What do you mean by pleasing?" "This is merely the fundamental care a ship girl should show towards her commander, unlike certain individuals who merely create trouble." "Oh, fundamental care?" Mo Huang raised an eyebrow, a playful smile curling her lips. "Perhaps, as an elder sister, I should provide a more profound form of care for the commander in other aspects." Her foot gently grazed Lin Feng's calf beneath the table, her gaze laden with suggestive allure. Lin Feng, sensing the subtle tension and currents of intrigue swirling beneath the table, couldn't help but chuckle. He reached down, grasping both Xing Xian's small hand resting on his thigh and Mo Huang's restless foot. Xing Xian's hand quivered slightly, wanting to withdraw, but Lin Feng held it firmly, and though she glared at him, she ultimately relented, her small ears flushed crimson. Meanwhile, Mo Huang's foot playfully tickled the palm of Lin Feng's hand. Thus, the dinner unfolded in this delicate and fragrant atmosphere. Lin Feng relished the exquisite cuisine while enjoying the intimate interactions with the ship girls. At times, he would feed Lingji a dish she couldn't reach, help Xing Xian wipe away the sauce that accidentally smeared her mouth, or accept the wine offered by Mo Huang in her own cup. After the meal, Lingji began to obediently clear the table. Though most of the work was handled by the automated system, she insisted on personally overseeing some of the finer details. Xing Xian, however, remained in her seat, almost half leaning against Lin Feng, sipping her post-dinner sweet wine, a satisfied rosy flush adorning her cheeks as she occasionally exclaimed, "Delightful. Absolutely delightful." Mo Huang gently leaned against Lin Feng from the other side, her fingers tracing circles on his chest, her breath fragrant as she purred, "Commander, now that you're full, shouldn't we engage in some activities that aid digestion?" Her implication was unmistakable. Lin Feng gazed at the enchanting Mo Huang beside him, then glanced at the slightly tipsy Xing Xian who feigned indifference yet listened intently, and finally at Lingji, who was tidying up but occasionally cast furtive glances in their direction. A wave of warmth and contentment enveloped him. He embraced Mo Huang and whispered in her ear, "All right, but tonight, I have no intention of returning to the lounge." Xing Xian stiffened slightly, nearly losing her grip on the plate in Lingji's hands, and even Mo Huang displayed a hint of surprise, quickly morphing in a heightened interest. Lin Feng stood up and waved to Lingji. "Come, my ship girls." His smile bore a hint of mischief and undeniable tenderness. Tonight in this ecological garden, Xing Xian's face flushed even deeper from the effects of the alcohol, her neck turning pink as she stammered, "Why you? Who wants to go with you? If it's a matter of who fears whom, then bring it on." Lingji, blushing intensely, felt as though she might sink into the ground, yet under Lin Feng's encouraging gaze. She blushed even more and timidly approached. Mo Huang, grinning like a cat that had caught a fish, linked her arm with Lin Feng's, her deep purple eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. Chapter 206. The eerie vacuum of the Rending Claw star domain in the profound void of the Rending Claw star domain. The Lingji art class resembled a silent giant deity. Its colossal hull, interwoven with jade and white jade, floated serenely on the main screen of the bridge. The blue area representing the cleared star region steadily expanded, akin to ink droplets diffusing in clear water, slowly and resolutely encroaching upon the crimson zones denoting the Zerg's territory. Lin Feng reclined against the main command seat, his fingers unconsciously tapping the armrest as his gaze swept across the holographic star map, recently marked as purified, the Rending Spine Nebula. The haunting sight of Xing Xian's starfall annihilation spear piercing through the Zerg's main nest echoed in his mind. Yet at this moment, a subtle sense of dissonance burgeoned within his heart. "Commander," Mo Huang's graceful figure appeared at his side, her deep purple eyes reflecting a seriousness that contrasted sharply with her usual languid charm. "The preliminary analysis of the Rending Spine Nebula battle data is complete. Compared to the preceding Blood Claw and Corrupted Claw star systems, the total number of Zerg biological vessels in this region has decreased by approximately 37.4%. The number of large mother ships, Titan-class units, has diminished by about 50%, and the density and activity of the planetary surface mycelium blanket are also exhibiting a synchronized decline." Her fingertips danced in the air, bringing forth detailed comparative data charts. 3 curves representing the scale of Zerg forces in different star systems were clearly visible, each lower than the last, particularly the curve representing the Rending Spine Nebula, which exhibited a near-vertical drop. The decline exceeded the predictions made by conventional battle loss models and time accumulation effects. Mo Huang summarized, her tone steady. Yet the content was far from optimistic. "This cannot be entirely explained by our improved extermination efficiency." Seated beside her in the designated officer's chair, Xing Xian, nibbling on freshly baked cookies, immediately perked up, her glacier blue eyes filled with irritation. "What do you mean? The bugs are fewer? I was looking forward to using the annihilation spear to give the next big guy a proper greeting." She waved her small fists, her long golden twin tails swaying with her movements. "Have these filthy bugs grown afraid of me?" Lin Feng reached out, instinctively ruffling Xing Xian's hair, relishing the smoothness of her locks as he chuckled. "If they're afraid of you, that's a good thing. It saves you from constantly complaining about unemployment." He paused, his gaze returning to the star map, his expression sharpening. However, unusual occurrences often herald hidden threats. Mo Huang, expand the reconnaissance range, particularly deeper into the rending claw star domain. In those systems we have yet to mark. I want to ascertain whether this region of Zergs always had such a meager population or if they had vacated before our arrival. Understood. Mo Huang nodded slightly, her deep purple eyes flashing with streams of data as she mobilized an additional 30% of the Cicada-class reconnaissance fleet to execute broad-spectrum deep space scanning and long-range jump reconnaissance protocols. The Bai Feng-class electronic warfare mothership would simultaneously activate its illusionary C-force field deep detection mode to attempt to capture any abnormal gravitational fluctuations or spatial folds. At that moment, Lingji's soft voice drifted from behind, having just returned from the ecological garden with some fruit, her tone buoyant from completing her tasks. Commander, the resource recovery from the Rending Spine Nebula battlefield is nearly complete, and the usable alloys have been stored. However, the total amount recovered this time is about a quarter less than anticipated. Her voice carried a barely perceptible note of confusion, seemingly corroborating the findings ahead. It seems this is no mere illusion, Lin Feng murmured. He stood and approached the panoramic observation window. Outside, remnants of the Rending Spine Nebula, just after the battle, still shimmered with lingering energy and sporadic flashes of explosions. In the distance, the dark-hued hull of the Li Ao Zhun Yuan resembled an ancient mountain, steadfastly following the fleet's flank, its surface adorned with dark golden veins that shimmered with a steady luster under the starlight. Li Ao, are you aware of the situation? Lin Feng established a communication link with his friend. I heard it, old Lin. Leo's voice had subdued somewhat, a hint of levity replaced by seriousness. Have the insects diminished? Could it be that they sensed our presence and fled in fear? He chuckled lightly, but soon turned earnest again. On a serious note, this feels rather peculiar. I've discussed this with Jin Yuan and Hutch, and after our last battle, although the resistance from the insects was frenzied, it seemed as if they had lost their backbone. Their numbers were vast, yet there was a distinct lack of coordination. Jin Yuan's gentle voice interjected, like a mountain stream soothing Leo's mild agitation. Perhaps the young Master-S intuition is not mistaken. The insect race is not devoid of intelligence. Their collective consciousness must possess some strategic intent. Such a significant reduction in their forces could signify internal turmoil or a larger scheme requiring concentrated strength. Lin Feng paused contemplatively. A larger scheme? The image of that scoundrel Carlos flickered through his mind. This fellow had colluded with the insect race, acting in a mad and enigmatic manner. Was he up to something else? Regardless, vigilance was paramount. Lin Feng commanded, maintain the fleet in combat formation and jump to the next target at the edge of the Dark Claw Star system. Mo Huang, share reconnaissance data in real time. He turned to Xing Xian, the blonde lowly who was puffing her cheeks in discontent due to the lack of insects to battle, and teased, polish your main cannon. Perhaps the Dark Claw Star system conceals a big catch just waiting for you to reel it in. Upon hearing this, Xing Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded vigorously. Yes, Commander, rest assured. My extinction spear is always ready to pierce any bold creature that dares to show itself. She thumped her flat chest with a bravado that instantly dispelled her earlier gloom. Following Lin Feng's orders, the massive fleet readied itself for another jump. The engines of the 4 colossal ships began to emit a deep, resonant hum, warping the surrounding space into a blur. Lin Feng cast one last glance at the remnants of the Rift Spine Nebula, once teeming with countless insect units, now reduced to cold dust and shattered shells. The retreat of the swarm did not bring him relief. Instead, it loomed like an invisible shadow over his heart. In this vast and dark expanse of the cosmos, unseen enemies were far more perilous than those in sight. Chapter 207. The silence in the game of the Dark Claw Star system the moment the fleet emerged from the jump. The scene captured by the sensors elicited varied expressions among those on the bridge of the Lingji. The Dark Claw Star system, a prosperous system boasting 2 youthful stars, 3 gas giants, 3 terrestrial planets, and a metal-rich asteroid belt, now lay in an eerie stillness. The anticipated onslaught of insectoid ships, akin to a locust swarm, failed to materialize. In the sparse starfield, only a handful of small construction insect ships drifted aimlessly, their dull exteriors and sluggish movements resembling marionettes deprived of their strings. The brilliance of the 2 stars remained radiant, yet the reflection upon the 3 planets was not the familiar glimmer of writhing purple fungal carpets, but rather vast expanses of lifeless gray. Only near the polar regions or deep canyons could remnants of stubborn, albeit visibly inactive, fungal patches be spotted, akin to scars on the skin of a dying patient. Energy scans confirm Mo Huang's voice broke the silence on the bridge, tinged with a weighty solemnity. The intensity of the insect life signals within the system is a mere 15% of that in the blood claw star system, and no large biological structures are responding. No energy signatures of Titan-class motherships or large nests detected. Not again, Xing Xian cried in despair. Her petite form, sliding off her command chair to slump on the cold floor of the bridge, her long golden twin tails fanning out like a wilting sunflower. Where are the insects? My extinction spear is about to rust. Are they conspiring to hide from me? She pouted, shaking her tiny fists in frustration at the empty air. The long-awaited fears cannonade had devolved into this awkward emptiness, a torment for the battle-hungry Xing Xian. Lin Feng observed the lowly sprawled on the ground with a bemused expression. He approached, bending down to help her up. All right, Xing Xian, the decrease in insects is a good sign. It means our earlier strikes were effective. That's not good at all. Xing Xian swatted Lin Feng's hand away, not with force but with clear intent. She lifted her small face, her glacier blue eyes brimming with grievance and boredom. This is utterly pointless. I can't even find a decent target. Commander, I request to conduct shooting practice against that gas giant that looks the most unappealing. Lin Feng's lips twitched, hastily dismissing this dangerous and energy-wasting notion. Stop it. What did that gas giant ever do to you? He sighed in resignation, scanning the somewhat idle atmosphere on the bridge, his gaze landing on Lingji, who stood shyly nearby. Seemingly wanting to comfort Xing Xian, but unsure how to proceed. An idea flashed through his mind. Since we have time on our hands, Lin Feng said, a mischievous smile creeping on his face. Xing Xian, Lingji, how about we play cards? A game of dodiju, perhaps? Play cards? Xing Xian paused, her eyes suddenly alight with enthusiasm as she sprang back to her feet, instantly revitalized. Yes, but Commander, you better not regret it. I, the table terminator, am unbeatable on the bridge. She puffed out her chest with pride, as if she had found a new battlefield. Lingji, her cheeks slightly flushed, murmured, I don't really know how to play. No worries, I'll teach you, Lin Feng replied with a smile, gesturing for the logistics robot to bring a special deck of cards adorned with various starship designs. Soon, in one corner of the Lingji's bridge, a small table was set up, and the three gathered around it, presenting a stark contrast to the eerie silence of the star system outside. Call the landlord. Xing Xian clapped her small hands on the table, energetically claiming the landlord card. I'll take it slow, Lin Feng added leisurely. Lingji glanced at her scattered cards, hesitating before softly saying, I want to compete. The game commenced. Xing Xian played aggressively, mirroring her combat style, attempting to crush everything with overwhelming firepower while exclaiming, look at my 4-2s. No one wants them? Here comes a straight. Lin Feng countered her moves, skillfully dismantling her attacks with seemingly insignificant card combinations, occasionally setting traps that caught the eager Xing Xian off guard, evoking her exclamations of frustration. Although Lingji was inexperienced, she learned quickly and seemed to possess good fortune, occasionally drawing crucial cards. Under Lin Feng's subtle guidance, she managed to execute impressive plays, stealing glances at Lin Feng after each successful move, her face lighting up with joy upon receiving his encouraging gaze. Commander, you're cheating. Lingji, how could you assist him? After yet another round where Lin Feng and Lingji teamed up to overthrow her, Xing Xian huffed, huffing her cheeks like an irate kitten as she tossed her remaining cards onto the table. In this slightly relaxed atmosphere of the card game, Mo Huang's cool voice once again broke the tranquility, bearing news of a new discovery. Commander, I have detected something. Her projection appeared beside the card table, her deep purple eyes scanning Lin Feng, who was shuffling cards. Beneath the Arctic ice cap of the third planet, codenamed Dark Claw 3, weak, non-insect standard energy readings have been detected. The signals are extremely faint and intermittent, seemingly shielded by some kind of force field or on the verge of depletion. The energy characteristics bear less than 3% similarity to the unknown presence residuals from Carlos's laboratory, but appear older and more chaotic. Lin Feng's hands paused mid-shuffle. Carlos? It was indeed related to him. Can we analyze the signal content or determine its origin? He inquired, his tone reverting to its usual steadiness. The signal was too weak and the encryption method unknown, rendering direct content analysis impossible. Mo Huang shook her head, but it was evident that the source of the signal resided within a natural cave system approximately 5 kilometers beneath the ice cap. Surrounding it were traces of high concentrations of biological tissue degradation, suggesting remnants of a small research station or communication relay belonging to the insectoid species, now thoroughly abandoned and destroyed. a location forsaken by the insectoids, potentially harboring clues related to Carlos. Lin Feng set down the cards in his hand and pondered for a moment. Captain Vasily. Lin Feng connected with the ground forces commander. Commander, please advise. Vasily's calm voice immediately responded. Deploy the two most elite armored assault companies, equipped with heavy detection and demolition equipment, aboard Termite-class landing craft, escorted by Locust-class aircraft, to the designated coordinates for reconnaissance on Dark Claw 3's Arctic region. Mission priority: collect all suspicious energy signal sources, data storage devices, and biological tissue samples. Be wary of any automated defense systems or unknown biological contaminants. Upon detecting uncontrollable risks, evacuate immediately and call for orbital fire support. Understood, sir. Vasily promptly acknowledged the order. Once the communication ended, Lin Feng resumed his game, glancing at the sulking Xing Xian, who was pouting, and the Ling Ji beside her, peeling an orange. All right, Lady Landlord. Lin Feng smiled, taking a bite of the orange Ling Ji offered and playing a card. It's your turn to play. Don't forget, at the card table, I can still adjudicate. Xing Xian's attention was instantly drawn back, and with a defiant huff, she re-engaged in the game. Oof. Just watch how I turn the tables this round. However, Lin Feng's peripheral gaze remained fixated on the faint signal point marked on the main screen. The anomalous retreat of the swarm, the abandoned outpost, and the tenuous signal connected to Carlos. Beneath the silence of this star domain, the undercurrent seemed more profound than anticipated. While distractedly playing cards with the two ship girls, he contemplated. Perhaps, the end-time machinery had begun to exert its influence, encroaching upon the insectoid's core, star domain. Chapter 208, Ice Prison Stealth, Part 1. In the iron and blood combined warfare zone of the Mo Huang Eternal Night Star Curtain class colossal vessel. This was a crucible of steel, discipline, and might, where 600,000 soldiers of the Stardust Iron Fist Legion lived, trained, and stood ready. Deep within the combat zone, in a tactical briefing room surrounded by holographic topographical maps, Lieutenant Andrei Vasilyevic stood like a mountain. This burly figure, as formidable as a bear and as resolute as the Siberian permafrost, was the former commander of the Federal Broken Blade Titan Mecha Squad. Although his insignia still bore the rank of lieutenant, his ground command capabilities and Lin Feng's absolute trust had rendered him the soul of this vast ground force. Before him stood the assembled members of two meticulously selected companies. These two units, designated the 7th Assault Company of the Icefield Wolves, Northwind Wolves, and the 4th Reconnaissance Company of the Iron Shield, Ghost Eye, were recognized as the spearheads of the Legion. Each member of these companies was a battle-hardened veteran, having clawed their way up from mountains of corpses with an average nucleus chi level reaching LV-15, mastering the control of their powered armor and mechs to an extraordinary degree. The two company commanders, Sergeant Kamila Ivanova and Sergeant Zhao Yan, were seasoned warriors, their gazes sharp as hawks. Soldiers, Vasily's voice was not loud, yet it struck each heart like a hammer. The Mo Huang is currently navigating the fringes of the Dark Claw system. This system is unsettlingly quiet. Behind him, a massive holographic star map illuminated, focusing on the Arctic region of the third planet, Dark Claw 3, covered by a thick ice cap. A faint, flickering energy signal was highlighted. Several hours ago, the reconnaissance drones of Lord Mo Huang detected this signal 5 kilometers beneath the ice. Vasily indicated the signal point. The energy characteristics are weak, the encryption method unknown, and a comparison with the database reveals less than 3% similarity to the unknown entities previously found in Carlos's laboratory. The area bears numerous signs of biological tissue degradation from the insectoids, resembling a hastily abandoned and destroyed research station or communication node. The commander's directive is clear. Ascertain the source of the signal and collect all suspicious samples. We need to understand what the insectoids were researching here, why they abandoned it, and whether this signal is linked to Carlos's madness. Vasily's gaze swept over the armored faces of each warrior. This is not a frontal assault, but a precise reconnaissance. However, remember, beneath the silence often lurks the deadliest of serpents. Any complacency may etch your names into the Legion's monument. Task allocation: Northwind Wolves Company, responsible for frontal infiltration, area clearance, and sample acquisition. Ghost Eye Company, responsible for perimeter vigilance, signal relay, and environmental monitoring. You will board Termite-class landing craft, executing assault landings under the escort of Locust-class aircraft. Kamila, Zhao Yin, Vasily turned to the two sergeants. Mission details have been transmitted to your tactical data links. Remember, efficiency is paramount, risks are manageable. Upon discovering uncontrollable threats, immediately call for orbital support. Lord Xingxian's secondary cannon will be more than willing to cleanse the area for you. Of course, failing to gather sufficient information before calling for orbital support also signifies mission failure, as Lord Xingxian's single secondary cannon could obliterate an entire continent. Do you understand? For humanity. For the commander. The two sergeants replied in unison. The soldiers behind them pounded their chests in a muffled, unified rhythm, replacing shouts with a silent yet resolute battle roar unique to the Stardust Iron Fist. Half an hour later, a Termite-class landing craft, escorted by several Locust-class interceptors and Moth-class defensive gunboats, departed from the enormous hangar of the Mo Huang, akin to a cascade of falling meteors, unhesitatingly rushing toward the gray-white planet below. The Arctic of Dark Claw 3 was a life-restricted zone. The eternal ice field stretched to the horizon, with fierce winds whipping up ice crystals, forming a milky white mist, drastically reducing visibility. The thin atmosphere could only faintly transmit sound, enveloped in a silence that resonated with bone-chilling cold. Yet, for the Stardust warriors sealed within their dragon-tooth-powered armor or larger mechs, this cold was merely a number on their tactical panels requiring slight attention. The 300-meter-long landing craft violently tore through the thin atmosphere, the friction between the hull and the air generating high temperatures that instantly vaporized the ice crystals clinging to it, creating a spectacular tail. The termite landing craft did not opt for a direct plunge through the ice, but, at several hundred meters above the surface, employed retro-thrust engines to execute an emergency stop. Finally hovering 50 meters above the ground before its side hatch thunderously opened. Northwind Wolves, advance! Sergeant Camilla Ivanova's calm voice resonated through the company channel. She herself resembled a silver-gray war deity, leaping first from the landing craft, her back thrusters emitting a ghostly blue ion stream, countering the momentum of her descent, allowing her to land steadily on the solid ice. Her dragon-tooth-powered armor, having undergone modifications, appeared even bulkier, with a roaring wolf emblem painted on her shoulder plates. And the desolate heavy assault rifle mounted on her arm was primed for activation. Following closely, an entire company of dragon-tooth-powered armor soldiers descended with precision, expanding rapidly upon landing to form a circular defensive formation. Their armor was primarily adorned with gray-white camouflage suited for the ice field environment, yet on their shoulder pads or helmets, each bore the wolf emblem representing the Northwind Wolves Company. They moved swiftly, in perfect unity, silently occupying advantageous positions, their gun barrels trained on potential threats from all directions. Almost simultaneously, the soldiers of Ghost Eye Company leaped down as well. In contrast to the Northwind Wolves' heavy assault style, the soldiers of Ghost Eye Company sported lighter, more agile armor modifications, with more complex sensor arrays. They swiftly erected portable ground scanning radar, long-range motion sensors, and large communication relay antennas. Several four-legged reconnaissance robots, known as stalkers, were deployed, silently gliding into the icy mist like true phantoms, beginning to extend their vigilance. Sergeant Zhao Yin personally operated a multi-functional detection platform, initiating a profound scan of the ice layer. Sergeant, confirming the signal source depth, 782 meters. The ice structure is stable, yet there are numerous unnatural cavities present. A trace of biological tissue residual signals has been detected, aligning with the standard signals of the Zerg, but with almost zero activity, reported a technician. Locate the entrance, commanded Camilla, her voice cold and metallic as it filtered through her armor. To the northeast, 7 kilometers away, a large artificial crevice has been discovered. Thermal scans indicate a faint energy leak at the bottom, suspected to be a vent or maintenance passage, Zhao Yin quickly relayed. All units, focus on the target crevice. Maintain vigilance and formation. Ghost Eyes responsible for the flanks and rear, Camilla ordered without hesitation. The iron tide surged once more, leaving deep imprints on the desolate ice field. The anti-slip mechanisms of the powered armor's feet, combined with flight thrusters and attitude adjusters, enabled them to adeptly navigate the treacherous ice surfaces. Soon, a massive chasm, 300 meters wide and seemingly cleaved by an invisible giant axe, came into view. The edges of the chasm were too smooth to be naturally formed, descending into an abyss that appeared to devour light. The Northwind Wolves moved ahead, and Ghost Eye established an elevated support point. Camilla gestured, leading the descent along the steep ice wall, with her thrusters providing fine adjustments. The soldiers followed suit, their movements precise and swift. The bottom of the chasm was wider than anticipated, with an even lower temperature, and the ice walls were adorned with peculiar, vein-like purple crystalline remnants. Beneath a relatively flat ice wall, a circular hatch, clearly made of alloy and partially buried under thick layers of ice, was exposed. The edges of the hatch bore signs of violent damage, with traces of Zerg acidic corrosion at the cuts. Yet the hatch itself seemed structurally intact. This is it. Camilla approached the hatch, brushing away the frost on its surface to reveal a dull metallic sheen and indistinct alien script beneath. Technical team, attempt non-destructive entry. The rest of you, establish a temporary defensive line. 2 technicians equipped with breaching tools stepped forward, employing precise laser cutters and decoders to tackle the sturdy hatch. As time trickled by, only the faint hum of the cutting devices and the eternal wind across the ice field, transmitted through vibration sensors, accompanied them. Suddenly, the soldiers of Ghost Eye, tasked with perimeter security, sounded an alarm. Report. Motion sensors detected abnormal vibrations. Source, beneath the ice layer. Multiple targets. Speed high. Almost simultaneously with the alarm, the ice beneath their feet trembled violently. Crack. Boom. The hard ice shattered explosively, and several figures, over 80 meters long and covered in white chitinous shells, erupted forth, emanating a bone-chilling cold and lethal intent as they lunged towards the nearest stardust warrior. These creatures resembled enlarged versions of burrowing worms, yet their shells blended almost seamlessly with the ice, their mandibles resembling whirling diamond drill bits, radiating a ghostly blue light. Their appearance was utterly unheralded, and their assault was devastatingly swift. Enemy attack. Mutated burrowers. Free fire. Camilla's roar erupted through the channel, her heavy assault rifle, the exterminator, unleashing deadly pulse beams. Combat erupted instantaneously at the entrance of this frozen tomb. Maintain formation. Crossfire. Team A suppress the left flank. Team B concentrate fire on the larger one. The voice of Sergeant Camilla Ivanova resonated through the communication channel, cool and composed as the ice plains themselves, quelling the brief chaos of the initial ambush. The seasoned veterans of the Stardust Iron Fist Legion instinctively reacted the moment the burrowers erupted from the ice. Pulse beams and magnetic railgun rounds rained down upon the leading white burrowers like a searing iron comb. The mutated burrowers' shells, evidently evolved for resilience, withstood these low-output energy weapons and small kinetic projectiles well. The scorching beams left charred marks upon them, but failed to penetrate immediately. However, they underestimated the firepower density and precision of the Stardust warriors, enhanced by Dragon Tooth power armor. Switch to armor-piercing rounds. Aim for the joints and mandibles. A squad leader's command was concise, yet powerful. The warriors swiftly changed their ammunition, specialized alloy armor-piercing rounds howling through the air, accurately penetrating the joint connections of the burrowers or their frantically spinning mandibles. Blue, acrid-smelling blood and shell fragments splattered in all directions. A particularly massive burrower had just raised its front half, attempting to smash a soldier with its diamond-like mandibles, when 3 simultaneous armor-piercing rounds shattered its head. Its colossal form crashed heavily onto the ice, stirring up clouds of icy dust. Ghost Eye reports no enemy activity from other directions. The vibration source is concentrated directly below you. Caution, there may be more to come. Sergeant Zhao Yan's voice echoed from above the chasm, issuing a warning. Before his words could fully dissipate, the ice trembled violently again, and more white burrowers burst forth from various angles. They seemed to possess a coordinated tactic, no longer charging blindly, but attempting to utilize their numerical advantage to encircle and divide the assault squad. Dream on, Camilla scoffed, her shoulder armor flicking open as twin-mounted Hornet micromissiles soared out with a trail of white smoke, accurately drilling into the ice holes just breached by 2 burrowers. Boom! Boom! The muffled explosions resonated from beneath the ice, accompanied by the shattering of shells and the dying shrieks of the creatures, causing the ice surface in those spots to collapse, leaving no new enemies emerging. Technical team, how much longer? She shouted, firing at the advancing insects without turning her head. The hatch structure is more complex than anticipated. There are energy locks inside. Give us 30 seconds. The technician's voice was tinged with urgency, yet their hands remained steady, the decoder's indicator lights flashing frantically. We don't have 30 seconds. Team C, prepare explosives. Blow it open, Camilla decisively commanded. Remaining in the open would only make them targets for the elusive burrowers. Several soldiers swiftly retrieved high-energy polymer explosives from their tactical mounts, braving the onslaught of the Zerg as they dashed to the hatch, skillfully affixing the explosives to the previously laser-cut weak points and door hinges. Explosive preparation. Everyone take cover. The soldiers quickly retracted, seeking ice formations or the shields of their comrades for protection. Boom! A far more violent explosion erupted, shattering the alloy hatch along with large sections of surrounding ice, revealing a deep, downward-tilting dark passage. A cold air, mingled with the scent of decayed biological matter and some strange chemical agents, surged forth from the entrance. The entrance is open. North wind wolves, alternate cover, enter the passage. Ghost eyes suppress around the entrance, ensure the retreat. Camilla was the first to surge from behind cover, her rifle sweeping for potential threats within the passage, unhesitatingly stepping into the darkness. The interior of the passage was wider than anticipated, enough to accommodate several light assault mech side by side. The walls were composed of some dark, non-metallic, non-rock material, coated with dried slime and remnants of the Zerg-S biological tubing. Yet many areas displayed signs of damage and tearing, as if having undergone an internal upheaval. Faint light emanated from deep within the passage, growing increasingly distinct alongside an eerie energy signal. The warriors advanced steadily in a standard close combat formation, their armored boots squelching against the slick ground, emitting a muted thud. The helmet sensors of their powered armor switched to low-light and thermal imaging modes, casting a vivid projection of the surrounding environment onto the visor's display. They passed by several side chambers, littered with shattered cultivation tanks, severed tendrils, and unrecognizable remnants of instruments. Some walls bore the remnants of fierce claw marks and scorched imprints from energy weapons. This place resembled not a functioning base, but rather the scene of a horrific massacre. One soldier murmured into the channel, his sensors detecting the remains of what appeared to be a researcher, torn asunder by some immense force, now grotesquely transformed into a Tyranid form. Clearly, this entity had undergone some unfathomable experimentation, frozen in a viscous, ice-blue slime. Camilla offered no response, but her vigilance surged to its zenith. Was there infighting among the Tyranids? Or had something else purged this location? The team pressed deeper. The corridor began to slope downward, the temperature slightly rising, yet the eerie energy fluctuations intensified, even causing minor static interference with the soldiers' armor communications. Finally, at the end of the corridor, an immense circular space emerged. At the center stood a bizarre apparatus, composed of countless entwined biotic conduits and crystalline structures, resembling some sinister altar. Suspended at the core was an irregular crystal, about the height of a person, pulsating with an eerie blue luminescence. That faint signal source emanated from this very crystal. Surrounding the altar were more remnants of Tyranids and researchers, frozen in various postures of death. Positioned directly in front of the altar was a relatively intact humanoid Tyranid corpse, draped in tattered researcher-S robes. One of its forelimbs was pressed firmly against the control node at the base of the altar, as if it had activated something in its final moments. Target confirmed. Camilla gestured, and the warriors swiftly dispersed to occupy advantageous positions within the chamber, their weapons trained on the still pulsating crystal and the surrounding shadows. Technical team advanced to collect samples. Beware of energy radiation. Team B, cover them. Team C, secure the entrance and all ventilation ducts. She calmly delegated tasks. Two technical soldiers cautiously approached, retrieving specialized energy shielding containers and sampling tools as they moved towards the eerie blue crystal. Meanwhile, another group of warriors began rapid scans and sample collection of the surrounding debris and environment. Just as the technical soldiers made contact with the crystal, a sudden hum erupted. It did not emanate from the crystal itself, but from the previously frozen entities deemed as mere remains. A north wind wolf warrior, scanning the claw marks on the wall, suddenly received a sharp yet brief alarm from his powered armor's close-range biosensors, which then failed. Before he could investigate, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a Tyranid researcher-S corpse prostrate on the ground, half of its body frozen to the surface. Its contorted fingers, covered in shattered chitin and frost, twitched violently. It was not the wind nor ice cracking. It was a spasm, an action belonging to a living creature. Wait, the warrior growled, instantly redirecting his weapon towards the corpse. His warning had barely escaped his lips when it was as if an invisible switch had been flipped. Crackle, crackle. The sound of shattering ice echoed ominously from every corner of the circular chamber, like a countdown to death. Those Tyranid researcher remains, previously frozen in various rigid postures at their moment of demise, leaned against the walls, heads grotesquely tilted. Some collapsed atop instruments, their backs pierced. Others were left as mere halves of their bodies, frozen in purple slime, their icy surfaces rapidly cracking and peeling away. Then, a more spine-chilling sight unfolded. A researcher-S corpse, closest to the technical soldiers and kneeling, suddenly ignited with two weak yet stubborn points of blue light in its deeply sunken eye sockets, which had previously been dull and lifeless. That glow subtly synchronized with the pulsing frequency of the central crystal. Its head emitted a nauseating creak, the sound of vertebrae grinding, as it slowly turned, frame by frame, locking its fiery blue gaze onto the technical soldier in contact with the crystal. The broken, slime-covered mandibles opened and closed slightly, soundless, yet exuding an intangible, chilling malice, as if tangible tendrils instantly seized the hearts of all present. Fall back. All units retreat. Keep away from those corpses. Sergeant Camilla Ivanova's commanding voice thundered through the channel, imbued with unprecedented gravity and a barely perceptible chill. Her Devastator rifle was now firmly aimed at the corpse that had just opened its eyes, her finger poised on the trigger, ready to unleash. The actions of all warriors halted instantaneously. Trained to retreat, they formed a defensive perimeter, weapons collectively trained on the awakening remains surrounding them. The technical soldiers also jerked their hands back, aghast at the incomprehensible spectacle before them. Silence, an oppressive silence, enveloped the space, punctuated only by the rhythmic humming of the crystal and the increasingly dense, clearer sounds of cracking ice, accompanied by a dry, grinding noise reminiscent of rusted joints being forced to move. More corpses began to stir. Some propped themselves up with twisted limbs, attempting to extricate themselves from their icy entrapment. Others clawed uselessly at the ground, leaving deep gouges. Yet all exhibited the same ominous blue flame flickering to life in their hollow or damaged eye sockets. They did not immediately attack or defend themselves. They merely awakened. This languid and eerie progression was far more suffocating than a direct assault. Were they puppets controlled by the crystal's energy? Some unknown parasitic entity? Or had they never truly perished? Sergeant, they seemed to. A young warrior's voice trembled through the channel, the sight before him challenging all his past combat perceptions. Camilla's face, hidden beneath her visor, turned ashen. She fixed her gaze upon the first resurrected researcher's corpse, watching as it slowly raised an arm, cloaked in a mixture of shredded robes and chitin, pointing not at the technical soldiers, but towards the entrance of the chamber. The very path they had traversed. Its mandibles opened and closed again, this time emitting a distorted, low whisper, as though from the abyss, mingled with biological wails and electronic static, forcing its way into every ear present, carrying a chilling resonance that sent shivers down their spines. The passage is sealed. The offerings are insufficient. Chapter 210. Pursued in the ice prison on the bridge of the Lingji Ark-class vessel. A corner of the main screen displayed real-time combat footage from beneath the Arctic ice of Darklaw 3. The image trembled violently due to intense energy interference and the rapid movements of the powered armor's cameras, interspersed with the dazzling flare of pulse weapons and the splintering of ice. Lin Feng leaned slightly forward, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the armrest of the command seat, his gaze fixed on the twisted entities that had awakened from their frozen demise. Xing Xian leaned over the back of his chair, her petite nose nearly touching his head. Her glacial blue eyes, once devoid of interest, now sparkled with keen curiosity and a hint of subtle caution. Ling Ji anxiously clutched the hem of her clothing, her amber eyes filled with concern. They are not alive. Mo Huang's cold voice resonated in the bridge, having appeared at Lin Feng's side unbeknownst to him. Streams of data cascaded like a waterfall in her deep purple eyes, revealing zero life signals and no normal biological energy cycles within them. They're the forcibly driven echoes of puppets, their cores embedded with fragments of an eerie blue crystal in their chests. In the scene, Sergeant Camilla's roar pierces through the cacophony of communications. Aim for the chest crystal. That is their energy source and weakness. Team A, provide fire coverage. Team B, protect the tech team's retreat. The warriors of the Northwind Wolf Company displayed astounding tactical acumen and fire control abilities, despite the initial bizarre spectacle causing a shock. Under clear orders, the concentrated pulse beams and armor-piercing rounds struck with surgical precision at the chests of those stumbling or suddenly lunging puppets. Splat! Crack! The eerie blue crystals shattered under the saturation of attacks, erupting into small bursts of cold energy ripples. The puppets, their cores destroyed, fell lifelessly to the ground like marionettes with severed strings, their blue flames extinguished. However, the numbers seemed to far exceed expectations, and their movement patterns were exceedingly bizarre. Some were rigid and slow, while others moved with ghostly speed, even utilizing ice walls for unexpected refractive assaults. Even more troubling, the eerie blue energy splattered upon their destruction appeared to possess a corrosive quality, inflicting a slow, ongoing erosion on the joints and sensors of the powered armor. Commander. Their energy characteristics are derived from the central crystal, but with diminished and unstable intensity. Mo Huang continued her analysis. The repeated offerings from their mouths are insufficient. The closure of the channel is not mere ramblings. This is an inefficient yet exceedingly clandestine method of interdimensional information transmission. They themselves are a living antenna array maintaining communication between this abandoned site and an unknown entity. An antenna? Xing Xian tilted her head, her golden ponytail sweeping across Lin Feng's shoulder. Using these grotesque beings as antennas? How disgusting. Ignoring Xing Xian's disdain, Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. So, destroying them might disrupt this communication? In theory, yes, Commander, Mo Huang confirmed, but it is merely a superficial remedy. The signal source remains that primary crystal. Just then, the battlefield situation took a dramatic turn. A warrior from the North Wind Wolf Company, whose armor's leg joint had been severely eroded by the energy from the previously destroyed puppet, experienced a half-second delay in movement. In that brief moment, 3 puppets, emerging rapidly from the icy depths, seized the opportunity and lunged fiercely. Ivan! A comrade's exclamation rang out as the warrior, known as Ivan, was violently knocked to the ground. The heavy-powered armor grinding against the ice with a piercing sound. 2 puppets twisted their limbs to tightly restrain his arms and torso, while the third raised a sharp, ice crystal-covered bone claw, thrusting it toward the connection between his helmet and chest armor. "Get off me!" Ivan roared, struggling. But the eroded joints and multiple restraints made it difficult for him to exert force. In a moment of dire urgency, a resolute glint flashed in his eyes beneath the visor. For the commander, for humanity, the channel crackled with his final electrified shout. In the next instant, a highly unstable wave of silent core energy, far exceeding the conventional output limits of powered armor, erupted violently from within him. Buzz! A blinding white light instantly engulfed the area, the violent shockwave of the explosion forcing Camila, several dozen meters away, to lower her center of gravity. The ice was blown apart, creating a crater over 10 meters in diameter, and the 3 puppets, along with the warrior Ivan, were reduced to mere dust in that self-destructive release of energy. As the echoes of the explosion began to fade, Camila's voice rang out, filled with fury and sorrow. "Eliminate the remaining targets. Quickly." However, this tragic self-detonation revealed an unexpected discovery. "Camila," Zhao Yan's voice called from above the chasm, laced with incredulity and urgency. Below the explosion site, the ice and rock have been breached. There is something down there. A massive biological structure reaction. Energy readings are extremely high, and they are rapidly declining. Everyone's gaze immediately shifted to the newly formed pit. The bottom was not a solid rock bed, but a shattered, dark red fleshy structure resembling the innards of some colossal creature. These tissues seemed to bizarrely merge with the rock, their surfaces covered with large, pulsating, eerie blue energy conduits. Yet, at that moment, many conduits had already ruptured, spewing forth cold energy slurry. Camila rushed to the edge of the pit, peering down. Mo Huang's eyes flickered, her tone imbued with unprecedented gravity. "Commander, I detect the remains of this large biological engineering structure. The energy circuit style confirms a lineage with the technology used by Carlos in the Gorgon I laboratory. Its core energy signature retains Carlos's personal silent core imprint. A living transmission organ?" Lin Feng squinted, realizing it was hidden in such a location. "It seems his endeavors here are more monumental than we had anticipated." Xing Xian leaned closer, her small face brimming with excitement. "Commander, now we have a big target to strike. Let me give it a thorough blast with the main cannon." Lin Feng did not respond immediately. He gazed at the bizarre and enormous biological organ remains on the screen, along with the still sporadically moving echo puppets. And his foreboding sense grew stronger. Carlos had not only employed the insectoid species, but seemed to be conducting some perilous experiments involving interdimensional spaces here. And what purpose did this hastily abandoned and ravaged site, along with these puppets serving as antennas, serve in contacting something? Or, perhaps, in preventing something from being contacted? Vasily. Lin Feng connected to the ground command's communication, his tone calm, yet undeniably authoritative. "Expand the defensive perimeter and secure that chasm." Montauk Feng immediately analyzed the structure and residual data of that transmission organ's remains. "I need to know what Carlos was doing here." Lingji, prepare the highest level of biological isolation and energy suppression protocols. There may be unknown risks. Xing Xian, he finally looked at the eager young girl beside him. Keep your main cannon at the ready, but the target may not be this planet. Xing Xian paused for a moment. Then, as if realizing something, her eyes widened, and she nodded vigorously. Understood. You mean those things that might come through from the other side of the passage, right? Lin Feng neither confirmed nor denied, merely shifting his gaze back to the main screen. Beneath the icy prison, it seemed a mere corner of the veil had been lifted, and lurking in the shadows was perhaps an even more unfathomable threat than the tide of insectoids. Chapter 211. Carlos's echoes in the high-security analysis room of the deep hangar of the Eternal Night Star. A massive holographic projection screen displayed a dazzlingly rapid stream of fragmented and chaotic data extracted from the remains of the Dark Claw 3 underground transmission organ. This data appeared to have been violently torn apart by some force, interspersed with a plethora of meaningless noise and distorted image fragments. Mo Huang stood before the projection screen, her black hair cascading like a waterfall, her deep purple eyes entirely consumed by the flowing binary code. Her fingertips danced in the void, her powerful computational prowess as a carrier vessel meticulously combing through the incomplete information. Lin Feng stood beside her, with Xing Xian and Lingji also present in the analysis room. Even Leo had been temporarily granted access to the projection communication, his virtual form appearing both tense and curious. The data was severely corrupted, especially the segments pertaining to core experimental records, which seemed to have been deliberately purged. Montauk Feng murmured softly, her movements quickening, yet some fragments are too intense to be completely erased. Suddenly, the rolling data stream came to an abrupt halt, and a relatively clear, albeit snow-filled, log image was forcibly extracted and magnified. The face of Carlos appeared on the screen, unlike the cunning, sinister Black Star Commander Lin Feng had seen in the Federal Archives. This version of Carlos appeared exceptionally deranged. His once neatly combed hair now lay in disarray, his deep-set eyes revealing bloodshot pupils that shimmered with an almost religious fervor. Clad in a research robe stained with filth, the backdrop appeared to be a makeshift laboratory, cluttered with a haphazard amalgamation of Zerg biological matter and advanced technological apparatus. It worked. I knew it, Carlos exclaimed, his voice sharp and distorted with excitement. The conventional resonance of the Void Core cannot reach that level. But combined with the immense biological computing power and knowledge repository of the Zerg Overmind, along with ample fuel, Sector G75, yes, that's the place. 70% of the forces? No, that's insufficient. For your enemy, any sacrifice is worthwhile. After all, those creatures are merely tools, expendable. He gesticulated wildly, a twisted smile contorting his face. With a vast offering of biomass as a sacrifice, ignited by the Void Core, and anchored by the Overmind's knowledge repository as the algorithmic coordinate, I shall rend the veil of the Void, and pull her soul back from annihilation. The image flickered violently, Carlos's visage becoming increasingly grotesque amidst the interplay of light and shadow. Anchored, he cackled. I knew it. Your enemy, wait for me. His maniacal laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by an expression of sheer terror and disbelief. No, what is this? This is not her. Where's this place? The abyss? The boundary? The holographic display began to warp severely, as if the signal were being subjected to intense interference. Carlos's figure blurred, his fragmented cries filled with dread echoing intermittently. The concept entropy beast, an ancient existence that feeds on information. No, do not come near. Your enemy's soul fragments have been tainted, overwritten. For a fleeting moment, the image clarified, Carlos's face nearly pressed against the lens, his eyes brimming with despair and a madness born of forced compromise. The transaction requires the entire biomass and energy of the Zerg in Sector G75 as sustenance for the entropy beast to traverse dimensions in exchange for a temporary refuge for your enemy's echo. I had no choice. The visual abruptly ceased, plunging into darkness. The analysis chamber fell into a profound silence. Xing Xuan, mouth agape, finally managed to utter, "This guy's gone mad, hasn't he? To resurrect his ship girl, he sold out all the Zerg in the entire star domain? And provoked that thing?" Lingji's face blanched, instinctively drawing closer to Lin Feng, her small hand gently clutching his sleeve, as if seeking a semblance of security. The concept entropy beast feeds on information, which means it could even devour memories and consciousness. Leo's phantom scratched his disheveled hair, an unusual seriousness replacing his usual capricious demeanor. I don't quite understand, but I am profoundly shaken. Old Lin, this sounds far more troublesome than the Zerg. That scoundrel Carlos has truly stirred up a monumental mess. Montauk Feng exhaled slowly, the data streams in her eyes gradually settling, returning to their usual depth. Commander, based on the current information analysis, the situation is becoming clear. Carlos attempted to perform a cross-dimensional soul-anchoring ritual to resurrect his ship girl, your enemy, but the ceremony spiraled out of control, incorrectly linking to an ancient existence referred to as the concept entropy beast at the boundary of the abyss. The entropy beast responded to the summoning, but what it brought was not resurrection, but existence overwrite. The remnants of your enemy's soul were twisted into a state known as the Dark Star Echo, a hybrid of biological and conceptual ghostly form, ensnared within some crystalline structure, serving as a beacon for the entropy beast to locate and exert influence in our dimension. Carlos realized his failure, but it was too late. To preserve your enemy's final echo, he was compelled to strike a deal with the entropy beast, sacrificing nearly all the Zerg in Sector G75 as a sustenance and passage for the beast to traverse dimensions. After the transaction was completed, he fled with the core data containing your enemy's echo, abandoning the devastated and forsaken research station, along with those echo puppets serving as ineffective communication relays. Lin Feng listened in silence, his expression inscrutable, yet a glimmer of cold malice and gravity flickered in his eyes. Carlos's madness exceeded his expectations. This was no mere betrayal or collusion. It placed the entire star domain and even human civilization at an unknown risk. That so-called concept entropy beast was clearly no benign entity. Thus, the silence of the Dark Claw star system and the abnormal retreat of the Zerg were due to Carlos extracting them as sacrifices. Lin Feng's voice was calm, yet bore the weight of an impending storm. The insufficient sacrifices mentioned by those puppets and the closure of the passage likely indicate that the offerings required for the ritual were not fully met, or that the entropy beast's passage has become unstable or was on the verge of closing for some reason, such as our arrival. Very likely, Commander Mo Huang confirmed. Those murmurs serve as both relay signals and may reflect the state or intent of the echo or the entropy beast behind it. Xingxuan slammed her palm in frustration, exclaiming, "So, that scoundrel Carlos has fled, leaving behind a mess, with a potential giant lurking behind? No wonder you ordered the main cannon on standby." Lingji looked anxiously at Lin Feng. "Commander, what shall we do next?" Lin Feng's gaze swept over those present, finally resting on the darkness on the main screen that symbolized the unknown and perilous. Carlos must pay the price for his actions. His voice was resolute. But before that, we must first deal with the mess he left behind. And Mo Huang continued to delve into the wreckage data, attempting to reverse engineer the energy characteristics and possible weaknesses of the entropy beast. Simultaneously, monitor the dimensional fluctuations in the Dark Claw 3 and surrounding star domains. Report any anomalies immediately. Lingji enhanced biological quarantine and energy shielding levels, especially against that eerie blue crystalline energy. Xingxuan, prepare the fleet for a level 2 combat readiness. Your main cannon may not be aimed at some distant planet, but rather at a potential dimensional rift. He paused, turning to Leo's Phantom. Lao, inform Vasily that ground forces should gradually withdraw from Dark Claw 3 after completing sample collection and environmental assessment. It no longer holds strategic value. It may even be a trap. Understood, came a unified response. Lin Feng's final gaze lingered on the boundless starry sky outside the viewport, his eyes sharp as a blade. The echoes of Carlos had already revealed much, yet the true storm might only just be beginning to brew. He must find a means to confront the unknown concept entropy beast within this silent star domain and put an end to the madness that Carlos had unleashed. Chapter 212, The Summons from the Mother Star, Part 1. The void of the cracked claw star domain remained disconcertingly silent. Within the bridge of the Lingji Arc-class ship, Lin Feng had just reviewed the preliminary threat assessment report regarding the concept entropy beast submitted by Mo Huang. The report was cold and obscure, delving into concepts that transcended conventional physical laws, such as high-dimensional information entropy increase and the erosion of reality stability. Its potential threat level was marked by Mo Huang as civilization extinction grade, far exceeding any known alien species. Feeding on information, overriding existence, Lin Feng murmured, repeating the keywords from the report, his fingertips unconsciously drumming against the armrest of the command seat. This madman Carlos had not only sacrificed the entire Zerg of Sector G75 as toll, but had potentially opened a Pandora's box even he could not control. Commander, Mo Huang's graceful figure solidified beside him, a rare gravity in her deep purple eyes, based on the reverse engineering of the residual data from Dark Claw 3. It seems the tentacles of the entropy beast do not directly affect the material universe, but primarily erode the integrity of information of the target. This could explain why the Zerg researchers transformed into those echo puppets that retained their biological forms, yet lost the essence of life. Their very existence, their memories, consciousness, and even parts of their physical structure may have been devoured or overwritten. Xingxuan shivered at this revelation, instinctively tightening her grip on Lin Feng's arm. That sounds even more repugnant than those foul Zerg. Commander, the next time we encounter such a thing, we should annihilate it along with that space using the Oblivion Spear. Lingji's delicate face turned pale as she gently tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve. That kind of energy repels even nanorobots, severely diminishing the effectiveness of the repair beams. Commander, we must exercise utmost caution. At that moment, the main communication console emitted a special frequency request alert, distinct from the usual battle readiness communications. Characterized by an exceptionally high priority, a deep blue light flickered rhythmically, indicating its origin from the Supreme Command of the Human Federation, encrypted at the highest level of confidentiality. The previously relaxed atmosphere on the bridge was instantly dispelled. It was a direct communication from the Supreme Command. Mo Huang swiftly confirmed the signal source, her fingers dancing in the void to activate multiple layers of encryption protocols and counter-surveillance barriers. The signal was securely relayed through the Zhochu Mountain Star Ring's relay station. Lin Feng straightened his posture, his expression returning to its customary calmness. Connect. A portion of the panoramic observation window shifted to display the communication interface. A middle-aged man, bearing the insignia of a general, with a gaunt visage yet piercing eagle-like eyes, appeared on the screen. Though his temples were dusted with frost, his posture remained as upright as a pine tree, as if the trials of time had only served to temper him into a more profound blade. Behind him loomed the core command center of the Zhochu Mountain Star Ring Defense Zone, with vast star maps and data streams gently rolling in the backdrop. Major Lin Feng. The general's voice resonated with a steady power, imbued with a weighty gravitas born of experience and the authority of long-held command, yet devoid of any aggressive demeanor. I am Su Guoliang, from the Supreme Command of the Federation. Lin Feng's pupils subtly constricted. Su Guoliang. He had heard this name reverently mentioned countless times by the strategic luminary, Professor Zhao Jinhua, during his studies at the Panga Defense Academy. In that battle, documented in textbooks as a miracle, the Tianyuan Star Area counteroffensive. It took place nearly 2 centuries ago, during the most trying times of the Federation's initial struggle against the mass invasion of the Zerg. At that time, the Federation's forces in the Tianyuan Star Area were stretched thin, and Su Guoliang was entrusted with a dire mission. Commanding a mere 60,000 aging ships alongside a handful of newly commissioned shipgirls. Opposing them was a tide of 800,000 Zerg biological vessels, darkening the skies. An unstoppable force. 60,000 against 800,000. The disparity in forces was enough to instill despair. Faced with such overwhelming odds, Su Guoliang did not choose to remain in a defensive posture or engage head-on. Instead, he adeptly utilized the complex asteroid belt and gravitational traps of the Tianyuan Star Area, fragmenting his fleet into smaller units. From hundreds of concealed strongholds within the star region, he orchestrated a textbook example of a large-scale starry guerrilla warfare. He commanded his fleet to retreat when the enemy advanced, to disrupt when the enemy fortified, to strike when the enemy grew weary, and to pursue when the enemy retreated. Employing the shipgirl's superior agility over conventional Zerg forces and leveraging the commander's telepathic link advantage, he continually outmaneuvered, interspersed, divided, and ambushed. This campaign lasted an entire 2 years. Su Guoliang's fleet became like phantoms in the star region, sometimes gathering superior forces to annihilate isolated Zerg fleets. At other times, executing precise harassment to sever the Zerg supply lines and dismantle temporary resource points. He even led an audacious raid, personally guiding elite shipgirls to strike the Zerg's temporary nests, severely damaging their command nodes and plunging the Zerg front lines into chaos. Ultimately, this massive Zerg fleet, under relentless attrition and harassment, saw its supply lines collapse, command falter, and morale plummet, compelling them to withdraw from the Tianyuan Star Area. Su Guoliang not only defended the Tianyuan Star Area with a mere 60,000 against 800,000, but also annihilated nearly half of the enemy forces. He created a classic example in the annals of Federation military history, a triumph of the weak over the strong, buying precious time for the rear to fortify its defenses. The moniker Iron Wall thus spread, denoting not only his tenacity in defense, but also the meticulousness of his strategic planning, as unassailable as an iron wall. Su Guoliang, one of the 3 active generals of the Federation, reputedly possessing a staggering level of 78 in nuclear energy, was the military's true anchor and a strategic titan. His personal engagement in interstellar communications indicated that the situation had escalated sufficiently to alarm the highest echelons of the Federation's decision-making. Chapter 213. The Summons from the Mother Star, Part 2, General Su. Lin Feng rose and performed a standard Federation military salute. His demeanor was neither obsequious nor arrogant. Yet his gaze bore the respect due to a distinguished predecessor. Su Guoyang nodded slightly, his eyes scanning Lin Feng as though they could penetrate the screen and discern all truths. The preliminary report you submitted regarding the Zerg anomaly retreat in Sector G75 and the Carlos incident has been received and evaluated at the highest level by the command. He paused, his tone heavy with undeniable seriousness. The concept of the entropy beast mentioned in your report, along with its potential threat, shares certain characteristics with some ancient taboos recorded in the Federation's top-secret archives. This matter is of utmost importance and transcends the scope of conventional military operations. Its threat paradigm is fundamentally different from any adversary we have previously encountered. Lin Feng remained silent, patiently awaiting further elaboration. He understood that Su Guiyang's presence was not merely for notification. In light of your unit's exceptional combat capabilities and tactical initiative demonstrated in the battles of Anvil, Blood Claw, Corrupted Claw, and the Cracked Ridge Nebula, as well as your success in identifying and issuing warnings regarding this new unknown threat, Su Guiyang continued. A hint of understated admiration lacing his words, the Supreme Command of the Federation, in conjunction with the Federation Council, has resolved to issue the following orders. Immediately cease the extermination operations in the Cracked Claw Star region and temporarily transfer frontline command to the Anvil Star System Command. You and your core fleet under direct command must, upon receiving this order, promptly set forth to return to the Mother Star, Blue Star. Returning to Blue Star? This command took Lin Feng by surprise. He had anticipated being ordered to continue investigating the entropy beast or pursue Carlos. Su Guiyang seemed to sense Lin Feng's apprehension and added, the recall serves three primary purposes. First, to provide a detailed report to the Supreme Command and the Federation Academy regarding all details of the entropy beast and the Carlos experiment. We require the most direct intelligence to ascertain the magnitude of the elephant in the room. Second, in light of your unprecedented achievements, the Federation will hold an official promotion and award ceremony for you on Blue Star. This is the respect civilization owes to its heroes and a necessary measure to consolidate the faith and hope of all humanity in this darkest hour. He paused briefly, his gaze deepening as if seeking to penetrate Lin Feng's very essence. Third, we require a comprehensive evaluation of the strategic value and technical support of your fleet. Commander Lin Feng, the powers wielded by you and your ship girls may very well be the key to whether human civilization can seize the next glimmer of hope in this existential struggle, or even achieve a strategic turning point. We need to understand it, define it, and contemplate how to employ it where it is most needed. As the communication concluded, the screen faded to darkness. Silence enveloped the bridge. Lin Feng gazed at the star map, focusing on the luminous point marked as Blue Star. Deep within him stirred an emotion he had scarcely acknowledged, a ripple of sentiment that transcended mere recognition. For him, a traveler from the 21st century Earth, the name Blue Star carried significance beyond the imagination of all others. It was not merely the capital planet of the Human Federation, nor just a symbol of politics and power. In the fragments of his memory, it represented azure oceans and billowing white clouds, a cradle of countless civilizations and legends. The place he once called home in another time and space. Though reason reminded him that this blue star, having endured centuries of interstellar migration, war, and technological upheaval, was no longer the visage of his memories. An almost instinctual sense of belonging and curiosity quietly took root within his heart. He yearned to behold with his own eyes whether the mighty Yangtze and Yellow rivers still surged through the world, and whether Mount Tai remained steadfast. He sought to discover if the cultural imprints etched into the very fabric of his being had endured and blossomed beneath this celestial expanse. This anticipation was tinged with a subtle anxiety, a sense of trepidation as he neared home. Xingxuan was the first to spring up, her face alight with excitement. Returning to Blue Star? An award ceremony? How splendid, Commander! We shall return in glory. It seemed she had entirely cast aside the looming threat of the entropy beast. Lingji appeared somewhat anxious yet eager. The home planet of humanity, Blue Star. I have yet to visit. To her, it was a legendary sanctuary. Mo Huang approached Lin Feng, her lips curling into a slight smile. Imbued with a languid wisdom, the award ceremony is but a facade. The true essence lies beneath. General Su's personal involvement, with such elevated standards, not only affirms our achievements, but also signifies the High Command's considerable interest in us, particularly in you, Commander, as well as the relic technologies we possess. They harbor a degree of apprehension. They wish to discern precisely what we control and to which direction this formidable power, capable of altering the strategic balance, shall be directed. Lin Feng chuckled softly, resuming his seat in the command chair, his gaze sweeping over his 3 ship girls. The purity of Xingxuan, the gentleness of Lingji, and the insight of Mo Huang were all integral facets of his strength. Whether it be the award ceremony or delving deeper, this represented an opportunity. Lin Feng spoke slowly, his eyes sharp. We require the complete data on those ancient taboos from the Federation's database, as well as a broader platform and elevated permissions to acquire resources in preparation for any potential threats that transcend foreign adversaries. The troubles posed by Carlos and the Entropy Beast will not dissipate simply because we have vacated the front lines. He paused, recalling Su Guoyang's profound gaze. To engage directly with a strategist of General TB's caliber may well illuminate a clearer path for our future endeavors. He established a communication link with Leo. Old Lin, what's up? Jin Yuan just detected a wave of highly encrypted communication. Something big is happening? Leo's boisterous voice rang out, accompanied by Jin Yuan's resigned sigh and Fadian's incessant inquiries in the background. Prepare yourself, Leo, Lin Feng replied. Headquarters has summoned us back to Blue Star. What? Back to Blue Star? Leo's voice soared an octave higher. The award ceremony? Take me with you. I can't miss such an opportunity to shine. Jin Yuan, quickly check our mobile mansion. It's time for a long journey. I want to show my father how splendidly I have fared on the front lines. From the other end, Jin Yuan's gentle, smiling response came. Certainly, young master, everything is ready. The prospect of setting foot on the soil of the mother planet filled Lin Feng with anticipation. He shook his head, turning off the communication. He had long grown accustomed to Leo's antics. His gaze drifted out to the boundless, starry sky, seeming to pierce through billions of light years, landing upon that azure mother planet. Mo Huang, chart the optimal jump route to the star system housing Blue Star, avoiding all non-essential routes and sensitive areas. We shall return via conventional jump engines to avert further complications. Lingji, conduct a thorough maintenance check for the fleet's long-haul voyage to ensure absolute safety. He paused, glancing at the eager little girl. Xingxuan, tend to your main cannon, but remember, upon returning to the mother planet, do not recklessly brandish it unless absolutely necessary. Xingxuan immediately puffed out her chest, though soon her enthusiasm waned. Understood, Commander. The vast fleet began to turn, the engines rumbling deeply, energy coursing over the hull like a waking leviathan. This time, their destination was no longer the smoke-filled front lines, but rather the very heart of human civilization, the genesis of countless legends in the vast expanse of the stars. It was the vortex where power, honor, and unknown risks intertwined. However, all understood that this journey home would not be without its tumult. Chapter 214, The Return of Blue Star. The Jiqian-class ARC's Omni Fabrication Factory operated at full capacity, making final energy reserves and material allocations for the fleet's long-distance jump. Within the immense hull, swarms of nanobots flowed like a tide, melting down recovered Zerg debris into standardized alloys and crystalline units for storage. In the ship's ecological garden, Lin Feng savored a rare moment of tranquility amidst the chaos of war. Simulated sunlight streamed through the transparent dome, illuminating the lush greenery, the air rich with the fragrance of earth and blossoms. Lingji carefully pruned a starling grass, emitting a gentle blue glow, occasionally glancing up with tender eyes at Lin Feng, who reclined on a nearby bench. Xingxuan had claimed the other side, nearly cocooned in his embrace, her golden twin tail splayed out. With a star-shaped cookie she had just baked clutched in her mouth, she mumbled, "Ugh, we have to make several consecutive jumps to reach Blue Star? How boring, Commander. Do you think some clueless fool will pop up along the way for us to thrash?" Lin Feng chuckled, pinching her cherubic cheek. "Can't you settle down? Save your energy for the award ceremony. It will be broadcasted across the entire Federation. Don't embarrass yourself in front of billions." "Humph. When have I ever embarrassed myself?" Xingxuan pouted in discontent. "You, Commander, better not get dazzled by those political bigwigs and socialites." Montauk Fang approached gracefully, cradling a cup of freshly brewed nebula tea that exuded an enchanting aroma. Upon hearing Xingxuan's words, she couldn't help but chuckle. Is little Xingxuan worried about the Commander being swept away? Fear not, with us around. Any buzzing moths trying to approach the Commander shall first have to pass through us, she said, offering the teacup to Lin Feng's lips, her gesture naturally intimate. Lin Feng took a sip, the warm tea infused with a peculiar energy, rejuvenating his spirit. Mo Huang. Any updates from the rear? Mo Huang settled onto a soft cushion by his feet, gazing up at him, her deep purple eyes shimmering with fleeting data. The Federation's propaganda machinery is in full swing. Official media are portraying you as the morning star of the darkest hour, the youthful hero who turned the tide. Your amusing anecdotes during the Panga defense, such as the time with Leo cleaning the restroom, have been unearthed and packaged as evidence of your unorthodox tactical genius. Lin Feng's lips twitched slightly. The resurfacing of these embarrassing stories left him both amused and exasperated. Additionally, Mo Huang continued, her tone laced with a hint of mischief. Mr. Li Qingyun, Leo's father, has been exceptionally active in various social venues lately. He has inadvertently revealed tales of Leo's bravery under your command, and has made the existence of the Zhenyuan known to all. Now, the entire upper crust of the Federation is aware that the young master of Xinghuan Group is your close comrade-in-arms. And this young master possesses an exceedingly rare fortress ship girl, that old man for the Li family. Lin Feng shook his head, chuckling. Li Qingyun was leveraging the situation to pave the way for his family and Leo. Though his methods were somewhat blunt, they bore no ill intent. Moreover, Mo Huang sipped her tea and continued, our passive monitoring network has intercepted some anomalous data streams. Several unauthorized, highly encrypted anonymous signals have been attempting to access the Federation's civilian network across different star regions, seeking information about you, particularly concerning our fleet's specific combat parameters. Tracing the origins points to several data relay stations in peripheral star regions, yet the ultimate source remains well concealed. Lin Feng's expression grew serious. Can we ascertain who is behind this? It cannot be definitively determined, and Mo Huang shook her head. However, the signal characteristics overlap partially with known tactics employed by several large military-industrial enterprises, as well as certain commercial rivals of the Xinhuan Group. Certainly, it cannot be ruled out that certain factions within the military or some Black Star commanders are testing the waters. The tree wishes for tranquility, yet the wind does not cease. Honor and the attention it brings are accompanied not only by a radiant aura, but also by the covetousness and machinations that lurk in the shadows. Maintain surveillance, but do not raise alarms for the time being, Lin Feng instructed, until they return to Blue Star and discern the true intentions of the High Command and the various factions at play. It would be unwise to act rashly. Understood. Mo Huang nodded, then revealed a charming smile. Commander, since the journey is rather dull, why don't we discuss how we can make you and us the most dazzling focal point at the award ceremony? Perhaps by designing a brand new fleet uniform that embodies both majesty and aesthetic appeal? Xing Xian immediately perked up, bouncing from Lin Feng's side. That sounds splendid. I want the most imposing outfit possible, one that exudes a strong sense of intimidation. Ling Ji timidly chimed in. I can help with the design and sewing. Observing the three ship girls animatedly discussing their costume designs, Lin Feng chuckled helplessly, yet warmth filled his heart. Regardless of whether the path ahead leads to the Hall of Honor or hidden whirlpools, with them by his side, he felt no fear. At that moment, the fleet completed another long-distance jump, exiting the hyperspace corridor. Outside the porthole, the familiar spiral arms of the galaxy unfurled slowly, the starlight bright and serene. Reporting to the commander, Mo Huang smiled slightly. We have entered the core star region channel leading to Blue Star. It is expected that, after 3 standard jumps, we will arrive at the Oort Cloud outpost on the periphery of the solar system. Lin Feng stood up and approached the panoramic observation window, gazing at the distant blue that, despite its diminutive appearance amidst the sea of stars, bore the entire history and hopes of human civilization. Reduce speed and transmit our identification code and estimated arrival time to the Blue Star Federal Navy headquarters. Let's see what kind of welcome our home planet has prepared for us. The fleet adjusted its posture, like returning wayfarers, bearing the dust of their travels and the power capable of shaking the stars, heading towards the ancient cosmos that had birthed them. The end of the homeward journey was both a coronation of glory and potentially the epicenter of a new storm. Chapter 215. The gaze of the Oort Cloud, the engine of the Ling Ji Arc-class vessel, emitted a deep hum, akin to the breath of the stars. The residual waves from the final long-distance jump rippled through the space surrounding the hull, settling slowly like the ripples formed when a stone is cast into a tranquil lake. On the main screen of the bridge, the once rapid flow of data representing the hyperspace route had vanished, replaced by a relatively open expanse of starry space. Yet this emptiness bore a solemn historical weight. In the distance, the sun appeared as a slightly brighter point among other stars. its unique spectral characteristics precisely captured by the ship's sensors, confirming beyond doubt they had returned to the cradle of human civilization, the solar system. The jump is complete. Coordinates confirmed. We have arrived at the inner edge of the Oort cloud, approximately 0.8 light-years from the star, the sun. Mo Huang's voice echoed within the bridge, her deep purple eyes gliding over data streams, as if verifying every detail of this ancient star region. All systems are functioning normally, with no abnormal spatial disturbances or hostile signals detected. Lin Feng stood from his command seat and approached the panoramic window. His gaze pierced through the reinforced glass into the profound, seemingly eternal darkness. Here, there was no smoke or energy residue that pervaded the frontline star regions. Only eternal coldness and the ancient celestial bodies composed of ice and rocks scattered throughout. They were relics from the birth of the solar system. Silent sentinels guarding the vibrancy and prosperity within the inner circles. Or cloud, Lin Feng murmured softly, his tone tinged with an ineffable sentiment. For him, a soul traversed from the 21st century blue star, the Oort cloud was more a concept from an astronomy textbook. Yet now, he stood at the edge of this theoretical comet repository. Reporting to the commander, Mo Huang interrupted Lin Feng's thoughts once more. We have received an automatic identification query signal from the Oort cloud alpha outpost of the solar system's warning and control network. The signal is weak but repeats in a regular pattern. In accordance with standard protocol, I have transmitted our federal military identification code and an overview of our mission. What was the response? Lin Feng inquired, his gaze still fixed outside. After the outpost, AI verified the identification code. It responded with a welcome back and a standard greeting from Major Lin Feng, uploading the latest navigation safety notices and gravitational trap distribution maps within the solar system. Mo Huang paused, a subtle smile gracing her lips. It has marked our fleet as a top priority visitor and has uploaded our arrival information to the Star Navy headquarters and the Blue Star Defense Command. Our subsequent navigation trajectory will be at the forefront of the solar system's defense network's friendly yet closely monitored list. As expected, Lin Feng nodded, bringing 3 such massive vessels, distinguished by their unique energy signatures, back to the home planet would inevitably attract the highest level of attention. Wow! Xing Xian had unknowingly joined Lin Feng at the observation window, her petite nose nearly pressed against the cold glass, her ice-blue eyes reflecting the distant starlight. Is this the home star system? It feels so quiet, so ancient. Her tone carried a hint of curiosity, alongside an instinctive discomfort as a powerful and combative battleship girl in the face of this peaceful star domain. Underneath this tranquility lies the most formidable barrier of human civilization. Sister Xing Xian. Mo Huang gracefully approached Xing Xian and gently patted her golden pigtails. The solar system defense network, especially the inner circle's defense line, is far more complex and rigorous than you can imagine. Lingji timidly edged closer, her small hands nervously clutching her clothing. I sense many weak energy nodes spread throughout the entire star system like a gigantic web. Those are the monitoring buoys, automatic defense platforms, hidden artillery, and gravitational sensors scattered across the solar system, Mo Huang explained. From the Oort cloud to the Kuiper belt and down to the inner planet orbits. Our every move is under the watchful gaze of home. Any unauthorized or hostile intrusion will trigger a thunderous retaliation in an instant. Lin Feng took a deep breath, feeling the power contained within this star region, which was starkly different from the front lines. Here, the defense was not meant for proactive offense, but for absolute protection. It was a cold and efficient iron wall erected to keep the flames of war at bay from the cradle. Set the course. Destination, designated anchorage in the near-Earth orbit of Blue Star. Employ standard sublight cruising mode, passing through the Kuiper belt checkpoint, Jupiter gravitational outpost, and Mars orbit command center sequentially. Lin Feng commanded, his tone reverting to its usual steadiness. Since we are home, we must abide by the rules of the household. The course has been set. Estimated travel time, 72 standard hours, and Mo Huang promptly replied. 3 days. Xing Xian pouted, seemingly dissatisfied with the pace. Can't we just jump straight there? Conducting an uncalibrated short-range jump in the core area of the home star system is akin to playing with fire in a porcelain store, Lin Feng replied, ruffling her hair playfully. Do you want to be personally invited for tea by the commander of the Blue Star Defense Command? Who's afraid of who? Xing Xian retorted, though her voice noticeably diminished. She understood that in the heart of human civilization, certain rules must be adhered to. At that moment, the main communication station received a new, higher priority encrypted communication request, originating from the Star Navy headquarters of the Solar System Defense. It's here. Lin Feng exchanged glances with Mo Huang. This was likely the first formal greeting from home. The communication line was established, revealing a stern-faced officer adorned with the insignia of a major general. His gaze sharp as an eagle S. Major Lin Feng, I represent the Starry Navy's Solar System Defense Command, and I hereby officially confirm the arrival of your fleet. The general's voice resonated with calm authority, devoid of any pleasantries. Your fleet's navigation permit has been verified, and the coordinates for your designated anchorage, as well as access to the Home Guardian navigation network, have been transmitted to your vessel. Thank you for the confirmation, Your Excellency, Lin Feng replied, executing a precise military salute. In accordance with protocol, your colossal ship must conduct a routine external scan and energy level assessment at the Jupiter orbital outpost after traversing the Kuiper Belt. Your cooperation is required. The general continued in a matter-of-fact tone. Additionally, a temporary liaison team has been assembled at headquarters and will board your vessel upon your arrival in the Blue Star orbit to facilitate necessary procedural communications and preliminary arrangements for the awarding ceremony and related activities. Understood. We shall fully cooperate, Lin Feng nodded. The implications behind the so-called routine scan and procedural communication were mutually understood. Welcome back to the solar system, Major Lin Feng. May the glory of our home planet guide you. The general concluded with a standard farewell before severing the connection. A brief silence enveloped the bridge. It seems our welcoming ceremony commenced the moment we entered the Oort cloud, Mo Huang remarked softly, her fingertips unconsciously gliding over the virtual control interface, bringing up the recently received anchorage coordinates and navigation protocols. When soldiers come, we shall block. When water arrives, we shall cover, Lin Feng chuckled, returning to his command seat and sweeping his gaze across his three ship daughters. Now that we are home, let us relish this attention. Lingji, ensure the fleet's status is impeccable. Xingxuan, cease your incessant fiddling with your various weapons. No charging of any kind without my command. And Mo Huang, maintain smooth communication with all inspection stations. Yes, Commander. The three ship daughters replied in unison. The vast fleet began to adjust its posture, akin to a great whale gliding into shallow waters, its speed diminishing, following the predetermined safe route. They sailed steadily and resolutely towards the most radiant blue gem in the solar system. Behind them lay the cold, ancient Oort cloud, while ahead was the most splendid and complex power center of human civilization. Chapter 2:16. The celestial ring of the blue star in the solar system, the 72 hours of sublight speed travel, a mere flicker in the vastness of interstellar space, felt profoundly elongated for the homeward-bound traveler. Lin Feng's fleet smoothly navigated through the expansive region of the Kuiper Belt, composed of frozen celestial bodies, along the safety corridor designated by the Federation. Here, underwent their first formal, non-contact comprehensive scan. Numerous colossal sensor arrays, concealed behind small, icy planets, silently activated. Invisible detection waves swept over every inch of the three massive ships' armor, recording their immense size, distinctive energy signatures, and rough outlines of their internal structures. The entire process was efficient and silent, akin to a routine inspection by precision instruments. Scanning complete, data uploaded. The corridor is clear, passage is permitted. A cold electronic voice announced over the communication channel, followed by the granting of access for the gates to open. Really? It feels as though we're being observed like rare specimens in a zoo, Xingxuan muttered discontentedly, her lips pursed in a pout. She detested the sensation of being scrutinized from all angles, especially by her own kind. Bear with it, Xingxuan, Lin Feng reassured, understanding the young girl's frustration. This is a necessary procedure. After all, our fleet is somewhat beyond the norm. And Mo Huang, however, appeared unfazed. The data stream is clean. It's merely a standard structural and energy level scan, with no attempt at deep penetration or technical analysis. The Solar System Defense Command is impeccable in adhering to regulations. The fleet continued its inward journey. As the iconic Great Red Spot of Jupiter, a gemstone that had been rotating for 700 years, filled most of the viewport. The second, closer inspection arrived. Numerous military outposts, resembling small cities, slowly adjusted their angles in Jupiter's orbit, their surfaces bristling with various turrets and sensor arrays, clearly indicating their inviolable status. A guide ship emblazoned with the Starry Navy insignia departed from the outpost, flying ahead of the fleet to emit a guiding signal. Please follow the guidance into the designated scanning area. Maintain stable speed and posture throughout. The voice of the guide ship's pilot came through the communication, tinged with an imperceptible tension. Anyone facing 3-kilometer-long, imposing vessels exuding a subtle sense of oppression would find it hard to remain absolutely calm. The fleet followed the guide into an invisible area formed by multiple spatial structures. Denser and deeper scanning beams enveloped them once more. Jupiter gravitational outpost scanning. Energy core stability assessment. Hull structure integrity analysis. Weapons systems non-activated status confirmation. A series of testing items rapidly scrolled across Mo Huang's virtual screen. She calmly monitored all data exchanges, ensuring no sensitive information leaked, while also conducting a reverse analysis of the Solar System Defense Network's technical level. They are particularly interested in the material science of some parts of our hull, Mo Huang reported softly to Lin Feng. The scanning beams lingered slightly longer on the Starwood layer armor and the Mo Feather nanocomposite armor. However, they cannot derive much valuable information from mere external scans. Lin Feng nodded, fully prepared for the inevitable curiosity that their fleet's technological advantages would elicit. The inspection lasted approximately half an hour, ultimately concluding with a declaration of inspection passed. Welcome to the interstellar system. The guide ship offered a symbolic military salute before returning to the outpost. After crossing the Jupiter orbit, the journey became smoother. What lay before them was a solar system vastly different from what Lin Feng remembered, which had once contained but a single life-bearing planet. Mars' former rust-red hue had been supplanted by sweeping expanses of green and blue, signifying its successful transformation into a habitable planet. Venus was shrouded beneath a temperate layer of regulated clouds. The might of human civilization had utterly reshaped this ancient star system. As the familiar blue and white interwoven planet finally filled the entire viewport, even with prior mental preparation, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of awe. The blue star, humanity's mother planet, was far more splendid than any visual documentation had portrayed. Yet, what truly stirred his soul was the colossal structure orbiting in synchrony with it, the celestial ring of the World Tree. It was not a mere replica of the Unzao Mountain star ring from the Kunlun star of the Panga system, but a grander, more magnificent marvel. Stretching 240 kilometers wide and 30 kilometers thick, it resembled an insurmountable metallic dome encircling the azure mother planet. The surface of the ring was not smooth and uniform, but layered with countless urban modules, port gates, weapon platforms, energy conduits, and green parks. Its scale far exceeded that of the Unzao Mountain, standing as one of the highest achievements of human engineering and advanced nuclear technology. From a distance, it resembled not an artificial construction, but a steel continent encircling the stars, its lights twinkling like a terrestrial Milky Way, harmonizing with the blue planet below. This is the celestial ring of the World Tree. Lingji gazed in wonder at the immense star ring on the main screen, her small hand covering her mouth. Her amber eyes sparkling with curiosity. The database states it is one of humanity's greatest marvels, but witnessing it firsthand is truly breathtaking. Even Mo Huang at this moment shed her usual languor, her deep purple eyes reflecting a solemn expression. The energy readings are extraordinarily vast and stable. The complexity of the structure is beyond imagination. This is no longer merely a defensive structure. It has transformed into a mobile, super-civilizational vessel encircling the mother planet. Xingxuan momentarily forgot her complaints. Her ice blue eyes wide with astonishment as she murmured, "Wow, if our ship were to dock, would it crush it?" Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle, though his heart was equally tumultuous. This was the very heart of human civilization, a magnificent bloom of technology and power that had flourished through adversity. Reduced to docking speed. Establish a connection with the Tongtian Jinmu Traffic Control Center and request entry to the designated external anchorage, Lin Feng commanded, suppressing his excitement. Connection established with the control center. The anchorage in the eastern section of Jinmu has been cleared and is ready, came the swift response from Mo Huang, her brow slightly raised. Commander, the control center has specifically reminded us that our ship's unique dimensions necessitate strict adherence to the guiding beams while docking, to avoid unnecessary stress interference with the star ring structure. Understood. We will follow the guidance meticulously. Guided by several small escort vessels, the fleet gradually approached the colossal star ring. The closer they drew, the more they could sense its unparalleled oppressive presence. On the surface of the star ring, countless ships buzzed like industrious worker bees, entering and exiting the massive port gates. Yet, as Lin Feng's 3 gigantic vessels neared, all traffic seemed to momentarily freeze. The Lingji Arc class, the Mo Huang Eternal Night class, and the Xingxuan Star Slicing class. These 3 leviathans measured 60, 120, and 288 kilometers in length, respectively. In comparison to the Tongtian Jinmu, they resembled mere metal buckles on a belt. Following the guiding beams, they slowly navigated towards the designated docking area. an exceptionally spacious external port that had been temporarily cleared. When the hulls finally completed their soft connection with the docking mechanism of the star ring and stabilized, data indicated that merely docking these three immense vessels occupied nearly 800 kilometers of continuous length on the Tongtian Jianmu. They hung silently beside the star ring, their vast shadows cast upon its structure, resembling three suddenly descended mountain ranges from a divine realm, juxtaposed against the magnificent creations of humanity, forming a striking tableau. Returning home in the most breathtaking manner. Docking complete. All systems normal, reported Mo Huang, then added Commander. The liaison team's transport from the Star Navy headquarters has departed from within the star ring and is expected to arrive at the Lingji's docking bay in half an hour. Standing on the bridge, Lin Feng gazed out at the awe-inspiring expanse of the Tongtian Jianmu, star ring, and the beautiful blue planet beneath, fully aware that their arrival was merely the beginning. In this highest center of human power, the trials from the populace and the political chess game would soon unfold with the arrival of the liaison team. Prepare yourselves, ladies. Lin Feng turned, casting a glance over his three ship girls, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Let's present our finest selves to welcome the envoys from home. Chapter 217. Iron Fist Respite and Technological Attire beneath the grand shadow of the Tongtian Jianmu Star Ring, the Lingji Arc Class, and Mo Huang Eternal Night Class, and Xingxuan's star-slicing class vessels lay dormant like interstellar deities. Their silent existence was a profound subversion of all past military knowledge. In the bridge, Lin Feng concluded his communication with Vasily. The soldiers of the 600,000 Stardust Iron Fist Legion had been scheduled for rotation leave. Aside from essential watch duties and a self-volunteered, resolute power armor guard, most soldiers would pass through the Star Ring's transit hub in groups, heading to the surface of the blue planet to savor the rare tranquility amidst the war. These warriors, having clawed their way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, needed to breathe the smoke-free, bloodless air of their mother planet, to confirm with their own eyes that the civilization they risked their lives to protect remained prosperous. Orders had been issued, and Lin Feng turned to his three ship girls, assuring them that Vasily would handle everything. Our soldiers deserve a true respite. Yes. Lingji nodded vigorously, her short green hair bobbing, her amber eyes filled with satisfaction. Everyone can enjoy the sunshine and delicacies of the blue planet. Xingxuan pouted, her ice blue eyes surveying the bustling routine vessels in the Star Ring's port area on the main screen, her voice tinged with disdain. Lucky them, they get to go play. I still have to stay here and deal with those potentially important figures. Though she complained, her hands unconsciously tidied her golden, ultra-long pigtails, revealing a hint of impatience mixed with an underlying anticipation for the formal occasion that might be forthcoming. Mo Huang's lips curled into a slight smile, her deep purple eyes glinting with perceptive insight. Relaxed soldiers are the cornerstone of maintaining combat effectiveness. Besides, Commander, we have our preparations to attend to, do we not? Her gaze pointedly flicked between Lin Feng and Lingji. Lingji immediately caught on, her cheeks flushing slightly, yet her eyes sparkled. Commander, everyone's new attire is ready. It has been crafted using that impressive blueprint technology you provided earlier. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's face lit up with interest. The blueprint for the phase weave, shadow, composite material, and micro jump anchor integration, which had cost over 1 million modification points from the system's marketplace, was one of the insurances he had meticulously prepared for this homecoming. Its core lay in integrating two technologies that transcended the current mainstream of the Federation into textile fibers in a nearly undetectable manner. The first was the stasis deflection field. It remained inert under normal circumstances, but upon detecting kinetic impacts exceeding a set threshold, energy focus, or biological toxin contact, it would activate within nanoseconds, forming a microdeflection field that enveloped the entire body, capable of deflecting most kinetic projectiles and low-power energy beams, while significantly cushioning against shrapnel and melee strikes, allowing Lin Feng to swiftly deploy a more potent void core shield. Though it could not withstand naval artillery, it provided absolute defense against potential assassinations and ambushes. The second was the collaborative positioning jump beacon. This was the crux of the technology. Each suit's inner lining was woven with unique quantum entanglement anchor points, bound to fixed receivers located in the core security zones of the Lingji, Mo Huang, and Xingxuan vessels, such as the bridge, ecological garden, and private lounges. The wearer merely needed a specific mental command, authorized and triggered through Lin Feng's void core mind link, to activate the emergency jump protocol, transporting them back to the preset anchor points aboard the ship. This was not only a safeguard against extreme danger, but also provided Lin Feng and the ship girls with unprecedented mobility among the three massive vessels, enabling instantaneous movement wherever they wished within the ships. "Let's go," Lin Feng smiled, leading the way out of the bridge. "Let's inspect Lingji's labor and try on our new clothes." In a temporary high-end tailoring workshop adjacent to the Lingji's ecological garden, for brand new military formal suits were quietly displayed under soft lighting. Lin Feng's suit was based on the blue and white color scheme of a Federal Star Navy major, yet tailored to be more fitted and sleek, crafted from a special fabric with a subtle starlight sheen. All insignias, such as shoulder epaulettes and neck decorations, were present, and while it appeared unremarkable at first glance, upon touch, one could feel an extraordinary resilience and coolness embedded within the fabric. The ship girls' formal attire, while retaining elements of their respective classes, perfectly integrated the phase weave technology. Lingji's was a knee-length dress, primarily white, adorned with emerald green patterns, complemented by white stockings and round-toed shoes, exuding a fresh and charming aura. The decorative belt around her waist ingeniously housed a microcrystal serving as the jump anchor activator, resembling a delicate ornament. The dress worn by Mo Huang is a long gown of deep blue, bordering on black, adorned with golden phoenix patterns that gracefully cascade from her shoulders, accentuating her tall and statuesque figure. The hem flows like the night itself, complemented by black lace gloves and high heels, which exquisitely highlight her elegant and enigmatic aura. The transition anchor is ingeniously integrated into the red jade hairpin nestled in her hair. Xingxian's gown is the epitome of opulence, primarily in red and white, with golden trims and abundant ribbons and ruffles, harmonizing splendidly with her battleship identity while perfectly aligning with her pursuit of a mature yet adorable aesthetic. The extraordinarily long golden twin tails are meticulously styled, secured by hairbands made of the same fabric as her dress, with the transition anchor cleverly concealed within a star-shaped brooch on her chest. "Commander, do try it on," Lingji eagerly urged, her small hands nervously clutching the hem of her gown. Lin Feng, ever compliant, picked up his own outfit and made his way to the adjacent changing room. Moments later, when he emerged once more, the eyes of the three ship girls sparkled with delight. The fitting gown impeccably outlined his upright form. His previously languid demeanor transformed into a subtle sharpness and steadiness, only the habitual, slightly mischievous smile at the corner of his lips betraying his inherent free spirit. "Commander, you look splendid," Lingji whispered, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Mo Huang stepped forward, extending her hand to gently adjust the non-existent collar, exhaling softly, "Indeed. One is indeed reliant on attire. However, the commander looks good in anything." Her fingertips delicately brushed against Lin Feng's chest, sensing the extraordinary technology concealed beneath the fabric of the gown. Xingxian circled him twice, her small face straining to adopt a critical expression. Yet the satisfaction in her eyes was unmistakable. "Humph, it's passable. At least you resemble a commander now, ensuring I won't be embarrassed at the award ceremony." Lin Feng chuckled, glancing at them in turn. "You should also change into yours. Let us see how the newly designed phase-weaving gowns will appear on the most dazzling stars of our fleet." Soon, the three ship girls emerged in their own gowns. Lingji resembled a sprightly spirit of early spring, pure and warm. Mo Huang appeared as the dark goddess of shadows descending upon the mortal realm, elegant and alluring, while Xingxian looked like a meticulously crafted piece of war art, petite yet exuding undeniable authority. "Very well," Lin Feng remarked, his gaze sweeping over them with satisfaction. A thought crossed his mind, and he discreetly activated the stasis deflection field within the gowns through the silent core energy link. There were no dazzling light effects, yet an almost imperceptible sensation of spatial stabilization enveloped the four of them. The defense system is functioning properly. Mo Huang keenly sensed the shift, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in her deep purple eyes. Next came the most crucial part of the test. Lin Feng turned to Lingji. "Are all the anchor points set?" "Yes." Lingji nodded vigorously. The reception devices are ready beneath the life tree of the Lingji, beside the command seat of the Mo Huang, and in the private kitchen gardens restaurant of the Xingxian. Lin Feng took a deep breath, gathering his focus. No intricate commands or gestures were required. His thoughts acted as a key, effortlessly inserting into the invisible lock. Initiate synchronized transition. Target Mo Huang's bridge. There was no grand spectacle, no beams of light rending the fabric of space. In an instant, the light within the bridge seemed to subtly distort, akin to ripples spreading across a tranquil lake from an unseen pebble. The next moment, Lin Feng and the three ship girls vanished soundlessly from the Lingji's tailoring workshop, as though erased by an eraser. Almost simultaneously, within the vast temple-like bridge of the Mo Huang, four figures appeared precisely beside the main command seat, accompanied by the faintest disturbances in space. Xing Xian blinked her glacier blue eyes, surveying the familiar surroundings, her mouth slightly agape. We just arrived? Xian Ti even perceived the process of movement, as if merely blinking had transported her across kilometers separating the starships. Ling Ji, equally astonished, covered her mouth, exclaiming, "It feels just like a ship's short-range jump. We came here without noticing a thing." Mo Huang elegantly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, chuckling softly. Indeed. How convenient. The commander can now visit whichever ship he desires without the hassle of transport vessels. The implication in her words flushed Ling Ji's cheeks even more. Lin Feng reveled in the novelty of this instant transportation, a surge of ambition igniting within him. This technology was not merely a life-saving trump card. It symbolized a declaration of power, a true extension of his will over the entire fleet. He approached the panoramic observation window of the Mo Huang's bridge, gazing out at the towering, steel-like celestial tree rings and the azure mother planet beneath. The Stardust Iron Fist had already been restored, and a new blade had been forged. Next, he awaited greetings from the Federal Power Center, as well as the award ceremony that was destined to be anything but tranquil. All right, let us familiarize ourselves with this feeling. Lin Feng turned to the three ship girls, who were still savoring the marvel of instant transportation. During our time on Blue Star, this gown will serve as our uniform. Remember, no matter what we face, we stand together. His gaze was resolute, and the eyes of the three ship girls reflected an unwavering trust and reliance. Chapter 218. The first encounter at the Star Ring inside the enormous docking chamber of the Lingji R class. A faint hiss indicating pressure equalization heralded the arrival of the official transport vessel from within the celestial tree ring. As the hatch slid open, a team of solemnly dressed members from the Star Navy headquarters emerged. At the forefront was a colonel, his insignia denoting his affiliation with the Liaison Coordination Department of the General Staff. Major Lin Feng. The colonel came to attention, offering a standard military salute to Lin Feng, who had been waiting there. His demeanor was respectful, yet imbued with the authority of the headquarters. On the joint directive of General Su Guoyang and the Federal Parliament, I have come to engage with you and initiate preliminary discussions regarding the awards ceremony and related matters. His gaze involuntarily drifted to the three stunning figures behind Lin Feng. The gentle purity of the maintenance ship Lingji, the elegant mystery of the aircraft carrier Mo Huang, and the petite authority of the battleship Xing Xian. The trio, each with their distinctive style, stood silently behind Lin Feng, creating an unmissable tableau. Thank you, Colonel. Lin Feng replied, his tone calm. He was already aware of the transport vessel's arrival through Mo Huang's reconnaissance network. According to the schedule, the Supreme Command and the Parliament hoped to arrange an informal meeting at the Star Ring's core area in the Star Observation Hall before the official award ceremony. The Colonel handed over a datapad. This is the invitation for the meeting along with the list of attendees. The time is set for 3 hours from now. Lin Feng accepted the datapad, quickly scanning its contents. Alongside the familiar name of General Su Guoyang, the list included several influential members of the Federal Parliament and other high-ranking military officials. It was indeed a meeting of considerable significance. Very well. Lin Feng returned the datapad to the Colonel. I will attend punctually. Thank you for your cooperation. The Colonel visibly relaxed, yet added with a hint of difficulty. Additionally, regarding accompanying personnel, the Star Observation Hall is a core controlled area with extremely high security. According to regulations, you may bring no more than 6 accompanying personnel, and they must undergo security scans. His meaning was clear. Guards and escort teams were out of the question. Before Lin Feng could respond, Xing Xian interjected with a huff. Her glacier blue eyes shot a glance at the Colonel, and though she did not speak, her expression clearly conveyed, so many rules. Mo Huang stepped forward gracefully, her lips curving into a soft smile, her voice sweet yet undeniably firm. Rest assured, Colonel, my sisters and I will accompany the commander. As for security, he need not worry with us around. Her words were gentle, yet imbued with an unwavering confidence born of absolute strength. Lingji echoed softly but resolutely, we shall protect the commander. The Colonel sensed the intangible energy and pressure emanating from the three ship girls, a sheen of sweat forming on his brow as he nodded hastily. Yes, with 3 ship girls accompanying us, we are undoubtedly secure. At that moment, a boisterous voice rang out from the far end of the corridor. Old Lin, wait for me. I cannot miss this opportunity to shine. It's me, Leo. Leo came rushing over with his trio of ship girls in tow. Clad in a sharply tailored suit, his somewhat tousled hair did not detract from his spirited demeanor. The battlecruiser girl, Tiger, followed him with a resigned expression, as if to say, "My commander is at it again," while the destroyer girl, Fubuki, excitedly gazed around. The fortress ship girl, Qinyuan, moved with an air of calm assurance, her face adorned with a gentle and accepting smile. Young Master Leo had also received an invitation. The colonel, clearly familiar with the scion of the Star Union group, adopted an even more courteous demeanor. "Haha, that is only natural," Leo exclaimed, patting Lin Feng on the shoulder. "Old Lin, let us go and meet those old geezers together. Tiger, Fubuki, Qinyuan, you all come with me." Thus, Lin Feng's party of four, Lin Feng, Mo Huang, Xing Xian, and Ling Ji, and Leo's group of four, Leo, Tiger, Fubuki, and Qinyuan, neatly adhered to the stipulated number of attendees. Lin Feng had no objections. With Leo's lively presence, the formal atmosphere might be alleviated somewhat. He turned to the colonel and said, "Let it be so. Additionally, I require a small security detail to accompany us on the periphery. They need not enter the core area, merely to assist within the star ring, which complies with regulations, correct?" "Certainly," the colonel promptly affirmed. A small contingent of the most elite power-armored soldiers from the Stardust Iron Fist Legion, numbering 20, quickly embarked upon a Lin Feng Fleet-S Termite-class landing craft. Under the leadership of Lieutenant Vasily, they would remain on standby in designated areas of the star ring, providing peripheral support. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, Leo, and the 6 ship girls, Ling Ji, Mo Huang, Xing Xian, Tiger, Fubuki, and Qinyuan, boarded the luxurious transport shuttle dispatched by headquarters. Just before boarding, Lin Feng conducted a final confirmation through a mental link with Mo Huang, Ling Ji, and Xing Xian. Mo Huang stated, "Commander, the Eternal Night Star Veil has entered low-power standby mode, with the Wan Jian Chao Huang system partially online and the reconnaissance drone fleet maintaining covert patrols. The Star Ring network data flow monitoring has been established. Should any anomalous information waves targeting us arise, I will be informed immediately." Ling Ji added, "The Life-Weaving Network's maintenance system is on standby and ready to respond at any moment." Xing Xian interjected, "Main cannon energy circuits are pre-charged. The Crimson Lotus Judgment Force Field is at the critical point of instantaneous activation. Who dares to lay a hand on my commander? My Annihilation Spear will not care whether this is the home planet or not." Lin Feng cautioned, "No, Xing Xian, don't act rashly." Although the 3 ship girls were by Lin Feng's side, their deep connection with their vessels remained unbroken, allowing for remote monitoring and limited tactical operations. This was the unique advantage of the Starship Girl and Commander system. The transport shuttle smoothly entered the grand gate of the celestial tree of heaven, resembling the mouth of a colossal beast. Outside the porthole, the internal landscape of the star ring unfurled, revealing an artificial world that transcended ordinary imagination. Beneath a simulated sky, skyscrapers formed a dense forest, aerial thoroughfares crisscrossed above, and aircraft flowed continuously, their grandeur and order leaving one in awe. "Wow, it's enormous here. Much larger than the Unzao Mountain in the Panga system." Fubuki pressed her face against the window, her silver hair nearly brushing the glass, her azure eyes filled with wonder. Qinyuan gazed at her tenderly and cautioned, "Fubuki, be careful." Her gaze swept across the view outside, tinged with curiosity about the new environment, yet more so with a calm scrutiny. Tiger focused on security details, calmly advising Leo, "Young master, pay attention to the defensive arrangements and personnel movement at each node." Leo waved his hand, dismissively. "Relax, with you all here, and old Lin, this freak, what is there to fear?" He leaned closer to Lin Feng, winking mischievously. "Old Lin, do you think any beautiful female legislators or the daughters of generals will fall for me at first sight?" Xing Xian rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Foolish Leo, do you think this is a social gathering? Don't lead my commander astray." Mo Huang stifled a laugh behind her hand. "Commander Leo is as lively as ever." Ling Ji, feeling somewhat anxious, edged closer to Lin Feng, unconsciously clutching the hem of his clothing. Lin Feng sensed her unease and gently patted her hand, offering a reassuring glance. The transport shuttle finally arrived at the Star Observation Hall. This edifice, suspended within the star ring, fused classical Eastern architectural elements with streamlined futuristic materials, exuding both solemnity and mystery. On the platform before the hall, numerous staff members and security personnel stood ready. As Lin Feng and his entourage disembarked from the shuttle, an invisible pressure seemed to intensify instantaneously. Under Vasily's command, the 20 members of the Stardust Iron Fist security team swiftly formed a defensive formation around the platform. The cold metallic sheen of their power armor and the palpable aura of vigilance starkly contrasted with the opulent surroundings and the other officers' guards, silently declaring that this was no ordinary contingent. Guided by the official usher, Lin Feng and Leo walked side by side, followed closely by the 6 ship girls, each distinct yet equally captivating, as they approached the grand doors adorned with star maps and epic tales of civilization. Inside lay an extraordinarily vast hall. Soft light cascaded from the dome, illuminating the polished floor. At the far end of the hall sat a row of figures in high-backed chairs. In the center was Su Guoyang, adorned with the insignia of a senior general, his countenance refined, yet his gaze sharp as lightning. The moment Lin Feng and his party entered the hall, all eyes converged upon them, filled with scrutiny, inquiry, admiration, and trepidation, a complex tapestry of emotions. Su Guoyang regarded the young commander at the forefront, flanked by a formidable assembly of ship girls and iron-willed warriors, their presence exuding an intangible aura. A subtle, inscrutable smile emerged on his face as he slowly spoke, his voice resonating clearly throughout the hall. "Major Lin Feng, Lieutenant Leo, welcome to the Star Observation Hall. The fresh wind you have brought truly lends a different air to this ancient hall." Chapter 219. Undercurrents of the Star Observation Hall. Su Guoyang's voice resonated like an ancient bell, echoing throughout the magnificent hall, imbued with a weightiness born of time and undeniable authority. Lin Feng, meeting that gaze which seemed capable of piercing the soul, advanced with poise. His strides were steady, and his sharply tailored suit reflected a subdued brilliance under the gentle illumination. Behind him, the 3 ship girls moved like the most loyal guardians and the brightest embellishments. Matching his pace, Mo Huang exuded elegance, her deep violet eyes calmly surveying the row of figures at the end of the hall, a hint of a smile playing on her lips as if savoring an impending performance. Xing Xian held her chin slightly elevated, her glacial blue eyes striving to project the majesty befitting a powerful battleship, though her subtle movements beside Lin Feng betrayed her inner tension. Lingji instinctively tightened her grip on Lin Feng's clothing, her amber eyes curiously yet timidly scanning the solemn hall. Leo trailed half a step behind Lin Feng, chest out and head held high, attempting to maintain a serious expression, yet his restless eyes and the slight upturn of his lips revealed his excitement. Hu Qing trailed behind him, his face serious, yet his eyes betraying a mixture of tension and keen interest in his commander's performance. Fei Dian, on the other hand, curiously glanced around, while Jinyuan stood steadfast, like a moving mountain, his gaze gentle yet resolute upon Leo. General Su performed an impeccable military salute, announcing Lin Feng's arrival. His voice was clear and imbued with the vigor of youth, yet curiously resonated with a composure that belied his age. This paradox elicited a flicker of intrigue in the eyes of the federal dignitaries present. "No need for excessive formalities," Su Guoyang remarked, slightly raising his hand. His gaze lingered on Lin Feng for a moment before sweeping over the fleet of ship girls behind him. "Please take your seats. The Star Ring Command Center has arranged a temporary resting area for you all, but before we commence with the formal agenda, I believe we can indulge in a brief conversation." His tone was casual, reminiscent of a discussion between elder and younger, yet the palpable pressure in the hall remained undiminished. The officers, ship girls, and staff standing around held their breath, as if the air had thickened. Lin Feng and Leo seated themselves directly opposite Su Guoyang, while the 6 ship girls stood quietly behind them. This arrangement transformed the informal meeting into a subtle report and listening session. "We have meticulously reviewed the battle reports from the front lines," Su Guoyang stated, lifting the crystalline teacup before him and taking a leisurely sip. "The iron anvil system's lightning reversal and the swift purification of blood claw and corrupt claw systems. Major Lin Feng, you and your fleet have achieved the most splendid record the Federation has seen in nearly a century." His commendation was straightforward, yet the depth of his gaze harbored little warmth, resembling more a mere declaration of an objective fact. Fortune played a role, but it was inseparable from the valiant resistance of the soldiers on the front lines and the support from the command center. Lin Feng replied, his words impeccably measured, a modest smile gracing his face. He understood that in such circumstances, excessive pride and undue humility were neither wise. Fortune, a gray-haired, stern-faced general, his insignia denoting a rank of lieutenant general, suddenly interjected, his voice hoarse yet sharp. "In just a few months, from being missing to returning with 3 such uniquely formidable vessels and sweeping through multiple heavily fortified systems of the insectoid forces, such a feat cannot be merely attributed to luck." Major Lin Feng, his gaze locked onto Lin Feng like that of a hawk. "The report lacks clarity regarding the technological sources of your fleet," he continued. "Discovering ancient relics in the Andromeda system and completing modifications? This explanation seems rather unconvincing. Finally, the anticipated moment had arrived. Lin Feng sighed inwardly, maintaining a composed facade. General Wang, Su Guoyang cast a sidelong glance at the elder general, who immediately fell silent, though his gaze remained insistent. We shall have experts from the Academy of Sciences and the Equipment Department discuss the technical details with Major Lin Feng later. Let's not dwell on that today. He deftly shifted the topic, yet it was clear to all that this was merely a temporary postponement. I am more intrigued by your assessment of the concept entropy beasts and the Carlos incident. Su Guoyang resumed, this time his gaze imbued with a hint of inquiry. Your report has proposed a threat level that we have never formally acknowledged before. The atmosphere in the hall grew noticeably more serious at this mention. Several generals and legislators exchanged glances. Lin Feng straightened his posture. This was indeed one of the central topics of their meeting. He organized his thoughts and succinctly reiterated the discovery of the Dark Claw 3 underground base, the characteristics of the Echo puppets, the remnants of Carlos's frenzied ritual, and the traits of the concept entropy beasts as deduced by Mo Huang. His narrative was coherent and pointed, neither overly dramatizing fear nor concealing the immense potential threat. As he detailed their consumption of information, the potential for overriding, and the possibility of using echo bodies as beacons for cross-dimensional positioning and erosion. Even the seasoned federal leaders displayed signs of gravity. Thus, I believe that Carlos's erratic actions may have inadvertently opened a fissure for some ancient existence that we find difficult to comprehend, or rather, provided a coordinate, Lin Feng concluded. Although the transaction was completed and the sacrifice consumed, the portal appears unstable or closed. The echo body and the associated entropy beasts still pose a significant latent threat. The threat they represent is fundamentally different from the physical annihilation we are familiar with. A brief silence enveloped the hall, interrupted only by the serene flow of simulated starlight from the dome above. The existence of information-level attacks implies a fundamental alteration, a bespectacled, refined legislator mused softly. He was a representative of the Federal Academy of Sciences within the Parliament. This indeed surpasses our current defensive system's conventional understanding. Our shields can deflect energy, and our armor can withstand impacts, but against such attacks that directly target the essence of existence, He did not finish his thought, yet his concern was palpable. Major Lin Feng, does your fleet possess the capability to contend with this new type of threat? Su Guoyang inquired directly, his gaze intense. Lin Feng did not respond immediately. He glanced at Mo Huang beside him. Understanding his cue, Mo Huang stepped forward gracefully, executing a refined bow. Her voice was soft yet clear. General Su, esteemed officers, based on our analysis of the residual energy in reverse engineering, the entropy beast erosion exhibits characteristics of high-dimensional information projection and underlying logic rewriting. Conventional physical defenses are limited in efficacy. She paused, a flicker of data light dancing in her deep purple eyes. However, is not entirely insurmountable. The void core chi itself, as a special energy deeply intertwined with life and consciousness, possesses certain anchoring and purifying properties against informational disturbances. Moreover, high-intensity energy fields, particularly those with properties of law deflection or reality stabilization, can interfere with their projection process. For instance, Star Ring interjected, her small face alight with pride. My red lotus judgment field has energy conversion and law deflection characteristics. Although I haven't tested it against such entities, theoretically, it should hold up. Realizing she had interrupted, she cast a furtive glance at Lin Feng, and upon seeing no sign of reproach from her commander, she puffed out her chest slightly. The senior leaders listened intently to the ship girl's coherent explanations, even delving into high-dimensional theoretical analyses, their eyes glittering with intrigue. Their gazes toward Lin Feng shifted from mere scrutiny to something deeper. To possess such powerful and knowledgeable ship girls, this young commander undoubtedly harbored more secrets than what was documented. After all, most formidable ship girls typically specialized solely in combat. It was akin to a muscle-bound individual from a research institute compared to a combat-trained lowly from the military. The former possesses top-tier physical knowledge, while the latter wields unparalleled combat prowess. Ultimately, the offspring of these two fated souls would be a combat lowly endowed with both supreme physical knowledge and combat strength. Excellent. Su Guoyang slowly nodded, the first hint of satisfaction gracing his features. Having a preliminary strategy to address this is certainly better than being at a loss. The intelligence and counter-research concerning the entropy beast will be designated as one of the Federation's highest priority projects. Major Lin Feng, you and your ship girls must fully cooperate with the relevant work of the Academy of Sciences. Understood. Lin Feng replied. This was an expected request and one of his aims. Now, let us discuss the awarding ceremony. Su Guoyang smoothly transitioned the conversation, the atmosphere appearing to lighten somewhat. The Federation has decided to hold a grand joint awarding ceremony for you, Lieutenant Liu, and all the frontline soldiers who have rendered outstanding service in the recent battles. 3 days hence, at the People's Square in Lingxiao City, the capital of Blue Star. The Speaker of the Federation and the Marshal of the Supreme Command will be in attendance, and it will be broadcasted live across the Federation. Liu's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement, nearly bursting into cheers, only to be restrained by the firm tug of Huqing on the hem of his garment, nearly tearing it apart in the process. This was a tribute to heroes from civilization, a necessary act to unite hearts and uplift spirits. Su Gulian Zitge Lin Feng, his tone laden with significance. Major Lin Feng, you are now the most spotlighted star of the Federation. Countless eyes are upon you, filled with anticipation, admiration, and perhaps something else. I hope you seize this opportunity wisely. Lin Feng discerned the subtle warning embedded in his words. He solemnly nodded. I understand, General Su. I will tread carefully and uphold the expectations of the Federation and its people. As long as you comprehend, Su Guoyang replied, rising from his seat, prompting others and their accompanying shipgirls to stand as well. Let's conclude here for today. The liaison team will manage all subsequent processes. You should rest and acclimatize to the Star Ring environment. Remember, prior to the awarding ceremony, do not stray from the designated areas, nor accept any unofficial private invitations or interviews. Thank you for the reminder. With the meeting at an end, Lin Feng and his companions bowed once more and exited the observatory under the guidance of the colonel, stepping through the grand doors. Inhaling the refreshing air simulated within the Star Ring, Liu let out a long sigh. I thought I was going to suffocate. Talking to those old geezers is exhausting. Old Lin, you were remarkably composed just now. Huqing sighed in exasperation behind him. Feidian blinked her large eyes, curiously inquiring, Commander Liu, will we also go up during the awarding ceremony? Of course, Liu declared, hands on his hips, you are my pride. Lin Feng did not partake in their banter. He cast a glance back at the silent observatory bathed in starlight, his thoughts swirling. Every question and glance from Su Guoyang was imbued with profound meaning. The doubts surrounding the origins of their technology were momentarily suppressed, yet the emphasis on the entropy beasts and the intent to assess their power was glaringly apparent. The awarding ceremony signified honor, but also the process of integrating him and his forces into the Federation's legitimate framework, placing them under the spotlight and scrutiny. Commander? Lingji gently tugged at his sleeve, concern evident in her eyes. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze, offering a reassuring smile to the 3 shipgirls. It's nothing. Let us head back. And Mo Huang, inform Vasily that the guard can stand down. Understood. The group boarded the transport vessel heading back. Outside the porthole, the vibrant night scene of the towering Star Ring shimmered magnificently, but Lin Feng knew that beneath this brilliance, the undercurrents were just beginning to stir. Chapter 220, Star Ring Night and Uninvited Guests, Part 1. Upon returning to the familiar warmth of the Lingji R-class giant ship, the tension among the group began to ease. Lin Feng promptly summoned Vasily, the burly lieutenant, who had just led the guard back from within the Star Ring. Still bore the fine dust unique to the area on his powered armor. Sir, Vasily greeted, his voice as steady as ever. What's the situation? Lin Feng gestured for him to sit, and Lingji kindly brought over 2 cups of hot drinks. The internal defenses of the Star Ring are extremely stringent, with numerous sentries, automated defense platforms, and scanning nodes far exceeding those of any frontline fortress, Vasily succinctly reported. Our guards' movements were strictly confined to designated routes and areas, monitored by at least 3 different systems the entire time. However, the other side was quite professional, displaying no overt hostility, merely observation. Lin Feng nodded. This was within expectation. Returning to the home planet, especially in a core area like the Star Ring, felt akin to entering a transparent fishbowl with no blind spots. What is the morale of the soldiers? Very excited, yet restrained, Vasily said, a rare smile gracing his face. Most of the lads are here on Blue Star for the first time, and to step onto the soil of their home planet, to breathe air free of war and smoke, is a tremendous encouragement for them. I have arranged a rotation schedule to ensure both combat readiness and leave visits are well balanced. Regarding discipline, I have emphasized thrice. Anyone who dares to cause trouble on the home soil and tarnish the commander's reputation will not only face severe demotion, but will also be confined to the lowest training grounds of the Mo Huang for a month. Lin Feng chuckled. This was very much in line with Vasily's character. Well done. The next few days are crucial. We must monitor public opinion and movements both within and outside the Star Ring surrounding the awarding ceremony. Report any anomalies to Mo Huang promptly. Yes. Vasily acknowledged, departing. Once Vasily left, Lin Feng leaned back in the command chair, rubbing his temples. Although the meeting at the observatory was brief, the invisible clashes and pressures were more draining than commanding a battle. Commander, are you tired? Mo Huang had quietly approached from behind, her soft fingers gently massaging his temples with just the right amount of pressure. A faint scent of violet lingered in the air. A bit, Lin Feng replied, closing his eyes to savor Mo Huang's ministrations. Conversing with those old foxes required careful consideration of every word. They were probing, but also assessing. Mo Huang whispered in his ear, her warm breath brushing against his earlobe. Technology, combat capability, loyalty, and your personal disposition. General Su's final remark was both a reminder and a warning. Your current position is quite delicate. I'm aware, Lin Feng sighed. A tree standing out in the forest will be uprooted by the wind. Our display of power is too conspicuous, making it difficult to avoid suspicion and envy. The awarding ceremony serves as both a means of appeasement and a method of placing us in the limelight. Then we shall cooperate fully and perform this heroic return act splendidly. Mo Huang replied with a light laugh, her fingertips gliding from Lin Feng's neck to his shoulder, skillfully kneading his tense muscles. We will act within the rules and claim the honors and resources that are rightfully ours. As for any covert machinations, a glint of cold light flashed in her deep purple eyes. With me around, no information will escape scrutiny. The main cannon of the Xingxuan is more than capable of addressing any unforeseen physical threats. Indeed, Lin Feng relaxed, feeling a sense of reassurance with them by his side. Commander, Xingxuan's voice approached, accompanied by the crisp sound of small boots on the metal floor. She carried a delicately crafted tray, adorned with charmingly shaped, aromatic pastries and a steaming beverage. I've developed new Stardust pastries and Galaxy milk tea. Do try them for a boost of energy. Lin Feng opened his eyes, observing the eager expression on the little girl's face, and couldn't help but smile. He picked up a cookie shaped like a small asteroid, dusted with edible glitter, and took a bite. The crisp texture, perfectly balanced sweetness, and flowing fruit jam in the center were simply delightful. Delicious, Lin Feng praised wholeheartedly, taking a sip of milk tea that was warm and rich. Xingxuan, your culinary skills are truly exceptional. Oomph, of course. Xingxuan's cheeks flushed with pride as she turned her head away, but the upward curve of her lips and the joyful swaying of her hair betrayed her happiness. I am destined to become the fleet's chief chef. This level of skill is nothing at all. Lingji joined in, taking a small bite of cookie, her eyes squinting in bliss. Sister Xingxuan's treats are always this delicious. However, these warm moments of tranquility were fleeting. Just as Lin Feng and the ship girls were enjoying a brief respite from the turmoil of battle, Mo Huang suddenly furrowed her brow slightly. Data streams racing through her deep purple eyes. Commander, she softly spoke, her tone laced with intrigue. We have uninvited guests. A small luxury shuttle, which was not pre-registered, is departing from the private port in the Star Ring's central area, seemingly heading for our fleet's berth. The vessel is marked as belonging to a high-end reception company under the Xinhuan Group. However, one of the passengers bears the life signal of Commander Liu's father, Mr. Li Qingyun. Liu's father? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, a touch of surprise crossing his features, yet it seemed to fall within the realm of reason. With the son achieving remarkable feats on the front lines and being summoned back to their home planet for a commendation, how could a father remain composed? However, he had not anticipated that this titan of industry would act with such alacrity. The ceremony was still 3 days away, and here he was, arriving unannounced. Should we notify Liu? Lingji inquired. Of course, Lin Feng replied with a smile. If his father is here, how could his son not be present? Montak Feng. Please contact Liu, and in my name, issue a temporary visitor permit to that shuttle, allowing it to dock at the third bay of the Lingji. Understood. And Mo Huang's fingertips danced over her console, and the command was dispatched in an instant. Chapter 221. The Night of the Star Ring and an Unexpected Guest, Part 2. Moments later, Liu's boisterous voice echoed through the communication channel. What? My dad is here? Right now? On the Star Ring? You brought him to the Lingji? This old man is too well informed. Wait for me. I'll bring Hu Che and the others over immediately. After approximately 15 minutes, a sleek, luxuriously painted private shuttle glided into the designated docking bay of the Lingji, akin to an elegant fish in water, silent and graceful. As the hatch opened, the first to descend was a middle-aged man clad in a tailored, dark gray suit, his hair meticulously styled, bearing a striking resemblance to Liu, though his demeanor exuded a greater gravitas and authority. A well-measured smile adorned his face, his eyes sharp and astute. He was Li Qingyun, the chairman of the Xinghuan group. Following closely was a young woman in a well-fitted skirt suit, exuding a poised and elegant aura. She was Liu's sister, Li. Bringing up the rear were several individuals, evidently assistants and bodyguards. Lin Feng had already been awaiting their arrival in the docking bay alongside 3 ship girls. Liu, accompanied by Hu Che, Fei Dian, and Zhen Yuan, hurriedly arrived, panting slightly. "Dad, cease. What brings you here? Where's Mom?" Liu approached, his tone a blend of astonishment and barely concealed delight. "I didn't inform your mother, so she didn't come." Li Qingyun nodded at his son before quickly scanning Liu from head to toe, a flicker of unnoticeable relief flashing in his eyes upon confirming his son's well-being. He then turned to Lin Feng, his smile growing warmer. "You must be Major Lin Feng, indeed a youthful hero, strikingly impressive. I am Li Qingyun, Liu's father. This is my youngest daughter, Li. I apologize for the abrupt visit." "Chairman Li, Miss Li, welcome," Lin Feng greeted with a smile, extending his hand for a handshake. "Liu is my comrade and brother. Naturally, his family is also my guest. Please, allow me to show you inside." He led the group to a spacious, elegantly arranged reception room within the ship. The Lingji had prepared refreshments in advance. After everyone settled, Li Qingyun courteously expressed his admiration and congratulations for Lin Feng's achievements on the front lines, his words meticulously crafted, showcasing the finesse of a seasoned business magnate. Li sat quietly beside them, occasionally surveying Lin Feng and the ship girls behind him, particularly pausing to regard Mo Huang with a hint of awe in her gaze. Once the pleasantries had been exchanged, Li Qingyun shifted his attention to Liu, his tone laced with reproach, but underlined by genuine concern. "You rascal. You arrive back on your home planet and don't contact the family right away. Do you have any idea how worried your mother is? I'm constantly being nagged by her. It's driving me to the brink. Moreover, I only learned about the contract with Zhen Yuan through official military reports." Liu scratched his head, feeling a bit sheepish. "Well, it's a war. Isn't it? I just got back and didn't have the chance. Besides, the resources for Zhen Yuan's manifestation were provided by old Lin. Major Lin Feng's generosity and camaraderie are deeply appreciated by our Li family." Li Qingyun immediately turned to Lin Feng, speaking earnestly. "Liu is fortunate to have a friend like you. Regarding the resources for Zhen Yuan's manifestation, our Li family will..." "Chairman Li," Lin Feng interjected with a sincere smile, raising his hand. "Liu and I are brothers. It is only natural that we support one another. There is no need to discuss resources further. The bravery and growth Liu displays on the front lines are the best repayment to you and your wife." Li Qingyun's eyes sparkled with admiration. He had navigated the realms of business and politics for years, encountering countless so-called geniuses who became arrogant with success. Yet, this young man before him was humble in victory, valuing relationships and displaying a composure beyond his 18 years. A son who could forge such a friendship was indeed fortunate. "Very well, since the Major has spoken, I shall refrain from being overly formal," Li Qingyun replied, his tone lowering slightly. "My visit today is not only to see this unworthy son of mine, but also to personally express my gratitude to Major Lin Feng for your care towards Liu. Additionally, with the commendation approaching, the Star Ring and Blue Star are entangled with various factions. There are some matters you may need to be informed about." Lin Feng's heart stirred. He sensed the conversation was steering towards more serious matters. Li Qingyun intended to convey beneath the surface insights under the guise of a local expert, both as a gesture of goodwill and perhaps as a form of investment. "I am all ears," Lin Feng replied, straightening his posture to indicate his attentiveness. Li Qingyun glanced at his assistant, who promptly understood, retrieving an encrypted datapad. After a few moments of operation, he handed it to Lin Feng. "This contains both public and non-public briefings regarding recent developments in Blue Star, the surrounding star regions, as well as brief background analyses on figures and factions that may pique your interest." Li Qingyun continued, "Of course, none of this involves classified information. It is based on publicly available data and reasonable inferences. I hope it proves helpful to you, Major." Lin Feng accepted the datapad and quickly skimmed through the contents, understanding its significance. This briefing was undoubtedly of considerable value. Li Qingyun was using the Li family's intelligence network to extend a hand of friendship, while also offering a subtle warning. The waters of Blue Star run deep. No, the depths of political centers have always been profound, no matter the location. "Thank you very much, Chairman Li. I gratefully accept this gesture," Lin Feng expressed sincerely. "There's no need for such formality." Li Qingyun waved his hand dismissively. "With Liu under your wing, I feel reassured. I just hope that you two brothers, while bravely fighting the enemy on the front lines, also pay heed to your own safety. Especially," he hinted, glancing out of the porthole at the magnificent star ring. Sometimes, the hidden arrows from a rear are more challenging to defend against than the visible guns at the front. After discussing for a while longer, primarily with Li inquiring about Liu's daily life on the front lines, with Hu Che chiming in helplessly, Li Qingyun finally rose to take his leave. His objectives for this visit had been achieved. He had seen his son, personally thanked Lin Feng, presented a gift, and expressed the goodwill and support of the Li family. After seeing off Li Qingyun and his entourage, the docking bay doors closed once more. Leo let out a sigh of relief, still processing his father's sudden appearance. My dad is surprisingly swift in his actions. Your father is genuinely concerned about you. Jin Yuan gently patted Leo's shoulder. Lin Feng, meanwhile, gazed thoughtfully at the datapad in his hands. The arrival of Li Qingyun and this briefing served as a clear signal. He had officially entered the purview of certain elements within the core power circles of the Federation, and someone had begun to place their bets. And Mo Huang analyzed this data and integrate it into our intelligence database. Lin Feng instructed, handing the datapad to her. Xing Xian, Lingji, continue with the routine checks. Leo, you should take Hu Che and the others back to rest. As the night fell over the star ring, the simulated heavens above twinkled with stars, reflecting the real galaxy below. Beneath this resplendent yet intricate tapestry of human civilization, deeper currents were quietly converging beneath the calm surface. The forthcoming commendation ceremony might illuminate certain truths, yet would undoubtedly cast longer shadows as well. Lin Feng stood before the observation window of the Lingji, gazing at the azure home planet, his thoughts swirling like the cosmos before him. Chapter 222, The Journey's End Commander. The control center of the Celestial Tree Ring has issued an urgent directive. We are to remain on standby in the third anchor area of Blue Star's synchronous orbit, awaiting final landing clearance. And Mo Huang's voice resonated in the bridge as she stood beside Lin Feng. Her deep purple eyes fixated on the magnificent azure planet displayed on the main screen. It had been 48 hours since the meeting at the Star Observation Hall, and the award ceremony was scheduled for the following day. At last, we are about to set foot on our home planet, Lin Feng whispered. Star Xian leaned against the tactical table, her golden twin tails cascading around her, her small hands cradling her chin. Commander, what do you think Blue Star is like now? Will it resemble the images in the database? Only more spectacular, Mo Huang replied with a smile. 7 centuries of interstellar colonization and return have transformed our mother planet into more than just a celestial body. It has become a spiritual totem of civilization and a crystallization of technology. Ling Ji cautiously brought over 3 cups of hot beverages, her amber eyes shimmering with anticipation and unease. I feel a bit nervous. Stepping onto our mother planet feels like a pilgrimage. Lin Feng accepted the teacup, its warmth radiating into his palm. He gazed out the viewport. The celestial tree ring loomed like an iron fortress encircling Blue Star, its grandeur so immense that even from his vantage point aboard 3 colossal ships, it was breathtaking. Countless port gates on the ring opened and closed, with vessels darting through like a swarm of bees, showcasing the astonishing vitality of human civilization surging forth even in dire straits. Report. The calm voice of Vasily came through the communication channel. The Stardust Iron Fist Legion has completed surface adaptability training for Blue Star. All on-leave soldiers have returned to their posts within 3 hours. All personnel are on standby, awaiting your next instructions, Commander. Well done, Lin Feng replied. Notify all units to maintain maximum vigilance during the award ceremony. This is not the front line, but we must remain alert. Understood. At that moment, a secured communication request from the Star Navy headquarters popped up on the main screen, the sender labeled as the Award Ceremony Preparatory Committee. Connect, Lin Feng commanded. The screen revealed a female officer clad in the uniform of the Federal Parliament. Her projection, heavily encrypted, rendered her features slightly blurred, yet her voice was clear. Major Lin Feng, I am Aaron Shun, the chief coordinator for the award ceremony. There are a few final confirmations regarding tomorrow's proceedings. Please proceed. First, the ceremony will take place at the central square of Lingxiao City, with an expected audience of over 3 million, broadcast live across all star domains of the Federation. You and your core team members, including your 3 ship girls, as well as Lieutenant Leo and his ship girl, are required to arrive at the east preparation area of the square by 9 o'clock sharp. Aaron Chin paused, her tone turning serious. Secondly, for security reasons, the Supreme Command has mandated that your 3 capital ships maintain a minimum energy standby state during the ceremony, with all weapon systems in complete lock mode. This is standard procedure. I trust you understand. Lin Feng exchanged glances with Mo Huang, who subtly nodded. acknowledging that this was indeed a customary safety measure for the Federation in welcoming back the heroic fleet from the front lines, even if their fleet size exceeded the norm. That is acceptable, Lin Feng replied. My ships will fully comply with the regulations. Thank you for your cooperation. Aaron Chin's tone softened somewhat. Lastly, General Su Guoyang has asked me to convey that he wishes to have a private conversation with you after the ceremony at the top level of the Star Observation Hall. The discussion will center on the response strategy concerning the concept entropy beasts and the future strategic positioning of your fleet. This was the crux of the matter. Lin Feng understood. The award was an honor, a spectacle for the entire Federation to witness. Yet, what truly determined the trajectory of him and his forces lay in the negotiations and maneuvers behind the ceremony. Please inform General Su that I will arrive promptly, he said. After the communication ended, the bridge fell into a brief silence. They still fear us. Starry was the first to speak, her small face brimming with indignation. Locking down our weapons systems? As if we would fire upon our mother planet. This is a necessary political wisdom, Starry. Mo Huang elegantly adjusted a strand of hair by her temple. The power we exhibit is so formidable that it could disrupt the existing balance of power. The higher-ups need to ascertain whether we are controllable and loyal. These protocols are both constraints and tests. Ling Ji gently tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve, her voice tinged with worry. Commander, will we be in any danger? Lin Feng turned, his gaze sweeping over the three ship girls, the gentle, healing Ling Ji, the elegant and enigmatic Mo Huang, and the proud, combative Starry. He extended his hand and affectionately ruffled Ling Ji's light green hair, patted Mo Huang's shoulder, and finally pinched Starry's puffed cheek. With you all here, I fear nothing, he smiled. Moreover, we are not here to fight. We are here to return home. Home, Ling Ji softly echoed, warmth glistening in her eyes. Mo Huang's deep purple gaze lingered on Lin Feng as she suddenly asked, Commander, do you still remember your home on Blue Star? I mean, the one you spoke of before your journey across time. This question momentarily startled Lin Feng. He approached the panoramic observation window, gazing at the slowly rotating azure planet amidst the starry expanse. 7 centuries had passed, enough time to change mountains into seas and civilizations to rise and fall. Did the Yangtze and Yellow rivers still flow? Did Mount Tai still stand tall? Would all those cultural imprints etched deep within the soul have persisted in this celestial realm? My memories are quite hazy, Lin Feng admitted candidly, like a distant yet vivid dream. Yet, when I behold this planet, an inexplicable sense of closeness washes over me. Perhaps this is what they call blood resonance. Starry leaped to Lin Feng's side, grasping his arm with her small hand. No matter where the commander hails from, you are our commander now. This is your home. We are your family. Her straightforward and heartfelt words kindled a warmth within Lin Feng. He looked down at the battleship lowly who barely reached his chest. Then at Mo Huang and Ling Ji beside him, suddenly feeling that all the hardships and struggles he had endured since his traversal were worthwhile. Indeed, he softly replied, wherever you all are, that is home. At that moment, Mo Huang received new information and said, receive the navigation beacon from the celestial tree ring. The descent trajectory for Blue Star has been plotted. We are expected to enter the atmosphere in 1 hour. Positions. Lin Feng inhaled deeply and returned to the command seat. Mo Huang, send collaborative descent instructions to Leo's fleet. Ling Ji, ensure all systems aboard the R-Class are operating smoothly. Starry. He glanced at the eager little lowly, chuckling helplessly, stay by my side, no wandering off, and certainly no secretly charging the main cannon. Got it. Starry pouted, but obediently returned to her deputy command position. The vast fleet began to adjust its posture. Ling Ji's R-Class, with its 60-kilometer-long jade-green hull. Mo Huang's Eternal Night Starwing class, with a wingspan of 300 kilometers, resembling a dark phoenix. And Starry's Cutting Star class, a massive crimson behemoth stretching 288 kilometers. 3 interstellar behemoths comparable to moving mountains, slowly navigated towards the designated entry point into Blue Star's atmosphere, guided by the celestial ring's navigation vessels. During the journey from the ring to the surface, Lin Feng gazed through the observation window, witnessing the visage of humanity's mother planet after 7 centuries. The contours of Blue Star's continents were faintly discernible, yet its surface was adorned with glowing artificial megastructures. Enormous domed cities scattered across the continents like pearls, while aerial routes crisscrossed, with flying vehicles darting through the skies like shooting stars. Countless artificial islands and energy collection platforms floated upon the oceans, and the polar regions were enveloped in a network of climate control devices. Most striking of all were the 3 orbital elevators encircling the equator. They resembled silver threads connecting heaven and earth, extending from the surface all the way to the synchronous orbit, tightly linking the planet with the celestial tree ring. Each base of these elevators housed a super metropolis with a population exceeding 10 million. This is the cradle of human civilization. Montag von Zuchtlichkeit, remarking that even in the darkest hours on the front lines, the radiance here had never waned. The brilliance of the planet was reflected in Ling Ji's eyes. It was more beautiful than any recorded imagery. Meanwhile, Xing Xin's attention was captured by another matter. Commander, look, those orbital defense platforms. The main cannon has a caliber of at least 20 meters, and those small combat space stations hidden in low Earth orbit. The defense system of our home planet is quite impressive. Indeed, as the fleet descended, more military installations came into view. Aerial fortresses concealed within the clouds, missile silos lurking beneath the depths of the sea, and even evidence of surface mountain ranges that had been entirely excavated and transformed into fortifications. As the last bastion of human civilization, Blue Star's defensive capacity far exceeded Lin Feng's imagination. Friendly identification signal detected, Mo Huang reported. The Blue Star Defense Command has confirmed our landing authorization and dispatched 12 Jinwu-class escort fighters to guide us. 12 sleek, gold and red-painted, 80-meter-long crewed aircraft emerged from the clouds, leading the way in front of the 3 colossal ships. The pilots communicated through an open channel, extending their greetings. Major Lin Feng, welcome home. Please follow our lead to land at the 3rd airport of Lingxiao City. Thank you for the guidance. Lin Feng responded, my fleet will comply fully. The landing process was smooth, yet gradual. The immense size of the 3 ships caused spectacular meteorological disturbances, even with the most precise anti-gravity controls while traversing the atmosphere. An annular cloud formed around the Lingji. The wingtips of the Mo Huang traced ethereal violet streaks across the sky, while the dark red hull of the Xingxian resembled a fallen sun under the sunlight. When the ships finally touched down steadily at the 3rd airport of Lingxiao City, a designated area cleared for their arrival, Lin Feng could perceive the throngs of people gathered outside the airport, even from several dozen kilometers away. A sea of humanity. A true tide of over 1 million souls. People waved the Federation's flags and held up welcoming banners. Countless holographic projections in the air spelled out phrases like welcome home. Heroes and light of humanity. The cheers could be faintly heard even through the soundproofing layers of the ship. The commander, Ling Ji, spoke with a hint of emotion. Are they all here to welcome us? Indeed, Lin Feng replied softly, they are welcoming the warriors who have returned from hell, who symbolize the hope for the survival of civilization. He adjusted his phase weave, ceremonial attire, and took a deep breath. All right, ladies, let us accept this honor, and then. His gaze deepened. Face the future that awaits us. The bridge hatch slowly opened, and the gangway leading to the surface of Blue Star was now in place. Lin Feng stepped forward, followed closely by the 3 ship girls. As they emerged from the ship and set foot on their home planet, sunlight cascaded upon their faces. A gentle breeze tousled their hair, and the air was infused with a unique mingling of flora and urban essence. Lin Feng closed his eyes, savoring the complexity of emotions in this moment. Years of traversing the cosmos, battling through life and death, at last he had returned. Yet, he knew this was not an end, but rather the beginning of another, even more intricate and perilous war. He opened his eyes, gazing towards the central square of Lingxiao City. There, honor and intrigue, hope and treachery awaited him simultaneously. He would stride towards that stage alongside his ship girls. Chapter 223. The day of the award ceremony, the central square of Lingxiao City is the largest public gathering place on Blue Star. Its history tracing back to the feudal dynasties before the establishment of the Huaxian nation, even before humanity first ventured into the starry skies. Over the span of 7 centuries, this square has witnessed countless pivotal moments of human civilization. The inaugural launch ceremony of the first faster-than-light spacecraft, the announcement of the discovery of the silent nuclear energy, the celebration of the first successful contract with a Starship girl, and the nationwide jubilation following each frontline victory. Today, the square was set to host its most extraordinary ceremony in history. At 7 in the morning, all aerial traffic within a 50-kilometer radius of the square was under strict regulation. On the ground, the Federation security forces donned blue and white uniforms, establishing 3 layers of security, equipped with the highest grade scanning devices and energy suppression fields. In the sky, hundreds of police drones formed a surveillance network, while further afield, invisible orbital defense platforms had turned their cannons towards the ground. This was the last line of defense against any potential attacks. Yet, All these security measures paled in comparison to the multitude of people gathered in the square. Starting from 5 in the morning, citizens from all continents of Blue Star, and even from other colonial star domains, began pouring into the square and surrounding streets. By 8 o'clock, the number of attendees had surpassed 5 million, with billions more watching through holographic projections on the nearby streets. Countless others were glued to live broadcasts across the Federation. Their sole purpose for being here was to witness the legendary young commander and his fleet that had performed miracles. At 8:30, dignitaries began to take their seats on the observation platform. The Speaker of the Federation Council, the Marshal of the Supreme Command, governors from various star domains, high-ranking military officials, esteemed scholars from the Academy of Sciences, and luminaries from all walks of life. Almost every prominent figure at the pinnacle of human civilization had gathered here. Their seating was divided into several areas, maintaining a delicate distance and exchanging subtle glances. General Su Guoyang sat in the front row of the military section. Clad in a crisp Federation general's uniform, the 3 stars on his epaulette gleaming in the sunlight. Beside him were several venerable old generals, engaged in quiet conversation while occasionally glancing towards the staging area on the eastern side of the square. "Old Su, how do you think this boy will choose?" An elderly general with white hair and several scars on his face asked in a low voice. He was General Zhang Jinshan, the only marshal in the Federation, who had commanded the Battle of Dawn Pass, halting a massive invasion by the crystalline civilization at the cost of 2/3 of his fleet. Su Guiyang did not respond immediately. He gazed towards the eastern sky, where the silhouettes of the 3 colossal ships remained distinctly visible even from dozens of kilometers away. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "I cannot see through him. He is too young, yet remarkably composed. He possesses the vigor of youth, yet lacks its impetuosity. Most importantly," he paused, "the power he wields has transcended the conventional understanding of what it means to be a commander. You have seen the preliminary report from the Academy regarding those 3 ships, haven't you?" General Zhang nodded, his expression grave. "Some materials are beyond analysis. The energy signatures are unprecedented, and the structural integrity defies at least 17 known physical laws. The tech department's old-timers are nearly going mad, claiming it's either a miracle or technology from beyond the cosmos." "That is precisely the issue," Su Guiyang murmured. "Such formidable power, if not harnessed for the Federation's benefit, if it falls into the wrong hands, or if she herself harbors motives we cannot comprehend." He did not finish, but General Zhang understood his concerns. Just then, the millions of spectators in the square erupted into thunderous cheers. The gates of the eastern staging area slowly opened. Lin Feng emerged, clad in a blue and white Federation Star Navy Major's ceremonial uniform, the very phase-weave nanogarment crafted by Lingji herself, reflecting a subdued starlit sheen under the sun. His stride was steady, his posture erect. His black hair and eyes stood out strikingly in the sunlight. A hint of a smile graced his lips, conveying a perfect blend of solemnity and approachability. Behind him stood 3 ship girls, each radiating their own distinct charm. Lingji walked half a step behind Lin Feng to his left, her light green hair fluttering in the breeze. She wore a knee-length dress, predominantly white with emerald green accents, her slender legs encased in white stockings. Her amber eyes shimmered with a touch of nervousness, yet she endeavored to maintain her composure. Her hands were gracefully clasped before her, exuding elegance and gentleness. In the backdrop of Lin Feng, Mo Huang stood resplendent in a long gown of deep blue, bordering on black, with golden phoenix patterns elegantly cascading from her shoulders, accentuating her tall and proud silhouette, adorned with black lace gloves and high heels. Her dark hair was partially gathered with a ruby hairpin, revealing her graceful neck. Her deep violet eyes calmly scanned the audience, a subtle smile gracing her lips, as if she were savoring a grand theatrical performance. Beside her, Xing Xian endeavored to maintain a serious expression, her petite face framed by a splendid gown of red and white, embellished with golden trims and lavish ribbons that harmonized with her battleship identity. Her long golden pigtails, meticulously styled and bound with matching ribbons, brushed against her ankles. Despite her icy blue eyes striving for an air of authority, the tightly clenched fists betrayed her inner excitement. Further back, Leo, accompanied by his 3 ship girls, followed suit. Leo, also clad in formal attire with his hair unusually well-groomed, bore an unmistakable expression of barely contained enthusiasm. Hu Chu, Fei Dian, and Jin Yuan trailed behind him, each exuding a distinct aura. The procession of 11 traversed the lengthy red carpet, flanked by a solemn honor guard and an exuberant crowd. Holographic cameras captured every nuance of their expressions and movements from various angles. broadcasting live to every corner of the Federation. Truly an impressive sight, a senator on the podium remarked softly. The energy readings of those 3 ship girls were astonishingly high. Another military technician scrutinized his detector, his brow furrowed. Su Guoyang remained aloof from the discussion, quietly observing Lin Feng, attempting to glean insights from the young commander's demeanor. At last, Lin Feng and his entourage arrived at the base of the platform in the central square, where the venerable speaker of the Federation, a kindly old gentleman, awaited at the podium. As he raised his hand, the entire square fell into an immediate hush. Only the gentle rustling of flags in the breeze could be heard. Citizens, fellow compatriots, the speaker's voice resonated through the sound system, reaching the very stars above. Today, we gather not merely to celebrate an ordinary victory, but to pay the highest tribute of our civilization to a group of heroes who ignited the flame of hope for humanity in its darkest hour. Thunderous applause erupted, akin to a tsunami. After allowing the applause to subside, the speaker continued. In the past 6 months, the iron anvil system fell, the Zerg hordes surged forth, and the Federation's front lines teetered on the brink of collapse. Just as everyone feared yet another star domain would succumb to eternal darkness, he gestured toward Lin Feng. This young commander, Major Lin Feng, alongside his valiant comrades, returned to the battlefield in an astonishing manner. They not only reversed the tide of battle in the iron anvil system, but also swept through the Bloodclaw, Corruptclaw, and Shatterclaw star domains with thunderous force, annihilating billions of Zerg units and reclaiming vast strategic star territories for the Federation. With each proclamation, the crowd's cheers grew louder. But their contributions do not end there. The speaker raised his voice. In the campaign against the Zerg, Major Lin Feng and his team discovered and warned of an unprecedented threat, the concept of entropy beasts, which transcends our current understanding. This discovery could save our entire civilization from an incomprehensible disaster. At this revelation, astonished murmurs swept through the square. The existence of the entropy beasts had previously been classified as top secret, and this was the first public disclosure. The speaker continued, in recognition of these immortal achievements. Based on a joint resolution from the Federation Congress and the Supreme Command, we hereby bestow the following honors. He produced a golden scroll. Unfurling it to read, we confer upon Lin Feng the rank of Rear Admiral in the Federation Star Navy, promoting him by 3 levels. We award the highest honor medal of the Federation Guardian. We bestow upon his fleet the special collective merit of the Light of Iron Anvil. We confer upon Leo the rank of Colonel in the Federation Star Navy, promoting him by 2 levels. We award him the first-class Gallant Cross. We bestow upon all ship girls under Lin Feng's command, as well as every soldier of the Stardust Iron Fist Legion, the corresponding levels of merit and promotion. Each announcement elicited increasingly deafening cheers. However, when the speaker declared Lin Feng's promotion to Rear Admiral, many senior generals on the podium displayed subtle expressions. An 18-year-old Rear Admiral shattered a 300-year record of the Federation. This was not merely an honor, but a potent political signal. The highest echelons of the Federation had decided to earnestly cultivate this young miracle worker. Lin Feng ascended the platform with a serene countenance, accepting from the speaker the Federation Guardian Medal, adorned with a blue star motif and a relief of celestial rings along its edge. The medal felt exceptionally weighty, not only due to its material, but also for the significance it embodied. Please say a few words, Major Lin Feng. The speaker smiled, stepping aside from the podium. Lin Feng stood before the crowd, his gaze sweeping across the boundless sea of faces, passing over the scrutinizing eyes on the podium, and finally resting on the 3 ship girls beside him. Taking a deep breath, he began, his voice resonating through the sound system. Calm, yet powerful. I accept this honor. But not for myself. This is for all the soldiers who fought valiantly on the front lines. For those who held the line in the Iron Anvil system until the very last moment. For heroes like Commander Rog who chose to perish alongside the enemy. And for all those who chose to fight even in humanity's darkest hour. This is for my ship girls, Lingji, Mo Huang, Xing Xian, and all my comrades who stood shoulder to shoulder with me. Without them, I am nothing. This is also for Leo, for Huchu, Fadian, Jinyuan, and for every member of our fleet. He paused, his tone growing more profound. Yet I must remind everyone, the honor belongs to the past, while the crisis looms ahead. The Zerg threat has not dissipated. They are merely gathering strength. And the ancient existence of the entropy beasts, which feeds on information and can override existence, watches us from some dimension. The consequences of Commander Carlos's reckless actions may be far more severe than we can imagine. A profound silence enveloped the square as millions held their breath, listening intently. Our victory is but a brief respite in a protracted war. Lin Feng's voice rang with conviction. The struggle for the survival of human civilization is far from over. We need more ships, more commanders, more warriors. We require unity, vigilance, and readiness to confront foes even more enigmatic than the Zerg. He raised a metal in his hand, sunlight reflecting brilliantly off its surface. This metal is not the end, but the beginning. It reminds me, and all of us, that the responsibility of safeguarding civilization now rests in the hands of our generation. We shall embrace this responsibility. We will continue to fight until the last enemy is vanquished, until humanity's civilization truly thrives safely in this starry expanse. I swear. With those final words, Lin Feng stepped back and rendered a crisp military salute to the audience. Silence enveloped the square. Then, like a volcanic eruption, applause and cheers surged throughout the square. Reaching for the heavens, people waved flags and shouted Lin Feng's name, proclaiming "Long live humanity, and civilization shall endure." On the podium, General Su Guoyang nodded slowly, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. "Well said," he murmured to himself, acknowledging both the honor accepted and the warning issued. He expressed loyalty while hinting at independence. This child is more mature than I anticipated. In the heart of the square, Lin Feng lowered his salute and turned to his three ship girls. Lingji's eyes glistened with tears of emotion. Mo Huang's lips curved into a proud smile, and Xing Xian puffed out her little chest, embodying a sense of pride in her commander. Liu leaned in, giving Lin Feng's shoulder a hearty pat. "Old Lin, that was spectacular. Now, we are truly famous across the world." Lin Feng smiled faintly, though the joy did not reach his eyes. His gaze drifted past the cheering crowd, toward the distant sky. Chapter 224. The End and the Rebirth. 7 hours after the conclusion of the conferral ceremony, in the uppermost chamber of the Star Observation Pavilion. Perched at the pinnacle of the celestial trees ring, this space is a completely transparent hemisphere. From this vantage point, one can behold the magnificent panorama of the blue planet in a full 360-degree view, as well as gaze upon the boundless expanse of the starry sky. At this moment, it is night on the blue planet, with the lights below twinkling like stars, while the Milky Way stretches majestically across the heavens. Lin Feng stands before a long table, flanked by the ship girls Lingji, Mo Huang, and Xing Xian. Having changed out of their ceremonial attire, they're now clad in their everyday garments, yet still adorned in garments crafted using phase-weaving technology, lending an air of solemnity to the atmosphere. Across the long table sits General Su Guoyang, accompanied by 3 other high-ranking figures from the Federation: Marshal Zhang Jinshan, the president of the Federation Academy of Sciences, Ouyang Jing, and a middle-aged woman whose insignia marks her as the director of the Federation Intelligence Bureau, a figure Lin Feng has not previously encountered. "Please take a seat." Major Lin Feng, General Su gestures invitingly. Lin Feng sits down in the chair opposite the long table, with the 3 ship girls standing resolutely behind him. "First and foremost, on behalf of the highest echelons of the Federation, I wish to extend our heartfelt gratitude for all that you have done for our civilization," Su Guoyang states directly. "Your achievements have been inscribed in the annals of history. However, as you articulated in your speech, the crisis has yet to be averted. We must discuss the future." President Ouyang Jing adjusts his glasses, his eyes now shimmering with fervor, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor of meticulousness. "Major Lin Feng, I shall be frank. We require your technology. The advancements in materials science, energy manipulation, and hull design exhibited by your fleet surpass the Federation's current technology by at least 2 generations. If we could disseminate these technologies, it is not feasible." Lin Feng calmly interjects. "What?" Ouyang Jing blinks in surprise. "The evolution of my ship girls into their current forms is predicated on my unique resonance with the void core chi, along with certain irreplicable conditions," Lin Feng selectively reveals. "Just as every individual's DNA is distinct, so too is the resonance frequency of each commander. My frequency happens to produce a superlative resonance with the ship girls, but this resonance cannot be transferred to other commanders." This carefully crafted narrative, agreed upon with Mo Huang, Lingji, and Xing Xian, serves to elucidate the uniqueness of his fleet while mitigating the risk of technology misuse. Of course, in the future, should I decide to further enhance and upgrade the vessels of my ship girls, I might consider sharing those outdated technologies with the Federation, he muses internally. Director Zhou Yue of the Intelligence Bureau fixes Lin Feng with a penetrating gaze. "And what are the ancient relics? You mentioned in your report that part of this technology is derived from remnants in the Andromeda Galaxy. Part of that is indeed true. Lin Feng replies, his demeanor unflinching. We have discovered remnants of ancient civilizations in the Andromeda Galaxy, but these remnants are more akin to keys than blueprints. They require specific locks to be opened. And I am that lock. Marshal Zhang Jinshan speaks in a low, grave tone. So, you're asserting that your fleet is unparalleled and cannot be replicated? Under the current circumstances, yes, Lin Feng affirms with a nod. However, that does not imply we cannot collaborate. My fleet can provide strategic support to the Federation. My ship girls can assist the Academy of Sciences in researching methods to combat the entropy beasts, and we can share combat data and technological insights. Yet, to completely replicate my fleet is impossible. The four individuals behind the long table exchange glances. This answer evokes both disappointment and relief. Disappointment at the inability to widely disseminate such transcendent technology, and relief that such formidable power will not fall into enemy hands or be misused. After a moment of contemplation, Su Guoyang poses the most critical question. What are your personal stance, Major Lin Feng? What role do you envision for yourself in the future? Lin Feng does not respond immediately. He rises and approaches the observation window, gazing down at the brilliantly illuminated blue planet and the silhouettes of his three colossal ships against the starry backdrop. General Su, have you heard of the Dark Forest theory? He suddenly inquires. Su Guoyang's pupils constrict. What do you mean? It is a sociological theory of a universe believed by many civilizations in the Andromeda Galaxy that have yet to master faster-than-light travel. In the Dark Forest, every civilization is akin to an armed hunter. Upon discovering another civilization, the optimal strategy is immediate annihilation, as one cannot discern whether the other party harbors goodwill or malice. Lin Feng turns back towards the long table, his gaze fierce. However, I believe there exists a flaw in this theory. It assumes all civilizations operate on the same level. But what if a civilization has already grasped transcendent technologies? Returning to the table, he leans forward, hands pressed firmly against its surface. The insectoids, the crystalline entities, the whisperers of the void, the end mechanisms. These entities are indeed powerful, yet their might remains within our realm of understanding. Their malice stems from survival competition, resource plundering, and ideological conflicts. These are all forms of malice that exist within the cosmos. But the entropy beasts are different. Lin Feng's voice grows somber. They feast on information and revel in the erasure of existence. They do not covet our resources or territories. They seek our very existence. This represents a malice that we cannot comprehend, negotiate with, or compromise upon. Carlos's frenzied ritual inadvertently opened a rift for such an existence. Although the transaction has concluded and the passage appears to have closed, I have an unsettling intuition that this is merely the beginning. The entropy beasts have already taken notice of our information-rich domain. They will inevitably attempt to descend upon us once more. Ouyang Jing's countenance pales. What evidence do you possess? There is no direct evidence, Lin Feng admits candidly. But the analysis of residual energy from the entropy beasts by M.O. Huang indicates that this energy exhibits characteristics of self-replication and higher dimensional permeability. It does not resemble ordinary energy remnants. It is akin to a seed. M.O. Huang steps forward, her deep purple eyes alight with data streams. According to our modeling, the energy characteristics of the entropy beasts align with the hypothesis of cross-dimensional information life forms. They may not traverse through conventional physical channels, but rather propagate through concepts themselves. As long as notions such as Carlos's madness, the ship girl resurrection ritual, and cross-dimensional transactions persist within this universe's information field, there exists a possibility for the entropy beasts to anchor themselves here. This revelation sends a chill through all present. Director Zhou Yue takes a deep breath. What then is your recommendation? We must establish an entirely new defense system, Lin Feng asserts earnestly. Not a shield against physical attacks, nor armor against energy weapons, but a dual defense of mind and technology against information erosion, conceptual pollution, and existential overwrite. This necessitates the Federation mobilizing its most elite scientists, its most seasoned psychics, and the commanders with the deepest understanding of the void core chi to collaborate. My fleet can serve as both the experimental platform and the final line of defense for this initiative. Su Guoyang watches Lin Feng intently for a long moment before slowly inquiring. And what is the cost? What do you seek, Major Lin Feng? Lin Feng smiles, a lazy yet cunning smile. What I desire has already been articulated in my speech. The responsibility of safeguarding human civilization. I do not seek higher military ranks, nor do I crave more power, nor do I wish to become a hero or an idol. I merely wish for sufficient resources and support to construct an ultimate fleet capable of confronting any threat, be it the insectoids, alien races, or the entropy beasts themselves. What I seek is the Federation's acknowledgement of the unique strategic position of myself and my fleet, granting us the autonomy to operate independently, providing resource support when necessary, coordinating intelligence during our operations, and granting access to databases during our research endeavors. In return, Lin Feng's voice rings with conviction. I pledge that my fleet shall forever stand as humanity's sword of guardianship. In any moment when human civilization faces an existential threat, we shall be the first to reach the battlefield and the last to depart. A profound silence envelopes the long table. Marshal Zhang Jinshan is the first to break the stillness. Young man, do you truly comprehend what it is you are requesting? A unique strategic position signifies that you and your fleet will transcend the majority of the Federation's laws and military regulations. Such a circumstance has never been witnessed in the annals of the Federation's history. This is due to the unprecedented threat posed by the entropy beasts, which has never before been encountered. Lin Feng remained unyielding. The conventional military framework and political protocols were devised to address traditional adversaries. However, what we now confront is a force capable of rendering all conventional measures futile. Dean Ouyang Jing offered a wry smile. He acknowledged the validity of Lin Feng's assertion. If the entropy beasts are indeed as described, then all our existing weaponry, tactics, and defensive systems may be rendered utterly ineffectual. We require solutions that transcend conventional boundaries. Director Zhou Yue turned to General Su Guoyang. General Su, what is your perspective? Su Guoyang closed his eyes, seemingly weighing his thoughts. After a prolonged silence, he opened his eyes, locking his gaze onto Lin Feng. I can endorse your proposal. However, there are two stipulations. Please proceed. First, your fleet must accept a liaison officer directly appointed by the Supreme Command. This individual will not interfere with your command, but will serve as a communication bridge between you and the Federation, ensuring the seamless flow of information and preventing misunderstandings. Lin Feng contemplated for a moment before nodding. That is acceptable, as long as the liaison officer refrains from intervening in operational decisions. Secondly, Su Guoyang's tone grew more solemn. You must undergo a comprehensive and high-level loyalty assessment and psychological evaluation. This is not a matter of distrust. Rather, it is a necessary procedure. We cannot bestow such immense power upon someone we do not fully understand. This time, Lin Feng remained silent for an even longer duration. Ultimately, he slowly nodded. I comprehend. I accept. Excellent. Su Guoyang rose, extending his hand toward Lin Feng. Then, welcome to the ultimate defense program of human civilization. Major General Lin Feng. May your sword forever be wielded in protection. Lin Feng grasped his hand. I shall do so. After the meeting, Lin Feng departed the observatory hall accompanied by the three ship girls, returning to the Lingji, anchored beside the star ring. Within the bridge, Lingji could no longer contain her curiosity. Commander, do you truly believe the entropy beasts will return? Lin Feng gazed out of the viewport at the starry expanse and softly replied, I am uncertain. Yet, I have a sense that the door Carlos opened has never truly closed. It merely stands ajar, awaiting the right moment to swing wide once more. Mo Huang approached his side, her deep purple eyes reflecting the galaxy. Regardless of when they return, we are prepared, are we not? The Lingji R-Class, Mo Huang's Eternal Night Star Curtain Class, and the Xingxuan Cutting Star Class. Our fleet possesses the capability to combat the majority of threats. We merely need to continue strengthening and evolving. Indeed, Xingxuan leapt onto the command platform, her small fists clenched. No matter what the entropy beasts may be, should they dare to approach, I shall send them back with the Oblivion Spear. Lin Feng looked at the three ship girls, a surge of indescribable emotion swelling within him. 3 years ago, he had traversed into this unfamiliar universe, devoid of wealth and support. 3 years later, he wielded the power to shatter stars with a mere flick of his fingers, forged bonds with steadfast companions, safeguarded a civilization worthy of protection, and claimed a home of his own. The path ahead was fraught with thorns, peril, and uncertainty. Yet, he was not alone. Mo Huang, chart the course. Lin Feng resumed his seat at the command post, his voice regaining its previous steadiness. We must return to the front lines. The extermination of Azurg is far from complete. Carlos remains at large, and the shadow of the entropy beast lurks in the dark. There is still much to be done. Yes, Commander. Mo Huang elegantly and alluringly executed a bow. Destination, Anvil Star System. Navigation mode, standard transition. Estimated arrival time, 72 hours hence. Lingji gently leaned against Lin Feng, whispering, Commander, wherever we go, I shall remain by your side. Xingxuan also moved closer, maintaining her proud demeanor, though her small hand subtly grasped the hem of Lin Feng's garment. Humph. Without my protection, a careless person like the commander would have perished countless times by now. Lin Feng smiled, a genuine, heartfelt smile. He activated the fleet's intercom, his voice resonating through every corner of the three colossal vessels. Attention all units, this is Lin Feng. The awarding ceremony has concluded. The honors belong to the past. Now, we are about to return to the battlefield. This is not the end, but rather a new beginning. The journey of human civilization through the starry skies is long and arduous. Yet, as long as we stand shoulder to shoulder, there are no obstacles insurmountable, no foes unconquerable. Starlight, Iron Fist Legion, all units ready. Fleet, set sail. The engines roared to life, energy surged forth. The three colossal vessels gradually disengaged from their berths in the celestial tree ring, adjusting their positions and steering toward the depths of the cosmos. Behind them, the light of the blue planet remained warm and resolute. Before them lay the vast ocean of stars, an endless array of challenges and adventures. And for Lin Feng, this journey across the starry seas was merely the beginning of a grand odyssey yet to unfold.